This is the 100th time this girl has been reincarnated, but not once has she felt even a shred of happiness, because in the previous 99 lives, all she ever got was endless magical power, but also endless sacrifice, either exiled by her clan or thrown into saving the world. In every single life, she never made it past that cursed age of 20. She was ready to lose her mind, but had no choice but to accept this wretched fate. After watching and listening for a while, the heroine realized this life started differently. She was born into nobility, cradled tenderly by her mother's hands, surrounded by admiring maids calling her adorable. It seemed like the perfect beginning, until someone suddenly burst through the lady's bedroom door. "Master, the visitor has arrived," the maids chimed. "It is a beautiful little girl." "Madam," the heroine's eyes narrowed. Was the master they mentioned her father in this life? And then, following their gaze, she saw a tall figure with a handsome face, cold as even her ancient soul, worn from 99 lives trapped in a baby's body, could not help but tense up. Looking at the man who would be her father in this 100th life, she was certain her world would implode once again. The heroine wondered, what nightmare was this time going to be? Abandonment? Abuse? Or maybe just doomed to be the world's worst luck charm? Or worse, crushed by her own father from the moment she was born? When his hand reached out, her heart pounded like it might burst. Could it be that even if this world shattered once more, she would be powerless to stop it, forced to watch everything fall apart? Would her soul be shackled again, like dust trapped in a storm, forced to witness every broken life? It felt like she was trapped in a nightmare that would never end. She did not even know what sins she committed to deserve watching the apocalypse on repeat, but the truth hit her like a lightning bolt. She would have been way too quick to panic, because that hand only gently brushed her cheek. Then, tears of pure joy welled up in the young man's eyes. "Thank you for coming into this world safely, our little one." Before she could even catch her breath, the young lady gently laid her down on the bed. Only then did the heroine get a clear look at her mother's face, and she was crying too. "She is truly a girl in love," someone murmured. The heroine was completely baffled. Something was off with this script. Why were they all wearing such happy faces? Could it be some kind of prank or plot twist? If that were true, it would be amazing, because finally, she might get a real shot at a normal life. At that moment, the heroine desperately wished her 100th ending would be calm and peaceful. The couple exchanged looks for a moment, then decided to name her Anastasia. So in this life, the heroine is Anastasia. She was just starting to think it was a pretty name when her father spoke again. "You saved this world, that is the name of a hero." Sounds epic, right? But that sentence turned Anastasia to stone. Seriously? Another hero? Every time. It is all about heroes, and every time, she ends up living a nightmare. Just hearing this, Anastasia knew she was about to be treated like a hero again, and that meant another sacrificial ending. She felt so foolish for hoping things would be different this time. This life had to be worse than all the previous ones, but somehow, Anastasia spent her first month in a rare state of peace. Wrapped in her parents' love, she was ready to be crowned a hero. But nothing happened. Still, it was way too soon for Anastasia to relax, because just like before, they all said she was a child protected by the gods and destined to be a hero. Then they faked kindness, and in the end, those same people grew worried about her power and tried to control her. This time, her parents named her after a hero too, so Anastasia was sure they would force her into sacrifice again. She sighed quietly once again. She had to fend for herself. No other choice. Like always, she did everything she could to scout her surroundings. The woman with jet black hair and red eyes was Anastasia's mother in this life. Since she is trapped in a baby's body, every time mom rocks her, she gets totally hammered, like blackout drunk, even though she has told herself to stay alert if she wants to avoid ending up as some sacrificial mix while sleeping. Next up, the man who looks like a wolf with a mountain-sized build and pink hair is her dad in this story, and he holds the title of Duke. With his stern, commanding chest, her dad acts like a dad and often spoils her with a tone that is borderline traumatizing to listen to. That is the maid who is always on duty around here, even though she always wears this cold, fake smile. Anastasia's sensitive heart suspect. She was sent by her devilish parents to keep an eye on her. Lost in thought, Anastasia suddenly hears yelling from outside the door. It is her dad, apparently arguing with a doctor. Flipping out over Anastasia, "What the hell is wrong with my baby? If she is not sick, then why is not she crying or laughing?" Anastasia thought it was something serious, but it turns out he is losing it just because she shed tears. The worst part, her wild wolf, like dad, almost wanted to take that doctor's head off, just because he could not figure out why his daughter was not crying. Anastasia was terrified. She could not imagine causing an innocent person to die just a month after being born. In her past life, there were people who did not want to hear her cry. So Anastasia stopped crying because at one point, her own parents tried to take her life. But in this life, if her dad wants her to be a normal kid, then she should at least try to live like one. "Your Grace, I have done everything I can. Our little lady is perfectly healthy. Please, just trust me this once." Outside the door, It seems like the doctor was crying even before Anastasia did. His sobs made her feel unbearably guilty. That overwhelming guilt triggered Anastasia to start bawling her eyes out. Hearing that sound finally stopped her dad's raging. A smile bloomed on his face like spring flowers in full bloom. He dropped his sword to the ground and hurried into the room to scoop up his daughter. "My precious, you finally cried. Your cry is so strong and pure," Anastasia thought, half relieved, half worried, because every time she cried before, disaster always followed. But seeing her dad's pure happiness this time, she could not help but doubt if this life was really the same as before. Wanting to act like a normal kid, Anastasia kept crying, and her dad held her close. This peaceful moment was shattered by loud footsteps pounding down the hallway. Soon after, a kid with the same pink hair as Anastasia's dad stormed into the room, looking totally pissed. "Dad, seriously? This is ridiculous. How could you let Lara out?" Anastasia got chills looking at those eyes full of silent fury. Oh. Is this her sister in this life? Seeing this little sister, Anastasia felt like all kinds of drama were about to crash down on her head. In every past life, her relationship with siblings was always a mess, and when she was reincarnated this time, hearing her parents say she is the youngest, she knew she would have older siblings, but because of all her past life experiences, instead of looking forward to meeting them, Anastasia just felt dread. Lorentia is adorable with her fluffy pink hair, clear sparkling eyes, and chubby cheeks, but even so, this little girl was enough to scare Anastasia stiff. Just as she thought Lorentia was about to burst into tears and throw a tantrum or even cling to her for attention, the girl suddenly exclaimed, "Is this really your little sister? How can she be this cute?" If she could talk, Anastasia definitely would have let out a huge sigh. Lorentia's reaction was totally different from any siblings she would have had in past lives, because the moment that young Duke saw baby Anastasia kneeling in his arms, Lorentia immediately rushed over full of excitement. "Whoa. Lara's got the cutest little sister ever. She is even so into perfume that she gave her sister the nickname Sasa, just like Lara's own nickname. Since she can talk yet, Anastasia just waves her arms and kicks wildly to show how much she hates that name. But her dad seems to think she actually likes being called Sasa, and just like that, Anastasia was doomed to grow up stuck with the nickname she absolutely despised. Well then, let us treat Sasa to some beet zing cake. Lorentia seems pretty generous. I get Lorentia's kindness, but Sasa is still too little to eat but zing cake, so it is better if you eat it for her." The little princess gently pats her big sister's head with a smile. But Lorentia protests Sasa would be sad if Lara eats it all alone. "I used to be sick and could only eat porridge, so I was really bummed out not being able to eat cold stuff. If Sasa can't eat but zing now, she will be just as sad as I was back then." Lorentia's serious tone hits Anastasia's heart like a thunderclap. This little girl's worried that she might upset Anastasia. What is this warm family vibe? Of course, no matter how much Lorentia insists, there is no way Anastasia can have butt zing. In the end, the little big sister ate the whole piece herself, but feeling guilty, Lorentia decided to cheer her sister up by giving her beloved stuffed deer. Lorentia is sure of it she can sleep without it. Their dad looked genuinely surprised. After all, Lorentia's just a kid. He did not expect her to be so generous with her little sister. "Yeah, Sasa's my little sister, so as her big sis, I am lending it to her," Lorentia replied confidently. The angelic sincerity almost caught Anastasia off guard. "No way. Past life me remembers too well to not trust these people for a second. Mom's the same. Sis is the same. They are all just pretending to be nice." To show her displeasure, Anastasia started crying loudly. Innocent Lorentia thought her sister hated the deer, so she switched tactics to soothe her. "Sasa, you hate the deer. Then do you like bunnies? Or maybe tigers? I will give you anything you want, so stop crying, okay?" Lorentia's younger, but way heavier than Anastasia expected. Then, to cheer up her sister, Lorentia even played peekaboo. That innocent face, that cuteness, it finally broke down Anastasia's defenses completely. She could not help but laugh Anastasia's first laugh since she was born, so it is no wonder the young Duke and his eldest daughter could not hold back their excited grins. News that little Miss Anastasia laughed while playing peekaboo quickly spread throughout the castle. The maids lined up to play with her, completely hooked. Even her personal doctor joined in, and of course, her father too. They only got quiet when her mother kicked them all out. Anastasia was deeply traumatized by her mother Sanjur. This was the first time she would ever face something like this, so she had no idea how to handle it. She thought if she just did not react, they would get bored and give up. But her dad, the doctor, and the maids showed no signs of backing down. In fact, they cheered each other on to try harder to make Anastasia laugh next time. She could not understand this family or this life at all. If they were just faking kindness, they were putting in way too much effort. Could it be that in this life, she really was reborn into a family that genuinely loves her? That day, when she woke up, Anastasia spotted a small figure standing at her bedside, a boy with pink hair, the perfect image of the young Duke. Anastasia immediately guessed this was Damian. her brother who is 5 years older, though young. All the maids said Damian really looked the part of the heir to the Duke title. Because of that, he was always treated kindly and kept busy, but today, he suddenly showed up here. Of course, Anastasia added this kid to her blacklist of people she needed to watch out for. Anastasia, what are you thinking about? Damian clung to her crib, grinning like a little puppy as he asked, figuring out how to survive. Kiddo, if she could talk, Anastasia would definitely say that. Seeing her tiny, serious face, Damian could not help but poke her cheek, then suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. I brought you something, hope you like it. Even though she was told it was a gift, Anastasia did not look thrilled at all. Honestly, she found it weird how everyone in this castle kept trying so hard to do things for her. The gift Damian brought was a stuffed tiger. Lorentia said Anastasia's smile was precious, so he wanted to give her his beloved stuffed tiger. They have been together since they were kids. Being apart is lonely, but he wanted her to have it. Anastasia could not resist reaching out her chubby hand to touch the tiger. Before, her sister gave her favorite deer toy. Now her little brother was giving her his 5-year-old tiger. To these two kids, these were treasures, but they gave them to her without hesitation. Anastasia, can you give me just one smile? Damian brushed her hair back with his small hand, his face full of hopeful anticipation. She was even more confused. This 5-year-old brother was giving her something so precious just to see her smile. What on earth is going on in this family? Is her smile really that important? Anastasia just could not get it, but wanting to protect the innocent soul of this little guy, she forced a smile. Seeing his sister smile, Damian froze for a moment, then lit up with pure joy. Flower, you smiled. Everyone. Anastasia smiled, hearing the eldest son shout. The young Duke, Duchess, and Lorentia all hurried over, crowding at the door. They all looked so happy seeing their youngest daughter smile, but Anastasia's emotions were complicated. She had lived many lifetimes and learned to always stay on guard, especially in tough situations. So since reincarnation, Anastasia kept a serious, weary face, always cautious of this family. Yet at this moment, she actually felt a flicker of hope that this 100th life could be her miracle. She had been disappointed before, but now Anastasia wished these people would not turn their backs on her, and here, she hoped for a happy life. Peaceful days went on for months. Every day, Anastasia was surrounded by loved parents, siblings, and servants all showered her with praise. Her mother even paid quadruple wages to the tailors who made Anastasia's clothes, just because she looked so adorable in them. Anastasia still was not used to this lavish life. Today, the castle was busier than usual, all because a few days ago Anastasia had just turned 5 months old. Finally, she got a bigger space to move around than that tiny crib. Anastasia was starting to crawl, and although still clumsy, her babbling had improved a lot. Man, any parent would be right there every moment, just waiting to hear their baby say, I love you. Daddy first. After 5 months in this body, Anastasia accepted she was just a normal kid. In her past life, she had been hunted down relentlessly, but in this life, all she had to do was grow up healthy like any other child. That peaceful feeling made Anastasia genuinely happy. To her, it was just normal, but to the 4 pairs of eyes watching her closely, this was a major milestone. Her little brother declared she was speaking way earlier than most kids. Her mom agreed, and to celebrate, they threw a fancy party. At the party, Anastasia was seated in the place of honor, right at the head of the table. At first, she heard it was just a family-only party, but the extravagance blew Anastasia's mind beyond belief. Mom, St. Brother and sister have all prepared gifts for you. Even the doctor and the maids were no exception. They all looked genuinely happy watching their little lady grow strong, even stronger than other kids. The maids felt honored to serve her because of that, and Anastasia's parents were generous enough to give the servants extra bonuses for the occasion. She honestly could not wrap her head around it. This was just a baby's first milestone. Were not they overdoing it a bit? Everyone here was way too sentimental, making her 5-month-old self still feel bewildered. After the party, there was a fireworks show, and her parents carried Anastasia out to the balcony to witness the dazzling light display celebrating her first milestone. Her mom, beaming with happiness, said, Anastasia, just keep growing up healthy and strong from now on. Strange, they did not ask her to be obedient or successful, just healthy and growing. Such a simple wish did not really fit the vibe of a noble family, did it? The next day, after the party ended, the castle returned to a peaceful quiet. The servants' year-end vacation had officially begun after last night's celebration. They all felt reluctant to say goodbye to their little mistress. Only a young maid was left working temporarily during the break, and right now, she was dozing off by the entrance. Anastasia guessed this girl was probably at that tricky age. After all, a kid needs good sleep to grow strong. Maybe because it was the end of the year, everyone was pretty busy. Her mom's tea had left the mansion early this morning. Her brother was at an important class, and her sister was still sleeping off a cold from last night. No one was paying attention to Anastasia, but for her, this was a golden opportunity, so she decided today was the day she would practice standing up. Her main goal was to climb onto the sofa in the room. No sooner said than done. Anastasia crawled straight to the couch. She told herself not to grow up too fast, but she could not shake the feeling that she wanted to move right now. Just as Anastasia reached for the sofa, someone suddenly scooped her up. "Hey there, little one." Having fun, the one holding little Anastasia was a middle-aged woman, dressed as a maid. Anastasia only managed a softa, but in her memory, she would never seen this face before. The woman said the lady of the house had sent her to get Anastasia, but her mom had clearly left early this morning, and this maid did not even bother waking the young servant, dozing by the door. A wave of unease flooded Anastasia's heart. She remembered going through something like this once or twice before. Though just a servant, this woman radiated danger. Instinctively, Anastasia burst into tears. How foolish she had guessed the worst-case scenario. Right after, a handkerchief soaked in sedative was pressed against her face. "I will take good care of you, little one, so please, just close your eyes and rest." That was the last thing Anastasia heard before losing consciousness. The peaceful years spent in this castle had lowered her guard way too much, and now she would become the target of a predator. Anastasia slowly woke up, feeling uneasy and disoriented. The first thing that hit her eyes was the face of a complete stranger, a man holding her while running at full speed. The noble's castle was already a good distance behind them. Anastasia realized she was being kidnapped. All she could do was silently blame herself. After living surrounded by so much love, she had let her guard down. Anastasia forced herself to stay calm, hoping this was just some ordinary kidnapping. But if these bad guys wanted to kill her, what would happen then? Her soul would be trapped once again, alone, watching everything until the world ended. Having only been back in this body for less than half a year, Anastasia definitely did not want that nightmare to come true. She would rather scream and become a sacrifice than die as a 5-month-old baby. But what should she do now? That was the question torturing Anastasia the most. She should just ignore the kidnappers to see who the mastermind is behind all this, or use her power to instantly teleport and save herself. Is this just a simple kidnapping targeting the royal family? Power and influence aside, someone out there has uncovered secrets about her identity and abilities. Whatever it is, this is definitely worth investigating. With that thought, Anastasia decided to let the kidnappers take her instead of using her powers. But when she thought about her parents and siblings at home, crying their eyes out because she was kidnapped, her heart sank a little. Time had truly bonded her to this family, and Anastasia did not want to cause them any worry. However, her kidnapper's plan was suddenly ruined. From the opposite side, a sharp arrow whizzed through the air. The arrow pierced the kidnapper's left thigh, knocking him backward, but his grip on Anastasia stayed tight, gritting his teeth against the pain. The kidnapper wondered aloud. Suddenly, another voice rang out, this time a kid's voice, but Anastasia immediately recognized it. Confused, she opened her eyes and saw a kid with blonde hair and fierce, determined eyes staring right at her. Most importantly, even though he was just a child, he was holding a sword aimed straight at the kidnapper. "What are you doing here, kid?" the kidnapper growled. The kid kept questioning him. "You came to take my fiancée today, and you were trying to kidnap her." Both Anastasia and the kidnapper were stunned by this kid. Anastasia was baffled, since when had she become this kid's fiancée? The kidnapper was equally shocked that the attacker was just a child. "Don't block my way," he roared, yanking the arrow from his thigh despite the pain. But behind him, soldiers were already closing in fast. The kidnapping plan was blown, and the soldiers arrived quicker than the kidnapper expected. He decided to ditch the blonde kid and sprint away, but the kid was determined to keep up with him. Surprisingly, even though he was just a kid, his speed matched the grown man's pace step for step. "If you do not want to lose something precious, hand over the kid to me quietly." Those threatening words came from the mouth of a kid no older than 5 or 6, but carried serious weight. "And hey, stop chasing me. I am just caught up in this mess like you," the kidnapper snarled. But the kid had zero intention of backing down. "Cut the excuses and end this now." Anastasia was a little overwhelmed. This kid looked about the same age as her older brother, yet his cold, blunt words and the way he held his sword were way too steady for a child. Plus, she noticed he had magic power, and it was pretty strong. So who the heck was this kid with such terrifying sword skills and magic? After keeping up with the kidnapper, the kid timed his strike perfectly and swung his sword. Instantly, the kidnapper went down, and Anastasia, still in his arms, was terrified. "This is not good. I am fallen." She had to use magic to protect herself, but before she could react, she suddenly found herself wrapped in someone else's arms. She was so scared she shut her eyes tight and only dared to open them after a long moment. The blonde kid held her tightly, his face full of worry. "Hey, are you okay? You must be shocked. Are you hurt anywhere? Not crying like this means you are okay, right?" Of course, Anastasia was fine. It was just that everything happened so fast. The blonde kid was completely focused on her, not even noticing the kidnapper slowly getting back up. No wonder he was still just a kid. Even with great skills, one slip-up is inevitable. Anastasia had to act now. Even though she looked like a child, her magic was still usable, though barely. She took down the kidnapper before he could reach the blonde kid. Seeing this, the kid looked genuinely shocked. What the heck? I had not even done anything before he just collapsed. We managed to save this kid's life, but Anastasia's condition is not looking good. After using magic, her lungs feel like they are about to burst, just as she feared. She has got to be super careful using that power with such a tiny body. The kid saw her face flush bright red and got totally freaked out. Hey little one, did you just pinch yourself, or did you catch a cold or something? Then he took off his own shirt, wrapped it around Anastasia, and sheltered her. You will warm up soon. Anastasia felt a comforting warmth wash over her. Her eyelids got heavy, she just wanted to crash right there. Meanwhile, the soldiers and servants arrived, and the kidnapper was finally subdued. Even Damian showed up. Seeing his sister's state, he could not hold back his rage. Anastasia, wake up. Your big brother's here now. The kidnapper caught sight of the little lord and immediately started struggling. Sir, please have mercy. It is all a misunderstanding, I can explain. At that moment, Damian's face twisted into an expression Anastasia had never seen before, and he ordered the servants, drag him away, keep him locked up until my father gets back, or have him thoroughly questioned. Anastasia did not wake up for quite some time after that. When she finally did, she saw her parents' worried faces. As soon as their daughter opened her eyes, they called for the doctor immediately. My dear, you must have been so scared. I wish I could have been by your side, but His Majesty's orders came first. The little lord seemed to blame himself a lot. Of course, Anastasia did not blame him. He is the little lord. After all, how could he ignore the Emperor's commands? Besides, she was not seriously hurt. Feigning was just from overexerting her powers, but her parents did not know that, so they kept apologizing. Clearly heartbroken, to comfort the young lady, Anastasia had no choice but to stretch out her tiny hands and try to grasp her mother's finger. She would never wish to grow up faster as much as she did right then. The next day, a squad of knights personally handpicked by Anastasia's father arrived to introduce themselves. Their fierce presence made her a little nervous. No doubt. Apparently, since the North Kelsey incident might happen again, a knight squad was formed specifically to protect the youngest daughter. Rumor has it the mastermind behind the North Kygo Sea mess was just a couple working at the little lord's mansion. Their son had debts he could not pay off, so they schemed when they saw the little lord's parents handing so much money to Anastasia. They tried to corner her during the year-end holidays and planned to blackmail the little lord's family. Luckily, Damian and his friends found her and stopped the whole thing just in time. Word is, those two servants were kicked out with a body that was not looking too healthy. Her mother said they tried to be as merciful as possible. Anyway, having extra guards is a good thing for both Damian and Lorentia, but 20 knights just to guard a toddler, that is overkill. And Anastasia was honestly kind of annoyed by it. The little lord did not get the tiny girl's silent screams, so he kept introducing them one by one. Anastasia, these are all the knights who will be loyal to you, so please, encourage them a bit. Anastasia was speechless. Really? What could a baby barely a few months old say? They would not feel happy or inspired by a toddler's pep talk. But as it turned out, that was just her own doubt. Those 20 knights were actually eagerly waiting. The atmosphere made Anastasia unable to say no to her dad, so she reluctantly babbled a few words. Ooh, means yes. Please take care of me. Just a few garbled baby sounds. But it was like a power boost for the knights. They all cheered in unison. We will do our best for you. Young lady, we hope we will get along well. 1 month after the knights were formed, the number of servants in Anastasia's room had grown significantly. 2 guards were always posted outside the door. Since her body had grown a bit and her powers had strengthened, Anastasia could easily read their movements. But after all, she was still just under 7 months old. Getting information would probably only get easier after her first birthday. Every now and then, Anastasia would think about that kidnapping incident. On the day she was taken, her parents left early, wearing faces that did not look quite right, especially since they rarely left the house together. Of course, that kidnapping was purely about money. But Anastasia also suspected her family was not short on dangerous enemies, because what other reason would there be to deploy such an overwhelming security detail just for a child living in the mansion? Out of curiosity, Anastasia even wanted to use a bit of her power to spy. But thinking about her illness and high fever, and how her parents would just wipe her tears away, she figured it was safer to stay under the radar. Still, this calm life made Anastasia feel trapped. After all, she was born to stop the world's downfall no matter the lifetime. How could she just sit back and do nothing? Today, while trying to pull herself up on a chair, Anastasia heard a familiar voice. She turned around and saw that Damian was already home from school. She immediately shifted direction. Crawling as fast as she could in his arms, Damian looked totally thrilled. Woo! How can you crawl that fast? My Anastasia is growing up way too fast. After 7 months in this body, Anastasia began to love her family, and of course, that included this older brother. But today, she noticed a rare, uneasy expression on Damian's usually calm face. Anastasia, do you know, my friend really wants to meet you. He saw you last time, remember? Your friend? In her mind, Anastasia pictured a young, upright face with shining blonde hair. If it is that boy, she really wanted to meet him. So Anastasia started nodding repeatedly. Damian wondered if his sister really understood him, so he carefully asked again. Then, Anastasia, you will meet my friend again. Anastasia answered seriously. Actually, from the last time, she already felt something different about that boy. His magical power was truly impressive, but the key was, even though they would only just met, she felt like she would seen him somewhere before. After living through countless lifetimes, Anastasia had encountered familiar faces across different eras. Exactly, every soul carried its own unique wave. Sometimes, when she met people like that, she would pass them by thinking simply that she would seen them in a past life. But that little prince with blonde hair was different. He was not just familiar, he stirred a strange feeling deep inside Anastasia. That alone made her want to meet him again and investigate further. Mikai will be here soon, the servant informed Damian. At that moment, the carriage of the blonde boy stopped in front of the mansion. That prince, we have arrived. The child cautiously stepped down from the carriage, but his eyes gleamed with excitement he could not hide. Already here? That was fast. Perfect. Now, where do we go to meet the little lady? Before letting Mikai into his sister's room, Damian seriously warned him many times to be polite and gentle with her. When the door opened, the little prince Mikai saw her sitting on a chair with the serious air of a young queen, flanked by 2 maids, and he eagerly rushed forward. Such a tiny little princess. Truly adorable. Anastasia opened her eyes wide to study this boy, hoping she would remember something upon seeing him again. But now, she was even less sure. After all, she only knew a handful of people over her 2,000 years of life. Seeing Mikai grinning so big, Damian snapped at him. What are you doing? Mikai, have not you introduced yourself yet? That little one is my Anastasia. Just a kid. My darling Anastasia is actually the lady of a duchy. Look at Damian's little sister strutting around like a peacock showing off her tail. That is how close he is to Anastasia. Normally, Damian is known as calm and serious, but only around Anastasia does he really act like a kid. Then there is Mikai, who tries to look mature but suddenly grabs Anastasia's hand seriously and introduces himself. It is not the first time, but still, nice to meet you, little lady. I am the young duke from the Grand Duchy of Levantis. Then Mikai bows deeply and kisses Anastasia's tiny hand. She is shocked to see such gentlemanly manners from a kid. Damian, on the other hand, looks like he just heard a slap in the face and instantly scowls. Hey I have not even gotten to kiss her hand once. After that, Mikai Levantis became a frequent guest at the mansion. He is the sole heir of the Grand Duchy of Levantis. Since their second meeting, he has stayed over half a month at the estate. The young Duke of Levantis is swamped with political drama, but decided to study alongside his childhood friend Damian. These days, the maid's gossip is all about Mikai, so much so that Anastasia hears about him more than her own family. At first, she thought Mikai was only close to her brother, but for the past 2 weeks, he has come to see her almost every day after class, and today's no different. When Mikai arrived, Anastasia felt a few cold drops splash on her. She rubbed her eyes and muttered in mild annoyance. Oops. Sorry. The water splashed on you. I came early to help the little lady get ready, so I washed up first. Anastasia thought to herself, whoa, how thoughtful. Mikai does not act like a 6-year-old at all. Like before, today he brought another seriously impressive gift. She can recall exactly when Mikai's gift blitz began. All she knows is it started after he overheard the maids say not everyone gets to see the little lady smile. Since then, he has been bringing everything from plush toys to gold, jewels, and precious stones, but nothing's worked. No use. Anastasia just smiles at her half-brother. Damian proudly says, I have made her laugh tons of times, and Lorentia agrees. Fueled by the sibling challenge, Mikai's gift game got fiercer, more frequent, bigger, and prettier presents. Anastasia just can't figure out why he would bring stuff like this to charm a little kid. Are you on your period? Mikai blurted. Shocked, Anastasia stepped back, fixing her gaze on him, just wanting to get better at moving and talking. This was her 100th time playing baby, but this time her progress was slower and it limited her magic use, making her anxious. As Anastasia grabbed the nearby chair to stand, Mikai suddenly slipped a ruby into her coat hood. The weight of the stone tipped her backward. The maids and Mikai panicked, fearing she would hit the floor hard. The stone fell from her hood, and she was about to crack her head open. Luckily, the young duke acted fast and caught her, though he looked pretty flustered. Sorry, little one. I just wanted to give it to you. Did not mean for you to slip. That is when Anastasia saw the ruby lying on the floor. She would thought she was too weak to stand. But nope, it was that brat's fault she fell. Anastasia clenched her fists, cheeks burning red with anger. She pointed at Mikai and stammered, hechu, which basically means I do not like it. The maids did not understand, but Mikai froze up completely. Did you just say you do not like me? Why? Anastasia turned away, replying curtly, hurry up and go already. Come on. I was wrong. I thought you would look adorable holding that big ruby. Don't say you do not like me again. All right. Their back and forth banter left the servants completely stunned. They could not understand how little Mikai, the young master, could make sense of their young lady's seemingly nonsensical words, and that only made Anastasia even more annoyed, especially since Mikai could grasp what her own family struggled to understand despite all their efforts. Seeing Anastasia stay silent, Mikai switched tactics to coax her. Hey baby, want to try walking? Let me help you out. Anastasia shot back firmly. You say no. But baby, you are really good at talking. You know that. How can you talk so well when you are only 7 months old? But I really can help you walk. I started walking when I was just 6 months old. Mikai made sure to emphasize 6 months, and strangely enough, that actually worked on Anastasia. She felt totally called out since she herself could not even stand steadily at 7 months. Meanwhile, Mikai was already walking at half that age. Seeing she was finally warming up, Mikai kept bragging about how good he was at this. Eventually, Anastasia gave in. When Mikai held out his hand, she grabbed it, telling herself she was only accepting help because she needed to grow up faster. Nothing more. The maids were absolutely amazed, holding their breath as they watched the young lady stand on her own 2 feet. Of course, it was thanks to Mikai's help, but the truth was, she was standing steady. Even Anastasia was shocked to see herself standing so firm. See, didn't I tell you? I said I could help you stand up. Mikai was thrilled if she could stand. Maybe she could even walk now. Saying that, he took a few steps back and gently pulled Anastasia's hand. She thought there was no way she could walk just yet, but to everyone's surprise, Anastasia actually moved forward and took her very first steps. Mikai and the maids in the room became the first witnesses to this milestone, and they were beyond excited. Anastasia was not thinking much until a loud thud echoed from the door. Turning around, she saw Damian standing there with a look of utter disbelief. The noise was from him slamming the book he was holding. Anastasia! Damian's voice cracked as he called out to his little sister. She instantly sensed something was off. I'm back. How come you are getting off school early again today? Meanwhile, Mikai was completely clueless, still proudly boosting. Look, the little lady's holding my hand and walking so well. Anastasia wanted to stop, but it seemed the more she resisted, the faster she walked. Mikai worriedly warned, Baby, if you keep this up, you will fall again like before. Hearing this, Damian rushed over, scooped Anastasia up, and pulled her into a tight hug. His face was already looking pretty grim. Anastasia, did you fall? The maids did not dare lie, just replied that she did not fall hard, did not cry, and everything was fine. Why did she fall? Damian's expression turned even more serious. Seeing the maids scared of his wrath, Mikai stepped up to take the blame. Damian, it is my fault. I was just trying to give the little lady a gift. But Damian did not have the patience to hear me out. At this moment, all Damian could see was pure fury. The key point was Mikai made his sister fall. And that was all it took. Mikai tried to explain that Anastasia did not fall hard and he caught her head, but Damian's anger only flared higher. Anastasia clung to her brother's sleeve, but could not calm his storm of rage. The girl almost got her head smashed. Anastasia tried to grab her brother's shirt, but she could not control his wild outburst. And then Damian, only 6 years old, boldly declared, Mikai Levinas, from now on, stay away from Anastasia. Anastasia was stunned. This was no big deal. So why did it blow up like this? It seemed Mikai felt the same way she did and wanted to explain, but Damian just barked at him. Enough. Both of you, get out of here right now. It was the first time Anastasia saw her brother wear such a harsh, rude expression. This situation had spiraled into a way bigger fight than she ever expected, and clearly, Mikai was deeply hurt by what her brother just said. Yeah, lucky to have a sister. Huh, you are a real mess. Hearing that, Damian looked genuinely shocked. This is bad. Both kids are hurt. The worst part, they are hurting each other, yet neither of them is acting like a normal kid at all. You can deny they are both way smarter than kids their age, and honestly, they are even more mature than a lot of adults who have not fully grown up. So in this mess, they just do not know how to handle things like regular kids would. If they leave it like this, the rift is only going to grow deeper. Anastasia really did not want her brother to lose a good friend over some childish drama, so she made a move she hated doing, just to patch things up. From Damian's perspective, he loved spending time reading with his siblings after school, napping with them while reading aloud instead of singing lullabies, snacking together when Lorentia's tummy started rumbling. Sounds simple, but this was Damian's favorite daily routine. But ever since Mika called his little sister away from the corner incident, Damian willingly gave up his habits to spend more time with Anastasia for his friend's sake. From Mika's point of view, his only family was his grandfather, who was always busy with politics. Mika thought babies were adorable but had no clue how to interact with them. He was just a mature 6-year-old, skilled with swords, and his jokes were never meant to be mean. And from Anastasia's view, she could only conclude this was all her fault. After all, her baby talk only Mika understood was the root of the whole problem. The truth was, she called Mika's name before she could even say Lorentia's S or Damian's parents' names. They were so upset they called her name all day long. And today, Anastasia's first steps were taken not in a family member's arms, but in Mika's. So Damian's frustration made total sense. Pulling up her pants, Anastasia felt like she was the only sensible one here. That is when she started crying as the tension hit a boiling point. Anastasia rarely cried or laughed, so when she did burst into tears, everything else just faded into the background. She sobbed and babbled words Damian could not understand. Desperate, he turned to Mika for help because somehow only Mika could understand baby talk. The baby said, "Scary. Do not like it." And Mika awkwardly responded. So these two 6-year-olds both turned and apologized to Anastasia, but that was not what she wanted. What she wanted was for them to make up and be cool again. So Anastasia grabbed her brother's shirt, then pointed at Mika. The two kids faced each other, the atmosphere thick with awkward tension, until Mika finally spoke first. "I am sorry for putting your precious little sister in danger." Since Mika spoke up first, it was easier for Damian to open up too. "Me too. Sorry for telling you not to come here anymore. I did it for self-protection, yet you still managed to get close to my little sister." "Hey, Damian," Mika scratched his head and said seriously, "I do not really know how to deal with babies, since I do not have any siblings, so can you cut me some slack? I will do whatever you say since you seem more familiar with little ladies, and if you tell me not to touch the little lady without permission, I will follow that too." Mika was super sincere after all. He was just a kid who never realized his jokes could be so risky. As for Damian, a responsible adult, he could not keep dragging his best friend through this mess any longer. "All right, since you already asked for it." The two kids shook hands and made peace, all thanks to Anastasia's brilliant brain power. Both felt a huge weight lift off their shoulders, and she was happy too because whether it was her brother or his best friend, they were both honest kids at heart. But since she cried so much earlier, Anastasia's eyelids were now heavy as lead. Sleep came fast, and all she remembered was Damian and Mika wishing her good night before she drifted off. She thought she fell asleep in her brother's arms, but suddenly she woke up somewhere cold and unfamiliar. It was pitch dark, with only the dripping sound of water. Anastasia guessed she was dreaming but had no idea how to wake up. Then, out of nowhere, she heard a desperate cry for help. Anastasia turned her head and saw a cocoon wrapped tightly in cloth, bound by countless chains. The pitiful cries were coming from inside that cocoon. Her mind foggy, her body moved on its own toward that mysterious object. When she stood face to face with it, her body shook uncontrollably with fear. The only thing she understood was that the voice inside the cocoon was getting weaker. At that moment, Anastasia's hand stopped listening to her brain and reached out by itself. How could this thing claim it understood her? Could it have been reborn hundreds of times or something like that? Her small hand touched the cocoon, causing it to shatter instantly. A blinding light exploded, temporarily blinding Anastasia. And when her vision cleared, a wave of unconscious panic surged up inside her because standing in front of her was a baby that looked exactly like her. "Anastasia," the little one said, the voice she had been hearing all along. Now continued, "Never forget, I am the only one," the baby said, locking eyes with her, or more precisely, the creature identical to her floated up, slowly reaching out a hand, but before it could touch her, Anastasia was distracted by someone calling her name urgently. The voice was familiar, and finally, because of it, she woke up. It was Mikai, holding a magical orb in his hands. Beside him were her parents, Damian and Lorentia. They all wore the same expression, deep worry and shock. Anastasia was confused. She thought she just had a short nightmare, nothing that would cause everyone to freak out like this. But then her lady mother started crying as she approached the pot. Through her mother's words, Anastasia realized she had been unconscious for a whole week with a nonstop high fever. The whole family was beside themselves with worry. Lorentia and Damian looked like they would cry their eyes red. "Here, let me take away your pain, so do not drink anymore." Lorentia sobbed. "Lorentia, if you are going to drink for the little one, I will drink for you too," Damian said immediately. "All right, then. If it means getting you kids healthy, I will bear it." The lady mother hugged her two little ones close. Mikai stood off to the side, watching this warm family reunion, and could not help but feel touched. But whenever he felt down, a cozy blanket would be draped over his head, and Anastasia's father gently hugged and carefully wiped his hair. "Thanks, Mikai. It is all thanks to you." "No problem. It is just what I could do. No denying it now." Mikai, while Anastasia was sick, You traveled all the way to find the Grand Priest and brought him back here, so that is why Mikai was so exhausted. Seems like Anastasia got caught in a curse from some unknown force. Everyone was shocked when the Grand Priest reported her illness, and thanks to Mikai bringing the medicine, she could safely wake up. That is why the entire noble family is deeply grateful to this kid. Anastasia quietly listened to their conversation, and it seemed like she was starting to see Mikai in a whole new light. The Grand Priest's place was seriously far from here, and Mikai trekking there alone did not feel like something a 6-year-old would normally do. Either way, Anastasia owed Mikai her life once again, but there was still one more thing weighing on her mind. It was the promise her parents had just mentioned. She would live through 100 reincarnations, thinking she was nearly immune to all that dirty nonsense. Yet not only was she dragged into a nightmare, someone even snatched away the power stored in her body. Turns out, even after 100 reincarnations, you can just coast through unscathed. The warmth in this mansion almost made her forget the harsh fate awaiting her. That was the unbreakable rule in Anastasia's life. She had to grow up faster if she wanted to use her powers properly. Thinking this, Anastasia clenched her fists without realizing it. Right then, the princess's mother bent down, eyes heavy with tears as she looked at her. "My dear youngest daughter, please grow up strong and healthy." After saying that, she hugged Anastasia tightly, tears streaming again, melting the girl's heart. She forgot before chasing after some grand power, she had to make this family remember her name. About a month after that nightmare, Anastasia often found herself sinking into a deep sleep. This was the first time in her 1,000 lives she would ever experience this. Her body was developing steadily like any other child, but even using a little magic left her with a mild fever. Luckily, no more nightmares or mysterious visitors showed up. Time passed, and now it was 9 months since she was born. By now, Anastasia could finally walk on her own 2 feet. She had to be careful with every step, and whenever she almost fell, someone was always there to catch her. Taking 3 steps in a row was enough to make him happier than capturing a whole territory. As for Anastasia, besides staying alert, she gradually began to enjoy this life. Walking 3 steps at once was the biggest milestone she could reach then, and for the family, it was a huge deal. At the same time, she felt joy as her growing body made using magic easier. It would help her gather information better. Thanks to that, she learned about an upcoming festival in April, and that little Prince Mika was scheduled to visit. She even overheard her brother Damian's lessons, gaining insight into the family's titles and history. It was not until 9 months after birth that she finally learned her last name, Enderblank. Before, Anastasia stressed about not growing fast enough, but now with more info in hand, she felt lighter. The Prince Enderblank suddenly got serious. "Our baby girl's already walking now. Are you all training hard or what?" He said this to the knights, but Anastasia could not see what walking had to do with their training, yet the knights looked totally tense. "It is nothing compared to the young lady, but we are trying our best. We will work even harder to keep up with her." Another weird comment: why were they using a kid like Anastasia as their benchmark? I heard someone fell behind during the last promotion from Baron to Duke. The Duke's tone was still very serious. "Spring's here, so it is time to test the knights' skills after all this time." No sooner said than done. Anastasia scheduled a martial arts tournament during the April festival, requiring all the knights to be battle-ready, and the star of that festival, none other than Anastasia herself. In a fierce scene, the gentle voice of that rang out. Her baby girl's hair was still too thin. She needs to wear a hat to look cute, or maybe a headband matching her outfit would be adorable too. April's coming, and with the festival and tournament, that Lei was stressing over what to dress her precious daughter in. She sighed, brushing her fingers over some fabric. "It is almost spring. Maybe some yellow tones would work." The maid nearby nodded. "Ask how Madame dressed when she was little." That pondered deeply, eyes glinting with memories. "My first outfit was probably white with gold trim." Hearing that, the maid pointed to the golden white dress adorned with beautiful flowers, saying, "This golden hue would definitely suit the young lady." Thetla sat in her chair, with 2 maids admiring her from behind, whispering, "The little lady looks just like Madame Nakimo, with that naturally charming face." The image of Thetla flashed in their minds, her delicate charm and unmatched noble aura. One maid softly sighed, her black hair and even her ruby eyes strikingly similar to Thetla's. Thetla gave a shy but radiant smile. "Anastasia would be so happy to know who she resembles. Madame once said she wanted another child like me." The warm glow of the liquor filled the elegant room as Thetla stroked the intricately embroidered fabric, her eyes reflecting a bittersweet nostalgia. "All right then," in a gentle yet firm voice, she declared, "let the girl wear that yellow dress for the martial arts tournament. At her age, bright yellow suits her perfectly." Seeing Madame's decision, the maids quickly praised her. "So thoughtful. She is as adorable as a little chick. Oh my. Now I am imagining her like a delicate flower spirit." The tailor, who had been quietly listening, suddenly stepped forward eagerly. Madam, do not worry. I will craft a dress as beautiful as a flower spirit and as cute as a little chick for her to wear. That La looked at the tailor. You can really do it. Then give it your best shot. The tailor smiled brightly and pointed to a vase of vibrant flowers resting on a chair. With determination, she said, our youngest still has too few dresses. This is the perfect opportunity to make a few more. Suddenly swamped with work, the tailor was both excited and sweating. Stammering, she said, afterwards, Madam, please stand in front of those sparkling fabrics. Thetla calmly nodded, admiring the stunning dresses. A radiant smile spread across the tailor's face, her eyes shining with hope. Thetla asked gently, you can do it, right? The festive atmosphere gradually spread through the mansion as news about the martial arts tournament was officially announced. Preparations for the festival grew lovelier, with the announcement that the martial arts tournament would be held in the training yard. Two knights charged forward with fiery determination, fists raised high, shouting, I will definitely win. Genevieve matched that fierce spirit. I have been practicing 3,000 sword swings every day. Little lady. Because the knights volunteered to train day and night, they ended up falling ill, showing strange symptoms. Anastasia was completely helpless against their fiery passion. In a sunlit room, the maids gathered around a frame, cheeks flushed from whispered secrets. One paused shyly. Who are you rooting for now? The girl next to her chuckled softly. I am going for the flower knight, the one who said he likes me last time. Suddenly, the air turned sweet as the girls began sharing their first crushes, blushing and confessing quietly, love must be truly beautiful, making everyone happy and filling the mansion with laughter. Perhaps spring had arrived, and with the cold fading, everyone looked blissfully content as April rolled in. Crowds from all over the country streamed to the mansion to join the festival. Today was not just the spring festival, it was also the day of the martial arts tournament inside the mansion, and the atmosphere was electric. A maid carefully fed small bites to young lady Anastasia. Here you go. Little lady. Suddenly, some food dropped, staining Anastasia's yellow dress. Oh no. Lady home. But before it hit, another maid quickly caught it, making everyone sigh in relief. The dining hall suddenly tensed like a drawn bowstring as the senior maid sternly pointed and scolded. Today is a big day. People, I have told you over and over to be careful. The young maid bowed her head. Trembling, I am so really sorry, she pleaded. The scolding grew harsher. What if it had stained the dress? What then? This dress was specially made for today by Madame herself. Get yourself together. Anastasia's yellow dress earned heaps of praise from Madame and the maids alike. So adorable. Definitely our little darling. Just look at her. Since the first time I met the young lady, I could not stop marveling at how cute she is. That yellow just makes her even sweeter. Madame personally commissioned it. I am beyond satisfied with this dress for my daughter. Well done. I will pay you double. The three tailors were so moved they nearly wept, clutching their hands and shouting, Thank you, Madam. Meanwhile, the two maids still scolded. If you mess up the young lady's clothes, you and I might get kicked out today. Anastasia silently watched their worry, thinking to herself, well, at least that did not happen. The smiling maid apologized. I am so... While Anastasia blinked in confusion, why was everyone acting so weird today? Not wanting to see them argue, she wiped her hands on her skirt. The young maid was thrilled. Miss, are you really wiping your hands on me? Seeing Anastasia's hands on her, the maid covered her face, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Who is going to be my dance partner today? This is going to be so awesome. But wait, who is helping out here? The older maid cut in sharply. The day's almost here. Go clean that up. Quick. Anastasia froze. So my partner is the reason for all this drama. All eyes snapped toward the slightly moving door. The maid's voice echoed down the hall. Here comes the partner of the young miss. Oh my god, it looks like the little miss partner has arrived. Yes, please come in. A boy with blonde hair stepped in. Anastasia watched the door open and sighed. I seem to always get the unlucky end of things. Her face was calm, but inside she was anything but. Anastasia let out a deep, almost puzzled breath, as if resigning herself to defeat. Meanwhile, the boy appeared with a bright smile, dressed neatly in ceremonial attire. Hello, little miss, he greeted. Anastasia glanced at him. I heard that day you went to the Grand Duca's place. Haven't seen you in a month. The boy smiled and continued. Lucky me. Today, I am your partner. Anastasia rolled her eyes and looked away, clearly unimpressed. The boy smirked, eyes darkening. Last time, the little miss seemed annoyed when I hugged her. Right? At the Grand Duke's. I have been training hard. His voice was gentle but tinged with worry. The memory of last time still haunted him, but he was not about to give up. He knelt down in front of Anastasia. Can I be your knight? She beamed. The boy with blonde hair, eyes a deep violet, gazed at her seriously. Bathed in bright sunlight, the figure stood tall on the raised stage, dressed in noble attire, lips barely moving. His voice echoed with authority across the square. Everyone listened carefully. His cold face and sharp ruby eyes commanded attention. No one dared to ignore his words. The martial arts champion would not just get a cash prize, but also a chance to become a knight. Every participant was buzzing with excitement over the martial arts match and the coveted knight opportunity. With every knight's attentive gaze fixed, the champion's words echoed as a shadowy figure appeared, an announcement resounding through the grand hall. Falling paper petals swirled in the air, painting a vivid scene signaling an epic event about to unfold. On the high podium, a nobleman in ceremonial robes stood solemnly, eyes sweeping over the gathered contestants. Nearby, knights in uniform stood in perfect formation, holding the kingdom's banner. She was ready to declare the opening. The solemn atmosphere had all eyes locked on the grand ceremony where honor and glory would be claimed. Amidst the intense silence, Lorentia appeared with a radiant smile, tugging the pale pink-haired boy beside her, who wore a calm and confident expression. Holding a bouquet of pure white tulips, Lorentia Enderblank stepped forward. The champion's voice rang out over the crowd. Footsteps, steady honor and victory were about to be celebrated with flowers from Anastasia Enderblank. Following the champion's gesture, all eyes shifted toward the audience. At that moment, amid the clear announcement, Mikai stepped onto the stage holding the tiny young miss, but Anastasia looked visibly uncomfortable. She muttered irritably, "He said he practiced a lot, but that kid's skills still suck. This is so frustrating." The knights below were thrilled to see the little miss appear. Genevieve excitedly said, "Little miss, we will definitely win those flowers for you." Arthur clenched his fists, eyes shining with determination. "The victory will be ours." "Miss Lara," Lancelot looked helpless and timid. "Don't worry. Mikai, we will bring the flowers back for you." The champion then approached the four children, gently tussling Lorentia's hair. "Would you like to say a few words to boost the knight's spirits?" Lorentia, in a beautiful pink dress, smiled brightly and waved. "Lara, good luck to everyone. I believe in your promise to win. Do not let me down." The champion turned to Anastasia with a gentle tone. "Next up is you." "Anastasia," her mind screamed. "Seriously, I am just a baby only 10 months old. What can I even do? I am barely babbling." Mikai, holding her, seemed to hear her silent complaints and chuckled softly. "Don't worry. Little miss, I will be your translator." Anastasia sighed in defeat. That is not the problem. But when she saw the faces lighting up like stars and the fierce eyes in the knight's squad, the fragile defense inside her suddenly crumbled. She just could not hold back anymore. With no way out, Anastasia waved toward the crowd and mumbled a few words. Mikai, standing beside her, quickly translated, "Did you catch what the young lady said? The young lady wants everyone to win." The crowd shouted in unison, "Yes, we will give it everything we have got." Amid the cheers, Anastasia sighed deeply. This is exhausting. Before she could relax, Mikai leaned in and whispered, "Little lady, he chopped you up and asked if you want to say anything to him." Anastasia blinked. Confused, Mikai smiled and explained, "Because I am joining in too." Anastasia frowned. Instantly, her mind flashed to the image of Mikai standing among the towering knights. So he is planning to jump in and spar with those giants? Thinking back to the last kidnapping incident, she had to admit Lord's skills were way better than most of these knights. But man, the size difference. No way he can ignore that. Hope he is not hurting. He is only a 6-year-old kid. After all, while Anastasia worried, Mikai pouted. "You are not cheering for me. If you were me, I would definitely win." She sighed, exhausted. Suddenly, Anastasia's small hands grabbed Mikai's and pulled him close. "You do not know how fast they are." She looked up at him with wide eyes in a motherly tone. "Don't get hurt." Mikai laughed and translated himself. "Don't get hurt, that is more important than winning." Hearing that, Anastasia shot him a horrified look. Seeing her face, Mikai burst out laughing and gently set her down, clapping his hands confidently. He declared, "I gotta give it my all so you can see just how cool I am." His golden hair shimmered as he grinned, full of determination. "It is almost time. I gotta go, but I will be back. And hey, little lady, I will be super cool if I win. Right?" Anastasia stopped glaring at that smile, turned away, pretending not to hear a thing. Mikai chuckled. "Looks like the young lady's ignoring me again." Anastasia thought to herself, "I did not expect him to remember I said only my brother's cool, right when I was walking by. No less." She stopped to grumble. "Cool? Huh, my brother's way cooler," pointing at herself. Mikai denied. "No way. Kiddo's gotta be competitive. A loudspeaker cut through her thoughts, announcing, "All right, our tournament is about to begin." At the host's voice, Anastasia immediately turned toward the stage. "Looks like it is starting soon. Where's that host anyway? He just disappeared." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Lorentia? Anastasia?" Anastasia froze. Why's the host's voice coming from the arena floor? At the same time, a waving hand and a dazzling flourish caught her eye. Rogato, dressed in his knight's gear, wooden sword in hand, he waved at his two daughters, shouting, "Your knights will definitely win the prize." Anastasia was completely speechless. This is like a kid's match, right? Rogato waved enthusiastically from below the stage. "My precious girls, are you watching?" Shit. Standing in the crowd, she felt helpless. "Your knights are reckless. Standing there is dangerous." "Anastasia, come into my arms." Anastasia quietly grimaced, smirking. With this family around, no one looks cool, more like a bunch of spoiled brats. Soon after, servants arranged chairs in a cool, shady spot reserved for the Rogato family. Lorentia sat down, waving and cheering loudly. "Knights, you are the best. Laris got your back all the way." Seeing this, Rogato got even more pumped, blowing kisses to his daughters. "That is my girls. Just wait a sec." Anastasia smiled warmly in her brother Damian's comforting hug. The knights' participation was kinda weird, but she was curious about the battle. Judging by how the knights reacted and how the knights treated them, they definitely had mad skills. Still, it was hard to imagine. Down on the stage, Rogato raised both hands, beaming. "Come on, little one of mine." The flags fluttered in the breeze. The signal sounded. The referee declared, "Let the match begin." Everyone's eyes locked onto the arena, where the first battle between Rogato and Kin was about to unfold. The two stood facing each other, each gripping an identical wooden sword in hand. Rogato twisted his wrist and swung his sword toward his opponent, his voice low but dripping with confidence. "Well then, good luck," he said coolly, as if this was just another routine challenge. Rogato raised his sword, eyes cold and fierce, exuding a completely different energy than before. In that moment, Anastasia subtly shifted her stance. Her eyes widened as she watched her father from afar, silently thinking, "Wow, he looks totally different just from a distance. I can feel the threat." Exactly as Anastasia feared, Rogato was deadly serious, panic barely hidden on his opponent's face when met with Rogato's icy stare and commanding presence. In a flash, Rogato lunged forward, delivering razor-sharp strikes packed with raw power. His speed, strength, and defense had reached a level others could not even glimpse. He attacked while effortlessly coaching at the same time. It felt more like intense training than an actual duel. "Focus here. Watch this move," Rogato instructed calmly. "Yes, sir," came the dutiful reply. The power gap was so huge that Rogato had plenty of time to casually advise his opponent. "Put your weight on your lower body and keep your balance." Anastasia mused. Asterisk, is this a competition or just a practice session? At this skill level, it barely feels like a match. She guessed it would end quickly, and sure enough, in less than a minute, her opponent's wooden sword flew out of his hand. The crowd collectively held their breath as the sword slammed into the ground far away. He sighed heavily, admitting, "I lost." Defeated, he looked up at Rogato's proud grin. Rogato raised his arms triumphantly, beaming like a champ. "My silver medal, is not it cool?" Anastasia groaned, eyeing him with a headache. Asterisk, if he had not asked, I would have sworn he is just showing off. A loud announcement boomed. In the next match, Mikai would face a knight 10 years his senior. Mikai gripped his sword and squared off, likely aware of the size difference. As soon as the flag was raised, the elder knight quickly closed the distance and launched an attack, exploiting Mikai's momentary panic, disarming him, and winning the first round. Anastasia watched intently, thinking, asterisk, if this drags on, Mikai's definitely at a disadvantage. That knight's skills are on another level. But then she furrowed her brow, wondering, asterisk, is this luck or bad luck? Asterisk, Rogato chuckled beside her, looking at Mikai with excitement. He lifted his sword slightly. Show me what you have got, little knight. Anastasia's heart tightened. She whispered, asterisk, because the next opponent is Rogato himself. Standing before the towering Rogato, Mikai felt the crushing pressure suffocating him. His eyes widened with intense focus. Without hesitation, Mikai struck first, dashing forward like a purple lightning bolt, blindingly fast. Anastasia held her breath, eyes locked on the duel. Rogato's face stayed calm as ever, showing no sign of strain. Indeed, he looked completely relaxed. Damian nearby could not help but grin proudly. Our trainee is amazing. Huh. Anastasia nodded in agreement, while Lorentia beside her cheered. Keep it up. Watching the match, Anastasia realized Rogato knew he could not beat Mikai. But instead of giving up, he gave everything to keep up. Though exhausted, Mikai kept landing precise, powerful blows, his hand steady, his gaze unwavering. Anastasia was moved. This was the raw talent of a 6-year-old swordsman. He was determined to win, and maybe in 10 years, he would reach the level Rogato holds now. And in 20 years, he would become the greatest knight this continent has ever seen. Anastasia's eyes darkened. Asterisk, by then, I probably won't even be here. I doubt I will live past 20. Such a shame. So I have stopped training to avoid the heartbreak. She reflected on her past lives, how she taught many who wanted to grow stronger, regardless of age or status, but she never once saw her students reach their potential, because she died before witnessing it. Maybe they betrayed her. Yeah, a bunch of ungrateful people who never appreciated her heart. Anastasia sighed bitterly. Out of 10 she taught, 8 stabbed her in the back. 1 died young, and the last passed away after a long surgery. She smiled faintly to herself. Asterisk, my life's been full of chaos and setbacks, but habits, those really are something to fear. On the battlefield, Mikai fought fiercely, while Anastasia kept watching, analyzing each move, with a slight surge of power focused in her left shoulder. The foundation was rock solid, but sometimes she wasted unnecessary effort. Her control was exceptional, especially considering the sharp tip of the sword. It seems she had experience battling others back then. Innate talent fused with that body. The best move was to awaken the magic she once had and blend it seamlessly with her swordsmanship. She clenched her small hand tightly. Maybe she still wanted to leave something behind herself. Seeing her silent, focused little sister, she teased gently, poking her like a playful sibling. Anastasia really likes Mika. Huh. He's got to step up and show her his cool side. Anastasia panicked, shouting, "You have got it all wrong. It is a misunderstanding. Why on earth would I like that brat? I need to grow up fast." She fidgeted nervously, mumbling, "Not like that. Not like that. Cook more. Cook more. Cook more." She did not get the hint. Was she telling him he is cooler than Mika now? Anastasia tilted her head, looking at her brother. Why ask so straightforwardly? She smiled brightly. Well, lucky me then. If Mika heard that, would he be disappointed? Anastasia wondered. She gazed at her brother's easy smile, feeling that familiar flutter in her chest again. Memories of Lorentia and her screams flooded Anastasia's mind. This life, she wanted to live with her family. She just needed the motivation. She recalled a mysterious figure in a white cloak who appeared in her dreams. Since seeing the strange child in her dream, that feeling has tightened and urged her on ceaselessly. It made her greedy, desperate to stay longer with the ones she loves. To do that, first she must investigate this bitter child. The clash of swords rang coldly as Mika's wooden sword dropped to the ground. A small voice called out from the center of the arena. "I surrender." Anastasia's eyes widened. Mika Leventis had landed 2 sharp strikes but was knocked out in round 2. At that moment, Rogato was watching Mika and Ken. "You have come a long way, kid," Mika replied softly. "Thank you." Amid thunderous applause and admiring glances from the crowd, the final result was announced. As everyone expected, the martial arts tournament champion was Dad. Anastasia thought quietly and squeezed her sister Lorentia's hand tightly. The 3 siblings joined hands, carrying bouquets of fresh flowers, walking toward the stage where the winner stood proudly, softly kissing him. Dad, seeing his beloved children, his face lit up, voice tinged with tenderness. "My children," Lorentia rushed in his arms, hugging him tightly. "Dad, you are the best. Dad of Lara is the best." Rogato laughed happily. "That is my girl." "Really?" Anastasia also lifted her bouquet, babbling like a little kid. Rogato paused a moment, then gently bowed to accept the flowers from his youngest daughter, his face flushed with emotion. Then, Rogato wrapped his arms around all 3 children, his voice hoarse but full of joy. "This year, I am so happy my little ones are so full of love. Well, I have shown my sharp side to my beloved kids." The youngest chimed in, "You are not kids anymore." Lorentia smiled happily in their father's embrace. "Yes, Dad is the best." Mika nearby noticed Anastasia's awkward expression and whispered with a smile, "When will the little lady stop pretending she can't hear anything?" Rogato was still excited, carefree as always. "The tournament has had many twists. Next time, I will get even more blessings from you kids." From afar, Shitla saw this lively scene and could not hold back. She strode over and smacked her husband a few times. "Watch your face." The moment was sealed when Dad got 3 hits from Mom. But while laughter still filled the air, the surroundings around Anastasia blurred. A strange, faint voice echoed like a distant memory. "Master, I miss you deeply." At the tavern's dining table, amid smoke rising from sizzling grilled meat and the crisp scent of beer, the atmosphere buzzed with life. Because the Duke is the best, they even talked about Anastasia, the Duke Rogato's youngest daughter, wondering if the youngest is attending this year's festival. Interesting, is not it? While everyone was still eating, the faint, warm voice rose again, both a reminder and encouragement. After the April festival comes the busiest time for the farmers. This break won't last long. So eat up and fuel yourself for the work ahead no matter what. While eating, they chatted and speculated between the Duke and the lady. Who do you think the youngest daughter takes after more? What seemed like a casual question instantly grabbed everyone's attention in the tavern. The two were deep in conversation, and folks wondered if he had actually considered this instead of just eating. Honestly, who knows? I think she takes after the Duke more. With those sharp features, one argued. The other shot back. You can be sure this time will be different. Just then, the tavern door burst open. Everyone hurried inside, shouting, "The Duke's convoy is here. If you want to see, better head out quick." The people who were just chatting now locked eyes with glee. Every guest in the tavern shoved their way outside, desperate to catch a glimpse of the Duke's fierce procession, and most importantly, the face of Anastasia herself. Trying to watch outside, the restaurant owner groaned in frustration. "Where are you all going? What about the customers?" Outside, the crowd pushed and jostled for the best view, shouting, "Wait up! Hold on! Look over there!" The commanding voice rang out. "I told you, this time it is going to be unforgettable." And just like that, their wish came true. They finally saw the Duke's youngest daughter, in person a petite girl with jet black hair and eyes as red as rubies, a perfect copy of Lady Thetla. Anastasia excitedly recounted that after the procession, her father, in great spirits, provided plenty of meat and supplies to the people in their lands, even riding in the royal carriage himself. Rogato and his daughter Lorentia were thrilled. He laughed heartily, saying no way I would miss the festival my daughter put together for me. Meanwhile, her brother Damian and Anastasia both felt a bit awkward about all this. Anastasia sighed helplessly. "Makes sense though, as long as Dad's happy. That is all that matters. Lara's like a little princess." I kind of feel sorry for them both. The villagers were even more fired up, whispering amongst themselves, "This year's going to be the most productive yet. Only the Duke could keep an eye on us from season to season like this. With such a kind-hearted leader, no doubt the young lady will grow up to be absolutely lovable." Hearing the praise and excitement, Anastasia thought quietly, "This is pretty interesting." Someone in the crowd shouted, "Of course. Where else would you find a cuter little lady than the Duke's daughter?" Anastasia glanced at Rogato, who was cheerfully accepting flowers from a villager, thinking to herself, "I have never seen a Duke so involved with his people before." His smile lit up the entire crowd. After this festival, the Duke had solved many problems that wore down the villagers. At the feast table, the aroma of grilled meat and food filled the air. Anastasia reflected that for many reasons, the Duke had truly fulfilled his people's needs. That is why everyone was so happy. It had been a long time since she had seen a leader so worthy of respect. She closed her eyes, lost in thought. If I were the leader, they might never see me unless I went out alone. Deep in her thoughts, suddenly a bouquet of white and yellow flowers was handed to her. Anastasia blinked in surprise. Flowers. Lancelot appeared with a bright smile, handing the flowers over. "These are for Lady Thetla. This little girl wanted to give them to you." Anastasia wondered silently. Isn't he supposed to be resting after the night's tournament? Why is he here? Thetla smiled as she received the bouquet. "Oh my. These are beautiful. Thank you so much." Anastasia stammered a quiet thanks, and Lancelot replied modestly, "It is just my duty." Thetla urged, "You should go rest now." Hearing this, Lancelot scratched his head awkwardly. "My lady, if I rest too long, I start feeling restless," Anastasia observed quietly, thinking, "This Duke's knight is so loyal. Back when I was a knight in my past life, I never acted like this." She nestled into Thetla's arms and whispered softly, "As long as you do not betray and protect your master well, that is all that matters." Then, fragments of memories began flooding back. "If I show my skills, whether noble or king, no matter how terrifying their power, they will still want me by their side." Anastasia closed her eyes, recalling someone who always watched over her, begging her not to die even if it was for selfish reasons. Shattered memories drifted through her mind, the image of a girl who once asked Anastasia, "If you die, who will protect me?" Back then, Anastasia replied, "If I do not die, it will be the princess who loses her life. Is that okay?" The princess stammered, "But I am so scared." Anastasia smiled gently. "Don't worry, the princess will live well even without me." Anastasia reminisced this mischievous little princess, only 10 years old. "And honestly, I kind of have a soft spot for her," she quietly wondered. "Even though I cast so many protective spells on her before I died, will the princess really be safe growing up?" Anastasia gripped the bouquet tight. "Strangely, until now, I have never thought about anything like this before," she whispered, voice choking amid the chaos of her thoughts. "Why, in the moment just before death, do the faces of those I care about suddenly appear?" Anastasia stared into empty space. "It does not matter. It is just a memory, best not to let it mess with my future." She seriously considered, "Maybe I can start using my power sooner than I thought. I gotta be patient and hold back. Just as Anastasia was plotting her next move, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Why so serious? Baby, I already crushed the first round. You think I am cool, or what? Anastasia sighed. Mikai's surprise arrival made her drop her milk bottle. She muttered, when did he get here? Mikai tilted his head, grinning at Anastasia. What do I gotta do so you will say I am as cool as your big brother? I had to train hard to master baby skills. You know, Anastasia sighed in disbelief. You actually practiced those skills. Quick as a flash, Mikai caught the bottle and handed it back. Here you go. He smirked and teased. Babies are still babies, hold it tight or it will drop. Mikai smiled, trying to coax her. Besides, I want to hear you say I am cool. If I beat the prince, you will say it, right? Faced with his charm offensive, Anastasia turned her face away. She thought to herself, if you had not said that, I probably would be complimented you already. You are really something else. Time flew by fast. The post-festival party wrapped up smoothly, and before she knew it, May was almost over. In the study, the steward spoke softly. Madam, it is already midnight. Please get some rest. She kept writing her journal. You go ahead. Once I finish, I will hit the sack. Muttering as she wrote, you know how busy this month has been. The kids are growing so fast. If I do not write it down, I will regret it. The steward smiled knowingly. I will prepare some chamomile tea for you then, she whispered. Thanks, and so, the mother as diary continued, each line brimming with love. Those loving words slowly appeared. May 5th. Lorentia's birthday. She was overjoyed to get a pink cake that matched her hair, her little face so adorable. May 14th. Anastasia's bottom front teeth finally came in. How tiny and sweet. The servants brought some toys, eagerly watching over their little darling. Honestly, should I mention how confused the baby looks? And today, May 31st, Anastasia finally climbed onto the sofa. So we threw a little party to celebrate since I could not witness it firsthand. Writing this, I sipped chamomile tea and exhaled softly. Anastasia's almost 11 months old. How does she grow so fast? She sighed with bittersweet affection, wishing she would slow down just a bit. In the cozy room, little Anastasia slept soundly, then suddenly blinked awake. Gazing toward the ceiling, she quietly sat up, noticing the maid still dozing in her chair. Perfect, just as I thought. She is out cold. Anastasia smiled to herself, thinking, just like when I learned to crawl. But I did not expect them to celebrate me for climbing the sofa, marking this milestone the day the baby learned to climb the sofa. Everything in this family feels so fresh and new. Looking at the maid, she smiled softly, feeling lighter inside. Somehow, I believe things will be easier than planned. The maid had nodded off in the chair, exhausted from preparing the party. In the rainy morning light, a soft blue glow surrounded the tiny figure, her red eyes burning with fierce determination. Her black hair swirled in the wind as Anastasia raised her hand, her clear yet powerful voice ringing out. All right, I am ready to reclaim my strength. A burst of light exploded from her small hand. Tearing through the space, a brilliant blue glow appeared. The radiant blue light blazed through the silent night, piercing the tall window of the secluded room. Amidst the dark trees surrounding them, the window shone with magical light, casting eerie waves over the pitch-black sky. From within that glow, a massive pair of golden feathered wings slowly unfurled. Each feather fluttered gently down like a gift from the heavens. Bathed in golden spotlight, a tiny figure emerged, long tail flicking, claws slicing the air like a dance, voice ringing sweet and sharp from somewhere. The Demon King. Choco dove straight into Anastasia's arms. I missed you so much. Anastasia's voice echoed. Long time no see, my trusty info gatherer. Choco. Choco stared at Anastasia, howling like he would been abandoned since the dawn of time. I have been waiting for you for a full 20 years. Demon King, you do not want to see me? I missed you so much. Demon King, I think about you every time I stare at the sky. Do you even know how lonely I have been? Anastasia quickly covered her ears, thinking, asterisk, if I say I do not want to see him because he is too much, he will totally freak out. She sighed, realizing she had one special power. She could rewind memories from her past lives. The image of Choco flashed in Anastasia's mind. She would met him in the 13th life, when she was the Demon King. Anastasia recalled the past, in the shadowy depths of the underworld, where dim light from a magic lamp spilled over cold, cracked walls. That one person silently stood. He was her trusted info assistant, the one who'd been with her through every crazy chapter. Choco asked curiously, Demon King, why do you call me Choco anyway? Anastasia's voice echoed in the silent air. Because you are like my favorite chocolate, and if I eat it, I would probably get a massive sugar rush. And in the 99th chapter, everything was such a mess. 20 years wasted doing nothing, not even gathering intel. Choco jumped up on Anastasia's head, whining adorably. Demon King, why won't you pet me? Anastasia sighed helplessly. You are so cute, Choco, but I can pet you if you are sitting on my head. Looking at Choco, Anastasia thought, despite my own struggles, this little chatterbox must have been lonely as hell. She stroked her beloved dog gently. He was the only one she could share her long, painful past with, and the one who kept her heart tied up. Anastasia called softly, Choco, and he replied, yes, Demon King. Anastasia whispered, someone has been sneaking into my dreams. The moment Choco heard that, he shot up, barking, wait, the Demon King's dreams. Choco circled the dark room anxiously, growling low, is this a nightmare? Hell itself, he asked cautiously, eyes darting, while Anastasia rolled her eyes. It is just a normal place, you look like a three-headed dog. Choco pounded his chest, muttering, who dares invade the Demon King's dreams? Choco's about to lose it, so all I gotta do is track down that damned intruder. Right? Anastasia nodded. Exactly. And I want you to gather more info on this world too. Suddenly, Choco asked, why? Under the quiet sunset, Choco's paws hit the cold ground, eyes brimming with tears as he looked at the once undefeated Demon King lying still. Demon King, you said you would not live a hard life anymore. Didn't you promise me you would live comfortably? That was a promise made to Choco 100 years ago, that the Demon King would never endure hardship again. Inside the dark room, heavy curtains blocking all light, a child screamed in terror, while two women chased in panic, the air thick as if warning of an impending disaster. Choco sat alone in the shadows. That promise was the only hope he clung to for 20 years. Even if he never saw the Demon King, he did not mind. A flashback of a little girl clutching her head appeared in his memory. Choco hated this every time the Demon King suffered, and everyone got saved. Choco hated it. Anastasia looked at Choco carefully. He was hurting for her, but she honestly did not care one bit. She would face betrayal in past lives and fought tooth and nail just to survive. Her thoughts drifted to the Rogado noble family, who had given her unconditional love without asking for anything in return. Should she call it compensation for the past 11 months? She vowed to protect them till her last breath. Anastasia gently hugged Choco. I do this because it is what I need to do right now. Choco sniffled. You always say that. Anastasia continued. Next time, you can just stand there with your arms crossed. But this time, I need you. Choco's eyes widened. Really? Anastasia smiled. Really? That is exactly what I want. So I want you to help me with this. Choco flapped her wings hard. I got it now. Choco's the Demon King's right hand, so she will listen, obey, and serve. Under the dim light, she shot across the night sky, beginning her mission. Then, Choco brought back a map. From the intel she gathered, this world has an empire with 2 kingdoms, holy lands, divine powers, empires, magic, kingdoms, alliances. The empire treads carefully. My family's got big and small nations, plus some lands where the Golden Wind rules as king. Anastasia paused, her voice glowing amid the thick magical aura, like recounting an ancient truth. A familiar world, born from those wielding divine power and magic, flickering faint light between 2 figures back to back, one, a paladin praying in light, the other, a mage raising a magical orb. Opposites, yet inseparable like light and shadow, a place where inner strength does not exist. In a world where magic and divine power rarely coexist peacefully, there is a strange kingdom that defies all rules. Her voice slowed, glowing amid flickering flames. This kingdom belongs to my family, rumored to be a land of intrigue. The Duchy of Enderbling recognizes both magic and divine power. Maybe that is why they say there is a magic tower near the Duke's domain, a tower in a kingdom, not the empire famous for magic. The investigation is ongoing because the empire aims to control the entire continent. The existence of that magic tower is crucial. Surely some secrets are still hidden beneath. While being fed by her servant, Anastasia quietly thought there was a reason she was not quite at ease. Meanwhile, Choco sat on the bed, looking gloomy. Sorry, Demon King, I could not find anything else besides relying on Choco. I have tried digging up info on the intruder, but came up empty. Anastasia sighed. I want to explore the empire now, but my power limits me to investigating only within the kingdom. She kept eating, chewing and thinking, maybe there is no intruder anymore. Choco just keeps gathering useful info from me. The servant continued feeding her bite by bite. Here you go, Milady. Anastasia accepted the food, still lost in thought. Dunny worry too much. My mom told me that. Anastasia silently vowed. Lately, she had been working hard to grow up, fast walking, climbing onto the couch, practicing pronunciation, and more not like those kids who just love being pampered. Thanks to her mom, that made her mom's head hurt from all Anastasia's hustle. My little girl just wears me out, she said, watching Anastasia buried in books all day. She sighed, then gently tapped Anastasia's nose. I just want you to grow up strong. I hope you will be my baby for a long time. That simple line eased Anastasia's worries. Thanks, Mom, for calming me down, she thought. Maybe Mom truly understands her. Things have been better these past 2 months, so she feels confident it will stay that way. Choco, nearby, sensed Anastasia's comfort and quietly rejoiced. This was the first time she would seen the Demon King so relaxed. No doubt the Demon King is the best, and Choco is the most important to the Demon King. Right after saying that, she jumped adorably onto the head of the maid, making Anastasia burst out laughing. The maid, thrilled to see her lady laugh, exclaimed, "Oh wow, Miss Anastasia is laughing because of her baby feeding skills." Watching the happy maid, Anastasia thought, the reason I am smiling is because Choco's just too cute. What am I going to do? I have been training her since the festival. Choco noticed the maid's reaction and wondered, what is up with her? Anastasia whispered, just let her be. It is a misunderstanding that does not need fixing. Soft light slipped through the archway, falling on Anastasia's gilded cloak in the stillness. A tiny winged dog quietly fluttered by like it did not exist, while Anastasia's whisper echoed from deep inside her mind. Choco, in her true form, visible only to her own eyes. I told him to always be careful, but even the wizards do not sense his presence. Anastasia caught herself. So the good news is Choco can safely stay by my side. The bad news, I am the only one who hears all this noise. Choco covered her mouth with both paws, mumbling, she is kinda weird. Anastasia whispered back, it is supposed to be like this. Just then, Mika sat up and asked, hey kid, since when did you get a little winged dog? Anastasia blinked. No way. How did she see that? She is panicking. Choco, just turned into a teddy bear already. Anastasia wonders, if even a witch can notice it, how on earth can he see it? She turns her face away, pretending she does not see a thing. Mika, seeing Anastasia silent, shifts his attention to Choco like, you are a teddy bear now, just as Mika's hand is about to touch Choco. Anastasia panics, desperately trying to divert his attention. She does not even know how he can see it, but there's no way she is letting him touch it. Mika turns to Anastasia. Is this a teddy bear? With no choice, she hints at it. She looks at Anastasia eagerly and asks, you into these kinds of teddy bears? What about one that looks at you every night? I have given you stuff like that before, and you did not like it. Faced with Mika's nonstop questions, Anastasia just sighs it off. Mika's words hit without warning, light and casual, yet straight to the heart. It is not the kind she likes. Choco droops his ears and slumps down. His eyes blink repeatedly, like he just got doused with ice-cold water. The Demon King, huh? Suddenly, Mika asks, what do you think about a red dress? Anastasia is confused why the sudden switch to dresses. Mika smiles, confidently watching her. You do not like ruby. Huh, I like it because it is just like your eyes. Anastasia freezes, speechless. She turns her face away, thinking, he is going to make a scene if I answer him. Her instincts are screaming at her. Behind her, seeing Anastasia turn away clutching the golden ball, Mika quietly follows, unable to take a step away. What now? She keeps rambling like a broken radio. I thought you would like this. How about a yellow plush chick? Girls always say they love yellow. Anastasia's at her wit's end. I am not starving here, but he just keeps firing off like a radio station. She rushes over to Choco lying still on the ground, unable to believe the info she just got. It is info from a conversation, paired with Mika's cold expression. I am not interested. Choco collected this conversation and brought it back for Anastasia to see. In that moment, Mika looked icy, eyes always staring blankly like a wooden plank. But now, Mika smiling, raising a finger to ask, what do you think about having a piece of jewelry just for yourself? A kid lost in her own world, silent and distant from everyone around her. Mika Lavendis, as he once said, could walk at just a month old, but could not speak a word even at 1 year. His family and the doctor were deeply worried. Three quietly followed a young doctor rushing with a medical bag, a monk in pale robes, an old man with a cane, and a nun carrying a lantern to light the way. Anastasia whispered, they say they called in a famous priest and a doctor to make sure nothing was wrong. But he is not the only one in his family like this. Little Mika was always absorbed in his books, making his mother sigh deeply. Thankfully, he finally spoke his first words soon after. Mika called out, Mom, Dad, that is what he said. Rumors about Mika's family spread slowly, along with whispers that the noble house was shaken by this sudden event. Mika still lived in his own world, but after the incident, he became known for only speaking when necessary until a tragedy hit 2 years ago, and Mika called out in despair, Mom, Dad, It is said that after his parents' death, he grew even quieter. The Duke Levendis entrusted Mika. Maybe that is why he sent him to our duchy. Rogato ruffles his hair because he is the obvious heir now. The image of two kids smiling happily appears. Surrounded by friendly adults and peers their age, this gave him time to live like other kids. To be a kid without lacking love or personality. There is something between Mika and Anastasia's sister. But strangely, he seems really awkward around her. Lorentia, with pink hair and an adorable face. Is Anastasia's sister very outgoing? I figure Mika should be able to make friends with her easily. Mika once told Anastasia he did not talk much when he first arrived, probably just shy. Her eyes flickered with worry, and she said he did not really know much apparently. There is just too little info. Anastasia cradled the ball, thinking to herself, anyway, I heard he barely says a word. She felt helpless watching the man sitting there lost in thought. But how the heck did he end up here rattling off like that? Suddenly, Mika shouted, "Hey kid," he plopped down, arms crossed. Right now, I really want to hear you tell me I am cool, and I want to see that bright smile of yours. Can you do that for me? Seeing his tough act, Anastasia stayed on guard. First off, if he is trying to trick me with some gift, I am saying no. What exactly do you want me to help with? Mika, head tilted, voice calm but eyes hiding a spark of care, said, your birthday's coming up. I am wondering what kind of present I should get you. What do you think? That question lit Anastasia up. My birthday. Images of the Rogato family flashed through her mind. Got it. I am the youngest in this family, and it has been almost a year now. Just 1 year. I feel like all this time has just slipped away. Thinking about her birthday, Anastasia's face fell into worry again. Each life she has lived barely hits 20 years, like a curse. So every year that passes feels like precious time wasted. Lost in thought, a servant appeared, waving a hand. Little miss, it is time for a snack. Come on in. Anastasia stepped toward the servant, Mikai clutching the golden ball trailing behind. The servant came closer and asked, isn't he Miss Lorentia supposed to come today too? Mikai looked confused. She is not coming here. Lorentia whispered, puzzled. That is weird. I told Miss Lorentia to call them in early. Meanwhile, Lorentia's silent figure stood behind a tree. Flashback to earlier when the maid asked Lorentia to find Anastasia in the garden. Miss Lara, the little miss is playing in the garden. Could you bring her in for a snack? Lorentia was cheerful. Sure, I can do that. The little girl skipped off, mumbling, snack time for Sasa and Lara. But just as she stepped onto the final stairs leading to the garden, she suddenly stopped, not moving forward. Lorentia's eyes widened in shock at what she saw. Right in front of her was Mihai teasing Anastasia. Mikai's usual cold expression was replaced by a playful, joyful smile when facing Anastasia, so different from his usual icy demeanor. The first time Lorentia met Mikai, she waved excitedly. Wanna play? Lara here, but Mikai's cold, indifferent voice cut through. Mikai? Leventis family's hair. Without a glance back, Mikai walked off. I do not wanna. I've got class. There you go. Lorentia muttered. Frustrated, many times after, Lorentia tried hard to introduce herself to Mikai. Please call me Lara, but Mikai ignored her completely, always addressing her formally. Miss Lorentia. Before Lorentia could reply, Mikai would coldly walk away. Anastasia whispered as if concluding. Days passed with each person's feelings and worries piling up. Time kept slipping by, and before anyone noticed, Anastasia woke up to the morning of July 3rd. Her very first birthday. She opened her eyes to greet the new day, birds chirping wildly, vibrant green leaves swaying outside the window. Little Anastasia's eyes were filled with disappointment. Last summer, I started my 100th life with nothing but despair. What should I say now? Even though the maids were dressing her up and doing her makeup, she could not stop thinking. Excited? Is it okay to feel this way? Anastasia whispered. Today's my birthday. Staring at herself in the mirror. It is hard to believe how long it has been since I last saw this no one looking after me. And I did not even try to care for myself. Memories flooded back. Every past birthday felt like a countdown to doom. Like I was just barely surviving. Anastasia stood in a pink dress, looking around. But now, something felt different. Even I was surprised. She thought, instead of drowning in negativity, I actually feel pretty happy. It is like the emotions I buried long ago are finally waking up again. Maybe just hearing happy birthday from my family is enough to fill this heart of mine. Anastasia pondered. So she thought, the heart of that leg glowed golden. Come here. Anastasia, our hero wonders, which dress should she wear today? Anastasia was stunned by the beautiful and lovely party dresses. She asked, what is with all these outfits? Illa hesitated but explained. Anastasia, this is a very important party. From what you understand, It is like holding on to something in your first lifetime. Anastasia recalled the first lifetime custom, then remembered she had held a spool of thread but died before turning 20, but she was not sure if she remembered correctly. Wait, she would lived almost 2,000 years, right? Whatever. She did not like it anyway. Vetla continued, they say the dress you picked for your first birthday decides your future companion. She bowed her head to Anastasia, her voice gentle. This companion could be your husband, a colleague, or maybe a friend. So when you were little, I chose a pink dress with an emerald brooch. Pink dress and emerald. Here it is, Anastasia exclaimed. Dad. Her reaction touched Vetla, who clasped her hands with a smile. Just as your mother thought, my daughter as sharp as a tack, and your father became my companion. She stroked Anastasia's hair and said, back then, he was the one I trusted and loved above everything else. And I gave birth to this stunning daughter of ours. Vetla smiled softly, one hand resting lightly on the dress rack. Anastasia, the first dress you choose will surely bring you a trustworthy companion for the rest of your life. Anastasia stared at the dresses, her mind swirling with thoughts. In another life, if someone told her this, she would not have believed it. She certainly would not have been that lucky, but she gently reached out to pick a dress. When her mother said that, somehow it made her feel like she could predict what was coming, even if it was just a moment. Even though she knew these feelings were not rational, she still thought it. Seeing Anastasia finish choosing, Vetla gasped in surprise. Oh my god. Anastasia focused on the dress she would oddly chosen. What is this? I thought it was white. That dress shimmered with dazzling colors, like light dancing on fabric. Emerald, amber, ruby, amethyst, pink sapphire, and diamond trims. Even the waistband was decorated a simple dress, but decked out in brilliance. Anastasia hugged the dress, quietly thinking it felt like she could see her mother's thoughts about her. Vetla's style, graceful and charming, in soft pink and purple. Anastasia whispered, maybe mom wants me to have a trustworthy companion. She smiled at the dress. Inhaling deeply, there was a familiar scent. Her voice echoed through lifetimes. Maybe she had despaired, because she lived through so many, but here was a hope she never dared to dream of. Clutching the dress, Anastasia felt her mother's blessings surround her. Now, Anastasia wore that pure white, radiant dress, the one she had chosen earlier. 12 months since she began living in this mansion. Anastasia's eyes scanned the lively party scene. Since her very first birthday, she was not surprised by any celebration anymore. She was prepared. But still, her gaze drifted past glittering chandeliers to sparkling ribbons in every color. Then it stopped at a giant crystal statue holding an emerald. Anastasia gasped. What is this? She looked up at the colossal statue towering above her neck. This family was beyond imagination. Where on earth did they get this? Mikai's cheerful greeting rang out. Hello, young lady. Anastasia sighed, recognizing a familiar ruby hem. Thinking that, she quickly turned away. Gotta go somewhere else. Mikai hurried after her. Done to you like it. Anastasia looked up at the towering cake, a masterpiece reaching the top floor. What is that red sparkle on the cake's peak? That is me. The dazzling decorations made Anastasia feel like she would stepped into a dream. Her birthday, surrounded by the most beautiful things. It felt unreal. Rogato's deep voice called out. The whole family's waiting up ahead. Come on. Anastasia, in a dress straight out of a fairy tale. Anastasia hurried toward her family. Rogato gently cradled his little girl and whispered, I truly hope you have a joyful birthday. Anastasia, around them, the maids, knights, and doctors were all moved. Take good care of the young lady. Happy very first birthday. Miss, time flies so fast. I do not even know how to thank fate for letting me spend this whole past year by your side. A maid stepped forward politely and asked, this is the dress chosen especially for you today? My lady, she spoke from the heart. Just like that dress, surely. Wonderful connections await you. Anastasia blinked in surprise. Just like before, her tiny hand suddenly clenched. Her dad must be rewarding her with a kiss. In that warm atmosphere, Anastasia's voice rose, tinged with both curiosity and emotion. Is there really a reason for all this? Everyone looks so sincere about the Duke, she whispered softly. Then it was time to share her heartfelt wishes. Anastasia told herself, I have been woven right into the threads that bind us here. Didn't I realize that before? She shook her head, beaming bright as she babbled. Thank you. Thank you all so much. Every wish, every glance, every gift seemed to awaken a magical feeling beyond words. This first birthday party in her life was filled with extraordinary delights. An array of different fruits laid out just for her to try. The renowned royal orchestra played soft, enchanting melodies, and countless other unfamiliar customs carefully performed before her. This fruit was sent from the southern province to celebrate her birthday. The southern province gifted this fruit, And here is another sent by Lady Bai from the northern province. Anastasia thought to herself, I thought I would seen every kind of party, but this one, where I am the star, is truly different. Even though I am home, I still feel so out of place. Rogato seemed to notice her unease and stepped forward gently. Our little princess. Anastasia. He extended his hand toward her. Would your dad be honored to share your very first dance? Anastasia hesitated. Dancing with a 1-year-old is kind of weird, but she nodded anyway. Father and daughter strolled together in the center of the party hall. The musicians shifted to a tender, emotional tune. Suddenly, Rogato dropped to one knee before Anastasia. Now their eyes met at the same level, and Rogato gently took her tiny hand in his. Anastasia blushed. I see it now. Dad's looking right into my eyes. The sweet melody floated through the air as Anastasia's chosen dress fluttered in the breeze. It felt so magical as her father lifted her high into the air. Rogato beamed. Our little princess is dancing now. Anastasia giggled softly, thinking, is not all I am really doing just holding Dad's hand. Rogato chuckled. Because you are my daughter, of course you will dance beautifully. She thought to herself, as long as Dad's happy, that is all that matters. Lorentia stretched out her hand. Lara too. Lara wants to dance with you. Come on. Hold hands. But Tech said, Dad, I want to dance with the little sister too, so please do not hog her. Dad, Mai stood nearby, eyes half closed, sighing. I want to dance with the little lady too. Rogato thought, looks like I am gonna have to fight for my daughter's little hand. So he looked at the man opposite him and said, since today you do not want to hold my hand, maybe I will have to dance with someone else then. Rogato panicked. No way. The lady has got to hold my hand. Lorentia smiled brightly. Bring it on. Mom's got this. Rogato let go of Anastasia's hand as Damian and Lorentia rushed in to grab it. Let me dance with her. Please. Damian smiled, pleading. Lorentia, slow down a bit. Anastasia's still a baby, but since you are the big sister, you can take it easy. Meanwhile, the talented musicians switched up the tunes once again. Everyone danced to the music until Lorentia suddenly recognized the familiar tune. It was the song she sang last year. Wait. Lorentia. Anastasia gasped. Her strength is seriously incredible. Anastasia sighed, then took a breath just as Mikai's familiar voice rang out. Little miss, will you dance with me? Anastasia's eyes sparkled. Oh, and do not forget this guy too. The party guests began mingling and dancing together. Anastasia, with her black hair and fiery red eyes in a dazzling dress, faced off with Mikai, whose golden blonde hair and violet eyes shone like stars. Over here, Rogato and Thatla swayed gently to the music, while the reluctant Damian was dragged into childhood rhythms by Laurentius' insistence. This was the dance he used to know as a kid. Suddenly, Anastasia smiled and Mikai caught that smile. Hey kiddo, you are smiling. Anastasia denied it. No way. Mikai looked at her. I swear I saw you smile. She shook her head softly. Nope. As they danced, Mikai whispered, then I will practice harder so I can dance well enough to make you smile every time. Anastasia glanced at him, thinking, that guy really does not know when to quit. She smiled, though his stubbornness could be annoying. She did not hate it. Mikai took Anastasia's hand, like family holding hands and dancing together. Her family gathered close like a reunion. Even though the party ended in the afternoon, her parents let the servants enjoy themselves until evening. Lorentia is so excited. Rogato's voice was soft in the distance. She just ran off. Really? Dad did not see. Because of that, the whole family spent the evening together like a reunion. Lorentia pulled Anastasia into a hug. Lara's your sister, so she will take care of you. But would not it be better if you held hands and walked with your brother and sister? Anastasia blushed. I would love that, she said, as countless precious moments flashed by, leaving behind warm, loving memories. Looking back, the year flew by in the blink of an eye. His eyes softened as he looked at Damian. Is that so? Damian closed his eyes, his voice faint but warm. Mom, I am sleepy now. Anastasia's voice was soft and gentle. Though there were still worries, they quickly grew used to this warmth. Let us go to sleep, she whispered, knowing she wanted to cherish and savor every day here. Rogato cradled little Anastasia. Tonight, I will put you to bed. Anastasia. The warm embrace and gentle pats made Anastasia close her eyes every time like this. She let her guard down. She whispered, if this keeps up, for some reason, it feels uncomfortable. Then suddenly, the kid hidden in the white cloak appeared again. Hello. Anastasia opened her eyes. That jerk's back. Feeling the echo of her words deep in her mind, he chuckled. Damn it. Damn it. That sting is sharp. A radiant light descended from the void, tearing through the swirling darkness like a stage curtain. He stretched out his hand, his white shirt billowing. silver hair slipping out from under his hood. His voice was soft like the wind, carrying a haunting edge. "Don't you remember me? After all this time." This door finally opened wide. "I thought you were calling me." Anastasia frowned. "I never called you." "Who exactly are you?" He kept laughing, his body glowing with a ghostly white light. "You forgot me already. That is kinda disappointing." His small foot touched the lake's surface. In an instant, it transformed into a mature one. "So then," he placed his hand on his chest. "How about this form? You should know me now." In a flash, he morphed into a tall young man, dressed in a crisp white shirt, his long silver hair falling to reveal sharp eyes. Anastasia blinked, stunned even subconsciously. It was incredible how freely he could shift shapes. How powerful must he be? "I have no clue what tricks he is playing," she thought. Seeing her shock, he smirked and said, "Should I show you another form?" Anastasia stared down at her hands in disbelief. In the dim space, a pale purple light swirled like the fading remnants of an old memory. A girl with long hair, wearing a faded green pleated skirt and a light jacket. Her eyes widened, reflecting something both familiar and strange. Anastasia slowly reached out, whispering to herself, "This was me in my first life." Shocked by the sudden change, Anastasia could not hold back. "How do you know this form of mine?" He grinned triumphantly. "I can easily recreate at least one of your past forms, because I am the only one who truly knows you." Suddenly, he turned his back and walked across the glassy lake. "It is almost time. Sorry for being rude last time. When will you visit me again?" He smiled with delight. "I will be waiting." Anastasia, still in her first life form, softly asked, "What did you just say?" But he did not answer, just snapped his fingers, making shimmering droplets dissolve into the air. The crazy bastard sighed. Damn it. My head's pounding like a hammer. This dream rescue is seriously a nightmare." Looking at her maid beside her, Anastasia sighed under her breath. "Seems like this rescue mission will wrap up tonight." Her maid, still sound asleep. She recalled every detail, frowning slightly. "But hey, that guy did call my name, right?" In the void, a sharp light cut through the night. A young girl in a school uniform walked quietly, her hair fluttering with each step. Her hair whipped in the wind, the scene like an old memory playing in slow motion inside a dream. Anastasia's voice echoed softly, like a whispered ghost, just as I was about to wake. Even though his voice was faint and dreamlike, after a whole month of silence, I whispered, "It is definitely my name from the first life." Anastasia closed her tired eyes. "I can let this slip from my mind, but the fever's making me lose focus." She strained to summon help. "Choco, light up, show me where that intruder in my dream is." Anastasia closed her eyes and commanded, "Find that guy who invaded my dream." Choco bowed her head. "Leave it to me. I will find him soon so you can rest." Anastasia clutched the blanket tight, her thoughts shattering. "I really can't take this anymore. Yeah, I am about to pass out, so come find me again soon. This time, I will truly leave the door wide open. I still have so many questions for you." Time flew by fast. 2 weeks later, Anastasia sat on a pale pink round rug embroidered with delicate floral patterns. Her voice rose in frustration. "That traitorous bastard has zero respect for order or decency." Anastasia whispered. "I tried to let go and stay alert, but he never showed up." She remembered a figure wearing a white jacket, hair messy and eyes hidden. Grinning slyly, her voice echoed, "Thanks to someone's curse, I caught a high fever and my whole system crashed. Do you know how hard it is to deal with my crying fits?" Anastasia's voice softened, steady like a reminder. "Stay calm and handle this. First things first, he is a reincarnated soul just like me," she continued, her thoughts sharp as she leaned in. "Besides, he might be someone who has been reincarnated longer than me. If I can gather more power, it will be way easier to track down and recreate the image of my first life." Anastasia clenched her fists not out of fear, but because a new, clear goal just flashed in her mind. "That also explains why he knows me so well. If I met someone reincarnated like me, I would want to get close to them too." She placed her hand on the B pen in front of her, whispering, "But what if he is not a reincarnated soul?" From nothingness, a sacred light poured down, enveloping the figure in a white robe. Behind him, radiant wings spread, stunning yet unsettling. In his hand, the B pen lay still. His eyes were shut tight, sleeping in a nightmare with no escape, and Anastasia was his key. "Second, he is the one who caused my reincarnation." Her voice turned icy, like a god's wrath. Anastasia's bloodshot eyes did not blink once. Her words dropped heavy. "Then he should not claim to understand me. He is nothing but an enemy." She sat there, eyes locked on the two B pens, silently pondering. Yet, she was not even sure if the second scenario was true. Then why would he come to see me right now? Like a bolt from the blue, a while Lara surged the Demon King. Anastasia quickly asked, "Wolf, have you found him yet?" But instead of the answer she hoped for, the wolf just looked downcast. I am so— Your Majesty, I still can't figure out who he is. Anastasia did not scold him. She gently reached out to stroke the wolf's head. What about anything else? Did you find his location? The wolf perked up and replied excitedly. Of course. If you gave me the lead and I could not find him, I would be too ashamed to show my face again. Standing at the mountain's edge, the wolf spread his brown wings wide. The wind tangled his fur, but his eyes shone with unwavering faith and fierce determination. He is a tough one, with a faint scent of musk, but he has worked hard. He even crossed an entire mountain range. Anastasia thought, raising her brow slightly. Crossed the mountain range? She asked. He lifted his head. His eyes were still bright but now lowered in thought, as if recalling something. He was so different from the pure, dazzling magical power of the Demon King. Before Anastasia, a dark gate appeared, glowing with eerie purple light, a shadowy, intricate black crown hovering ominously. The information the wolf brought about the Asian Empire was chilling, a magical power unlike any other. At the heart of a brutal battle for continental domination, weapons harnessing magic, and the damnable chaos it brought, Anastasia slowly turned her head to the wolf, staring at the hollow creature before her, eyes distant as if lost in a whole year's worth of memories. Her fate had grown dim, but she would never forgotten it. The apocalypse was coming to the world she was born into. She clenched her fists tightly, voice firm and resolute. She could not help but suspect the Asian Empire was the root cause of the destruction closing in. Our kingdom is one of their targets. I need to be ready. Anastasia stood tall, her voice ringing clear, sharp, and decisive, not just to prevent destruction, but to protect her family's everyday life until the very last moment. She told herself this with clenched hands, because it was the only way to repay the care she would received. Suddenly, the door slammed open. Lorentia appeared, pale with panic, her little face grown serious. Lorentia, what is wrong? Tell me. Panic plastered across Lorentia's face. Anastasia's expression hardened. Could this really be the sign of the apocalypse? She hesitated, then quickly regained her composure. She was not ready yet. First, she needed to follow and assess the situation. Anastasia ran after her sister, worry etched across her face. Minutes later, helplessness washed over her as she realized the weight of it all. Lorentia was struggling to stuff herself into the carriage, while the others hovered anxiously nearby. Lorentia laughed loudly, trying to lighten the mood like a true family strategist, making everyone else smile except Anastasia, who stayed silent. Roghetto laughed heartily. The boss picked a spot we have not been to in 2 years. Remember this place? You have forgotten. No way. Lorentia's eyes crinkled with laughter. Lara does not remember a thing, she teased. Anastasia sighed, but the family's joy was contagious. She was the only one tense as always. She blinked, ruby eyes sparkling with curiosity. After all, a family trip like this, even in my first life, I would only heard about it in stories. Roghetto looked out the carriage window, raising his voice. Kids, we are almost there. Look ahead. Lara hesitated, then asked softly, noticing the silence in Anastasia's lap. Anastasia, want to enjoy the view? She nodded eagerly. She gently lifted Anastasia to the window so she could soak in the passing scenery. Careful. Do not slip now. Outside, the sky was crystal blue, sunlight filtering softly through branches. Leaves fluttered in the breeze, carrying a faint, soothing scent that strangely calmed Anastasia. She took a deep breath, murmuring with surprise and delight, I am actually excited, which does not sound like me at all. We are not there yet, so it is okay to enjoy this moment a little. The carriage slowly rolled toward the peaceful village ahead. Before her stretched a scene as picturesque as a painting that anyone would adore. Little did she know, this vacation would bring her more unexpected twists than she ever imagined. Now, their family has arrived at the Enel territory. The moment they got there, someone warmly came to greet them. Welcome, Master and Lady of the Formula clan. 3 representatives from the clan stood solemnly and greeted. Today, the young master and the young ladies have come as well. Roghetto politely chimed in. It is scorching out today, so why is everyone already waiting outside like this? The oldest-looking man laughed softly and replied with grace. Please do not worry, sir. We have rested and waited for you all in the shade. He showed no strong emotions, remaining courteous from start to finish. Is that so? Well then, rest assured. I brought some ice for everyone. Please take it, the village elder said gratefully. Just like every year, we are truly thankful for this, and no one has fainted from heat stroke even in this blazing weather. Anastasia sighed softly. Amazed, he really is a thoughtful lord, not patient enough to stick around for this chat. Anastasia turned on her heel, thinking, this is going to drag on forever. She quickly scampered around like a fluffy little chick, thinking, I have got to get used to rough terrain. The mansion is too neat and tidy for training. Suddenly, Anastasia stopped, sensing something. She thought, wait, I feel 6 pairs of eyes watching me from behind. 3 middle-aged women behind her narrowed their eyes at Anastasia, then took turns complimenting her. Oh wow, the youngest miss just learned to walk last year, and now she is already toddling around. Such adorable little footsteps. How does the kid walk so wobbly like that? One of them called out, Little miss, come here. We will give you some yummy treats. Anastasia looked up, suddenly remembering her mom's warning. Don't talk to strangers. She hesitated, thinking her parents were nearby so it should be safe, but then she turned and walked away, deciding, still gotta listen to mom. Stranger danger? No thanks. The women were not offended by the blunt refusal. Instead, they smiled and teased. Looks like the little Harris inherited her mom's sass. Undeterred, they took turns kissing Anastasia sweetly. We have all kinds of fruits and candies kids love. Look at those chubby cheeks. Little miss, can we just touch one once? We promise it won't take away your cute chubbiness. Exhausted by the flattery, she thought helplessly, I just want to wander around. Why do they have to make such a fuss? Just as she was about to walk away, a hand suddenly grabbed and spun her around, pushing her back toward those eager faces that kept calling her name. Here is some fruit. Little miss. Right here. Her anxiety spiked. She felt like she was about to be trapped alive. From behind, her mother sat down next to Anastasia and softly said, It is, you can go. Look at me. Anastasia looked at the woman before her and thought, earlier, Anastasia had been worried seeing those people, but now she reassured herself. It is a bit scary over there, but mom said it is fine. Anastasia stretched out her tiny arms, as if willing to accept their efforts. Seeing this, everyone could not help but melt at her innocent purity, wanting to scoop her up immediately. After a moment of emotion, they burst out one after another. What did we just see? Little Miss is truly special in everything she does. The little miss is still so young but already knows how to act like this. Anastasia blinked, pulling her hands back, thinking, You all called me here first, so why are you making such a big deal? One of them handed her a slice of juicy watermelon and said, Here, hold this tight and eat slowly. Okay? Anastasia stared at the watermelon suspiciously, wondering if it was safe to eat. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to trust them this time. As the small slice melted sweetly in her mouth, Anastasia's mood strangely lifted. Maybe it is because I walked so much. Sweet. Refreshing. And way better than I expected. The woman watching this scene was bursting with joy, exclaiming, This is happiness. Oh my gosh, it is such a blessing to see you enjoying your meal. The prince must be starving if he has not eaten yet. She looked at that happy face, stunned and confused, wondering, I only ate watermelon. How is it possible that people outside the family actually feel this happy? On the outside, Anastasia was still just a little girl, barely stringing a few words together and indulged by others with, Do you want some more? But inside, her soul was heavy with deep thoughts. My life is seriously strange. She thought, if I have 100 lifetimes, 99 were normal, but this last lifetime feels completely bizarre. Finally, Anastasia relaxed a bit, slowly savoring the fresh slice of melon, her mind beginning to accept things. More than anything, she wanted to believe this last lifetime was normal. Watching the watermelon glisten under the sun like it was painted by the season itself, Anastasia felt a flicker of clarity though tinged with heaviness because all these emotions were vivid and warm. The sun had shifted to a harsh noon glow, and the whole family stood before a quaint countryside house. Looks like we are staying here for 2 days. Simple though it was, nowhere near as grand as their usual luxurious mansion. Everything around from the swing shaded by trees to the shimmering water at the pond's edge pulled them in like a spell. Rogato's 3 kids were all totally captivated by the scenery. Both Lorentia and Damian could not contain their excitement, shouting together, Come on, hurry up, let us go play in the water. Even their usually composed parents could not hide their enthusiasm and chimed in, All right, I have got your clothes ready. Change into them, Mom already set everything up for you. Lorentia's voice called out loud from inside the room. Mom, she flashed bunny ears with her hands on top of her head, beaming, Lara's a little bunny, a real bunny. Damian stepped out too, wearing antlers that made him shy, whispering, Mom, seriously, only Anastasia appeared with tiger paws, which totally clashed with her usual vibe. She looked up at her hands on her head, feeling a little awkward, isn't it? Usually dogs or cats. Why am I a tiger? But unlike her siblings absolutely loved it and showered her with compliments. Sass is so cute. She is a little tiger. That is our fierce Anastasia. If I were your big brother, I would totally catch you. They teased. Seeing this, Anastasia finally exhaled in relief, thinking, okay, this might actually be okay since my sister and brother seem to love it. Suddenly, Rogeto called from behind them, breaking the mood. Come on, kids, I am taking you all for a boat ride. Hearing that, she could not believe her ears and spun around, stunned by those 2 words, boat ride. When they arrived, it was clear this was not any ordinary boat. It was intricately carved with animals matching each of the kids' costumes today. Anastasia's excitement skyrocketed as she silently screamed inside, thinking, whoa, they really spared no expense on this. Damian was equally stunned, whispering in awe, this is huge, isn't it amazing? Anastasia, this is insane. She could not help but nod in agreement. Just Anastasia's simple nod made Rogeto jump up like he would hit the jackpot. Watching his proud reactions, she suddenly understood she would her dad love surprises like this, and he seemed just as thrilled with their reactions. Unlike their stunned parents, Lorentia immediately burst with excitement seeing the extravagant yacht, shouting, Dad's the best, Dad's the coolest, Lara loves Dad the most. Every single reaction from the kids made Rogeto happier than ever, overflowing with joy. He spun Lorentia around on the bike and spoke heartfelt words. Dad loves you so much, Lorentia, and of course, I love Damian and Anastasia just as much. Damian, feeling a bit overwhelmed by all the fuss, hesitated and asked, Dad, can I just play in the water alone? I do not really need to go on the boat, right? Rogeto gently set Lorentia down and replied softly, Sure, Damian, you could do that yourself, but he did not refuse or agree right away. Instead, he paused thoughtfully and asked, Don't you think you want to play with your siblings too? Right? That question hit Damian right where it mattered, and he could not help but nod. Time seemed to pass unnoticed, but the kids' spirits never faded. One hand raised high, eager to play. That bright energy belonged to none other than Lorentia, who was sitting on the adorable little boat, her mood soaring as she raised her hand. Lara wants to sit at the front. Dad, go faster. Faster, Rogeto laughed heartily and replied, Sweetheart, do not rush it. Lorentia pouted and turned. Dad, Lara wants to water ski. Water ski? Spoiling her, he replied, All right, we will take it slow and then water ski. My girl, now it is Anastasia's turn. Hearing that, she stopped fussing and clenched her fists with determination. Really? Then Lara can wait. Rogeto beamed proudly. That is right. Our Lara is a big sister who is both stubborn and kind. Is not she? He gently placed the boat on the water and said, Wait right here for a bit, okay? Lorentia obediently replied, Yes, Dad. Have fun. A leaf suddenly fell from high above, landing on the water. Rogeto carefully placed each child into the small boat, then looked at Anastasia and gently asked, Have you been waiting long? Kiddo. Suddenly, breaking the peaceful silence of nature, a sudden wave surged up from beneath the water, splashing both kids drenched to the bone. Anastasia wiped her face instinctively, her eyes flashing with irritation and confusion. What is with this weird, strong wind? Something's definitely off here. Just then, before the water could settle, a blood-curdling scream shattered the air. Damian, Lorentia, somehow, the little boat near the shore was suddenly swept away at an impossible speed. Lorentia panicked, screaming, Dad. Meanwhile, Anastasia's voice instinctively called out, says Damian's panic only grew worse as he shouted desperately, Lorentia, Dad, hurry. Gripping the chaos around him, he anxiously ordered, Hold on tight. Little miss. Meanwhile, Anastasia struggled to withstand the violent wind with her small frame. Sensing something eerily wrong in the air, the tiny boat kept drifting violently through the rough waves. Anastasia glanced at the dangerous rocks behind Lorentia and realized, if they crashed, she could not hold back any longer. Rising to her feet, she silently vowed to protect her sister as she cast her spell. The energy in Anastasia's hands swelled, then suddenly fizzled out. Shocked, she saw her magic kept cutting out mid-cast. Damn it! Why can't I use my magic like I always do? What is going on? Frustrated but determined, Anastasia clenched her teeth and scrambled for another plan. She had to stay calm and cast a protective charm first. Watching Lorentia's terrified face, she wrapped a magic shield around her sister's trembling body. If she could not stop the boat, at least she could keep her safe. Then, the waves grew even stronger. The alarm bells in her head, ringing the wind direction, suddenly shifted. Rogeto fought upstream against the current, ignoring his worried subordinates pleading, Wait, sir, it is too dangerous. Throwing caution to the wind, he charged forward shouting, Lorentia. His arms stretched out desperately as Lorentia panicked, and in a heartbeat, he grabbed hold of the front of the boat. Instantly, Lorentia was scooped up into Rogato's strong arms. Woo! The moment she felt his warmth, the little girl burst into tears, The boat moved on its own. Lara did not do anything wrong. Rogato held her tightly, soothing her softly. It is all good now. Lorentia, you did not do anything wrong. You sat still just like you were told. Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. Anastasia finally exhaled quietly. Silently thanking the heavens, she glanced around at the others' expressions. Feeling reassured, they probably did not notice she would use magic. She knew exactly who was behind all this. Exhausted from using her magic but still pushing her mind, she recalled when her sister fell she would sensed a strange magical presence blocking her spells. That creepy magic had definitely come from the bastard who invaded her dreams, the damn sneaky jerk. Pressing her hand against the boat's side for support, she continued thinking, he really wants to kill my sister. No matter his reasons, I will never forgive him. Never. Just as she made this vow to herself, Anastasia's consciousness slipped away into darkness. Time passed, she had no idea how much until finally, she woke up. The first thing on her mind was how she would always had strong magic for 100 lives. She never thought her magic would end up hurting her in this life. How many times had she fainted? Maybe she pushed herself too hard trying to control it. At the sound of Anastasia stirring, Vetla suddenly jumped up, excitement flooding her voice. Anastasia, you are awake. The frail girl lay in her arms, softly calling, Mom. Vetla gently stroked her head, tears of relief streaming down. Thank heavens. Anastasia, our precious baby. Holding Anastasia close, she whispered with self-reproach, my dear child, I am here now. You are hurt, are not you? I should not have left you outside for so long. You are still so young. She lay cradled in her grandmother's arms, her heart sinking in confusion. This is not right. Why does Mom keep blaming herself for that jerk's mess? Anastasia's dark thoughts burned silently. I swear, I will catch that miserable bastard alive, especially if he dares to ruin my family's quiet trip. The tension in the air thickened, an invisible menace creeping into the nights around, making everyone uneasy. Something just fell off. Time slipped by. And finally, the trip came to an end only for disaster to strike in a whole new way. When Netla approached, smiling wide, announcing, dinner time, Anastasia obediently opened her mouth at her grandmother's call, but suddenly, a burst of energy shot from the top, flipping the bowl of porridge on the table, leaving them both stunned. Without missing a beat, Netla tilted her head and asked, Little one, do not like baby food. She was at her wit's end, staring in disbelief at this royal-level tantrum. But since she had not updated to handle this feature yet, she swallowed her frustration deep inside. That is not it, he just activated his wind magic all on his own. Anastasia recalled her past struggles, feeling bitter she would survive poverty. So why was she criticizing food now? That bastard was ruining all her hard work. She anxiously lowered her head, thinking, no matter how kind Mom is, this time she is definitely going to lose her temper. Anastasia's worry deepened under her grandmother's intense gaze, her mind racing. Had she been drugged recently? Maybe that is why Mom thinks she is being a total pain. As Rogato stepped closer, Vetla turned, reminding him, our little one's already 13 months old, so she is starting to get bored with this food. Anastasia blinked in disbelief, eyes wide as they continued their chat. That must be it, our little one is so chill. I thought this phase would just breeze by. Not only did she not scold, but she gently asked, hey little one, what do not you like? Are you upset because you can communicate yet? Vetla chuckled. Damian used to be a little troublemaker at this stage too. Why's our baby acting just like him? Damian, overhearing, blushed and protested. Noticing his adorable embarrassment, she softened her tone to calm him down. Damian was super cute back then, a kid who never threw a fit. Damian hung his head shyly. I do not think so. Meanwhile, Lorentia's curiosity grew. What about Lara? Is she the same? Rogato grinned. Lorentia eats everything and is a real champ. Vetla chimed in. She eats well but cries when she can find Mom and Dad. The little one looked intrigued. Did Lara do that as a baby? Vetla explained patiently. Babies just want to be close to their parents. Lorentia nodded, then happily added, that is right. Lara loves being near Mom, Dad, and her big brother, even from a distance. Rogato turned and casually asked, our little one still needs to eat, right? Is the food still good? Seeing Anastasia's stubborn expression, he gently reassured her in a low voice, our little one, it is. Dad's here. Anastasia, if you want something, just say it even if it is hard to explain. Anastasia froze, stunned by how completely different things were from what she expected. She wondered, why does everyone keep trying so hard to understand and accept everything even when it is not what I want? But should not I be getting scolded for this? I really want the best for my family, yet sometimes, things just do not go my way, like spilling a glass of water, acting like a kid who can control her strength, and refusing to take a bath, and even hurting her dad. though she never meant to. Then Anastasia suddenly grasped the jerk's twisted plan. He wanted her isolated. If her family hated and abandoned her, she would be alone all over again, lost in a whirlwind of chaotic thoughts. She knew if this were the past, she would already be plotting her next move. But then, a gentle hand rested on her head, making her freeze. Rogeto smiled and asked, "Dad should be more careful. Did you catch a cold?" Seeing him laugh despite the fall and take the blame made her even more certain it is definitely not the right time. Once again, Anastasia felt warmth spreading through her. Every life she would lived was full of hardship. But in this one, her family was so loving, something she would never experienced before. She sensed the warm atmosphere surrounding her and wondered, could this really be a normal family? Anastasia doodled with a colored pen on the paper, silently wishing she could hold on to this peaceful life forever. Damian and Lorentia behind could not help but smile as they looked at the paper. She told herself that no matter what happens, it is all worth it. 99-1 the numbers made the answer crystal clear. Still, she hoped to rewrite the rules. And slowly, a letter began to appear on the paper. Good. Anastasia nodded off in the arms of the Roaring One. Suddenly sensing something, she jolted awake, her eyes instinctively drifting toward the window. Classic white houses bathed in moonlight instantly told Anastasia exactly where she was home. Looking around, Damian and Lorentia had already returned earlier. Despite the chaos, this trip was a blast. Luckily, in the final days, she set up a solid line of defense, so that creepy guy down there could not get close to her family. Even when he tried to isolate Anastasia, he had to give up once he saw her family. Seeing that warm, loving scene before her, she quietly admitted, "Well, my family's amazing. They did not push me away. They embraced me." Anastasia let out a deep breath, feeling some weight lift off her shoulders. Without this family, she would probably be isolated forever, just like that jerk wanted. Thinking of this, she finally managed to flash a genuine, happy smile after all the lies and struggles. This victory was not hers alone. It was built by the whole family together. The carriage slowly rolled onto the path leading to the mansion, and Anastasia's heart quietly followed, because this was the first time in 100 lifetimes for the third child of the Enderblank family. Lorentia, if you asked who she loved most in the world, she would answer without hesitation. No one but the Roaring One. The little girl ran up and hugged her tight, saying, "Mom, Lara loves you the most in the whole world." Rogato's heart broke hearing that he was ranked second, just so you know, and Dem looked on with a wry smile. He was third in line. But within just a year, the rankings shifted, because the youngest, just like her beloved mother, was born. Back to reality, Lorentia burst out of the room shouting, "Come out! Come out!" But the room was empty, making her wonder, where did she go? Lorentia's gaze shifted, searching elsewhere, maybe playing in another room. Sure enough, in another space, Anastasia sat quietly in a corner, wearing that typical sullen expression. Not far off, Mika was still rambling nonstop beside her. As Lara's eyes flicked to the person next to her, irritation flared up instantly. "I knew it was him, but why is my baby hanging around him?" she thought, furrowing her brows. Her irritation deepened as she felt like Mika was trying to steal her baby away. Inside, neither of them noticed as they kept chatting back and forth. Mika suddenly asked, "Done to you like the gift I gave you?" Anastasia quickly replied, hesitating slightly, "Go away." He never knew how to quit, flashing a grin as he calmly replied, "Why tell me to go away? It has been ages since we met. Or not you being a little cold? I brought you a gift." The little girl's voice trembled as she tried to shoo him off. Mika ignored her and kept going, "I wanted to see you, so I rushed over here." Outside, Lorentia watched it all unfold, her whole body tense with frustration. That sneaky Mika. I already told him we do not need him. Remembering his innocent, almost pitiful look, she suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. I want to go in there and scold him, but he is just too scary. Lorentia stared inside. Her heart-heavy Lara was already getting close to him. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind, and panic gripped her as she clenched her fists. Wait, could it be? With her vivid imagination, in an instant Lorentia cooked up a conspiracy. Mika was bullying her baby's sister when she was not around. She desperately tried to rationalize it. That was why he was so mean to her, to keep her away from Lara. In her head, the whole script played out, evil Mika forcing Anastasia to leave, telling her to stay away from him. Says Lorentia could only feel helpless, not wanting any of this. Anastasia's stubborn glare only made her more certain there is no way a sweet, lovable kid like her would hate Sasha that much. Just thinking about it sent sweat pouring down Lorentia's body. She silently vowed she had to save her. Lorentia quietly plotted to rewrite the story's ending, outsmart the terrifying demon King Mika, and rescue our precious, adorable princess. Anastasia, the flicker of fear vanished, replaced by a deep resolve shining in her eyes because she was Sasha's big sister. A few days later, still at the Enderblank Manor, Lorentia hurried to Anastasia's door and called out, "Sasha." Inside, the little girl was still playing around. The moment she heard her name, She whipped her head around Big Sis. Lorentia hid a heavy basket behind her back, smoothly adding, "Sasha, do you miss me?" Hearing the perfect answer, she immediately rushed forward and hugged Anastasia tightly, making the girl wonder, but it is Big Sis snap time. Why is she here now? She thought to herself. Big Sis usually visits before afternoon naps, and if Mika is around, it is always dinner time. Wrapped in that tight hug, she barely noticed as a shy smile crept onto her face. Back then, it was so cold that Big Sis had to take care of her personally. She should be grateful Big Sis and Big Brother made time to play with her. Finally, Lorentia let go of Anastasia. "Sasha." She gently placed 2 fingers in the girl's palm. When Anastasia squeezed back, Lorentia's heart soared. No matter if Sasha could not hold her hand tight, she would never let go. Seizing the moment, she said, "Sasha, come play with me." The next day, she pointed ahead excitedly. "There are so many rooms you have not been to yet, right? I will take you there. It is the mansion exploration game." Anastasia tilted her head, thinking for a moment. Exploring the mansion, she was not too thrilled thanks to her. She already knew the mansion's layout, but she would never actually seen it herself. Before she could decide, she caught the serious gazes of others behind her. Lancelot clenched his fist determinedly and said, "Great idea. Let us join your exploration." "Lady," the maid nearby smiled and added, "Yes, miss, I will prepare snacks for this expedition." Hearing that, Lorentia immediately refused firmly. "Nope. Today Lara explores with Sasha alone." Someone, sensing her rare determination, curiously asked, "Why? Are you hunting a treasure or something?" She pouted, acting like she held state secrets, and seriously declared, "This is classified." The maid burst out laughing and sat down, locking eyes with Lorentia. "Curious, but if you do not let us come, who will watch over the little Miss S snacks?" Suddenly, the resolve in Lorentia's eyes wavered. Could it be that Lorentia bit her lip, sweat beading on her face as if weighing a life or death decision? Their sisterly bond was too strong. Soon after, she declared boldly without hesitation, "It is on expeditions. It is natural for big sister Lara to take care of things herself." Everyone silently agreed our little lady is just too adorable. Lorentia turned and asked, "Sasa, you just want it to be the 2 of us, right?" Anastasia did not hesitate to nod repeatedly. Lorentia beamed, clutching her secret basket tightly. "I knew you would say that, Sasa." The little girl grabbed Anastasia's hand and pulled her along. "Come on, sis, let us go." Time passed, and out of nowhere, a blonde head still dripping wet appeared. Mika stepped into the room where the 2 had been playing and called, "Little miss." Seeing the empty play space, he felt confused and a bit lost. "She is not here after this hour. Where did she go? I have a bad feeling." A tiny map with sharp, clear lines slowly unfolded. Lorentia took the lead like a pro, guiding them. "We can go this way." Anastasia did not respond, just followed along, her eyes drifting back as she wondered did she really not recognize it. Behind them, 3 shadowy figures had appeared, lurking just out of sight, but only Anastasia seemed to notice. Exploring this mansion with just the 2 of them was impossible. The girl blinked warily, silently praying this tailing crew would not grow any bigger. Lorentia cheerfully spun around and announced, "Look, we have reached the first room to explore." Anastasia was pulled along before she could answer, but her face drained the moment she glimpsed it. Here, the 2 girls suddenly felt so small standing by this door, and the ominous aura radiating from it was enough to overwhelm them. Anastasia realized this gloomy room was where their exploration would begin. Lorentia took the lead, pressing her hand against the door and fidgeting with the lock as if it were no big deal. A stern-faced steward stepped out from inside. "Yes, what can I do for you?" But his gaze dropped immediately to the 2 girls, and his tone shifted slightly. "Young ladies, may I help you?" "Can I help you?" Lorentia answered politely. "We are here to see father. We have never actually seen him working before. May we come in?" Hearing this, the steward hesitated, then gently declined. "Miss Lorentia, I am so—" But right now, before he could finish, the door, which had been politely ajar, was suddenly thrown open with a slam. Rogato stormed out, a wide grin breaking across his face as he saw the 2 young ladies. "My precious little ones, you came because you missed your old man." Huh. Anastasia saw his expression and slowly calmed, but her mind was still buzzing with questions. So she thought the office would be filled with that powerful aura. Was she mistaken? Rogato puckered his lips and called out, "My children, come on in." But once inside, everything was nothing like they imagined. Everyone sat defeated, buried under a mountain of paperwork like zombies. The others were not doing any better. Heads hung low in exhaustion. The oppressive atmosphere had not lifted much as they stepped further in. Anastasia finally realized it was not a mistake. These were truly worn-out assistants. Despite their drained spirits, they pushed themselves to welcome the guests. as if grasping for some small comfort. "Welcome, young ladies. I have brought out some tasty snacks and some of your favorite floral tea." Just as the words were spoken, a cold hand landed on their shoulders, and a voice colder than ice cut through. "Have the steward prepare the tea." Rogato stood behind them, his hand heavy on their shoulders, but it was his words and the chilling aura that weighed down the room. "You will all report back in 2 hours." Whether they wanted to or not, the pressure crushed them. They could only nod and comply. "Understood, Duke." The moment the order was given, they bolted out like their lives depended on it. "We will take our leave now alone with his beloved daughters." Rogato's demeanor softened, his tone sweet as he asked, "By the way, my dear girls, why have you come here?" Lorentia did not bat an eye at the earlier chaos, answering as if nothing had happened. "Work's been super intense, so we wanted to check it out." Rogato looked genuinely curious. "You say work's been super intense?" The girl, unfazed by the scene moments ago, said confidently, "Yeah, and you look so cool wielding that sword, all sharp and focused." Hearing this, Rogato's pride flared up. "Well then, let us head to training." But at the word training, Lorentia immediately shouted, "No way." Rogato sank down, stunned by his daughter's blunt rejection. "Why? I told you, you look badass swinging that sword." Without hesitation, she explained firmly, "Because I am exploring the mansion with Sasa today." Her eyes held a flicker of worry. "So we can go wandering outside the mansion. This is the real place to explore." Anastasia saw right through her sister's heart, but kept those thoughts locked inside. "Got it. Right now, Lord Mikai is probably stuck somewhere scary. No big deal if he ends up like that." That last line hit him right in the gut, but the next sentence just crushed all of Rogato's mental defenses. "And guess what, Lara and Sasa won't be sticking around for long." He suddenly blurted out. "Why?" Lorentia casually explained without any hesitation. "Mom told me not to disturb you while you are working." Lanai complained. "It is my precious little girl, how could she possibly be a bother?" The girl immediately ran up and hugged Rogato, but her resolve was rock solid. "Dad, Mom said good kids do the things they do not want to." Lorentia squeezed her dad's strong arm and reassured him. "That is why today Lara even ate spicy chili and spinach, and you too, Dad. No matter how much you want to play with us, you still gotta work. That is how you get better." Anastasia watched this scene and instantly guessed what was up. She pictured the yelling that usually calms Lorentia down, and warned herself not to try that next time. She stared at the two of them, silently thinking, looks like Mom's discipline has already become second nature to her. Meanwhile, Lorentia kept comforting him. "Dad, you understand, right? After all, you are a grown-up now." Anastasia could not hold back a smirk watching this little girl cling to the guy like that, her inner voice shouting, "Sorry, sis, but you are just too adorable." Eventually, she burst out laughing, a rare, genuine laugh that lit up the moment. That youthful jiggle instantly caught the attention of the two deep in conversation over there. After a month of bliss, they finally snapped back to reality and gawked wide-eyed in surprise. They both jumped up, shouting, "Look over there, Dad." He could not help but shout back, touched beyond words. "I see it. Our baby just laughed. Did not she?" One joy after another kept rolling in. Anastasia looked at them a moment and sighed. "They really are cut from the same cloth." He poked her cheek teasingly and asked, "Does Dad getting scolded make you happy?" The girl's smile slowly faded. She said nothing aloud but thought quietly, "It is just because Dad is crazy adorable." Lorentia heard that and quickly stepped in front of her, defending him fiercely. "Why are you turning Dad into a spoiled kid like that?" Rogato, caught off guard, hurriedly explained, "I did not mean to say she is spoiled." As soon as the girl finished speaking, she turned to Anastasia and asked, "You probably want to say the same thing, huh?" Lorentia beamed proudly at defending her and got even bolder. "If Dad wants praise, he needs to do things he does not want to do. That is what I meant, right?" Anastasia thought, "Not exactly," but Lorentia locked eyes with her and confidently pressed on, "Lara's Dad's older sister, so she knows everything." "Quick." Anastasia smiled softly, feeling her heart shift a little. "Whatever, I do not know anything. Sorry, Dad." The girl answered honestly without hesitation, and Laurentia's pride swelled even more. "Did you hear that, Dad?" Right after, the two happily hugged tight. Because her sister's joy was Anastasia's ultimate treasure, the two slowly pulled away and left Rogato standing there all alone. Still sulking, Lorentia stuck to her original plan, happily waving goodbye. "We are off to explore more. See you later." Lorentia kept scanning the map, searching for new places. "All right, sis, where to next?" But Anastasia's eyes were glued to the backpack stuffed with snacks. They even had a hand-drawn map. Realizing how carefully prepared everything was, she silently thought, She packed all this because she wants to hang out with me. Seeing her sister's all-in effort made her feel guilty. Since Mika's frequent visits, she had not played with her as much. She felt really bad about that. Just as she was about to step forward, she suddenly lost her balance and gasped, probably because she is still a kid. Her awkward step threw her off, and Anastasia tumbled down hard. Lorentia sensed something, spun around, and when she saw her fall, she freaked out. Anastasia, her eyes wide with panic. Lorentia saw Anastasia faceplant on the ground. Suddenly, a voice called out anxiously, "Anastasia, are you okay? Did you hurt yourself anywhere? Lara? Lara? Do not wake up like that. She is steady on her feet. I know that, sweetheart, but little Anastasia is still too young, so we have to take it slow with her. Lara, you can do this, right?" Lorentia blushes and looks down. Mumbling softly, "Yes," she quickly stands up and pats her shoulder, her eyes saying, "It is." Lorentia's eyes glisten with tears, wetting the curves of her lashes. She sits down and breaks down crying. Even though the adorable little sister tried to comfort her, she could not shed a single tear. That day, Lara did not feel like the perfect big sister. "From now on, I will only show you my strong side. If you are a princess, Lara will be your warrior. Being a princess is great, but I can also be a warrior to protect the sister who is always there for me." Lorentia squeezed Anastasia's hand tightly, causing her little sister to freeze. Her head tilting down unconsciously, she stood up with a bright smile. "Are you okay, little one?" "This time, I held your hand tight and won't let you fall again. You are my precious little sister." True to her promise, with her sister's support, Lorentia could finally explore the Duke's mansion seriously. She watched the chef masterfully working the flames in the kitchen, determined to cook up the most delicious dish this family has ever seen. Later, her dad, and mom sat in the garden. She carefully lifted a cup to Anastasia and asked, "Little one, is it good?" After the party, the two played hide and seek while the servants wrapped up. The sisters held hands, running and laughing on the tiled roof. She flipped through the pages, reading about castles, circles, friends. The final discovery of the day was the children's library in the mansion. Lorentia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What is this?" Anastasia sat quietly, listening while resting her head against her sister, her reading not as smooth or gentle as their brother's. "But I really love the sound of her voice on a day like this. Maybe it is because we walked a lot, or I ate too much. I am feeling sleepy." Lorentia kept her eyes glued to the page. Heart. "Little one, how about I read you another story?" When no answer came, she put the book down and called again. "Little one." Lorentia's pupils widened, shimmering like stars. Before her was the sight of Anastasia asleep on the green rug. Her little sister had passed out. Lorentia covered her mouth, quietly thrilled. "I knew you would fall asleep, little one." She set the book aside and lay down, admiring her sister's adorable face. Lorentia leaned close to Anastasia and whispered, "You are my cute little sister, right?" Maybe she heard the soft voice, because her hand moved slightly. Lorentia's face flushed with joy. "She is just too adorable. Definitely my little sister." "Not Mikai, ice." Her fingers gently brushed Anastasia's soft hand. Anastasia instinctively grasped Lorentia's fingers back. She showered Anastasia with so much love, her precious little sister. Not sure when Lorentia fell asleep, but both of their feet were covered with a blanket. She muttered helplessly, "My little sisters are right here. How could I hide from them?" She even thoughtfully propped pillows for both little sisters. Then she found a pillow for herself nearby. It is just the two sisters exploring. "But can I join in too?" She drifted off into a dream. After wandering the mansion for about a week, she rarely stayed in her room except to sleep. "There is one thing that has been bothering me." At night, Anastasia met with the butler, who told her about Mikai's condition. "The little lady is not here today either. Where did she go? Did she go exploring the mansion again?" "Butler, I want to play with the little lady too." The butler's words came in bursts. Every time he returned, his shy looked so sad and frustrated. Could it be that she has already caught the attention of the demonkin's power? Ignoring the nagging, she buried herself in her thoughts. "I did not mean to, but it feels like I am avoiding her. If I had been closer to my sister from the start, none of this would have happened. Then this would not have happened at all. Besides, I would feel bad keeping her waiting this long. I will tell her we are not going exploring tomorrow." Early morning, Lorentia burst into the room, excited. "Sasa, I hear, Sasa, check it out. Here is some chocolate someone gave me. And this too." Anastasia smiles warmly, thinking, how could I ever say no to her? Mika's probably going to be a little disappointed today. She pulls out a piece of paper and says, "Shall we head here today?" Anastasia nods right away. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoes down the long hallway. Mika stops abruptly outside the prayer room door, waiting anxiously. "I want to explore too." Anastasia's eyes widen in surprise. "Mika," he honestly says, "I want to hang out with the youngest lady too. I have already packed for the adventure, and having me along will definitely help." Lady Lorentia presses her lips tight in frustration, making Anastasia worry deeply. Is she really okay? Mika keeps trying to persuade her, but she grabs Anastasia's hand to firmly say no. She refuses stubbornly, her eyes wide in shock at Lorentia's fierce reaction. Mika looks bewildered and a bit hurt from the flat-out rejection. Quickly regaining his composure, he keeps his usual calm, still trying to convince her, why not? It would be really helpful if we all went together. Lorentia snaps back without hesitation. I do not need your help, and you do not get to speak up. Lady Lorentia, she cuts him off before he can finish, firmly insisting, Sasa and I can go alone. Mika quickly fires back. Why can't I come along? One question after another. Even though Lorentia tries hard to refuse, it is so overwhelming she almost breaks down. As things start to spiral, a sharp voice cuts in. Don't bother her. Mika boldly replies, I am not bothering anyone. Anastasia repeats, like drilling it into his head. You are bothering Mika. Unfazed, keeps pressing. Am I really that bad in your eyes? This time she does not even respond, just shakes her head. Mika's face falls, clearly disappointed, which only frustrates Anastasia more. He was cold and distant to his sister before. What is with this attitude now? She blurts out, not cool. Mika stubbornly sits down and rambles on without pause. Why do not you like it? I have learned a lot about being a big brother here, still not enough. Anastasia feels helpless and annoyed by this, thinking to herself, seriously? Then she adds, is that even important? Later, Lorentia, who'd been quiet, suddenly speaks up again. Hey, Mika, he is not your brother. Unlike how he acts around Anastasia, Mika furrows his brow and glares coldly at her. What? Anastasia, both angry and confused, thinks he is making that annoyed face at his sister again. Not like me, his soft-hearted sister who is so easy to hurt. Lorentia shows no mercy, every word full of resistance. No matter how much Mika claims to be her brother, he is still not Sasa's brother. He puts his hands behind his back and asks again, what do you mean? Why would not he be? Lorentia is so caught off guard she is speechless for a moment. She quickly grabs Anastasia's shoulder and retorts. Sasa said she does not like him anyway. Lorentia stubbornly uses every argument to refuse. Why does Mika keep wanting to hang with us if Sasa's not into it? Sasa likes me better because I am her sister. Hearing this, Anastasia looks at her worn-out face and silently thinks, I have never seen her like this before. Mika is left speechless by all this, though he still mutters some snarky comebacks. Anastasia closes her eyes tight, trying to think hard. This situation feels all too familiar. I am probably going to cry soon. She opens her eyes to assess, then quickly dismisses that idea. His and her situations are different. If she cries now, things will only get worse. Lorentia would immediately say, Sasa-s crying, all because of Mika, turning this into a total deadlock. Anastasia scrambles for another plan to reconcile them. But just then Mika speaks up again like he is trying to crush all her brainpower. The little lady does not hate me. Anastasia's already been through enough, and now she is hurting even more, her heart screaming inside. You know, Mika smiled at her and casually said, even if you do not like me, you never kick me out, right? Kiddo, she immediately thought to herself, wait, did not I actually kick him out once? Seeing Anastasia's silence, he caught on and pressed on. See, yeah, exactly. She fumed silently. Too mad to even speak, she had not even replied yet. Lorentia gently hugged Anastasia and softly asked, it is not like that. You are just better than Mika, right? Sasa. Mika, still stone cold, calmly shot back. I never said the little lady liked me the most. I just said she does not hate me. His tone softened as he smiled warmly. How about letting me join this little adventure? Lorentia was so mad she could only keep refusing over and over. No way. This secret trip is just between Sasa and me. Mika showed zero emotion and did not even bother to care. Fine then. It is a secret for the three of us. I won't tell a soul. Lara could not take it anymore. She shouted, pushing her feelings to the limit. No way. Right after, a pitiful whine escaped her lips, breaking from her usual tough act. She yelled, I told you I do not like this. Seriously. After everything, Lara hates you. You only hang out with my brother and push me aside, and now you want to steal Sasa, too. For the first time, Mika felt a twinge of awkwardness and looked at her. Anastasia hurried to comfort her, but Lorentia had already crossed the line. She stammered, Sasa's my little sister, not yours. Mika, she is my baby sister. Tears streamed down as she cried out, like habit when she broke down. Mom, Mika, please, don't take us away. I want to keep playing with her. She is my baby. Mika saw this whole scene and finally realized how serious things had gotten. He started to step forward but hesitated, afraid to push too far. From a distance, the silhouette of a lady appeared outside the door. Anastasia was still trying to soothe her sister, while glancing at her mother with a puzzled look. Mom, outside in the hallway, servants, parents, and her brother all stood watching. Anastasia wondered why they had not come inside. She noticed her mother's cold gaze fixed inside, as if waiting for something, then realized her mom probably wanted them to sort this out on their own. Anastasia went back to comforting her sister, but her mind was elsewhere, slowly analyzing this approach. No matter how much adults care, if kids do not feel it themselves, it is pointless. Plus, if family butts in, Mika would feel lost and out of place. Glancing at Mika's uneasy expression, Anastasia remembered once again, even if they say he is mature and calm, he is still just 6 years old. She closed her eyes softly, exhausted by everything around her, lost in thought. He has been living with the Duke's family since he was little. As requested, it has got to be tough for a kid who just lost his mom to open up to others. Her brother's a kind guy, so Anastasia thought he could understand and be friends with Mika, but with her sister, it was different. Even though Mika's wounds had started to heal, he probably did not realize he had hurt her. Lorentia rarely disliked anyone. She got sad about others' mistakes and always tried to comfort them, a true angel at heart. Lorentia had reached out to Mika so many times, but he was the one who kept refusing her. Finally, the weight of her words seemed to hit him. Anastasia did not want to be the one to fix things. She went along with the Duke's way, staying silent and watching it unfold, telling herself, I am not helping him. All eyes were locked on them, but Anastasia stubbornly refused to look back, because this was about the Duke and her own position. You handle it yourself, Mika. Memories of Lorentia laughing and saying, I am Lorentia, but you can call me Lara. Let us play together, flashed through her mind. What do you think? Mika stood silently, looking sad. What is so funny about that? He just could not fake a smile for things like that. That smile, untouched by loss, honestly made me a little jealous. I remember when I talked to Damian earlier. Mikai, are not you planning to get close to my little sister? He kept his head down, avoiding her gaze. I wanna, but it feels like rescuing her is a burden. Mikai only lifted his head when Damian offered some comforting words. If you had reached out first, she would have played with you. I am sure of it. After hearing that, Mikai stood up, his arms dropping limply. Then he clenched the hem of his shirt tightly. Lorentia stopped sobbing when she heard Mikai's apology. I am so... Lady Lorentia, he knelt down to her level on one knee. Mikai sincerely said, I truly apologize. I never meant to hurt you. Could you tell me why you do not like me? Lorentia's eyes widened in surprise. She stared silently, refusing to respond. He bravely kept apologizing. Please, Lady Lorentia, forgive me. She pressed her lips tight, silent, her hands clutching her dress. Lara. After all, I do not like it when you call me lady this and lady that. The knights and maids all call me Lara, but you always call me the second lady, then Lady Lorentia. Mikai caught her meaning. If I just call you Lara, will you forgive me? She nodded, setting the condition. If he agreed, then fine. Their eyes locked on Anastasia, the air thick with awkward silence. She gave a hesitant yeah to agree, but because it was so faint, neither of them caught it. Their moods sank. She stared wide-eyed at her. Says, are you still upset? Anastasia stretched out her tiny arm toward Lorentia, gently kissed her cheek. Sometimes words just do not cut it. Lorentia's eyes went wide with shock, unsure how to react. Mikai stared in stunned silence. She hugged Anastasia tightly, whispering, you like me best, right? I knew it. She nestled into Lorentia's chest and softly hummed in response. The dining hall quickly bathed in the golden hues of sunset. On the long table, dishes were neatly arranged, steam rising with a mouth-watering aroma. Laughter filled the air as someone said, dig in, Mikai. She awkwardly invited, thank you for dinner. I will enjoy it. Anastasia lowered her gaze slightly, her eyes deep in thought, remembering her talk with Rogato. She thought, maybe we should not interfere with the kids. They will sort things out on their own. He asked worriedly, you are sure everything will be okay? She nodded firmly. I believe so. Kids need their own time. That is what we should do as Laurentius parents, feeling a bit troubled about Mikai. Rogato stammered. Well, Laughter looked out the window. It is true, if the fight gets worse, then we step in, but for now, just watch from afar. Anastasia closed her eyes tightly, drowning in thought. Mom, Dad, sorry I overheard your talk so early, but you really are kind adults. I can't believe you are my parents. They remind me of my old mentor from long ago. We did not have much time together, but he was the only one I could call teacher, strict but caring. You fool. Promise me you won't throw yourself into the fire alone. That was his last wish, but I failed to keep it. Thinking back still hurts my heart, because if I recklessly give away my heart, I will lose it all over again. This time it will be different, so no need to worry. Seeing her lost in thought, I asked, what is up? Anastasia, Can't you ask for my help? Mikai quickly noticed Anastasia's unusual silence. He carefully fed her some food. Hey kiddo, wanna try this? He politely declined for her. Anastasia can't manage big bites yet. Mikai thought she had teeth already. Just a few. I sighed helplessly. Her face clearly showed disappointment as her eyes landed on the plate of meat. Her whole body just could not eat it. Totally grossed out, he patiently explained that Anastasia was still a baby, and eating stuff like this might make her cry. His face flickered with surprise before settling into sincerity. Really? I am so... Little one, please forgive me. Anastasia reluctantly reached out, her big eyes shining as she clung tightly to the Mikai. She lowered her gaze and sighed. Was he really feeding her that stuff? Every time I am around this kid, I feel like I am shrinking. It is so weird. After everything, we finally explored the mansion together. Time had slipped by. October Sodom had arrived, and everyone was busy with upcoming events like Thanksgiving and other holidays. Unlike the mansion's usual hustle and bustle, Anastasia felt more relaxed than ever. She looked up at the clear blue sky and thought to herself, on days like this, all I need is to chill and stay out of trouble. Her thoughts drifted on. Since Mika and her sister left, her dad had taken them out a few times. Today, the knights were setting up a game. Lancelot enthusiastically introduced the game called Treasure Hunt. Lorentia's eyes lit up the moment she heard Treasure Hunt. Then Knight Lancelot explained the rules. 2 teams compete, and the one who finds the most valuable treasure wins. Mika, silent till now, suddenly asked, what is the prize if we win? That question caught Lancelot off guard. His gaze shifted to Mika, who was standing there with a cold expression and clenched fists. Lancelot paused, then cleared his throat. If the little prince wins, the Duke will spar with him. Mika instantly perked up, a grin creeping across his face, but in a blink, his mood shifted. He turned to Anastasia and asked, if I land 3 hits on the Duke, do you think I am cool? The girl sighed inwardly. Asterisk, that guy never gives up. Huh. Asterisk, still, she did not want to disappoint him. After all, his eagerness was just a 6-year-old's innocent wish. She figured, why not just go along with it? After Mika's question, Anastasia reluctantly nodded. Her answer thrilled Mika, who quickly asked again. Really? His excited expression sparked a flicker of hope in Anastasia, but then she felt guilty thinking, asterisk, wait, he is that happy? I feel bad now. Then her mind flipped back to the day Lorentia and Mika had argued. After that, she stopped saying she disliked him. Now she was clearer-headed. Lorentia had stirred up all that drama. Why? Sasso already said she did not like him, yet he kept insisting on playing together. Standing between them, Anastasia was utterly confused, suddenly realizing how her selfish words, blurted out by habit, had become weapons used to attack Mikai. Her eyes dropped in regret. I was wrong. It is my fault. Silently, she studied Mika's expression and concluded that nothing seemed seriously wrong, but that did not mean he truly felt okay. Still, it gave Anastasia some relief. It seemed he was starting to act more like a kid now. Thinking that, they both raised their hands in a happy promise. Since Anastasia agreed he was cool, Mika could not stop teasing her. Grinning, you promised me, right? Anastasia modestly replied with a simple hum. Soon after, the treasure hunt teams were formed. Team 1 was Lorentia and Damian, both glowing with excitement. Team 2 was Mika and Anastasia. Avoiding the rivals, Anastasia's face showed 30% helplessness and 70% like, seriously, we are on the same team like it was fate. Mika happily grabbed her hand. Let us do our best. Kiddo, not only that, he vowed, I promise we will win for you and me. His words sank deep into Anastasia's mind. He really had promised that day, but once the game started, Mika quickly drifted off to admire the flowers. Hey kid, check out these blossoms. He excitedly pointed at the buzzing insects flying around. Look, they are humming. Mika's playful antics instantly wiped his promise from Anastasia's memory. She silently judged, asterisk after that day, promises are just empty words. Unlike Mika's calm, Team 1 was busily building their treasure hoard, and Lorentia's voice rang out from afar. Found another one over here. Hearing Team 1's excitement, Anastasia just could not hold back anymore. Wondering if today was really their day to win, she tugged Mika's sleeve and said, let us go. Mika was a bit surprised, but his expression shifted in an instant. With a warm smile, he asked, worried about something? Anastasia thought to herself, not exactly worried, but before she could respond, Mika jumped to a conclusion. I see. They stood together under the soft autumn sunlight, golden beams filtering through the leaves, creating a breathtaking, magical scene. Mika caught a falling leaf and then gently placed it into Anastasia's hand. She looked at the leaf, puzzled, smiling. Mika gazed at the beautiful view and teased her. Don't worry. This is the first time I have ever held your hand like this on an adventure. Besides, I am confident. he said, his voice steady and sure against the backdrop of drifting autumn leaves. Mika's words took on a dreamlike quality that made Anastasia pause. Now, Mika began leading her on their mission, walking side by side while smiling and explaining, "We are heading over there now. Actually, I saw what the knights were up to during morning practice." Anastasia thought with a hint of admiration it was pretty impressive. Their hands stayed locked tightly together. Anastasia quietly studied Mika's face. She expected him to be nervous, but he was starting to remind her more and more of her own big brother. Mika kept sharing, "Damian once told me that you do not say much, even if you see or want something." Anastasia was surprised but stayed silent. Listening closely, "So he told me to take good care of you when we are together." Mika said sincerely, "Lorentia and Damian have seen all those things, and I want you to see them too, like butterflies, falling leaves, blooming flowers, and all that magic." After hearing this, Anastasia's cheeks flushed. Her brother, though she could only call him Damian in her toddler way, was truly special. Hearing this, Mika gripped her small hands tighter. Determined, "I still have to practice a lot to be a good big brother like Damian, but can you call me that too?" He was still the same, always striving to be someone Anastasia could count on. After sharing his wish, Mika fell silent, waiting for her answer. Anastasia hesitated, blushing softly as she shyly looked away. Moments later, she slowly spoke up. "Do not hate you," Mika immediately asked. "You do not hate me?" Anastasia replied, "Not all." A sudden gust of autumn dust blew in her eyes, and she rubbed them in irritation. When she opened her eyes again, Anastasia's feelings softened even more. Mika chuckled like a carefree kid, his innocence shining through. Then he asked, "Do you want to be my little sister?" Anastasia could not take her eyes off him. Only when she felt her face heat up did she look away, though she did not say it out loud. Her mind was already set. "I have always thought of myself as your little sister. You silly goose." Together, they reached a big tree where a glimmer of light sparkled on the ground. With just a few quick leaps, Mika climbed up the tree. Sure enough, there was a treasure hidden up there. Anastasia watched in awe from below, thinking how much climbing he must have done since then. After grabbing the treasure, he jumped down and proudly showed it to her. "Look, I found another one." Seeing Mika struggle like that, Anastasia secretly wondered why the treasure had to be hidden so high up, like it was just some cruel test for the little ones. Standing nearby, someone teased, "I never expected he would actually climb the tree." Hearing that, Anastasia shot back. "What? Do they think we would ask them to get it for us? I am the one climbing up for him." Little prince. But since Mika was okay, she let it slide, anything to keep him happy. After a while, Anastasia's team had found 6 treasure chests, while the older siblings had only found 5. She looked around and quietly judged, "Not much time left, so I think we are gonna win." Just as she stood there daydreaming, a familiar figure approached and knelt down in front of her. Mika showed up with another chest for Cuff, praising me. "Nice job, kiddo." Earlier, the girl wished he would be a bit more carefree, but now, she is already regretting it. This guy looks like today the Lord's feeling a little childish, not too hard to handle. And honestly, I want to apologize to him too. With that thought, Anastasia gently ruffled Mika's hair, saying, "Good job. Really good." Seeing his bright smile, the little girl bit her lip, realizing there is no need to burst the Lord's proud bubble over something so simple. It is just not worth it. The tough treasure hunt ended, and the 3 knights quickly announced the results. Victory went to the little Lord and Lady Anastasia's team. Though they won, both were surprisingly chill about it, like it was just expected. Lorentia, despite losing, smiled and said, "Next time, I will win. Congrats to you." Far away, Lancelot and 2 knights had prizes hidden behind their backs, and he added, "Hey, since both teams found the treasure, I will be awarding everyone what they discovered." Lorentia's eyes lit up. "Really? You are actually going to do that?" Lancelot replied quickly. "Of course, Lord Damian and Lady Anastasia. Come claim your prizes first." Damian's prize, a new horseshoe. Anastasia's prize, a knight's helmet. Next was Lorentia. A knight stepped forward to hand her prize. "And here's the one for Lady Lara." Lorentia immediately unwrapped it, exclaiming, "This is really for Lara." Lancelot smiled and confirmed, "Absolutely. It is exactly what she wanted." Hugging the prize tight, Lorentia could not hide her joy. It was like a flower blooming on her face. "I love it so much." Anastasia curiously asked, "Is that a kid's leather armor?" Flashback to a while ago when Lorentia, her mom, and Anastasia were strolling and saw the knights fighting. Her eyes could not look away. Lara wanted to wear knight's armor too. "Knight's armor?" she asked again. She answered without hesitation, "Yes, because Lara is a warrior, so she wants to wear knight's armor too. Anastasia guessed they must have noticed what she said. Back to the present. The knights were chatting happily with Lorentia, while in the distance stood a princess. Lara will come save her. Next time, let us build a treehouse together. Sounds awesome. After the harvest season, we will definitely do it, and as Lancelot said. After that, Mika got his promised one-on-one duel with his father. Before the fight, Mika reminded Anastasia, "You have got to keep that promise, kiddo." She immediately agreed. That small gesture fueled his determination. This time, beside Mikai, Anastasia did not wear that annoyed look she used to. She wondered quietly, have I actually started to like him? I do not hate him like before. The duel between Mika and Rogetto began quickly. After countless hours of training, Mika finally managed to land a hit on Rogetto. Mika counted 1, 2. Surprised, Rogetto asked, "What do you mean by that?" Mika said nothing but smirked, and Rogetto chuckled quietly. Watching the kid, he immediately showed Mika his true strength. Flash, Rogetto struck back, pushing Mika backward. Mika stumbled and fell but quickly steadied himself with his foot. His eyes burned cold with fierce determination. Right after, he launched a counterattack on Rogetto. He was determined to make it count this time. Seeing Mika's current state, Rogetto smiled approvingly. "You have really grown up, kid. I will have to be more careful now." "Little lord," he warned. "This time, I won't hold back." Anastasia stood outside with her 2 siblings, watching the duel. After hearing her father's words, she muttered under her breath, "Dad, is not that a bit too much for a 6-year-old? But then she flipped her thoughts. Maybe Daz just got too high hopes for Mika. The clang and clash of wooden swords rang on. After a while, Mika was pushed to the brink. He gasped for breath as Rogetto teased, "How about we call it here?" "Little lord," Mika begged earnestly, hesitated a bit. "Your Highness, just a little more." He faltered, but before he could refuse, Mika pressed on, "Just a bit more, and I have already won in this shadow-chasing game." With those words, he sprang up off the ground. Mika gathered all his strength and lunged straight at Rogetto. Even Rogetto did not expect Mika to go this far. His eyes betrayed a flicker of surprise. In a flash, Mika struck his wooden sword against Rogetto once again. All eyes locked on him. Even Anastasia was stunned by Mika's effort. Silently cheering, Mikai pushed himself hard just to land a hit on Highness Rogetto. The wooden sword jabbed into his arm. Mikai was still panting from the exertion. Then, he broke into a radiant smile and said, "I did it quickly." He bowed his head respectfully before Rogetto, showing his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." Then he dashed over to Anastasia, whose face instantly lit up with a question mark. Mikai grinned. "Hey kiddo, I pulled off 3 hits in a row. Did you see that?" She glanced skeptically at him, thinking, I never wanted him to spar with my dad. Still, he kept pushing. "You saw, right? Come on, kiddo." Anastasia sighed, but remembered her promise to him, not keeping Mikai waiting. She finally praised him. "You are really good." The moment she complimented him, his whole face lit up, but moments later, Mikai felt a burning flush spread across his cheeks and quickly covered his face with his hands to hide his embarrassment. He quickly composed himself, bashfully running his fingers through his golden hair. Despite trying to hide it, his cheeks stayed rosy. Then he reached out to Anastasia and asked, "Will you let me be your big brother?" Her eyes went wide, completely caught off guard. Anastasia shyly looked away, feeling an unexpected wave of awkwardness. Still, she took his hand and thought silently, "Isn't he already my big brother?" Their happy time was short-lived as Anastasia's thoughts shifted. Before she knew it, Thanksgiving was almost here. Mikai spoke up clearly. He would definitely be back before Damian's birthday. But Anastasia was still tangled up in her thoughts about Mikai needing to return to Highness Mansion in about 3 weeks. She pouted quietly, realizing she would forgotten the little prince's birthday, since Mikai had been around so much. Meanwhile, Anastasia's whole family stood at the door, helping Mikai into the carriage. Rogetto comforted him. "It is okay if you do not make it on Damian's birthday." But Mikai immediately refused. "Grandpa wants to be invited to Damian's birthday too." Hearing that, Rogetto stopped persuading him and smiled. "Then I will send the invitation soon. Please give my regards to your grandfather." Mikai bowed respectfully. "Yes, Your Highness." Only then did he realize he had not said goodbye to Anastasia, quickly flashed a bright smile and said, "I will be back soon." Anastasia silently nodded. This tiny gesture left the whole family momentarily speechless. After bidding everyone farewell, Mikai climbed into the carriage, and Rogetto waved him off. Then, his expression suddenly shifted. "Truly a delicate issue, since our little one is just too adorable." Time passed, and Thanksgiving finally arrived. Everything was set and ready. Anastasia and her siblings joined the feast, while Lorentia eagerly mingled. Unlike the spring festival bursting with flowers, the autumn festival was all about the delicious food spread out everywhere. Lorentia, a true foodie at heart, was instantly drawn to the massive array of mouth-watering cakes and sweets. It looked absolutely irresistible. Since this festival celebrates a year of hard work, Anastasia, Lorentia, and Damian indulged in desserts, while their younger sisters happily stuffed themselves to the brim. Even Mom had some time to herself. Remember those moments? Right here, the whole family blended into the crowd, enjoying the feast in their festive outfits. Lorentia dragged Anastasia around, grabbing food everywhere. Hey, this one's amazing too. Let us share. The little one was already stuffed to the max, but still eager to eat more. Seeing Lorentia so down, the girl figured her sister probably can't fully enjoy her food passion because she has to watch over her. The maid noticed Lorentia's gloomy face and stepped forward to cheer her up. Lara felt lonely eating alone, so Anastasia said, "Hey, let me join you," then decided it is best to slip away with him for a bit. Since there is a maid with her, nothing bad should happen, right? Damian took the girl outside, both heading toward the pumpkin tower. He asked, "Do you see that pumpkin tower over there, Anastasia?" He silently observed her. The youngest usually does not ask for much, but it looks like she is really into that pumpkin tower. Just look how intently she is staring. The girl gazed up at the pumpkin tower with laser-focused eyes, seeing her have to crane her neck. Damian offered, "It is pretty tall, so it might be hard to see. Let me help you with that." Nearby, the parents' conversation drifted to Damian's ears. Seems like all the kids are into the pumpkin tower. Even Damian loved it as a kid, but hearing his parents talk about him made him feel awkward. Here they go again. Damian clearly did not want this, especially since lately his parents keep sharing embarrassing stories about him in front of his sisters. His parents still had not realized how uncomfortable he was. Remember back then, Damian, he felt shy recalling those awkward moments from the past, stuff he never even thought would come up, so he made up his mind to stop them. Damian quickly called out, "Mom," but she did not seem to hear. She kept walking and reminiscing. Back then, it was just Damian, so only the three of us came here. Everyone thought Damian was adorable, but they said he got lost because he was not paying attention, and they were super worried when he suddenly disappeared. Rogeto chimed in, "Yep, your mom and I were seriously stressed out about you." Damian could not stop his parents' words from spilling out. He tried to keep his emotions in check, his hands clenched tightly. Anastasia was a bit surprised he was gripping her hand harder than usual. "My hand's going to turn purple," she whispered, but then she quickly noticed something off. Damian's face looked uneasy. Anastasia sensed it but did not know why. She thought to herself, "Maybe I should not tell him my hand really hurts right now." Whoa. Mom still has not picked up on Damian's mood. The two kept retelling old stories. "We all split up to look for him, but there was no crying or anything. I was worried my wife might have lost it, but thankfully we found him. The kid was inside the pumpkin tower, right?" "Yeah." He could not speak properly and kept mumbling because he felt guilty. "Mom, Dad." Hearing this, Damian could not hold it anymore and tugged Anastasia's hand to leave. The girl stopped mid-call. "Brother Damian," she glanced anxiously toward the parents. "Mom, Dad, this is not the time to admire the pumpkin tower." Then Anastasia noticed another problem. Lorentia was alone. She wondered where the maid who was supposed to be with her sister had gone. With so many people around, it was hard to keep track. Anastasia studied everyone's expressions and concluded that everyone seemed happy. But why did she get such a bad feeling deep down? That uneasy feeling hit her just as Lorentia walked toward the pumpkin tower. A thought circled relentlessly in Anastasia's mind, like she was about to lose someone important. The sky darkened as Anastasia and Damian strolled through the mansion grounds. The houses lit up one by one. Damian led her to an ancient tree. He frowned, deep in thought. "Do Mom and Dad like to embarrass me on purpose? They keep bringing up these old stories I do not even remember." Anastasia quietly watched her brother. Thoughts slowly formed in her mind. Her brother was sharp and always a top contender for the heir to the Duke's title. She had only known him since he was 6. It is hard to imagine his old personality just from their parents' stories. To their parents, he was just a love-struck boy, which made it natural for them to find him cute. Seems like he never wanted to be seen as a kid in front of his sisters, to the point he did not even notice he was holding her hand while wiping it. Damian was still lost in his own silent monologue. Does he really have to be the perfect example for the younger kids? Hearing this, Anastasia immediately nodded in agreement. Yep, that is exactly what her brother was thinking. After a moment, Damian suddenly realized his little sister was standing right beside him. He stopped mid-thought and called out, "Anastasia." Then he noticed her arm was red where he had been gripping it. Damian instantly got flustered, sinking down and apologizing earnestly. "I am so—" "Anastasia." He gently rubbed her hand, blaming himself. How did this even happen? Then he asked, puzzled, "Why did not you say it was hurting?" Letting out a deep sigh, he took the blame again. "I am sorry for hurting you by accident." Heart aching, Damian hugged Anastasia tightly and warned, "Next time it hurts, you have to tell me, okay?" Seeing him so down, Anastasia called out, "Hey, it is Damian." He kept apologizing. "I was wrong." But she was not mad, she just wanted to comfort her brother. It does not hurt." Damian blinked, stunned, staring at her. "Anastasia." Just then, the sharp call of some servants echoed, Miss Lorentia." Grabbing their attention, Anastasia looked around nervously what was happening to her sister. Damian quickly grabbed Anastasia and said, "Let us go." "Anastasia, you are going to get sick." They rushed over to their parents, Damian anxiously asking, "Where are the kids? I am worried something bad happened." Rogetto quickly reassured his wife, "The staff are searching. They will find her soon." Damian came running from afar, shouting, "Mom, Dad." Both turned instantly, gasping for breath. Damian asked, "What happened to Lorentia?" Seeing him and Anastasia, their mother immediately hugged them both. "You have been out too long." Damian, Anastasia, with a worried tone. She said, "Your father and I have been so worried about you too." Damian felt guilty. Speechless, he let Anastasia down and changed the subject. "I saw the servants searching for Lorentia. What is going on?" At his question, their parents suddenly exchanged glances. They silently agreed. Then their mother answered, "It seems Lorentia is playing hide and seek, so the maids are looking for her." Anastasia immediately sensed the lie. It felt like a deliberate cover-up to ease their worries. She nervously clenched her dress, wondering what bad thing was really happening to her sister. Silently, she had one arm behind her back and summoned her power. At this festival, with so many people around, her anxiety only deepened. Anastasia called for her familiar spirit, who appeared crying and demanding, "Master, why have not you summoned me? What am I supposed to do now? You have not called me for a whole week. I want to be pampered too. Are you planning to wait 20 years before calling me back?" Anastasia did not have time for jokes. She was serious as she called again. "Spirit." She quickly laid down the terms. "My sister is missing. If you find her, I will let you stay by my side for 3 whole days." The spirit instantly stopped crying. Then it took off flying, promising to return soon. Just having the spirit around helped calm Anastasia a bit. Finding her sister was only a matter of time. Meanwhile, beside Damian, he expressed to their mother, "I want to go find Lorentia too." Anastasia worried about him. Maybe she should not ignore her brother's situation. But with no experience in something like this, she was at a loss. After talking with their mother, Damian tried to steady his nerves and then said to Anastasia, "I think Lorentia really is playing hide and seek." He asked, "Do you want to look for her with me?" She got the hint. Her brother seemed to have figured it out too. Before they could start searching, the spirit came back with news. "Demon King, she is here." Anastasia immediately glanced toward the pumpkin tower. She grabbed Damian's hand, who looked puzzled. "The pumpkin tower," she said again. Damian thought she just wanted to play and said, "I will take you to the pumpkin tower to celebrate." But Anastasia did not give him a chance to refuse. She pulled him straight toward it. "Let us go." Facing the giant pumpkin tower before her, she silently judged, "It is so tall, no visible openings. How do we even get inside?" She hesitated, wondering if she should use magic. It could erupt at any moment, and Damian still did not understand her intentions. He stopped in confusion, asking, "Anastasia, why are you doing this?" Meanwhile, deep inside the pumpkin tower, a sweet voice mingled with the sound of someone crying, "Anastasia." The noise came from a small hidden corner inside the tower. Lorentia sat quietly inside the pumpkin tower. Anastasia, hearing voices from outside, she immediately recognized her brother's voice. Her brother, Lorentia, was trapped in a pitch-black space. Her fear mounting, the sound echoed outside, and Damian instantly shouted, "Lorentia!" He hurriedly called out, "Lorentia, are you there?" Only then did Anastasia finally exhale, feeling a wave of relief. Now that he would found her inside, a faint voice responded from within. "Brother?" Damian quickly pinpointed the weak spot in the pumpkin tower while trying to rescue Lorentia. He reassured her, "I am getting you out of here. Don't move, it is dangerous. Stay right where you are." Damian's hand slowly appeared through the hole. Then he slid inside, reaching out for his sister. "Lorentia, I hear. Can you grab my hand?" Seeing Damian was like seeing a beacon of light. Lorentia's eyes welled up as she looked up at her brother. After confirming his sister was inside the pumpkin tower, Damian hurriedly asked, "Lorentia, can you reach out your hand?" A tiny hand slowly stretched out as Lorentia heard her brother's voice. He carefully grabbed his sister's hand. "That is it. Good job. Be careful now." Anastasia stood behind, watching the siblings intently. Suddenly, a faint creak came from the pumpkin tower, sending a chill down her spine. Danger was near. She realized the pumpkin tower was about to collapse, and while her brother was trying to save his sister, she silently placed a hand behind her back, gathering her strength. She thought to herself, Her mission was to quietly support him. Damian's voice kept steady as he urged Lorentia. Hold on. Lorentia, just a little longer, you are almost out. Once free, Lorentia sobbed into her brother's arms. Brother? Damian hugged her tightly, both shaken but relieved. After making sure his sister was safe, he asked, Lorentia, why did you go in there? The girl wiped her tears. Innocently, she replied, I heard Mom and Dad were worried because you once hid inside the pumpkin tower before, so Lara followed. Damian was stunned by this. Just then, Detla and Rogato rushed over, their voices thick with worry. Lorentia, Damian, are you both okay? Damian assured them. Laurentius is safe. Do not worry. And they both breathed a sigh of relief. But it seemed the story was not over. He continued, and he had something else to say. Detla asked anxiously, My dear, where did you go? Lara nodded. I was inside the pumpkin tower. Detla asked softly, The pumpkin tower? You kids sure do act alike from looks to behavior. Lorentia casually agreed. Lara wants to be just like him. Completely ignoring the weird expression on her brother's face, Damian started to speak but was cut off by his sister. Lorentia, wait a moment. Lara just looked up at their brother silently. Damian said plainly, I am thankful Mom and Dad still remember how adorable I was as a kid. He turned serious. But please do not bring up my past mistakes in front of the girls. His words left Rogato embarrassed. I get it, clearly feeling awkward for Damian. Hearing this, Damian's irritation grew. It does not matter. My sister made the same mistakes I did, and she thinks it is no big deal. This statement stunned both Rogato and Detla into silence. Damian pressed on. I just hope you will only speak of my good qualities. I hope you understand what I mean. Mom and Dad, he added firmly. Dad always said that even one mistake still counts as a mistake. Rogato was left speechless hearing his son quote him back. After talking with his parents, Damian immediately turned to apologize to his sister. I am so— Lara? Did I hurt your ear? Anastasia worriedly glanced over at him, her big brother, but seeing him seem a bit less tense, she let out a relieved breath, feeling the group's mood lighten. Yet it looked like the rain obsession had shifted to their father. Adults need comfort too, right? Rogato blamed himself, while Detla, watching her husband like that, could only helplessly stay close and console him. On the carriage ride home, Lorentia excitedly swung her little legs, saying, since Big Brother went inside, I thought something super cool was happening in the tower. Hearing this, Detla stammered helplessly, Mom gets it, while Damian just went silent, clearly unimpressed by his sister's antics. You gotta seriously tell everyone where you are headed from now on. Lorentia, he said, and the little girl obediently replied, Yes, sir. Watching the siblings' interaction, Detla whispered, It would be great if the eldest brother did the same. That comment made Damian visibly relax. Still, he respectfully answered their mother, Yes, madam. Even though Anastasia had fallen asleep during the carriage ride, she noticed afterward that their parents had a private talk with her brother. Damian hugged their parents and said, Though my sisters mean the world to me, I am genuinely ashamed and uncomfortable with the mistakes I made in the past. I hope we keep those stories just between you and me. Rogato embraced mother and son, saying, Then Damian will spend some extra time with us afterward. Detla teased, Looks like the little guy's been spending a lot of time with Anastasia and Lorentia. A happy family hug like that is pure bliss. She kept thinking, even though it is all past now, they must have been really worried. She would have been so worried because her big brother always tried to act mature. She worried because her 7-year-old big brother seemed to carry the weight of the eldest child. Holding Damian, Detla asked softly, Are you really sad? He happily responded, which made her glad, and it seemed like everything had turned out okay. What a relief. She used her power to eavesdrop on the three of them from a distance. Seeing things settled, she gently petted him, praising, Well done. Good job for me. As promised, she played with him for 4 straight days, hardly leaving his side during that time. While keeping her promise, she thought, Anyway, by the time Mikai returns, I probably won't be able to handle this little chocolate for long. She recalled that day when he sat right in front of her asking, Hey, do you have a little boyfriend? While she was playing with him, she did not get it. How the heck did he see her like that? Choco still did not realize she was about to lose her master, but was still excited and super happy. Can someone keep me around forever? Sleeping next to the Demon King? Watching him eat that is so cool, she said coldly. He jumped up and demanded, Why not? Why? I can stop that little arrogant brat from coming here. You know, that stubborn punk. It is nothing. Really? Choco, you are the only loyal attendant the great and noble Demon King? She silently questioned that but thought to herself, stopping high means stopping time itself. This world is not that cruel. Calmly, she told Choco, I do not know why, but I feel like I need Mikai. Cho jumped in to justify for her. Is this the Demon King's grand plan? Outwardly, she replied, yeah, something like that, but inwardly thought, honestly, there is no plan at all. Her thoughts spiraled again. Anyway, I can stop the plague world with my own power, but I am scared to die. There is no peace like this outside. But inside she felt anything but peaceful. It has been a long time since she was this afraid of dying. Choco, unaware that her thoughts had drifted far away, asked, that stubborn brat is one of the candidates to become the Demon King's subordinate, right? Surprised by the question, she answered, yeah. Cho continued, well, that is not surprising. If people see him as a candidate for your minion, then he is basically your coworker, right? He said this proudly, striking a cool pose. Because Choco is the Demon King's very first minion and wants to act all badass, he nudged Anastasia's heart, saying, if that stubborn brat is a candidate, I gotta prepare to educate him first. She sighed deeply, then reached out to tussle Chutu's rebellious hair, but deep down, sorry, Mikai, I am pretty sure I won't let a situation like that happen again. Outside, Damian was playing with Lorentia. She watched the peaceful scene and thought, how wonderful it would be if life just stayed this calm and happy. While Anastasia was lost in her thoughts, Duke Leventus received some troubling news that made him worry. He seriously studied the letter, wondering if this information could really be true. Before he could say more, a voice came from outside the study door. Sir, it is Mikai. Can I come in? Hearing Mikai's voice, the Duke quickly hid the important paper under some files and said, come in. After Thanksgiving, the mansion buzzed with a new kind of energy. While everyone was busy with Thanksgiving, Anastasia's mind drifted to Damian's birthday. Coming up on October 28th, Damian felt since it was close to a national holiday, maybe they should not throw a birthday party for him. Anastasia understood his feelings after all. The grand sealing of the Demon Lord was on October 31st, and her mature older brother clearly wanted that to be the big event. But that La thought otherwise. She gently patted her son's shoulder. There are plenty of days to celebrate. Damian, you can just skip these special ones. He still hesitated, but that La smiled warmly. Don't steal your mom's joy of throwing you a birthday party. Damian blushed but agreed. All right, that is settled. So we are preparing for both the birthday and the holiday, and my birthday is coming up soon. Mika excitedly showed Anastasia. Look what I brought for you. It turned out to be a children's picture book with a cute little fox on the cover. As Damian's birthday drew near, Mikai Leventus returned to the Duke's mansion carrying a stack of books. Anastasia just sighed at the sight. It has been 3 weeks, and the little one's still a baby, he said, reaching out to her. She sighed, thinking, here we go again the moment he is back. Was there really no other way but to team up with him? Seeing her take his hand, he beamed. I am so glad the little lady does not hate me anymore. Little did he know, she was inwardly annoyed. Why does this guy never stop talking nonsense? Does he think I am some narrow-minded fool? Mikai held her hand respectfully and gently kissed it, his eyes full of longing. Before he could finish expressing how much he missed her, I have missed you so much. Little one, a sharp voice cut through. Mikai, startled. He jumped but did not let go of Anastasia's hand. How did the Duke find time to visit the little lady before meeting Mikai? It was Duke Leventus himself, his commanding voice booming. Mikai, are you just waking up now? Mikai snapped to attention and replied seriously. Sir, I am awake, sir. When ordered to follow him, he could only say, yes, sir. Anastasia was surprised to see Mikai like this. She would never seen him so worried before. Her eyes seemed to see right through everything. She silently concluded that this must be Mikai's grandfather. Duke Leventus was a strict man who could easily command Mikai's obedience. Before leaving, he cast a glance behind Mikai toward Anastasia. Their eyes met. Seeing Anastasia, he apologized. My fault. Young lady, I will be speaking with the Duke shortly. She thought silently. He did seem as stern as the rumors said. Even after they left, she kept wondering if the Duke wanted to call Mikai. He could have just sent a servant. Why did he come here in person? She found his behavior puzzling. During dinner, she quietly speculated as the meal was more lavish than usual. It was probably because of Duke Leventus' visit. Everything was prepared unusually well for such a special guest. Rogato, as host, spoke first. I know your schedule is busy. Thank you for taking the time to visit us. The Duke responded modestly. I entrusted my grandson to you, so I apologize for not visiting more often. Rogato humbly replied. Please do not say that. It is good for the kids to make friends. The Duke sincerely shared. Honestly, I should be the one grateful for this. He spoke while placing his hand on Mikai's shoulder. Our little troublemaker Mikai has pulled all sorts of stunts, but his grace always lets it slide. The nobleman replied, "That is not it. Mikai is very well behaved, and at this age, being curious is totally normal." He did not make a big fuss either, thanking her politely. "Thank you very much, madam." While the adults chatted back and forth, Damian watched Anastasia eat with a cool, focused gaze. Even while eating, she stayed alert and noticed a gaze fixed on her for a while. Could it be Mikai? When she looked up, it was not Mikai but the Grand Duke Leventus, the elder Grand Duke. She wondered. As soon as he caught her staring, he immediately looked away, leaving her puzzled. Did I misread that? But that thought would not leave her head. Just before he turned away, she caught the Grand Duke Leventus mouthing something quietly. Suddenly, the Grand Duke Leventus spoke up first. He asked about Rogetto. "The Duke, aren't you planning to visit the capital around this time?" Though unsure of his intention, Rogetto replied, "Yes, but the kids are still young." The Duke continued, "I plan to make my debut during the new year. If I do not go, it might upset Her Majesty." While the adults exchanged words, the three kids kept eating happily. "Anastasia. Delicious, right? Try this one too." Hearing her father mention the capital, Anastasia thought, "The capital? Now that you mention it," she recalled that her father went to the capital last year, but had to return halfway because of some urgent matter. Since then, it seemed her father had not traveled much. The Grand Duke paused, set his hat down, then said, "Now would be the time for you to go to the capital." The nobleman asked in confusion, "Is something wrong?" He paused thoughtfully, then replied, "There have been rumors lately coming from the palace." His tone dropped. "It seems the Empress is pregnant." After he spoke, the mood at the dinner table instantly darkened. Rogetto responded, "I see. The Empress," but he only said half the sentence. Anastasia was confused. Isn't an Empress pregnancy supposed to be good news? Looking at her parents' faces only made her more puzzled. Why did they suddenly look so worried? Seeing her parents' reaction made her suspicious. Based on their expressions, I need to dig deeper about the Emperor. She quietly gathered her strength, determined to investigate. After dinner ended, it was bedtime for the three kids. Man, time flies. The nobleman kissed each child goodnight, starting with Anastasia. "Good night, my dear." Next, Lorentia got a goodnight kiss, and Mikai too. "You too, Mikai." The Grand Duke also wished the kids good night. "Sleep well, little ones." Lorentia, seeing him say good night, innocently called out, "Sir." Reaching out her hand to him, he responded, curious to hear what the little girl wanted to say. Unexpectedly, she gave him a quick peck and said, "Good night, sir." Not only was he surprised, but both Lorentia and Mikai were wide-eyed, stunned by her bold move. He ruffled her hair affectionately, a mix of pride and fondness. Then he turned to look at Anastasia, leaving her confused. She wondered silently, after that day, he keeps looking at me like that. Did he want me to give him a goodnight kiss too? Under his expectant gaze, she sighed helplessly. Well, guess I have no choice. She stepped closer, holding out both hands toward him. From a distance, the Enderblank couple watched, smiling at their youngest daughter's overflowing affection. Our youngest really likes the Grand Duke. Huh. Anastasia nestled in the Grand Duke's arms and gently kissed his cheek. His eyes were full of love as he looked at her. He stroked the girl's head, marveling. No wonder our little one adores the young lady so much. She wondered, if that is true, would not the youngest like her sister more? I do not get it. On the way back to her room, Anastasia stopped and lost herself in thought. Her brother's and sister's bedrooms were on the second floor, east wing, while hers and Mikai's were on the west side. Damian and Lorentia held hands as they headed to their rooms. They did not forget to say goodbye to Anastasia and Mika. See you tomorrow night, Mikai. Mikai squeezed Anastasia's hand and replied with a goodbye too. Same goes for you, Damian. After splitting from the other two, Mika was all smiles. This is the first time I am sleeping over with you, he said. She argued quietly to herself. He is the one sleeping in the armor. Mikai wondered, if you get scared while sleeping, can I come in with you? She felt helpless but said nothing. What could she say? It is just awkward being scared of ghosts and stuff. Finally, at her bedroom, Mika spoke up. We have arrived. Calmly, he stepped in with one foot and looked her straight in the eye. He asked, can I come say good morning to you tomorrow? She agreed, and he lit up instantly. Really? Then I will definitely drop by. And I promise I won't wake you if you are asleep. She did not get it just saying good morning, but he was so eager about it. Mika added, besides, you can do that for me? Her face showed a silent protest, but Mika was relentless. You have done that goodnight kiss with my grandpa already. She grumbled internally. Here we go again. And he kept going. You have done it with Lorentia and Damian too. She was speechless. Well, they are my siblings. But Mika gave her that puppy-eyed look and said, do I have to be family for you to accept it? She froze at that gaze. Wait, That look is weird. He kept playing the pity card. I have never gotten one before. Finally, she softened. All right, I can refuse a 6-year-old begging like that, she said. Okay? Come here. He immediately replied. You want me closer? She stood on tiptoe and kissed Mika's cheek. Good night. After hearing her wish, he returned it with a satisfied grin. Good night, little one. See you tomorrow. The nurse came in to cover her legs and wished. Sweet dreams. Little noble. The nurse left, thinking she had fallen asleep, but no. A while later she opened her eyes wide. Obviously she was not some angelic kid who could just drift off. Her thoughts immediately drifted. Where could Mom and the Duke be right now? Her gaze quickly shifted. There they were. In the living room, she felt a little guilty. Sorry, Mom, Dad, I am just eavesdropping a bit. Rogato asked uncertainly. Are you sure the Queen is pregnant? The Duke confirmed firmly. Of course. I heard the baby's due next spring. That gasped as spring, meaning her thoughts confirmed it was true. Yep. The Queen has been pregnant for 5 months. Detla continued. Makes sense. It has been 10 years since His Highness married with no news until now. He sipped tea leisurely and added. This explains why the Emperor has been so quiet lately. Calmly, he said. He is already on the Emperor's blacklist. Are not you two prepared for that? Every word shocked Anastasia from afar. What? Blacklist? Prepared? What is going on between His Highness and the Duke? Rogato said. My youngest will turn 3 soon. Once that happens, moving to the capital will be fine. The Duke reminded. We have to be extremely careful, especially the lady. Anastasia thought they seem to be trying to maintain good ties with our family. Detla said gently. No need to worry too much. But Rogato quickly disagreed. How can we not worry in this situation? Because the reason the Emperor reached his position, the Duke said steadily, is that the lady gave up her claim to the throne. Anastasia thought of her mother's past, Lady Enderblank. Debasing the place I was born was not peaceful at all. Not long ago, before my mother married, the war for the throne was fiercer than ever because the previous emperor had many children. Siblings fought each other for power. But with her wisdom, my mother survived. She was deeply disillusioned with the royal family. Because of what happened, even though she was almost the rightful heir, my mother chose to give up the throne and marry my father. Many of her half-brothers barely survived by hiding and running away. Luxius became the emperor after overhearing the conversation among those 3. Anastasia finally understood why. From the info she gathered, she could somewhat sympathize with her mother's decision. Even Luxius seemed to realize his own shortcomings, so he tried hard to maintain ties with other nobles, especially the Enderblank family. Given her mother's strong influence, the Enderblanks are one of the oldest noble houses in the Empire. Her father had made major contributions during the Empire's war over a decade ago. Her thoughts started to clear up. She used to think the royal family would not interfere since only the Enderblanks had ties to them, but after hearing about the Grand Duchy of Leventis, she could not shake off the unease. The Grand Duchy of Leventis was once the Leventis Empire. To control the current empire, they had to merge and accept the title of Grand Duke. She found it confusing. At first, the Grand Duke was fully loyal to His Majesty, but he gave up his title under royal pressure. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Thanks to someone's meddling, her family was stuck in this tight spot, not crushed by the Empire's power. They had to push harder to come out on top. The Enderblanks will change because of the Queen's pregnancy. Her thoughts drifted further. King Luxius was more ambitious than the public realized, but despite his boldness, he lacked the means to back it up. She let out a long sigh. Both sides were way too complicated. She knew her goal clearly, but that hardly mattered because, no matter what, she would protect this family. A civil war, that was something she would live through dozens of times. This was her 76th lifetime, right? Back then, she was an expert named Myrrh. She did not want to dwell on the past. It was just that the past. Time flew by. It was already the 4th day. The Grand Duke Leventis and Mikai had stayed at the mansion. Mikai kept pestering her, always up in her face. Can you give me a good morning kiss? Mikai bombarded her with good morning kisses and even good night ones. She thought, it is not just that if Mikai keeps bugging me. I am heading to morning training. You will come play with me later, right? She was helpless as he talked to himself, promising and leaving before she could even respond. She sighed. Seriously, why does that kid like me so much? The nanny sighed too. Oh dear, even if she is not into it, the little lady's gotta look her best today. Yeah, 'cause it is the young lady's birthday today. She did not get why the nannies thought she did not like dressing up. She never said that. What kind of logic was that? The nannies kept going. She is such a good girl. She deserves to wear the prettiest clothes. Exactly. Look, this is a brand new dress just for today's celebration. It is super cute, right? We know the young lady loves blue, So we picked out this blue dress for her. She was left with a big question mark on her face. She could not help but wonder, were they treating her like a spoiled kid? She felt so indignant. Life so unfair. I actually like the older brother, the one who always calls her name sweetly with a big smile. She blamed it all on Mikai, the absolute clueless little goof. Her mind drifted again, comparing her own birthday party and her brother's. His was pretty chill, or maybe the parties were planned to match each of their personalities. She stood off to the side watching. Most gifts were books and stationery. The Grand Duke had sent a limited edition theology book set as a birthday gift, so extra. But thanks, listening to the chat between her brother and his guests, she got even more confused. No matter how much he loved reading, this was clearly stressing him out. The nanny placed a hand on Rogato's shoulder. Surprising him, she asked the young master, "Do you want to go outside for a bit?" He asked back. Outside, the young master went ahead, with the other 3 kids following behind. Finally, she realized why her mother had called her brother outside. She smiled quietly. Her mother was so sweet. They must have prepared a wonderful surprise for him. The nanny took the young master away, and he asked in surprise, "Really?" At that moment, Rogato also came to see the little pet. He asked again, "Mother really gave me a little pet." Rogato confirms, "That is right, because now your riding skills have really improved." Rogato asks, "Can you take good care of it?" He jokes back, "Of course. I will ask the knights and learn from them." Meanwhile, the Grand Steward stands off to the side, clearing his throat nervously. Mikai responds coldly, "I prefer big horses." The steward replies just as coldly, "I know." Anastasia listens to their exchange. Confused, she can tell if these two get along or not. After class ended, the Grand Steward and Mikai were invited to stay at the manor to test some recipes until the celebration. During that time, I got closer to the Grand Steward, but before he left, he came to my room. "Little lady, can I give you a hug?" He always came to me first back then. He asked again, "Can I hug you today too?" Even his teasing back then was just like Mikai's now. He held me tightly in his arms, saying today might be the last time. On the morning of the celebration, he said he would leave after donating to the priest. That is fine, since the priest was called to bless our house today. Suddenly, I froze when I saw Mikai's expression standing next to the Grand Steward. I wondered, why does Mikai look so pissed off? Outside, the guests had arrived. "We have reached the Enderblank Manor." "Your Holiness," the Pope stepped down from the carriage with a scowl. Even though he has been here countless times, he still looks annoyed, like he is about to explode. Rogato clasped his hands and smiled warmly. "Thank you for coming. This manor relies on your blessings." But the Pope's attitude was so cold it shocked Rogato. He barely glanced at the greeting and replied dryly, "No problem. By the way," then he rushed greedily to the donation box. "Is this your offering?" Rogato could only nod in response. "Yes, sir." Anastasia peeked from behind her mother and thought, if the priest's eyes light up like that at money, is this really okay? What a greedy guy. Smoke from incense filled the room as the priest said, "Now the baptism ceremony will be completed after this." Without even doing anything yet, he already demanded, "This manor is so grand. It is a bit exhausting. May I have a cup of tea?" Rogato had no choice but to agree. Of course, Anastasia immediately sensed that because of the ceremony, her mother was trying to let it slide, but she did not like this priest one bit. She noticed from the start he had been ignoring the Leventis family. He did not even bother to look or greet the Grand Duke, instead obsessing over ordering the servants. "Place the incense right there." He arrogantly glanced at the Grand Duke's offering tray as if mocking him. Then he swaggered over and asked with a sneer, "Has the Grand Duke prepared his sincerity?" The Duke replied calmly, "Of course." "Right here," holding a coin with a smirk, the priest said, Lucky the Grand Duke remembers to honor the spirits." The Duke shot back, "Honoring the spirits is basic for anyone living on this continent." The priest's attitude still showed no respect. "Right? The spirits are always watching the Leventis house." Watching this, Anastasia felt sick to her stomach. At first, she thought the priest was just rude, but now things were spiraling way out of control. She started to fume. He is basically throwing shade at the Leventis family, but what she could not figure out was, why the hell are they just standing there taking it? Mikai looked like he was silently enduring it. While the priest shot him a furious glare, the priest said coldly, "The spirits won to ignore the Grand Duke's sincerity." Power began to swirl in his palm. Anastasia gasped, realizing he had lost it. Mikai's magic was not fully controlled yet, and this power would only cause him terrible pain. He could only grit his teeth and bear it. The priest spread his hands and declared, "Young Duke, you still can't receive divine power." He smirked, "But do not worry. One day the spirits will embrace you." The Grand Duke stayed silent but quietly placed his hand on his nephew's shoulder. The more Anastasia thought about it, the less she understood. No matter how much the spirit kingdom influenced the empire, how could anyone dare treat the Grand Duke like that, especially a mere priest? She clenched her skirt tightly, knowing he was a thorn in the Emperor's side. This might be connected to what is going on right now. They are not just members from the Grand Duchy. Just imagine, even when Mikai goes flower viewing, we are out here checking out those blooming beauties over there. 2 Grand Dukes care if the girl feels cold, and they are as close to me as family, yet right before my eyes, he is tormenting her, and he is doing it all so casually. This is seriously infuriating. The more I think about it, the madder I get. Later, I can just stand by and watch this greedy bastard run wild. He's got powerful backing, but what about his donations to the Holy Temple? Rogato awkwardly says, I will look into it. She thinks to herself, no way. Determined, she vows to find out what kind of power lets this guy get away with this. Her eyes darken. She is dead set on making sure he can't just walk away from this. She pushes forward, throwing a glass of water back at him, then knocks over the glass he is holding. Drenching him, he freaks out, shouting, too hot. Someone get some cold water here. Quick. The servant rushes to obey. No need. He grits through his humiliation. It is done now. I will return to the temple to serve the Holy Lord. But it is too late. The servant splashes the cold water right on him. He ends up standing there, pants soaked and stained yellowish. Everyone falls silent, but a swarm of flies buzzes around. And quickly, Anastasia's eyes are covered. He is utterly embarrassed, face blazing red, begging to leave early. Rogato and the servant hush the guests, but it seems Anastasia is not done. She channels power into her fingers again. A sharp crack echoes as she snaps. Rogato anxiously asks if he is okay. He can only respond with pride. I have finally. He climbs into his carriage with a flushed face. If you ever need help, do not hesitate to call me. The Holy Lord never turns his back on true loyalty. He says. She sighs. Good grief. And he still wanted to come here begging for money? This guy's lost his mind. She decides. I did not want to go this far, but this guy's hopeless. A strong gust of wind blows through. Rogato and the servant's eyes go wide in shock. The Grand Duke watches suspiciously. The priest's wig is whipped straight up by the wind. Everyone watches as he scrambles after the flying wig. Completely exposed, the wig keeps flying. Showing no signs of stopping, it is heading straight for the Lord's residence. He chases it, shouting, my hair. He falls to his knees in despair. She can't help but think, greedy for the Lord's stuff. That is going to get you in trouble. Eventually, the priest leaves, and after he is gone, everyone bursts out laughing. The nanny can't help but say, never thought a priest could be so embarrassed. Serving the Lord and trailing behind him, what has he got to hide under that head? The servants gossip excitedly. I heard he shaved the top of his head on purpose and only left hair on the sides. Anastasia recalls the scene and can't stop smiling. Mika gently asks, can I hold your hand? The little one shouts orders to the servant from afar. Orders came down. Let Lara into. Anastasia watches. Puzzled, yes, madam. The servant replies. She breathes a sigh of relief. At least he looks okay. Thinking about his resigned face back then worries her. She has never seen him look so lifeless. She reaches out and takes his hand. Today, I want to hold your hand first. He smiles brightly. He tells her honestly about what the priest said earlier. He said the life force is for purification. But I have gotten it from other priests before, and I hate it hurts. He does not look sad. Just helpless. Her expression darkens in confusion. Is that really for purification? If you blindly transfer life force to a normal person, it would definitely be painful. Especially for someone like Mikai, whose magic is unstable. It is practically torture. Mikai understands this well. But when the priest keeps messing up, he admits, I do not know why, but being with you feels right. She realizes that back then, he already sensed her magical flow. Maybe he had more magical power than she thought. He smiles and says, little one, I feel like everything will be okay as long as I have you. She says, her face glowing with pure happiness. She stopped and stared at him, realizing now why she felt so unfair and heartbroken watching Mikai endure his pain. It was like looking into her own past, a person who always used fate as an excuse to force herself to accept injustice. She grabbed his hand tightly. I will protect you. Mikai, she silently vowed, I will protect you, my lord. Even if the number of people I have to protect grows, it won't be a problem. Right? He smiled happily and replied, thank you. Little one, the Duke said goodbye. It is almost the end of the year. You will probably be busy until we reach the capital. Rogato answered, not really busy, just picking out candidates to be playmates. The Duke chimed in, right? We are alike in that. I am not sure anyone would accept Mikai. Though, from his thoughtful look, Mikai grew even sadder. Anastasia thought to herself, he is the Duke, yet they are still worried about finding a playmate for him. It has always been a tradition in noble families to find playmates for their children of similar age. It is a legit job in this world. Kids get education and a paycheck, basically a work-study program for children. There were tons of applications to be playmates for her brother and sister, definitely not a bad gig, but there were more people interested in Mikai than she thought. She always imagined he was alone. Suddenly, a voice snapped her out of her thoughts. "Hey, little one." It was the Duke, kneeling on one leg before her, asking, "Can I hug you before I go?" She agreed right away. He gently pulled her into his arms, then softly lifted her up and said, "You are still too young, and maybe you do not like rough play yet, but it would be great if you two could grow a little closer." Hearing that, she thought, even if the Duke does not show it, he worries about Mikai a lot. Before leaving, the Duke turned and said to her, "Let us meet again next time." Mikai waved goodbye to, "See you later, little lady." She stood there watching until the carriage disappeared, thinking to herself, this meeting was not bad after all. Time flew by as everyone prepared for the New Year's feast, and her parents were still busy handling a bunch of things. They picked 2 playmates for her brother and sister, and did not forget to give the servants their year-end bonuses. After a month of preparations, finally, in the first week of December, the journey to the capital began. 4 of them set off on a sunny day. Lorentia, sitting in the carriage, suddenly asked that Mom, why is not Dad coming with us? She said, "Your father is the Duke. He has a lot of work to finish before leaving, and since you are still little, you might get hurt on the road." The little girl frowned, feeling sad, and said, "That is not fair at all." Night fell, and Lorentia was now asleep on her brother's lap. Etla was asleep too. Only Anastasia stayed awake, worried. She stayed up after everyone else slept to cast a protective shield. Even with the Duke's knights guarding us, it is better to have a protective shield at night, right? Her shield made the surrounding monsters cower in fear. Thanks to her shield, our 3-week journey passed without any major problems. The knights found it strange no monsters showed up at all. "Yeah, my sword's rusty from lack of use," one joked. After a long journey, they finally neared their destination. Today was the last day of the trip. Happily, she told the kids, "Guys, I think we are about to see Kundo." Lorentia excitedly peeked out the window. Really, she did not hide her excitement at all. Lara wanted to see Kundo so badly that Anastasia had to remind her, "Be careful." While Lorentia was buzzing with excitement, Anastasia was deep in thought. Kundo is cold but not harsh. Still, she felt a strange but familiar unease. "Surely, many dangers await me," she thought, recalling those arrogant, nasty people. "Happily," she said, "this is your mother's hometown. Kids, I do not know what those 2 are thinking, but inside Anastasia, doubt about her mother's homeland swirled fiercely. This is her mother's homeland." She stood silently, feeling helpless, certain that many intriguing things were about to unfold here. The carriage carrying the 3 of them slowly made its way toward Kundo through the biting cold. The next day, inside Kundo's most lavish mansion, a sweet voice rang out, "Mom, we are ready." The first thing that caught the eye was a bear-themed outfit paired with a familiar pink hairband. Then, the 3 siblings, all dressed up, looked irresistibly adorable. Their mother, seeing her kids like this, could not help but gush, "You guys are just too cute." She turned around with a nurturing smile and said, "Let us go enjoy the sights together. The streets here are stunning this time of year." Anastasia, watching her mom's joyful expression, whispered to herself, "Mom's so radiant." She said it has been ages since she last got to go out. "Be careful, do not wander off, and keep an eye on the little one," she added, protective and tender. Anastasia stayed silent, her face thoughtful, but as she watched her mother's back, she quietly calculated an old, simple carriage with no noble insignia, and Mom walking ahead. Then, a voice called out, "Anastasia," and suddenly she sensed the truth. This was no ordinary outing. At the bustling shopping district, the liveliest spot in the capital, packed with grand stores that outshone even the nobles' quarters, their father stopped in front of a shop. Anastasia's sister, Lorentia, excitedly pointed and said, "Look, it is a tiger, Sass's favorite animal." Indeed, Anastasia loved the stuffed tiger her older brother had gifted her. Their mother nodded and said, "Let us go inside and take a look." Anastasia followed but remained skeptical. Was this really just a simple shopping trip? She eyed the 3 of them and thought, with all the schemes and battles I have seen, I have learned to expect hidden motives behind everything. After some shopping, at the 4th store, Lorentia held up a hairband and said to their mother, "Mom, Lara wants to buy this." But their mom gently declined. "You have already picked 2 things today, Lara." Anastasia smiled wryly, thinking, just as I thought, she only behaves when it suits her. "Enough already," Lorentia insisted, determined to get it. Their mom asked, "This is not for Lara." "Then who is it for?" The little girl answered honestly, "I want to give it to Sasha." Anastasia was visibly surprised. Lorentia explained, Sasha never asks for anything. She is my big sister, so I have to take care of her. She looked at her mother with unwavering determination to get that hairband. Anastasia and their mom could not help but be touched, thinking, this is just too sweet. Everyone there quietly admitted the little girl was utterly endearing. Anastasia felt both helpless and impressed by her kindness, muttering, she always gives me everything. I wish she would just spoil herself once in a while. Suddenly, a voice chimed in. Oh my, it was the shop owner, moved by Lorentia's pure-heartedness. This little lady has such a kind soul. I will sell this hairband to you at a discount. Go ahead and take it, the girl eagerly asked. Really? Lara will buy it, Anastasia had to admit. That was quick thinking. Watching Lorentia run toward her clutching the hairband, Anastasia thought helplessly, guess I have no choice but to accept this favor. The shop owner, standing beside their mom, commented, having children this loving must be such a blessing. Their mother replied modestly, we are just grateful they have grown up healthy. The shop owner added a teasing remark that made their mother slightly uneasy. Hopefully the king and queen will have a child soon too. Anastasia's heart skipped a beat. Was not the queen already pregnant? The truth was, royal news often trickled slowly to the public, but the queen was expected to give birth next spring. This should be official by now, right? The Grand Duke Leventus was not the type to spread baseless rumors. After finishing their shopping, the four happily stepped out of the store, but only their mother's face remained clouded with a shadow of worry all along. Seeing her mom so down, Damian just stayed silent. Saying nothing, he paused, lost in thought, then finally turned and asked, Mom, what has got you so worried? Thatla flashed a sharp smile and replied, nothing really, just that feeling you get when you return to the capital after a long time away. Anastasia, cradled in her brother's arms, noticed it too. Her mother seemed deep in thought, probably about the queen's pregnancy. Setting everything else aside, they stopped by a few more clothing shops. The weather was still cozy as ever. He pointed to a hat and asked her, how about I get you this one later? As they headed back, Anastasia was still wrestling with unanswered questions. No rumors about the queen being pregnant had surfaced anywhere, but this should have been huge news. Several years had passed since the queen last carried a child. Why was this being kept under wraps? Time slipped by, and just like that, the New Year's ball had arrived. Yet her questions remained unanswered. During one evening at the mansion, Thatla held the invitation in his hand and suddenly said, they are even inviting kids, though the party runs late. Sitting in her brother's lap, she wondered, what exactly is he planning? Cut to an opulent, dazzling hall filled with thousands of people chatting and bustling about. A clear voice boomed, the Enterblink family now enters the hall, followed by the image of 5 dignified men stepping into the celebration. Everyone present showered praise. Oh wow! The Duke? Finally, the day has come to the capital. It has been ages. We missed this day like crazy. We sent invites last year and the year before. Anastasia was surprised by their warm welcome. She had not expected such friendliness. She glanced at her mother, thinking, I am just as surprised she is still called princess, not duchess, even though everyone knew she was the only one holding that title at the time. Then history spoke up. My child is still young, so we plan to return in a few years. A woman replied, how could we have known? She forced a fake smile and added, we thought we would never get to meet your adorable little ones. The crowd buzzed. Someone said, hearing that alone just stole my heart. Anastasia realized that even though they were just kids, these nobles spoke of them like they were part of the royal family. She wondered if maybe even the nobles did not know the queen was pregnant yet. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out, grabbing everyone's attention. Here comes the guardian of magic and divinity, the rightful heir of the Being Kingdom, King Laxius and the queen. Anastasia looked toward the voice, her eyes sharp, trying to read the emperor's thoughts. Wherever Laxius stepped, authority rippled through the crowd. He declared, I see everyone's here. All accounted for. Laxius cast a glance at the woman beside him. It was Dolores, proudly entering with a pregnant belly and a smug smile plastered across her face. Laxius gently supported his wife and announced to all, today is a celebration for the entire Bedanan Kingdom. Dolores rubbed her belly, beaming with pride as the proclamation echoed. Today was a day the whole kingdom rejoiced. Whispers erupted around them. The queen is belly. She has not appeared in public recently. Wait, could it be? The queen is pregnant. Laxius' gaze shifted toward Rogato and his family standing below. Catching the look, Rogato bowed deeply, saying respectfully, finally, you have been blessed with a child. We offer our sincerest congratulations. Your Majesty. Laxius smiled with satisfaction. I knew the Duke would realize once he saw the queen. We now have an heir for Budian. Everyone present exchanged knowing looks, their eyes loaded with unspoken meaning. They just stared at each other, then at Laxius, before breaking into whispers. This is truly a perfect occasion. Now the whole kingdom can rest easy. We finally have a crown prince." The women who had been chatting nonstop suddenly backed off, realizing their place and avoiding that law. "Please forgive us," they murmured. Anastasia watched them with disdain, stunned by their sudden change in attitude. Had the prince really hidden the pregnancy until our family arrived in the capital just to stir this reaction? She glanced at the prince and his wife, a flicker of caution flashing through her mind. These two were way more complicated than she expected. Anastasia lifted her eyes and immediately caught Dolores' sly smile locked on her. She suddenly wondered, had that woman just— Anastasia noticed Dolores whispering something to her husband, and could not shake the suspicion that they had just locked eyes. Lucius heard his wife and shouted loudly, "Come here, Anastasia. The queen says her cousin wants to say hello to you." Hearing that, she obediently walked toward them, with a gentle reminder from the queen, "Come along with your mother, okay?" Anastasia could only nod, yet her mind was a whirlwind of questions. Why suddenly call her over? What were they up to? As she approached, Anastasia guessed maybe they were trying to intimidate her. Dolores' voice rang out, "Hey kid, I am about to give you a very honorable role." Her face twisted with cunning as she continued, "From now on, you will serve my unborn cousin as their study partner." Anastasia's eyes sharpened, clearly displeased. "What? Study partner?" The crowd nearby muttered and gossiped. Did she just say study partner? They want the little lady to be a study buddy. That is way too unfair for a noble lady. They kept their voices low, exchanging pitying whispers about how this role was basically charity work for commoner children. How could they expect the prince's daughter to take on such a role? Anastasia thought to herself, a study partner is a role usually taken by commoner kids to help with their studies. She seemed to catch Dolores' scheme. Was she implying our family was not noble enough to be treated seriously? Hearing this, the queen clenched her fists in anger. Her gaze sharpened fiercely as she silently vowed, "I won't stand for this anymore." The queen looked at Lucius, who seemed awkward and unsure how to respond. Then Anastasia glanced at the queen, feeling a pang of sympathy. Her mother was furious too, but anyone would be in this situation. Since they were inside the palace, many eyes were on them. Refusing would only make things messier. Hesitating for a moment, she decided the best move was to play along. So Anastasia thought and put on her cutest face. With sparkling eyes, she asked innocently, "What is that?" Yep. Her decision was to act like a 3-year-old kid. Lucius did not know how to respond, so he barked, "Who dare speak disrespectfully like that in front of the emperor?" Anastasia thought to herself, disrespectful, as if a 3-year-old even knows manners. Then she put on a cold, ruthless face and snapped back, rude as hell. Deep down, Anastasia knew this was an invisible challenge, like, "I am purposely not getting what you said, so what are you going to do about it?" Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from afar. She thought the kid was about to ask what her partner's role was. "Your Majesty," she turned sharply, voice firm. This voice could only belong to one person. The voice echoed again amid Laxia's growing worry. She thought to herself, our benevolent emperor must be caught on to what the kid's up to. Anastasia seemed to realize it too. Mikai, the boy who just stepped forward, was respectfully addressing Leventus. Mikai continued politely, "Your Majesty, I am here because I have a question for you. I am still young, but will you kindly answer me?" Laxia stammered, trying to reply, "All right." Emboldened, Mikai pressed on, "If Anastasia is a princess, is not she qualified to be a princess partner?" Laxius exhaled quietly, then confidently snapped back, "No way. The only one who can be called a princess is that La." Mikai turned to that La and asked, "Is that so?" She responded gently, "Exactly. I am the only one officially crowned and titled." That La smiled brightly and added, "But since honorary titles can be passed down to my daughter, Anastasia can also become a princess." Laxius looked like he would just been slapped in the face, his anger boiling over. Mikai tilted his head and asked again, "Then why can Anastasia be a partner if she is already qualified to be a princess? Their social statuses are worlds apart." Laxius could not hold it in anymore and shouted, "Who dares imply my child has low status? She is the crown princess, the most respected person in this empire." Mikai kept his childish expression but played it cool. "So you are saying the crown prince demands a partner of high status because of his own title?" Laxius snapped sharply. "Exactly." Sensing victory, Mikai grinned and said, "Then that means I could be the crown prince partner, right?" Laxius was speechless, his face darkening with fury. After a moment of silence, he growled, "No more partners needed. All of you, get out of here." Anastasia quietly wondered why the emperor seemed so threatened by Mikai. Lost in thought, she heard a voice nearby. "High Priestess, here you are." Looking up, she saw the emperor being showered with endless flattery. "Please bless my child with your divine grace." Anastasia drifted back into her own thoughts. If Mikai were really involved in something shady, she would be noticed by now. He seemed trapped, like he was boxed in. She glanced up at the man standing above, trying to recall when the lower-ranking priest arrived. Someone wielded enough influence to outmaneuver both the emperor and noble families. Mikai suddenly appeared out of nowhere, breaking Anastasia's train of thought. I did great, didn't I? She glared at him, scolding. You did not. Who told you to help me get out of there and hurt yourself? Watching Mikai get pulled aside to be scolded broke Anastasia's heart. His effort to smooth things over, even when it was meaningless, made her even sadder. The Duke seriously took Mikai aside to give him a stern lesson. Suddenly, Vetla bent down and grabbed Anastasia, leaving her bewildered about what was going on. She gently comforted her little daughter. My dear Anastasia, you must have been so scared. Anastasia looked toward the crowd outside, wondering, why did the Duke bring his grandson along? What were they planning to do? Make the Duke's daughter a partner? Both the Crown Prince and Princess had the status to claim the title. Anastasia's gaze darkened with bitter hatred as she wondered how all this was going to unfold. She thought about everything they would done to her, to the Golden One, as if they believed she cared about such meaningless things. If she really cared, she could conquer the whole world. Anastasia could not help but wonder why they dared hurt her loved ones over petty nonsense. She glanced toward Mikai and her family, feeling a deep, indescribable pain. Now, all Anastasia's eyes held was pure, burning hatred. If they keep this up, I won't be able to stay calm being away from home and filthy like this. That is just asking for trouble. After the chaotic atmosphere at the New Year's party at the Anastasia mansion, countless invitations were sent out to the estate, but most of those invites were filled with nothing but empty flattery. These invitations had become Anastasia and her siblings' playthings. Vetla picked one up and softly spoke to his sister. These invitations are pretty, right? You can play with them all you want. Observing things like this while you are young is actually a good thing. Anastasia held the invitation quietly, lost in thought. Anyway, the important letters would be sorted separately by our parents. Sitting behind her, Li Mime was also holding another invitation, happily chatting with Lorentia. This one's an invite from the Hepatos family. Anastasia ignored the noise from her older siblings and stayed deep in thought. The invitations our parents let us play with, maybe it is because they are not allied with those families. Which family's symbol is this? I do not know what is coming next, so I should just skim through some info first. This is going to be exciting for me. Suddenly, Anastasia stopped and looked up an invitation lying not far away, a spark of curiosity in her eyes. It was not like the other letters. This one's decorated the most uniquely. Plus the seal on it is strange. Could this be an invitation from the royal family? Anastasia quickly opened the invitation to examine it. She did not think the queen would actively send out invitations. She would have invited the kids to a tea party as a gesture of apology, but that was just an excuse. Suddenly, that last hand reached out and snatched the invitation from Anastasia, who said that, sorry, little one, you can play with this. Anastasia looked up at her, thinking, Mom probably can't refuse this invite now. I wonder what the queen is really plotting. The next day, the click of high heels echoed throughout the hall. Anastasia and her mother quickly followed the queen's invitation. Seeing them enter, Dolores greeted, welcome, Princess Vetla. Vetla quickly bowed. Greetings, Queen Puzzle, the holy god's mediator. Dolores interrupted softly, you do not have to be so formal with me. Please sit down. Everyone's been waiting for you. I did not know you had gone through so much lately. Vetla, confused, asked, what do you mean? Dolores, sympathetic, said, I heard numerous rude letters about the New Year's party were sent to your estate. You must have been upset. I deeply regret my actions in front of everyone. Princess, can you forgive this? Watching her, Anastasia stood beside her mother, annoyed what is wrong with her, asking for forgiveness without even apologizing properly. Vetla smiled politely and replied, I do not quite understand what you are implying. Your Majesty, Dinny, standing beside the queen, leaned in to whisper. Then Dolores interrupted. Right? There is no need for either of us to be shy. Vetla firmly denied. Even if you want to put this behind us, you should explain everything so everyone here understands. Her gaze turned sharp. So what exactly do you want me to forgive? Caught off guard by that last glare, Dolores stammered it was about the last time, clenching her hands nervously under the table. I am the queen, so I should just let things slide. But then Dolores suppressed her rising anger and lowered her voice. What I mean is, I want to apologize to the young lady. It was not intentional. Princess Vetla. Vetla quickly shot back. Not intentional? Are you implying it was just a mistake? Dolores, angry enough to grind her teeth but still calm, responded, yes, that is exactly what I mean. After hearing that, Vetla let out a long breath, then she deliberately teased, laughing after admitting a mistake is not exactly a model behavior. Your Majesty, as you said, we are family. I trust nothing like this will happen again. Dolores bowed her head, Struggling. Yes, there wouldn't be a next time. After that exchange between Dolores and Thetla, the two ladies present secretly thought, no kidding, Princess Thetla really holds the power. Soon after, Dolores hurriedly stood up and said, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must leave for a bit. The moment Ada stepped away, the party's vibe instantly shifted to elegant and refined. The two ladies could not stop showering compliments, praising how the princess handled the little hair with such grace that day. Watching this, Anastasia could not help but think, as soon as the queen leaves, they start kissing up. Do they really think I won't notice? Meanwhile, Thetla calmly took a sip of tea, then gently set her cup down. She quietly asked a pointed question. Is it true you are not good at managing your own children? One lady shot back. What are you saying? Your Highness, Thetla just smiled. I mean, you should properly apologize when you mess up. If your kids act this timid in the future, you won't even scold them. Huh. The lady realized she would stepped on a rake, stammered, and bowed her head. We were careless. Princess? Anastasia sighed, thinking, if only they would realize this sooner. The lady hurriedly added, we apologize. Princess, we should not have spoken so disrespectfully, Anastasia quietly thought. Mom said she would not let their rudeness slide so easily. She glanced around the party and wondered, had not the queen been talking for way too long? It is not normal for the host to leave so early. I should check what is really going on here. In another corner, Dolores was fuming loudly. I did exactly what you told me. But nothing is going right. Take it easy. Calm down. Your Majesty. Dolores could not calm down at all. She wanted to show her who was boss here. She had to make sure everyone knew she was the most powerful person in the room. Dinny cautiously advised, keep your voice down. Your Majesty. If anyone overhears, rumors will spread about your temper. Dolores fell silent, unable to argue back. Meanwhile, Anastasia used her keen senses to eavesdrop on the whole conversation. She wondered quietly, one voice is the queen's, but who is the other? That is the woman in the green cloak who just stepped out with her. Dolores' voice flared up again. I believed everything you said, and now I am the one embarrassed in front of everyone. So what now? Lady Dinny. Anastasia recalled the letter she would received. Yeah, she recognized that name. This was the woman who sent that ridiculous letter. She would have been the queen's childhood friend and a key aide who helped her snatch the throne. Rumor has it she earned the title Lady Dinny for her contributions. The queen relies on her heavily. On the other side, Dinny stayed calm. Don't worry. Your Majesty, I have another plan. Everyone knows the prince and Lady Dinny are great at controlling their kids, but the youngest is overly protected. Wouldn't it be easier to handle the older kids if we arranged a marriage between the youngest and our side's children? Hearing the venom dripping from her words, Anastasia snapped. What the hell? After a moment, a servant spoke respectfully. Your Majesty, the queen is waiting for you. The princess is about to leave. Anastasia's gaze shifted toward them, a chill running through her. Whatever's coming, I'm ready. I will stop it no matter what. Dolores put on an innocent face and asked, you are planning to leave? Ada suddenly dropped some sweet words that felt oddly off. Princess Thetla, I truly apologize and hope you can understand me. Dolores wore a look of innocence as she opened up. I am going to be a mother too. There is no one else I can learn from but you. Princess Thetla. Then Ada pouted playfully, trying to convince her. So please, Princess, come visit the palace and the kids sometime. We will make this a regular thing every week. That is my little wish. But Thetla gently refused. I appreciate your kind words, Lady Dinny, but my child is still too young to visit often. Dolores froze on the spot. Wait. What? Thetla held her child's hand and turned to leave, but not before leaving a few words behind. Your kindness shows just how much the queen cares for and trusts the Enderblank family. Dolores stammered, barely able to respond. Of course. That is obvious. I am the emperor's only sister. Dinny, who had been eavesdropping the whole time, listened closely, her face darkening with a mix of resentment and unreadable emotion. Anastasia gripped Thetla's hand tightly, not daring to look back at them. She quietly breathed a sigh of relief. No matter how many schemes they cooked up, her mother would never accept them. And right after, they kept pulling at Anastasia's mom, though she did not care one bit. Honestly, it was Thetla who was the one bearing all the burden. At the Empress mansion, the clash of shattered glasses and the sound of clattering dishes echoed everywhere. They said this time would work. Were they planning to let things stay like this forever? Dolores kept yelling. How do you expect me to take this injustice? I have given you so much. Dinny could only bow her head and mumble in response. I am so— Your Majesty, she said, but my anger has not faded. I am only good at saying sorry. Anastasia lay in her mother's arms, silently eavesdropping and mulling it all over. No matter how many times I see this scene, all I see is the devil inside her. She is pregnant and still thinking like this. What is wrong with her? Suddenly, a maid appeared to announce, "Madam, the queen has sent another invitation." Etla just replied calmly, her face twisted with a strange worry. Anastasia noticed and called out, "Mom." She shushed everything away, her voice soft and sweet. "My Anastasia, are you sleepy? Let me sing you a lullaby." As she lay there, something felt off. Something strange was brewing. Anastasia was startled when her mother's lullaby transformed into a solemn speech right in her ear. Her small hand clenched tight, a fierce determination blazing deep inside her heart. "All right, just waiting one fix anything. I have to act before Mom gets even more worn out." Anastasia's eyes lost their innocence, now sharp and fierce. Their plans always failed this time. "I will succeed." Night had fallen, and in Anastasia's crib, Choco kept mumbling softly, "Choco's got this. I am loving it. I can roast them all in hellfire." But the Demon King's actually pretty kind. Choco's great at dividing people up, way easier than trying to be the Demon King himself. Anastasia agrees, yeah. Best to split them apart. It is a killer strategy that works for both of them. The image of that La kneeling at his Empress's feet made her pause. She would always wondered why the Queen called her a companion, not a servant. Looks like Anastasia cracked the code. The Queen used to be a servant to Princess Dini, but that is not all. There is more. She is the daughter of a fallen knight family, who fell head over heels for a useless royal. Surprisingly, no one ever thought Laxius would become emperor, so she got approved as queen without much scrutiny. Seems Princess Dini did not pay much mind back then, but with her mother's choices, Laxius survived and seized the throne. Because of that, Princess Dini was furious to the point of spitting blood when the tables turned. Meanwhile, the queen feared her dark past would be exposed, so she picked Anastasia as her close aide to keep her in check. They both still held grudges against each other. Anastasia silently planned, just one small twist, and their trust would shatter. It is only a matter of time. Gotta admit, these enemies were painfully predictable. Suddenly, Choco cut through her thoughts. "Trust me, everything will be wrapped up by spring." "Your Majesty." Anastasia smiled, exhaled softly, then cuddled Choco. "I am counting on you." 2 weeks later, at the grand ball celebrating the Crown Prince's 8-month pregnancy, a lavish event packed with guests, Anastasia was enjoying the festivities when Choco flew over and called out twice, "Your Majesty." She looked up as Choco said, "If you are going to do it, you gotta do it with flair, flashy and spectacular." Huh? Anastasia wondered, since when did this become a thing? Choco proudly pointed at herself. "That is why I have cooked up a huge surprise. As your loyal aide, I have got to go big or go home." Anastasia rolled her eyes, half doubtful, half excited, caught between worry and anticipation. She glanced at the crowd, thinking to herself, "Let us see if Choco's skills are up to snuff." Suddenly, someone stepped up, calling out to Dini. "Princess," she cautiously asked, "I heard the initial investment for this project was pulled back. Is that true?" She could not believe her ears and blurted out, "What the heck?" Other women stepped forward, grabbing everyone's attention. "Is it really true?" Princess Dini was confident when she shook hands with her. "But what happened?" She nervously fidgeted. "Wait, what did you say?" The crowd jumped in with criticism. "I heard the land deed she got actually belongs to someone else." Suddenly, the atmosphere buzzed with gossip. "Isn't it that the land the queen gifted her? I heard rumors she has been losing people as trust lately." It looked like Dini was being abandoned. The expression on her face was a mess. Frustrated and clueless on how to handle the mockery, a woman in black strode forward, pointed directly, and demanded, "What are you going to do about this?" Before she could finish, Dini bolted away amid the woman's shouts. Princess Dini, the emperor's wife, was chatting with another princess, oblivious to the unfolding drama. Dini stormed up, face flushed with anger, and snapped at Dolores. Dolores, still confused, pressed on, "How dare you do this to me?" Dini's sharp retort echoed through the hall, thrilling the onlookers. Duke Levinus watched the drama unfold with interest. Not far away, Anastasia watched coldly, thinking, he has really nailed this entire act. Watching the woman beside her fuss over herself, Anastasia gave a approving glance. "No wonder he is my favorite." Dolores looked shocked and loudly demanded, "How dare you? What do you think you are doing?" Princess Dini, losing her cool, shouted even louder, "What do you think I am doing?" She stared at Dolores, full of hatred, loudly demanding, "That is exactly what I want to ask you." Dolores, "Hey, wait a minute. How dare you speak to the Empress of this empire like that? Even if you are my close friend, there are limits to everything. Don't test my mercy as Empress." Faced with Dolores' threat, Dini was not scared. Instead, she smiled slyly. "Mercy? The Empress mercy? What nonsense is that?" She sneered. "If I had not taken you in when you were struggling in poverty after coming to the capital, would you even be Empress right now?" Dini's words threw Dolores into chaos. Woo, wait, why bring that up now? She stammered. Sensing weakness, Dinny pressed, so now you are going to repay kindness with hatred. Clearly, Dinny's provocation hit Dolores' limit. What the hell? You can't even keep your mouth shut. Dolores snapped, throwing out more threats. If you would just shut up, maybe I could forgive you. But as Dolores kept up the threats, Dinny suddenly grabbed her by the hair. Anastasia was watching the drama unfold when suddenly a hand blocked her view. She immediately turned around. Annoyed. What the heck? This is the best part. It was Mika, who grinned and explained gently, "You are not old enough to see stuff like this yet, kiddo." Meanwhile, Dinny and Dolores were locked in a fierce battle, each clutching the other's hair. Dolores was furious. "You are not letting go." Dinny fired back. "You let go first." Dolores threatened again. "How dare you? You let me go first." Dinny only grew louder. "Dare? Of course. 10 years ago, you did not dare mess with me. Back then, I already held a higher rank than you." Nearby guests tried to intervene. "Dinny, the Empress is pregnant. Please stop. We will step in if you do not let go." Dinny shouted back. "Ungrateful. You did this on purpose. Did not you? You caused all this right after I helped you back then." Even though her view was blocked, Anastasia happily thought, "Just listening to them, I am sure this whole thing is a complete mess." Seeing Dinny lose control, Anastasia silently figured the business Dinny built with the Empress trust was now in ruins, so this chaos made sense, and the rumors spread by Dinny's servants only pushed the distrust between them to the breaking point. The Empress snapped. "Look at how you act. It seems like those rumors about me talking behind your back are true." Dinny smiled bitterly. "I am just trying to provoke you because I have got nothing else to say, right, Dolores?" Anastasia worriedly thought, watching the scene unfold. "Honestly, I do not think this is something kids should be seeing." That is when Thetla stepped over to Anastasia and Mikey, clearing his throat. "On behalf of all the embarrassed adults here, sorry kids, it is late time for you two to head home." Mika politely replied, "Yes, understood." Anastasia left without showing any emotion, thinking, "Yeah, better stop here, their relationship is already broken." What happened next was reported to Anastasia by Choco, who stayed behind, excitedly saying the Emperor himself came to handle things. Turns out, he saw the fight right after we left. Luxius was thrilled, staring at the scene, shouting angrily, "What the hell are you two doing?" With a disbelieving look, he harshly scolded Dinny for disrespecting the Empress right in front of him. Spotting the Emperor, Dinny panicked and hurriedly let go, stammering, "It is not what it looks like." Before she could explain, Luxius roared, attacking the pregnant Empress to sabotage the Crown Prince, execute her and the servants immediately. Dolores quickly rushed into the Emperor's arms. Ada burst into tears and sobbed loudly. Hidden in Luxius' embrace where he could not see her, Dolores coldly glanced at Dinny and continued, "It is true that Dinny just threatened me." The entire room fell silent, all eyes fixed on Ada. Dolores looked up at Luxius with shimmering eyes, tears welling up as Ada hesitantly spoke. "And that is how the traitorous Dinny was thrown out," with a pleased smile. Anastasia said, "Got it. You did great, Your Majesty." Turning away, she silently judged Dinny, who starts a war without even a backup plan. Anastasia thought of the Empress, who just lost her aide. She would probably keep quiet for a while. She wouldn't bother her mother or stir trouble with her brother and sister anymore. Thinking of Lorentia and Damian, Anastasia finally let go of her worries as their images flashed in her mind. "Sasa, I will read you a story." Anastasia. She felt lighter, happiness washing over her. Spring had arrived. The magnificent castle stood tall, and Anastasia coldly thought, "It is time to return to the territory." Inside the castle, the whole family gathered in the parlor. Rogeto spoke up. "The Empress will give birth in just a few weeks, so we will need to stay in Kingo then." Damian's innocent voice asked, "So we won't be able to watch the April festival this year?" The voice sighed reluctantly. "Looks like that is the case. We have to be back within 2 weeks to make it to the April festival," Lorentia said cheerfully. "Really? I really want to go with Princess Thetla and XX too." Thetla casually said, "I heard there is a spring festival in Kingo too. It is supposed to be beautiful. Want to check it out?" Hearing the praise, Lorentia's eyes lit up as she asked, "Beautiful? Really?" Anastasia beside them stayed silent. She smiled softly, thinking how nice it would be to share a warm moment with her family in Kingo. But that peaceful feeling did not last long. Cut to the hallway. The surroundings plunged into darkness. Thetla anxiously asked, "Is the fever still not going down?" The doctor replied calmly, "She took fever medicine, so we need to monitor her until dawn." Voices rang softly in Anastasia's head. "We plan to go to the festival tomorrow." But now, she slowly opened her eyes. Head spinning. Anastasia thought, getting sick like this. Maybe my worries are finally easing. She sighed softly. Everyone's off to the festival already, but there is nothing I can do. Hope they have a good time. Suddenly, Rogado's large face appeared before her, and he cheerfully said, "Little one's awake." Rogado smiled warmly at Anastasia. Who thought? Why is Dad still here? He placed his hand on her forehead and said reassuringly, "That is good. Sweetie, your fever's gone down." Anastasia's surprise grew. She really had no idea what standards this family uses to praise someone. She glanced around, quietly judging. So the room was stunning yet unfamiliar. She figured this must be Dad's study, and it was probably her first time here. Noticing her curiosity, Rogado said, "You must be surprised to be in a strange place. This is where I work, kiddo." She slowly opened her eyes, head spinning. Anastasia thought, maybe this sudden fever is just my anxiety finally easing up. Feeling gloomy, she whispered, "Did everyone go to the festival already? Even though I can't do anything, I hope they have a good time." Suddenly, the huge face of Rogado appeared in front of her. He smiled warmly. "The little one's awake." Rogado grinned as he looked at Anastasia, clearly surprised. Anastasia wondered, why is Dad still here? He placed his hand on her forehead and said gently, "You are doing better now. Sweetheart, your fever's gone." Anastasia was lifted up, surprised. I really do not get this family as standards for praise. She glanced around, silently judging. Only now do I realize, the room was stunning yet unfamiliar. I think this is my first time in the palace. So this must be Dad's office. Noticing her curious expression, Rogado said, "You must be surprised to be somewhere new. This is where I work. My daughter." Anastasia looked confused and asked, "Work?" He continued, "Your mom and older siblings are not home right now. They went to the spring festival, so you are probably feeling lonely." Anastasia nodded obediently and sat quietly. Rogado was surprised, gently lifting her up as he asked, "Really? Then staying with me today is okay, right?" Anastasia felt a bit uneasy. Why is Dad asking if it is okay to stay with him? Memories flooded her mind, reminding her that she was an easygoing child, never clinging to her mother's side. Her hands were almost always occupied with her brother and sister. Maybe that is why her father thought she was not very attached to him. Anastasia rested her head against Rogado's chest and earnestly confessed, "I love you, Dad, so much." Seeing this, he smiled warmly and asked, "You are still tired, are not you, my dear?" But deep down, she told herself, it was not true. Then a fierce determination ignited within her. This misunderstanding with her father had to be cleared up today. Anastasia glanced nervously at the pile of documents on the table. Were all those really her father's work? That is a mountain of stress. Taking a deep breath, she blurted out, "Dad, there is so much to do." Rogado could not hide his joy, teasing, "You talk just like your mom. Your dad is not just some playboy. You know." Anastasia scolded herself silently, feeling guilty for wasting her dad's time with her. Noticing her distracted state, Rogado worriedly asked, "Oh no, does your dad's little girl not like me?" Anastasia quickly replied, "Not all. He is being honest with me. Even with all this work, I can put it aside to spend time with my little girl." "Sweetie, do you want to hang out with Dad today?" Anastasia's cheeks flushed without her realizing it. How could she say no when Dad put it like that? Thinking that, she grabbed his shirt and obediently said, "Yes." Rogado set her down on the floor, grinning. "All right then," he said cheerfully. "Little one, what do you want to play?" Anastasia blinked and softly answered, "Okay." While silently panicking, she would never really made decisions like this before, even though she knew how to win a battle, or had successfully quelled a rebellion before. Rogado continued, "I just like sitting here with you. But if you think of anything, just tell me." Anastasia shyly thought, "It has been a while since I have been close to Dad, so if I just sit here doing nothing, it is awkward. What do I usually do?" She remembered playing with Damian, but playing outside was off the table. Suddenly, the image of the three siblings reading together popped into her head. Right, that is it. She then said, "Reading," and Rogado's eyes lit up, clearly moved by his daughter's words. He pulled her close and praised, "You are amazing, my little one." Anastasia pulled away, wondering what had touched him so deeply. Time slipped by as Rogado tirelessly read aloud to his precious youngest child. After finishing the first volume, he moved on to the second, then the third. No breaks in sight. Anastasia struggled to keep her focus as Rogado read on. Seeing this, he happily remarked, "Looks like the little one can concentrate better than Damian ever could." Rogado chuckled, recalling the past. "Not to compare, but your brother and sister could never wait for me to finish reading a whole book like this." Excited? He said, since you are so focused, I will read even more for you. Hey, what is this? Do you remember me reading this to you before? Anastasia pointed at the picture and said softly, a tiger? Rogato beamed with pride. That is right. It is a tiger, the one our little one loves the most. But she felt a pang of boredom, thinking, I do not actually like it that much. No need to correct him, though. Rogato pointed and said, now promise me. And she obediently repeated, promise. After a while, Anastasia was totally worn out by Rogato's persistence. Her whole body drained and weak, half asleep. She wondered if it was because she had just recovered from a fever she was getting sleepy. Her eyes closed, but she kept telling herself she could not fall asleep yet. Not while Dad was here. Seeing her drift off, Rogato gently turned her head. He looked down at his sleeping daughter in his arms and softly said, our little one is so shy. Thinking of his wife. He mused. Outside, she is just like that last carbon copy, but personality-wise, she is nothing like our little princess. He had long known one thing. Looks do not matter. What counts is who the child truly resembles, and if the two kids share the same personality later on. The truth is, the adorable youngest will never change. Anastasia dreamily opened her eyes to hear Lorentia's distant question. Is she okay now? Damian replied from afar. She is not in pain anymore. She is sleeping. Lorentia said nervously, standing by Anastasia's crib. Oh no! Did we just wake her up? What do we do now? Damian rushed over to soothe her. If she is not fully awake yet, just let her sleep. Anastasia! Your big brother will watch over you even while you sleep. Anastasia stayed still, clueless about what was happening. Was this a dream? She sat up, picked up some flowers, and wondered, why are these flowers on my bed? Vetla walked in from outside, calling out, did you sleep well? Anastasia! She looked up and asked hesitantly, what is this? Vetla softly replied, this is a gift from your brother Damian and sister Lorentia to you. Seeing her daughter staring intently at the flower, the lady asked, do you like it? Anastasia smiled happily and said, yes, I love it very much. Then, Vetla gently explained to her, you have to tell your brother and sister. They are both really worried about you. Anastasia obediently answered with a soft yes. She quietly cherished her current life, wanting nothing more than to stay here like this, in a family without sorrow. Only happiness, but happiness was short-lived. On the first day of April, early morning, rain poured down like a curtain. Vetla stood by the window watching the rain when she heard a call from behind. The maid cautiously announced, I heard the queen is in labor. Your Majesty, the emperor wants you to come to the palace. Just as thunder cracked, the news rushed in. A heavy tension blanketed the castle's atmosphere. A maid held the baby, shouting joyfully, it is a healthy princess. Dolores ignored her postpartum pain and hurried to confirm. A princess, as if unable to believe his eyes, his face turned pale, muttering over and over, Prince, our crown prince. Then everything around went dark. The queen was so shocked she fainted. The maids panicked, shouting for her to wake up. Nearby, Emperor Lucius also panicked, yelling at the maid holding the baby. It is a girl, not a... The maid stammered her reply. Yes, sir. Hearing this, his face did not improve. His whole body stiffened, voice sharp with disbelief. This can't be happening. At that moment, a shadow filled the doorway. Lucius glared toward the door, annoyed to see the one person he least wanted to face right now. He forced himself to say, you are late. Vetla calmly replied, I came because the emperor summoned me. How is the queen? The emperor said coldly. She is already delivered. The maid carrying the baby quickly approached that lie and gently said, she gave birth to a healthy princess. Ignoring Lucius's discomfort, she leaned in to look at the child, a tiny, wet little girl with striking red hair. Despite Lucius's disdain, her eyes overflowed with love. Congratulations. Lucius stood silently beside them, clenching his jaw, screaming inside. It should have been a son, the prince I have been longing for, not some daughter. The more he thought, the more anxious he became, his fingers tightening unconsciously. He had imagined the day his son would outshine that last kid's and become the crown prince. Just to savor a little victory over her. Breaking the silence, Emperor Lucius spoke. She is your princess, right? Vetla paused and nodded. Yes, that is right. He waved dismissively and turned away, leaving only this command. Then give her a name. Vetla, still confused, agreed absent-mindedly, looking at the crying red-haired baby. She thought to herself, I will name my precious firstborn soon. She gently held the baby, feeling sorry for her. Poor little one. My granddaughter. After a moment of thought, Vetla said, I think the name Satlot suits her perfectly. As the baby's clear cries echoed at 5:55 am on April 1st, the first princess of the kingdom of Baksion. Satlot. was born. Time passed into late May. The queen did not even show up at social events. 3 weeks after giving birth, she began hosting various gatherings focused on etiquette and dance. The queen's non-stop bragging wonder how legendary Sat Lot will become. The moment the baby arrived, it seemed like the sky itself lit up. The young ladies attending did not hold back their praise, constantly flattering her. "I am sure she will grow into a fascinating princess," they said, but secretly, they glanced at each other, whispering behind smiles. "Did you hear that? She usually leaves the baby to the nannies." A young lady replied softly, "Well, that is probably for the best. If the queen raised her daughter herself, the girl would grow up without an ounce of dignity, unless Princess That becomes her godmother. Then maybe there is hope." She ended with, "That is what I have heard from other nobles." Anastasia gripped the wooden hammer lying beside her bed. She kept thinking, as if she would just let her mother have her way. The queen was furious when she heard the name "my mother" chose. Any noble with sense would know better. And at that moment, Dolores was livid with the emperor himself. She argued they should be named the baby after a boy. "To keep our next child a son," she said. Enderblank picked that name just to spite us. Anastasia thought calmly, "If that is the case, how could my mother be a godmother? Besides, whether it is a boy or a girl, it does not affect the inheritance at all." She lightly slammed the hammer into her pillow, letting out her frustration. Choco continued reporting. "There were also discussions about that person's potential rank." "Your Excellency," recalling Duke Levendis and that kid Michael. Anastasia asked, "By the way, is Duke Levendis coming to today's celebration?" Choco nodded. "Yes, if the Duke does not show, that'd be even more suspicious. Makes sense, he is on guard duty in a nearby region. But there is still a chance someone from that area will come. Something's definitely going down." The queen said the Chief Justice will also attend the party. "It is reassuring but still feels a bit off." Anastasia was especially alert to the nickname in the region. She thought to herself, if they are going to dig deeper, they might as well reveal the reasons too. If there really was a serious reason, there is no way my mother would have allowed that day at the Duke's mansion. "I thought if I went to the capital, I could at least find out why." Everyone glared at Mika, but no one mentioned any details or reasons. Her gaze grew thoughtful. "Honestly, it is just too harsh to keep a guard away without cause." Then she considered the possibility that someone was spreading malicious rumors behind all this, not nobles or royalty, but someone else entirely. Remembering Mikai's innocent eyes and carefree, sunny smile, she made a firm resolve. "No matter the reason, I want to forgive anyone who makes a child endure that kind of pain. More than anyone, I know how deep those wounds run." To steel her resolve, she swung the hammer hard into the pillow. Suddenly, Mika appeared beside Anastasia, gently reaching out his hand and saying, "Hey little one, who has got you so steamed?" Anastasia flinched but could not stop herself. "Wait, what?" She ended up smashing the hammer straight onto his hand. Mika winced in pain, letting out a soft groan. Anastasia quickly leaned in to check Mika's hand, silently thinking, "I just hit a kid." At the same time, she shifted into doll mode. Mika shyly grabbed Anastasia's hand, and she stammered his name. He smiled shyly and said, "If something's bothering you, I am here to listen." "Okay?" Anastasia asked worriedly. "Doesn't it hurt?" She was concerned even if it was just a toy hammer. It was pretty big. Mika pretended to rub it, thinking deeply. Then he cheerfully said, "If you blow on it, the pain will go away." Anastasia snapped back to her cold demeanor, looking at him like he was a fool, thinking, what a pointless worry. Mika kept teasing her, "You are not going to blow on it. Don't know how. Even though you just hit me." She grabbed his hand, continuing to argue. "I already asked if you were okay." Mika lay down on the floor, propping himself up and teasing, "Now you are talking a lot, kiddo." He smiled brightly. "You really want to chat with me, huh?" Anastasia sighed, thinking, arguing with him wastes too much breath. Better just quit. Mika did not give up. While messing with her hand, he said, "Did you know I will be attending the celebration for the newborn princess?" Anastasia wondered silently, why is he asking me that? But then she thought, well, it is him. She glanced over, quietly assessing. Her thoughts were suddenly cut off under Anastasia's shocked gaze. Mika's eyes shimmered with tears. She panicked, thinking, is he about to cry? Without thinking, Anastasia reached out to touch Mika's cheek. He did not pull away. Softly, he said, "If you had held my hand that day, I would not have felt so alone." Mika whispered, "You are younger than me, but you have to hold my hand tight that day. Okay?" The air around them fell silent and heavy. No one said a word. They exchanged a look full of tender affection. Anastasia thought to herself, she would not push the conversation any further and settled on that, but his expression was genuine. She gently clasped his hand and said softly, "Yes, I will definitely hold your hand." On the princess's birthday, in the capital, as spring season beginning in May, The harsh sunlight blasted straight down onto the ground. Anastasia silently wondered who in their right mind would throw a party at 3 p. The hottest time of day. She sighed deeply. Someone nearby asked with concern, "Anastasia, are you feeling uncomfortable?" Lost in thought, she sighed again. "Wearing this gown just makes me hotter. Hopefully, the party venue is a bit cooler inside." Suddenly, the blonde-haired boy with crystal-clear eyes appeared before her. Mikai waved and smiled brightly. "Greeting. Hello. Little princess." Rogetto approached with enthusiasm. Grinning, "Mikai, you are early. I heard from the Grand Duke that you might be a bit late." Mikai politely replied, "Yes, sir. He said he would arrive a little later." Leaning down to Anastasia's level, he whispered, "I dressed up nice today because the little one promised to hold my hand. Do you like it?" Anastasia worried, thinking, "You are going out alone in this heat." After a moment of silence and hesitation, she gently extended her tiny hand forward. Mikai did not expect such a sweet response. He smiled, clearly pleased. Quick as a flash, Mikai grasped her hand tightly, his eyes full of adoration. "Let us go." Little princess. Witnessing this, the Vrogoto family stood frozen. Speechless, he tried to hide tears of pride. Our Anastasia. While the other three looked utterly helpless. Inside the castle, Anastasia could not help but complain, "It is hot in here too." Mikai, ever attentive, asked kindly, "Little one, still feeling hot?" She replied briefly. "How about you?" he said. "I have. Holding your hand does not tire me." She thought to herself, "Surely, it is not me who is the problem." She heard rumors that the current king avoided magic to stay under the radar, so the palace did not even have basic magical climate control. Mikai kept chatting away. "How about I get you some juice?" Anastasia, still lost in thought, realized no matter what, they really are a complicated couple in every way. Meanwhile, Dolores smiled smugly and loudly said, "Our princess exudes such a sacred aura. Does not she?" "Oh please. She is only 2 months old." The young ladies nearby showered compliments, saying, "Isn't he the queen devout? She is worried sick about her little prince." No one noticed the little princess' discomfort until she burst out crying loudly. Hearing the cry, Anastasia immediately went to check. She caught the nanny's gaze. Anastasia thought, "That is the princess as nanny. She looked annoyed with me earlier. What is her problem?" Suddenly, Mikai stepped closer, blocking Anastasia's view, and said, "The little one wears the same expression as the princess's wife when she is angry." Anastasia thought helplessly, "Does Mikai just stare at my face all day?" Meanwhile, Mikai kept asking, "Want some juice?" Dolores could not stop boosting. Since birth, the princess has been such a devoted daughter. She has quickly grown because she wants to see His Majesty as soon as possible. The others kept up the fake praise. Though young, the princess is already so kind and caring to her parents. Suddenly, the nanny's cold voice cut through. "Of course, the princess is truly blessed, unlike someone who traded their parents just to survive." She glanced sharply at Mikai, her tone sharp enough for everyone to hear. Of course, Mikai heard that. He stiffened but quickly recovered. The atmosphere fell into a tense silence. Anastasia frowned, thinking, "Is she talking about Mikai?" Mikai's parents died in a regional purge during a dangerous monster attack. It was a perilous mission. Mikai, still young, was handed over to the Grand Duke then. She wondered, why do they talk as if it is Mikai's fault? He clenched his emotions tightly, remaining silent. Then he smiled casually like nothing happened and lightly dabbed her mouth with a handkerchief, saying, "Little one, you have got something on your lips." Anastasia was taken aback by Mikai's reaction. She shot him a puzzled look. How could he still be smiling like that? Did he already know this was going to happen? "That is why you wanted me to hold your hand." Anastasia gently took Mikai's hand and softly called his name. Startled by the unexpected move, Mikai froze for a moment. Then, bursting with joy, he said, "Today, little Ezzy held my hand all day and called my name. I have to record this moment." Anastasia looked at Mikai, confused. "Why would you record a day like this, little AC?" Seeing Mikai did not react as she hoped, the nanny stepped toward the queen, hastily pushing Mikai aside. She said to the ladies, "The queen looks tired. She will need to rest for a while." Dolores was just as surprised by the nanny's sudden action. The door shut behind them, and the queen let herself be pushed away without resistance. Anastasia wondered suspiciously, after kicking out Diney, did they replace her with someone just like her? Let us see what secret they are hiding. Beside the queen, the nanny coldly questioned Mikai. "Why did not you follow the original plan?" Dolores snapped back irritated. "What do you mean? Didn't I do exactly that?" The nanny's face was unreadable as she calmly said, I clearly told you. The high priestess explained the reason you gave birth to a princess instead of a prince because the gods were displeased, and the main cause was. Dolores hesitated, but Leventus, the little duke, snapped, "You are saying that." The nanny lost her cool, shouting, "If you had not called that cursed name, you would have given birth to the prince we all wanted." Dolores replied coldly, "I know. I have already summoned him, but I promise he won't get near us. Is that clear?" The nanny's eyes suddenly turned menacing as she continued coldly, "That alone won't quell the fury of the divine. I told you we must completely eliminate that filthy thing." Dolores still worried. What if doing all this just brings more bad luck? Suddenly, Mikai slammed hard into the wall behind him, the unexpected impact shattering the tension. Hearing the crash, Anastasia seemed to piece everything together. What just happened was a clash of inner strength. The nanny radiated an invisible power as she spoke coldly. "Are you doubting my words?" By now, Queen Dolores had lost all her arrogance. Mikai stammered, "Of course not. I won't do that anymore." Anastasia stayed calm, thinking, no wonder she is not just any nanny, she was sent directly from the royal court. Inner strength is meant to protect others, yet she wields it like that and talks about Mikai in that tone. Anastasia decided this time she would punish the nanny properly. Night was falling. Inside the carriage, Lorentia lay on Damian's lap, both fast asleep. Anastasia sat curled up on that last lap, already dozing off, but still quietly maintaining her inner strength in her hands. Calmly, she thought, since she attacked me first, now it is my turn to strike back, but only with a force so strong that only those with extreme inner power can break it. At least at my level. The scenery around them was slowly swallowed by silent darkness. Anastasia recalled the moment Mikai and little Duke Leventus saw her off. Mikai smiled and said, "Little princess, now you are heading back to the Duke's territory, right? I really want to come to your next birthday. Will you invite me?" Though she thought, "Please do not ask me stuff like that," Anastasia still gave him a short, soft aho in reply. Hearing that, he grabbed her hand happily, confirming, "Really? The youngest will invite me. I will definitely come," Mikai finally said. "Thanks for today." Anastasia just bowed her head silently, slipping out of the mind link. She decided she would have to double down. She also needed to heal the pain buried deep inside her heart. A few days later, Dolores looked more and more haggard, gasping for breath in agonizing fits. Unable to bear it, she yelled, "I am definitely cursed. Bring the high priestess here immediately." And so, after the princess's birthday celebration, rumors spread that the queen and the nanny had fallen under a curse. Their bodies often felt hotter than usual, so people assumed they were cursed, and honestly, it made sense. Dolores ran around screaming, "Your Majesty, do not you see how hot I feel?" But Luxius just told her to bring the magical tools. The nanny fiercely blocked it, saying, "No way. How could someone be so shameless in front of the gods after doing something like that?" The nanny had been haunted by nightmares where the gods punished her. She wondered, was not she always obsessed with worthless trash like that? In her panic, she ended up passing the curse on to others. Dolores sighed, "I do not even have the strength left to hold on anymore." Luxius snapped, "Priest, do something already." Without hesitation, he stepped forward and cast a bit of magic on the queen. After a while, Luxius asked, "How is she?" But the priest stammered, "I am not sure anymore." Hearing that, Luxius felt crushed. Even his divine power could not fix this. "No way. I need to contact the Archmage. Now, I must call in the Mage Tower sorcerers for help." The other maids whispered nervously, "If the priest can solve this, is the queen really cursed?" Even the nanny with divine power got hit. She secretly suspected the nanny had been dabbling in dark magic. This was serious trouble. If this keeps going, not only will the people's trust be shattered, but the royal family's reputation too. I have to stop this before it gets worse. A few days later, a carriage rolled in. The Archmage's messenger started sending updates. "Thank goodness. Your Majesty, we understand the situation now." The news was that the Mage Tower had managed to ease the curse somewhat. Anastasia thought, "I have heard there is a magic tower near the palace that is allied with the Archmage. The royal family's always been obsessed with magic. Now looks like they are drinking from the bitter cup." The Mage Tower apparently has some serious skills, but this curse was more like a high-level psychological manipulation spell than a simple hex, meaning the queen was going to have a rough time until fall. After that, they said the queen was still young, and hopefully nothing too serious would happen. The message also said they would help lift the nanny's curse with a cleansing spell. Anastasia breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, who would dare harm a child like that, and to do it right under my nose, whether the curse comes from a deity or bad intentions? It is all the same, she silently wondered. Mikai must have heard the news by now. I wonder if he feels any better. I really hope he does. I have seen a kid who is too familiar with harsh words and cold expressions. I have had enough of that. Just then, she was called over. Little one, why do you like Mikai so much? Anastasia shyly replied. I liked, sir. Lorentia chimed in. Me too. I loved. Rogato beamed. Of course. My daughters love me the most. Right? Lorentia hugged her tightly, while Anastasia wondered, how does Dad know I have been thinking about Mikai? A chill ran down Anastasia's spine. Dad's glare was seriously terrifying. Then her sister asked loudly, Dad, are you coming with us? That reminded Anastasia that Rogato had his own business. Earlier, her sister had asked irritably, there is still stuff in the capital. Are you really ditching your duties for this? But her husband said he did not want to be away from his wife and kids. Waving off the fuss, her sister replied, Dad said he felt lonely going alone. So we are all going together. Anastasia understood now this why Dad used the Archmage's magical messenger. Then, Lorentia hugged Damian. Lara was overjoyed they could finally be together as a family again. He looked so gentle towards Lorentia, and Rogato was clearly savoring this little slice of happiness. Anastasia recalled it all about half a year after arriving in the capital. She gently watched her sister's bright smile, with Laurentia's laughter filling the air. She knew they had finally returned to the Archmage's mansion. Meanwhile, the priest was furious, who dared cast forbidden magic and issue that divine warning. This is a clear sign the gods are furious. What happens when you are near someone cursed like that? He muttered darkly. Should I issue a warning about this? I think it would be best if you need me a little longer, because I want to see you again soon, he said, reaching out like a savior. My Anastasia. At that, he was overwhelmed with emotion. Outside, she had no idea, just gazing out with hopeful eyes. The maids' faces beamed with happiness, a few eyes glistening with tears at Anastasia's return. We missed you so much, young lady. You have grown so much. You should let us see every step of your journey. Suddenly turning to the side, she saw the knights looking helpless and regretful. We wanted so badly to come to the capital, but thinking about how we could not be by your side for months, she saw everyone anxious, their bright eyes looking up for reassurance. Just within reach, everyone was stunned, barely recognizing if this was the same Anastasia. They saw someone entirely transformed. Each one secretly cried tears of joy at her remarkable progress, overwhelmed with emotion and happiness. Miss, your voice sounds so clear now. Have we trained enough over the past 6 months to be worthy of you? Miss, meanwhile, Anastasia noticed they had not really changed. They still wore the same clothes. Right beside her, Lorentia was beaming, waving to everyone. Is everyone doing well? Ken stepped closer with a proud grin. Miss Lara, you showed up just in time. Lorentia has no clue what is going on or why he said that. Ken knelt on one knee, holding a gift as he explained. We did not throw a birthday party for you because you were away. He handed the gift to Lorentia, offering birthday wishes on behalf of the knights. After receiving the gift, she hugged it tightly, her face lighting up with excitement. Can I open it now? Ken smiled warmly. Of course. Lorentia eagerly unwrapped the present, her eyes sparkling with delight. She held it up proudly. It was a sword, and she absolutely loved it. Turning to Anastasia, she asked, Look, do not I look like a hero now? Anastasia smiled brightly. Absolutely. Holding the sword like a treasure, Lorentia vowed to protect Anastasia. From now on, you do not have to worry anymore. Anastasia looked at her with a teasing grin. Really? Lorentia burst out laughing, gripping the sword tightly to prove her point. For sure, because my big sister is a hero. Anastasia's eyes shimmered with happiness as she looked up. Lorentia kept speaking. I will protect you no matter what happens. She reached out her hand, wanting to pinky swear with Anastasia. Promise me. They linked pinkies, sealing their promise to protect each other forever. The knight guarding Anastasia overheard Laurentia's wish to become a hero, stroking his chin with a knowing smile. Miss Lara said she wants to become a hero. To be a hero, we will need the Demon King's castle. Of course, he kept listing what a hero needs, recalling their last conversation. How's the Demon King's castle in the forest looking? The two knights exchanged confused looks upon hearing this, but soon after, everyone agreed with that idea, rushing in like they wanted to grant Laurentia's wish as fast as possible. All right, let us build it for the young lady's wish. After a while, the joyful atmosphere started to fade, replaced by a chilling cold that turned everyone's faces pale. Everyone's hands were trembling with sorrow. I felt like I was about to die, unable to move anymore. But it turned out, the Demon King's treehouse was finally finished, a wooden house up in the tree, welcoming him early in the morning. Lorentia stepped forward and gasped in surprise at the sight. She clasped her hands, jumping up with joy. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. The Demon King's living there now, Lorentia said enthusiastically. If Lara defeats the Demon King and rescues Princess Sasa, then that will be Lara's mansion. Right? The three knights instantly shuddered at the mention of the Demon King, shouting in fear. The Demon King. Anastasia was confused about why they took this so seriously. 2 days after the Demon King's mansion was completed, one morning, the two knights were whispering suspiciously, "You seriously think you can kidnap our young lady?" "Kidnap? I just want to borrow her for a little while. Because of young lady Lara's wish. She has got sharp ears. She will wake up if we are not careful with our words." Taking over for both, Anastasia woke up and seemed to have overheard their conversation. "I am awake now. You all..." Anastasia predicted what she would heard. "Sounds like they are planning some kind of play or something." Arthur's already crying his head off, unwilling to accept it. "But me, playing the Demon King, I do not want young lady Lara to hate me." "So he is the one playing the Demon King?" Anastasia felt sorry for the little drama they were planning for Lorentia. It was her sister's wish, so she decided to help them out of pity. That is all. They had no idea she had been awake and overheard everything. "Oh man." Anastasia sprang up, rubbing her eyes, still a bit sleepy. "Who is there?" Hearing that, Arthur's face drained of color. "Not a drop of blood left? All right, now grab me and run." He looked guilty, holding her while apologizing. "I am so... Young lady, I am really sorry." Anastasia was puzzled and confused by his behavior. The knights noticed Arthur using the magic teleportation portal under these circumstances. One yelled, "You idiot! You only use the teleportation portal for emergencies." For this, right after being scolded, Arthur and Anastasia teleported to the Demon King's mansion. She blinked. Magic teleportation? Realizing his mistake, Arthur bowed deeply, quickly begging for forgiveness. "I am truly sorry. Young lady, I want to ask for your pardon, but please do not cry. All this was for young lady Lara." Anastasia did not blame him, just thought quietly, "Even if it is for my sister, what a waste of good land. It is like half a year's salary down the drain." Carried off before she even knew who he was. "Who are you anyway?" Arthur hurriedly explained. "I am one of young lady Lara's knights." Suddenly, surrounded by a bunch of knights, their anger was explosive. "Hey, if you have got guts, step up here right now. How dare you kidnap our young lady?" Anastasia looked outside and thought, "Oh man, it is my knights. They are all here." From below came shouts. "Done, team move. You are not taking our young lady anywhere." Guinevere was losing patience. Furious, "These guys think they are so tough, but they are just scared little babies." But then they all steeled themselves and charged into battle. "All right, let us settle this today. We will win." Outside, Anastasia thought, "This is getting way out of hand." Feeling helpless against this half-real, half-pretend drama they are taking this way too seriously. "I should stop them." She went outside, raising her hand. "Hey, I have..." The knights burst into tears. "Even when trapped in this life or death situation, she is still thinking about us, I swear. I will protect her from those poison monsters." Anastasia never expected her plan to backfire so badly. Why are they getting even more intense? Suddenly, hurried footsteps rushed closer. Lorentia arrived. From afar, you stood there, caught in the clash, as if time itself paused. Everyone shifted their focus to Lorentia. Anastasia froze, hearing that familiar voice, and suddenly, a sword appeared out of nowhere. True to his promise to protect Anastasia for life, Lorentia arrived to keep his word. Meanwhile, hero Lara was on his way to rescue the distant hare. Laurentia's eyes burned with fierce determination. "Hold on just a little longer, okay?" Seeing their leader, all the knights rallied with fierce resolve. "We will go with you, my lady." Every one of us is Anastasia's knight. Above, Anastasia's mood was strangely upbeat, not because she was saved, but because this play was becoming more perfect than ever. They were all playing their parts flawlessly in this meaningful act for Lara. "I need to treat my knights better." Suddenly, from behind, Anastasia was snatched up. How did Jiachu have been captured by Arthur to threaten Lorentia and the knights? "No way, this distant hare belongs to me." Kneeling in the palace, Arthur's heart was shattered. He wept silently, pushing himself to play his role perfectly. He really tried. The tension skyrocketed as chaos erupted in the battle with Arthur. "Fine. Demon King, let us see who is left standing by the end of today." Arthur's face was deathly pale, drained of all blood. He barely managed to whisper a weak, feeble word. Everyone charged forward instantly, ready to rescue the young lady. But life is not a fairy tale. All the knights were knocked down like dominoes, and none of it seemed to be Arthur's doing. Lancelot rushed in but was slammed back hard. "Demon King, I will protect her today." Now only Lorentia stood face to face. If she could get past this, half the rescue mission would be hers. Turns out, the one blocking her way was none other than Ken. He was determined to stop her from reaching Anastasia. "I am the Demon King's right hand. I want to let you pass." But in the midst of this intense standoff, a strange calm took over. Lorentia suddenly seemed confused. Her eyes looked sad and tired. "Are you really serious about not letting me through? But I am Lara, hero, and I have to save Lady Anastasia." Suddenly, everything shifted. instead of a challenge. Lorentia's words carried a wary sadness. Out of nowhere, some force made Ken step back. The knights rallied, fighting fiercely to clear a path for her. Lara, it is your moment now. Everyone cheered Lorentia on. Go to Lady Anastasia, renewed with determination. Her eyes blazed with resolve. Sword in hand, she was ready to rescue Anastasia. Let us do this. Lorentia quickly dropped her sword and climbed the ladder. When she reached the top, she called out loudly, Anastasia! Arthur was there, holding Anastasia tightly. Lorentia, the Demon King has captured Lady Anastasia. Now, you would better back off. Lorentia frowned, puzzled. Hey, if you are really the Demon King, you can breathe fire, right? Arthur blinked, thrown off guard. Fire? What are you talking about? Lorentia, seeing his silence, hinted gently, why do not you just surrender and give Anastasia back? Caught off guard and with no way out, Arthur had nothing left to deny. He slumped, handing Anastasia over. Lorentia was stunned. She had not expected him to give up so quickly. After releasing Anastasia, Arthur dashed away, shouting, I surrender! The crowd below looked up, pity filling their eyes for the fallen Demon King. Overjoyed to reunite with Anastasia, Lorentia hugged her tightly and hurriedly asked, Lara saved you. I kept my promise. Didn't I? Anastasia replied softly, yes, even though it was just a play. Seeing Lorentia so happy moved Anastasia deeply. And if her sister was happy, that meant a happy ending was near. In the Demon King's castle, cheerful voices echoed. Questions buzzed about the rescue mission. Lara actually defeated them like that. Amazing. Lorentia proudly recounted her victory. Yeah, some fought hard, but when I politely asked, they surrendered. They are good people. All of them. Damian gently turned Lorentia's head toward him and praised her. Our Lorentia is truly a brave hero. You saved your little sister, and you are so determined. Starting tomorrow, you will train like the knights? He asked, a bit surprised. Starting tomorrow, Anastasia sat quietly beside them, pondering, training as a knight. Does that tie back to that conversation? After the heroic play ended, Lorentia went to see her father. Rogato was surprised. You want me to train you? Lorentia told her dad. I want to become a knight. Rogato kindly warned her. Being a knight is tough. Why do you want to train? Because it is cool, she said, brushing off his concerns. I am the oldest sister, so I want to train like my brother. Sword fighting is way more fun than reading books. I want to be a knight. Seeing her determination, Rogato relented. I get it, but if you train, you will get hurt. Your hands and feet will be bruised. You know that, right? Lorentia was ready. It is, I will train with my brother and make my arms strong like yours. With no other choice, her father agreed. All right, my dear, I will talk it over with your mother and let you know. Seeing Lorentia so happy, Anastasia smiled quietly herself. Looks like our parents gave her the green light. When I think about the life of a knight, I do not really want my sister to become one. But hey, she should do whatever she wants. After Dad gave his approval, Lorentia happily promised to protect Anastasia. From now on, Lara will watch over her from afar. She then thought of her older brother, who is currently busy studying to become the heir. Lorentia's father guided Damian carefully. Let us see what kind of moves Dad's making. Meanwhile, Lorentia started her knight training. When my sister began her training, Dad was always by her side as her coach. Dunny swing that sword wildly. Turns out, all these thoughts were Anastasia's. Suddenly, she felt so lonely. She is the only one home, just sitting around. Looks like boredom is about to hit hard. A few days later, two servants were chatting about the recent weather. Glad the rain finally stopped. Me too. It has been pouring nonstop. I was worried about what we would do. Suddenly, Anastasia felt a wave of sadness. While everyone was busy, she had nothing to do. Thoughts spiraled. Maybe some downtime would not be so bad. But then things got busy again. See, never jinx it too soon. A servant brought her clothes. Milady, here's the outfit you will wear today. The servant cheerfully held up the dress. You should look stunning today. Compared to the servant's excitement, Anastasia was not exactly thrilled. She is the star of the day. After all, Anastasia could not believe her birthday had come so fast. It is July 3rd, a special day in this world. She still could not wrap her head around it. The servant was busy adjusting her clothes. Milady, let us fix the sleeves. If we add a little ribbon here. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Is someone out there? The servant hurried to open it. It seemed like a very familiar face. Oh wow. Come in. Looks like the guest arrived right on time. Golden hair shimmered as Mikai stepped in, cheerfully greeting Anastasia. Long time no see, my little one. Anastasia was thrilled with her small birthday party. She loved it, even though it was more low-key than her naming ceremony. But somehow, she preferred this party, maybe because it felt like she truly belonged to this family now. Then a voice made her choke on her drink. How could they say that on her birthday? Our little princess never grows up. Huh. Though it was a small event, the guest list was not exactly tiny. This year, more people showed up than last year. Mikai saw his sister being teased and fired back. Our little one's just too adorable. Leventius, the Duke, was sitting nearby. He agreed with a smirk. Yeah, these two keep bugging me every time they see me. It is super annoying. Mikai, just arriving, politely thanked them. Thanks for inviting me to this year's birthday party. He quickly handed a gift to Anastasia. She felt a bit shy about it last time. He gave her a Zuby stone that matched her eye color. Mikai's gift was special this time, 2-star quartz. With a grin, he asked, "Do you like it, kiddo?" Duke Leventis wondered why the little one liked gems so much. Anastasia thought, nope, not all. Thinking she might like jewels, he was ready to splurge more on her. Guess I will have to buy a few more mines. Not wanting Anastasia to wait, he handed her his gift, a golden tiger. Both valuable and cute. Here, this one is from me. He said, I heard you like tigers, so I got this golden one. Like it? Seeing the gift, Anastasia thought, I always thought Mikai was weird, but turns out, he takes after his uncle. Despite that, out of politeness, she thanked him. Thank you, sir. Mikai teased, what about me, kiddo? He wanted her to answer, aren't you gonna thank me for my gift, kiddo? Anastasia tried to ignore him. Out of sight, out of mind, he gently said, this gift is not anything fancy, but I thought you might get bored when you are alone, so I prepared it. Seems like he is really thoughtful. He understood Anastasia's loneliness and gave her a meaningful, hand-painted keepsake. Seeing the gift, Anastasia felt a little emotional. She had gotten used to being alone, but she had not expected her brother to care so much. Everyone noticed her rare smile. She looked up and nodded. Thank you, brother. Really? Thank you. After that day, every time I was alone, I would start sketching with those colored crayons. It felt like I would found a spark of joy in life. Anastasia left the servant stunned. Whoa, Our Lady's drawing the little prince, she thought, but I was just doodling a simple line. Nothing more. After just a few strokes, the servant showered me with praise. It looks just like a tiger. The lady loves tigers, right? I thought to myself, it is only a circle and a straight line. I explained why I was only drawing crescent shapes. The reason I stuck to these simple strokes instead of complex art was because, for 2,000 years, no matter how hard I tried, I never got a chance to improve. I saw these sketches as my fresh start. These lines were the seeds for a child's growth. Anastasia never gave up in the face of hardship. Failure was not an option. Suddenly, a voice asked from behind my eyelids, Kid, are you drawing? Anastasia is puzzled by his sudden appearance. She heard he was training with his brother that day, but now she runs into him. What is up with that? He leans in close, eager to see. Come on, show me what you have drawn, kiddo. She does not hesitate and agrees. Seeing Anastasia draw, he wants her to try sketching him. Hey kid, can you draw me? Anastasia is stunned by the request. What kind of weird question is that? She still can't believe her own drawing skills. How could she possibly mess up that handsome face? Anastasia politely declines. No thanks. Why? Where's the drawing? He keeps encouraging her. I bet you can do it. Not giving up, he points at the paper. You drew that puppy so cute. Anastasia shoots down the guess. Not a pup. He persists. Then it is a tiger. She just shakes her head. Nope, no matter what. He stubbornly presses on. If I can guess what you drew, how can you not draw me? Wait, I will figure it out. Even the servants outside get involved. Not a pup, not a tiger. Maybe a cat. The servants feel sorry for Anastasia, worried the little miss might get upset if they keep guessing wrong. But he does not quit. A butterfly. No way. The next day, while she is painting, someone calls out to Anastasia unexpectedly. She is surprised to see Damian. Big brother, aren't you supposed to be in class? Damian is ever the thoughtful brother. He gently asks, you are upset because no one can guess your drawings, right? Anastasia is surprised. Not all. Damian laughs. Mikai apologized to you, so I thought we could spend some time drawing together. Lorentia is still knocked out from training. Seems Lorentia's training is brutal. She has been pushing hard to become a knight. All that training is exhausting. She has been sleeping more than usual. She must be worn out. Damian thought Anastasia might feel down without her sister to draw with, but she happily replies, Nope. Damian chuckles awkwardly. Oh really? Then let us draw together. He starts teaching her the basics. Hold the pen like this, that is how you do it. He always respects her interests, guiding her to draw whatever she wants. What do you want to draw? Clouds. Pick whatever color you like. Kiddo, you are seriously talented. Damian encourages her. How about drawing me this time? His eyes say it all. He is super eager. Though Anastasia feels helpless, she knows there is no dodging that face. She is shy but manages to create a perfect drawing. Whatever. Who knows? Seeing the final piece, Damian is thrilled. Utterly mesmerized. You drew me. Thanks so much. Anastasia. The servants notice and rush over, hoping she will draw them too. Miss, draw me. Me too. More and more people show up. Miss, I heard and came here. I want a drawing too. From afar. Draw me. Draw me. Demon Lord. Draw me. Anastasia sweating bullets, overwhelmed by the crowd. Great. Just what I needed. This is bad news. Feeling uneasy, she suddenly hears a familiar voice. Hey kiddo. As soon as she sees Mika, she is instantly at a loss. Like always, he grabs her hand and asks, why am I the only one you have not drawn yet? Anastasia just rolls her eyes. I knew it. To ease her embarrassment, Mika hands her a drawing he made for her. I drew you. Kiddo. Now you can draw me. Right? She is amazed by his art skills. It is incredibly lifelike. Look at this. He drew me looking way too good. Mika watches anxiously, noticing she is not thrilled. You do not like it. I can redraw it if you want. If there is something else you want, I will gift it to you. He pleads. Just one chance to be drawn by her, please. Just once. Can you draw me? Pretty please. Anastasia's face darkens. Is he nuts or what? He shows her this and then asks her to draw him. She sighs but agrees. All right. Fine. Mika keeps hyping me up. Kiddo, you are an amazing artist. Did not you know that? Hearing that, Anastasia just blurted out, oh my god. After finishing the drawing, she thought to herself, even if Mika does not like it, that is on him, not me. Anastasia handed over. Here you go. Mika happily took it, barely believing his eyes. Is this really me? You see me like this? Suddenly, she felt uneasy. Why am I so worried all of a sudden? Mika was deeply touched by the gift. This is the first thing you have ever given me. Kiddo. Thank you. I am going to treasure it. Anastasia was a bit surprised. She turned away, thinking, compared to the stuff I have gotten from Mika before, calling this his first gift is hard to swallow. She kind of liked Mika. But why does this whole thing make me feel so off? It seemed that Anastasia's mood lifted while hanging laundry, and the servants chatting said it was because of me, or maybe the young master's been acting unusually good lately. Yeah, it is like there are two different young masters now. This made Lorentia happy all day. You know, today Mika actually smiled at me and said hello, and guess what? He even sparred with me. After getting the drawing, Mika showed it off everywhere. The little lady made this for me. Isn't it beautiful? Yeah, it is really beautiful. Anastasia did not expect such a tiny drawing to make Mika so happy. Was he really that excited? She was puzzled, could not understand why such a simple sketch could bring him so much joy. Anastasia felt happy too, but she did not mind seeing someone else happy because of her. Still, maybe word got out that Anastasia can draw. Little lady, I heard you have been practicing your art lately, right? She broke out in a cold sweat. Feeling helpless, if she would known this would happen, she never would be given that drawing to him. Plus, Anastasia was getting ready for a mountain hike. He even made us prepare for the trip. I also packed some good art supplies. He really wants to see my drawing, especially with this gorgeous natural backdrop. She decided to switch up the theme, determined to move on, but her eyes grew cold as she tried to refuse, mumbling some confusing words. Surprisingly, the usual thing she did actually saved Anastasia here. She mimicked her sister's moves in these situations. At middle age, Duke Leventus was baffled by her actions. You mean you want me to play with you? Little lady, he asked. Misunderstanding her, Anastasia did not expect it to work. Actually worked. She would never seen him smile like this before. Seeing her like this, he gently asked, do you want to play a game? Climb on, because she wanted to. He agreed immediately. All right, Duke Leventus said dryly, making Anastasia freeze. You want to climb on me? Little lady. Fine, I like that game too. Suddenly she had a wild thought. Wait, did he really get what I meant? He lifted her up gently. All right, be careful now. It is pretty high up. Sitting on his shoulders, she took in the breathtaking view and loved every second of it. Anastasia never imagined the view from up high would be so dreamy. So this is what the Duke sees. Whoa, it is so high I can see his entire domain. It is beautiful. Duke Leventis wanted to make a deal with her. By the way, if I am your grandfather, that means you are my granddaughter, right? Now call me that grandpa. Anastasia was stunned. Was he seriously planning to use that nickname from now on? He was thrilled to have a granddaughter now. My granddaughter? Because I have just gained a precious family member, I should give you something to celebrate. I will gift you one of my rubies. It is fitting for our family's honor. Anastasia did not expect this and quickly waved him off. Sir, just being your granddaughter is more than enough. Duke Leventis adored her and just wanted her to paint him. Don't worry. I plan to give it to you anyway, even if you only draw a portrait of me. Inside, Anastasia was crying silently. She secretly hoped he would forget about the painting. Anastasia was happy after finishing the portrait and gaining her freedom. Duke Leventis loved her so much he even framed the painting. Finally, I was free after painting that portrait on his request. Both portraits Anastasia painted, one of him and one of Mikai, were framed and presented, and they both stood there, hands clasped behind their backs. Utterly captivated, from that moment, peaceful days unfolded at the Duke's mansion, with the only excitement being when Anastasia was swept into his arms. Should we just chill at home this time? This year does not feel like those wild social parties from before. Damian, Lorentia, and Anastasia traveled together from season to season, soaking in peace. We went on so many trips. Like one big happy family, they built snowmen and shared incredible experiences, and everyone even seemed to grow a few inches taller. Mika dangled Anastasia playfully, making her annoyed. But that little guy is still tiny, though. He is growing faster than anyone else. When Anastasia celebrated her birthday, a lot changed. Now, she is nearly 5, all wrapped up in this calm. Rumor had it the shrine had uncovered a holy relic, stirring up excitement. So the whole family decided to visit the capital that season. Rogato broke the news to the family. Anastasia sat on his lap, shouting in surprise the shrine had specially invited us because they would found a holy relic. A holy relic. Hearing this, her face fell. Not another trip. Seriously, feeling uneasy, I wondered if my guard was slipping just for a moment. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared, clad entirely in white. It was someone Anastasia might have met before. Hello, he said, a face too familiar, a presence from her dreams. Anastasia froze in shock. How did he get here? We will meet again soon, he said. This was not unfamiliar to her. He started spouting nonsense again, just like before, until the mysterious figure left behind cryptic, puzzling words. Be careful. Before vanishing, he seemed to urge, please, save. Rogato checked on Anastasia, wrapped her in a scarf, and asked, aren't you cold? Anastasia, she replied softly. Sir. He gently pinched Anastasia's chubby cheeks with affection. Rogato took her hand and said, all right then, let us head inside. Anastasia recalled how, back at the Demon Lord's castle, when knights used teleportation gates, it proved she was not affected by gate sickness. She walked on, lost in thought. This time, she was at the manor with her father. Having used teleportation many times before, gate sickness was nothing to her. From Anastasia's observation, most other kids suffered bad gate sickness like her siblings. Lorentia and Damian, prone to gate sickness, chose to travel by carriage with the Duke instead. Anastasia remembered Lorentia cheerfully waving and saying, see you in 3 weeks. Rogato sighed, looking at little Anastasia, and asked, our youngest, do you feel lonely being all alone? She sweetly replied, I have got company. That is good, he said, surprised that tiny Anastasia could answer so sweetly. Really? You will be okay staying with me for the next few weeks? She glanced up with loving eyes and said, yes, as long as Dad reads to me. He smiled warmly, clearly touched by her sweet words. Rogato ruffled Anastasia's hair lovingly and said, all right, my beloved daughter, Daddy will play with you until you get bored. Immediately, she smacked him. She thought, but Dad never kept that promise, did not expect him to get so busy. Still, these days were not too dull. As Anastasia strolled down the hall, she heard someone calling, little one. Her mind kept drifting to someone else. Despite being so young, that someone did not suffer from gate sickness. It was Mikai. Mikai grinned brightly. Want to go for a walk? Anastasia thought, of course, after all, that day we tested teleporting between the Duke's territory and the Ming-Inga family's land. Calmly, she pointed outside and said, it is freezing out there. Mikai shook his head and said, I can chill inside if it is cold outside. Those were Damian's exact words. Anastasia was speechless, thinking, is he dragging Damian into this to pin the blame on me? Yet that excuse made her unable to refuse. She thought, I can say no anymore. Somewhere else, Damian probably felt someone mentioning him. while Lorentia rested her head on his shoulder, fast asleep despite the cold. Moments later, Anastasia, all bundled up and looking adorable, stepped out to play at Mikai's suggestion, holding her hand in the snowy air. He asked, "Little one, you want to check out the greenhouse, right?" Anastasia blinked, wondering, did I say that out loud? She recalled reading a book and staring intently at a picture inside a scene where the people looked so happy in the greenhouse. Back then, Mikai was there too and caught the hint of admiration in her expression. He would noticed it even then. Her cheeks flushed pink as she thought, when did I get this sensitive? Outside, Mikai replied, "You really want to go there?" He grinned, satisfied. "Good. I was worried I misread your look. Kiddo." They walked and chatted, with him leading. "It is just ahead, let us keep walking a bit more." Nearing their destination, they saw a bustling crowd ahead. Mikai asked, "Why are there so many people on the street today?" The two little ones watched lines of people queued up. Anastasia thought, "That is the shrine over there." She looked at the crowded line and guessed, "They are all nobles." Anastasia squinted, wondering, is the high priest here? Gazing at the shrine ahead, she thought, they say a sacred relic was found. If we hang around here, maybe we will get a glimpse of the ceremony. Suddenly, Anastasia tugged Mikai's hand urgently. "Let us hurry." He looked confused, while nearby voices called out, "My lady?" Laxias appeared, looking grand as he saw Anastasia. He called out, "You came to celebrate this joyous day with me." She froze on the spot. There stood the high priest, the kin, and the queen. Laxias raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Come here now." He sighed dramatically. "Let go of that poor child already. Seeing my lady's hand dirtied like that breaks my heart." Anastasia scowled at him, thinking, lately, I keep hearing nonsense from this guy, just ignore him. But Mikai suddenly let go of her hand. Anastasia was puzzled, wondering, why did you just let go? He calmly said, "Go ahead, kiddo." Anastasia refused. "I am staying right here with you, Mikai." Mikai tried to reassure her. "Hey, it is... the king just wants to see you because you are family." She bristled as he tried to comfort her, silently thinking, "Don't pretend you are used to their nonsense." Luxius chimed in with a patronizing tone. My lady, letting grown-ups wait is rude. When called, you must come immediately." She looked at him and Dolores, silently calculating, if I brush him off, he might blame Mikai and hurt him again. "Fine, I will handle this myself." Anastasia stepped forward slowly, climbing the stairs to face them. Luxius switched to a more obedient tone. My lady, I am the king of this land, so show some respect." Innocently, Anastasia asked, then thought, he was the one who called me my lady, right? Dolores behind her nearly lost it, shouting, "What? You do not know how to greet properly. You are a duke's daughter." Anastasia, still clueless, asked, "Just saying hello is enough, right?" Dolores grumbled. "That is right." Anastasia clasped her hands and bowed deeply, saying just 2 words, "Hello." The gentlemen whispered among themselves. The ladies fanned themselves, gossiping too. She would successfully riled up Luxius, who barked, "What kind of manners are you teaching her?" Seeing Luxius' flushed face, she smiled inside, thinking, nailed it. The high priest, who'd been silent all this time, finally spoke. Young lady, you are still too young to grasp the winds of change." But here comes Mir, moralizing, trying to school her on life, flashing a fake smile as he says, "The outstanding should mingle with the outstanding. That is how you win favor with the higher-ups. You should be spending time with the princess, not some random nobodies." Anastasia thought silently, is that really what a high priestess is supposed to say? Luxius tried to act all wise and authoritative. "Exactly, I believe my daughter can make plenty of new friends. Why do not you try studying with other noble kids?" Anastasia shot back immediately. "Mom always says, deep down you do not hate me, you adults just love preaching to kids." Outwardly, she echoed, it would be great to have new friends. But he asked curiously, and she thought to herself, I need to be straight with him. Anastasia declared loudly, "Mikai is my friend, like an older brother to me." She spoke honestly about him. "Mikai is a good person." That praise made my high's cheeks flush bright pink. Anastasia reaffirmed, he is definitely not a bad kid. After the final scene, Anastasia said goodbye to everyone and then ran over to Mikai. Her reaction left Luxius and Dolores stunned and speechless, but before they could respond, Anastasia was already gone. He gritted his teeth, fuming. That girl, that rude little brat, how dare she? She spun around and gave them a nasty glare. Mikai looked helplessly at Anastasia and said, "What is wrong, kid? You can just say I am not your friend if you want." Meanwhile, she silently scolded him in her mind. "What is there to gain? You cling to me all day, then say that." Anastasia quickly grabbed Mikai's hand, pulled him down to her eye level, and said plainly, "Because Mikai wanted to hold my hand." Mikai hesitated. Well, before he could finish, she cut in, teasing, "It is not your fault, so do not make that face. You know my parents are not the strict type about this stuff." Using her cutest kid voice, Anastasia pouted, "It is, Mr. Besides, I am going to the greenhouse with Mikai." She called to Mikai, "Let us go already." While reassuring herself, "I will make sure everything stays peaceful." Back home, Anastasia quickly told Rogeto everything. "So I went there to say hello." He hugged her affectionately, asking, "Is that so?" Worried, Rogeto asked, "Our little one, were not you scared?" Anastasia answered, "I was not," but her eyes dropped as she confessed, "Mikai let go of my hand. I did not like that." "Mikai, how could you?" He lifted her chin, saying, "How could that be? Mikai is not bad at all." Rogato rubbed her cheek and said, "From now on, all you need to do is have fun with your friends." Little one, in her bedroom, she kept thinking about today, wondering if she should tell her dad so he could handle it properly. But she caused this mess, does not that mean she should take responsibility? Suddenly, Anastasia's eyes narrowed, thinking, so this time, I have to take action myself. Snake's head, she guessed he must be plotting something strange, like revenge or who knows what. Anastasia called, "Choco, Choco." As soon as he appeared, he sighed, "Homesick. Demon King, why do you always call me so late? Do you know how much I miss you? I think about you every day." Demon King, "But you," she cut him off, ordering, "Show me the images of that archbishop and the royal couple." Choco answered, "Here they are." He growled fiercely. The archbishop's words were right. So the nobles who set the bounty on us are not wrong. Laxio slammed his hand on the table, saying, "How can anyone see the prince's authority and not be scared?" Dolores rushed over to calm him. "Calm down. Your Highness. Kids do not understand these things. And do not forget it is all under blank pulling the strings." Before Dolores could finish, he snapped through clenched teeth. "The princess is right. Even if I say I do not care about the bounty." Laxio's recalled his shameful past. "Back when I was just a prince, even though she had plenty of chances to kill me." Images flashed of that less standing tall with her sword drawn. Laxio said bitterly, "But just looking at me, just looking at me." He remembered that last icy glare. She said she would spare my life, told me to go away. Watching, Anastasia felt helpless at Laxio's mindset. She thought, if she spared your life, should not you be grateful? The priest spoke up. "Hey, getting all worked up like that is not good for your health." "Your Highness, why are you so upset? The Grand Priest sees you looking rough." He flipped his hand in a submissive gesture and said, "No way. How could I not be upset? Even though he has tried his best to advise her, she keeps hanging out with a total loser." He pretended to be long-winded, like he was giving a serious lecture. "Today I finally see that the youngest princess has real guts, but I worry she will get dragged down by sticking close to a cursed fool." Hearing this, Luxios grinned wickedly. "So what do we do now?" That must hurt him deep. The priest pulled out a vial and said, "Tomorrow we will use the holy relic we recently found. It holds the power to punish those who defy God and cleans the cursed." His eyes gleamed with a sinister proposal. "What if we use this relic to protect the youngest princess first? If she gets purified, everyone will realize how dangerous the curse really is." Luxio stroked his chin, staring seriously at the so-called relic. "But I doubt he will listen to me." The priest offered a plan. If that is the case, the scene cuts to Anastasia, smoothing Choco's hair, thinking, so they want to do that? Huh, I have not forgotten how they treated me. Thanks, Choco. Anastasia smiled with hopeful anticipation, thinking, maybe it is not so bad after all. With Choco by my side, my spirit blossoms. The Demon King seems to be in good shape, and she is curious about their plan. Thinking, it has been a while since something this interesting happened. Anastasia assesses their plan carefully. Rogeto has received a letter from the Emperor, stating that a purification ritual is scheduled the next day at the Grand Temple. The Emperor apparently wants to show kindness to his granddaughter, Anastasia, who might believe that day will be full of surprises. She guesses they will perform the purification on her before her mother arrives in the capital. In Anastasia's thoughts, the Emperor's face suddenly darkened. "No way. I am sure Dad is not the type to let this slide easily." Using a whiny tone, Anastasia asked Rogato, "Is that true, Uncle?" He spun around 720 degrees with a smile. Nothing to worry about. Little one, holding the letter tightly until his veins pop. She guessed from his expression that she did not even need to read it. The words would just spark his anger. Anastasia described his angry face. Seriously? Dad's face was as tense as this. Rogato awkwardly explained, Did Dad get mad at me? You are not really mad? Are you? She asked. No way. Not even a little. He replied. He sighed in relief that his daughter did not misunderstand him. Then asked, Anastasia, shall we get a health checkup tomorrow? Anastasia guessed his plan. Dad probably wants to use her being sick as an excuse to say no, but she shook her head, refusing. I am not going anywhere. While thinking, sorry, Dad, she thought about the holy place, truly longing to visit it in the castle. The priest was manipulating everyone, claiming, this is a divine relic granted by God. It can cleanse evil energy. While he rambled about the relic's power to purify the cursed, below, Rogato and his daughter ignored him, instead worrying and trying to calm her down. Sweetheart, if you act up, you have to call me, okay? Then come down to me. Anastasia agreed. Yes. Thinking, I probably won't act up. She glanced around, silently judging how crowded it was, way more packed than last time. All right, if it has to be this way, then let us make it interesting. In the crowd, Anastasia spotted Mika. She thought, Mikai's here too. Seeing his indifferent, world-weary expression, she figured he would probably be pulling that face again. Anastasia stared at Mikai, thinking, I wish he would keep rocking that annoying scowl like always. The priest cut through Anastasia's thoughts. The one who will receive the purifying energy is Princess Anastasia. Please step forward. Princess, following his lead. Come on, bring your hand closer. Anastasia extended her hand toward the relic, thinking, they want to purify me to prove he is cursed. She wanted to get closer to see what kind of trick this priest up to, and what the relic could actually do. Anastasia saw the relic emit a strange purple aura, and seemed to recognize it. She thought, wait, this power is dark magic. The priest grinned like a demon, sinister and wicked. Suddenly, a strange power surrounded her. Rogato below panicked and rushed forward. Mikai was also worried and stood up. Both called her name. Anastasia! Anastasia fell into a different dimension. She nodded to herself, realizing if she did not act fast with her magic, things would get really bad. Anastasia realized she was not in the military palace anymore, but somewhere unfamiliar. Quietly wondering, where the heck is this? Surrounded by trees, she felt a mix of relief and confusion. Where on earth is this place? As she walked, Anastasia kept asking herself, just where exactly am I? The darkness cloaked everything around her, and she thought, who would abandon a child in such a creepy, pitch-black forest? Her mind raced with warnings she would heard someone her told to go die, and the chilling image of a bird stalking her. Feeling frustrated and powerless, Anastasia thought, they actually use magic curses on kids. Do they have no shame? But she quickly shook off that thought. No. Maybe she was not the true target. Maybe it was the Enderblank family they were after. Anastasia sighed anxiously. No matter what, she had to get back fast before her worried people started crying. She snapped her fingers, then paused, staring at her hand. Oh, right. If cursed by magic, her mana would be blocked for a while. Whether it is holy power or internal energy, she would not be able to use teleportation magic right away. Anastasia called out to her spirit guide. Hey, spirit, the demon lord is summoning you. I need you to find out where the heck I am. The spirit replied. Got it. While the spirit went off to gather info, Anastasia focused, channeling her magic power with a cool, confident vibe, looking at the wild beasts around her. Anastasia thought, I better be friendly and say hi to the locals before things get messy. Back at the palace, Rogato was a mess, like a completely different person ever since Anastasia suddenly vanished. He grabbed the priest by the collar and demanded, What is my daughter planning? The priest was speechless and quickly looked to Luxius for help. The priest turned away, pretending not to know, but kept begging Luxius, Your Highness, please help. When Luxius did not respond, the priest threw the blame on Rogato, saying, I warned him over and over, my daughter hanging around those power-hungry types is not good. That is why she is facing punishment. He spoke each word coldly. Punishment. Then tossed the guy aside. Rogato drew his sword from his back and stabbed near the man's face, sending him into a panic. His expression darkened sharply, so different from when he was with Anastasia. If you think I would buy into such nonsense, you are dead wrong. Priest, Rogato glared fiercely. If you want to keep breathing even 1 second longer, shut your mouth and tell me where you took my daughter. The man paled, sweating profusely, then stammered, the Northern Witch's domain. Please stop, Rogato immediately called out to Lucius. Your Highness, making him turn pale and stutter. What is it? His veins bulging. Rogato growled. I demand permission to send knights to score that area around the capital. Rogato's tone was all business, but Lucius replied, Of course, you have my permission. Suddenly, a voice from a crystal orb asked, What is going on? Meanwhile, in the forest, the young tiger spirit Honxie was being lectured by a kid's voice. You gotta know who your enemy is before you attack. Anastasia crossed her arms and said straight up, If it were not for me, what would you do? She single-handedly took down a pack of wild beasts, then sat down to school them on some manners. Like, seriously, how dare a whole pack attack a tiny kid? Pathetic beasts. Suddenly, Anastasia opened one eye, patted Honxie's head, and said, Hey tiger, you want to speak up for yourself? She reminded him to tell the others to be friendly. Nearby, more beasts were closing in. She sighed, thinking her parents must be freaking out right now. Honxie seemed to sense the danger too, letting out a low growl. Anastasia looked at him and asked, Want to help me? A little kid like you. What can you do? Honxie gave her a clueless look, but she quickly regained her confidence. Well, 2 of us is better than 1. Right? Teamwork it is. Back at the palace, nobles were buzzing, gossiping about what the heck happened to the princess. Isn't that priest going way too far? Someone whispered. Laxio saw Rogato's nervous sweat and urged, Hey, have not you gone looking for her yet? Your Highness, Rogato forced a friendly smile. I have to protect my position first. You know how it is, so the priest says my daughter is being punished by the Lord. Right? The priest quickly nodded. So are you just gonna abandon the princess? Before he could finish, Rogato slammed his sword into the ground, making the priest jump. That is why I have to prove that Wick people used cruel tricks, and that my daughter is innocent. Rogato glanced back silently, thinking that those involved bore the consequences of their actions, and the palace officials said nothing about it. He saw the guilt written all over Mikai's face. But the kid was just starting to get used to hanging with his peers. Rogato's eyes landed on the holy artifact lying broken on the ground. Furious that they even used his daughter to stir up trouble, this could not slide anymore. He did not back down and sternly warned Laxios to prepare immediately. The king was coming, turning Laxios pale and silent. Even the priest was called out. Yes, that very priest, Rogato vowed. The moment I prove this, those 2 will be held accountable. As the city's light flickered, reflecting the dark truth, Mikai stood frozen, not saying a word. Then, ignoring Lancelot's shouted protests, he spun around and bolted. Mikai spurred his horse and dashed straight into the beast's stop zone. His mind kept beating himself up. He thought they would not mess with the kid, because they only targeted him. So why hurt the little one? Tightening the reins, he thought, just hate me. That is enough. The kid's too young to understand any of this. The image of his mother collapsing stabbed his heart, and he silently vowed never to lose anyone else. At that very stop, Anastasia was exhausted. Locked in battle with the beasts, she glanced at the monstrous horde and thought, There are more than I expected. My strength is running thin. Honx was swiftly knocked down by a beast, and she anxiously called out, Honx? Suddenly, a bear-like monster lunged at Anastasia. She barely had time to react, thinking, This one I can T-dodge, raising her arm to block. She thought, getting hit once won't T-kill me. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air. Kid, watch out. An arrow flew straight into the beast. She opened her eyes, hearing the voice. This voice was familiar. Mikai charged forward on horseback toward Anastasia. Worried? She asked. Kid, are you okay? Anastasia was genuinely surprised to see Mikai here. The moment Anastasia lost sight of Mikai, real panic set in. The Duke Levendus once said, Mikai, you can no longer meet your mother and father. Mikai thought. He was almost holding their hands now. He remembered his promise to Anastasia. I do not want to lose anyone else. Mikai bit his lip hard as the beast prepared to attack him. Anastasia turned to see him, calling out, Mikai, you dropped your bow. Then he ran over and pulled her into a tight embrace. He held her close, whispering his fears. I was scared I would lose you. Scared I would never see you again. Touched by Mikai's genuine concern, Anastasia blushed and buried her face in his chest. Holding him back, she felt warmth spread through her. Unlike her past life, she was not forcing herself to go it alone anymore. Elsewhere, the beast's roar echoed after being struck down. 2 knights exchanged words. That is the last monster around here. Another knight replied, Good job out there. They had found Mikai and Anastasia. One knight ordered, Go spread the word that Lady Ender Blangdius' escort has been found. She must be worried sick. Another answered, Understood. Meanwhile, Mikai held Anastasia tightly, thinking it felt like he would become her personal shield. With the Duke's knights here, they would be safe, but a lingering fear remained. Last time, as soon as he let go, Mikai whispered, I am so— Anastasia, seeing his self-blame, wondered if his guilt came from thinking it was his fault she was in danger. She asked, "Mikai, why are you apologizing?" He started to explain, but Anastasia cut him off. "I already talked to the long-haired uncle and the other guy." "Not you, Mikai," she teased him. "I am not scared of you either. Mikai, you are not bad at all." Anastasia saw Mikai's surprised look at her lack of blame and thought, "Stop beating yourself up." He looked down, lips twitching, then stopped himself, saying, "Kid, you really—" His face flushed red as he smiled softly. "I have known for a while, but I was just pretending not to." Anastasia blinked, confused. "What?" He sighed, and Mikai took her hand, saying, "Nothing." Back at the beast stop, a beast was brutally taken down, so fiercely that even the knights flinched. One knight stammered, "Captain, who was that?" "So scary," the captain replied unexpectedly. "Haven't you ever seen a newbie who can hold their ground like that?" The captain looked toward the warrior and explained, "That was the legendary warrior known as the Light of War." The warrior grinned beneath her helmet, and the captain said, "That is none other than Lady that Leander Blank." She made an epic entrance in her armor. She solemnly called out, "Chief Knight." The two knights snapped to attention. "Yes, madam." Another knight, stunned and awkward, whispered, "I is that lady that lay giving the order. From now on, block all the monsters in this area." The chief knight quickly acknowledged, "Yes, yes," but in his head, he thought, "This is bad." She is furious. Even that last soft smile carried the weight of destruction. Anastasia rode alongside them on horseback, quietly scanning the surroundings. Strange, why did not she sense any monsters near the entrance? Feeling exhausted, she shook her head and told herself, "Focus, do not let your guard down." Suddenly, Anastasia felt a warm, familiar presence, someone incredibly comforting, someone she longed to see. Mom. Meanwhile, that last face lit up when she spotted her, waving her hand and calling out, "Anastasia, my little one." Anastasia noticed the scar on her face and the sharp, jagged weapon she carried. She could not believe this was her mother calling out softly, "Mom." Confused, she wondered why Mom looked so fierce and carried such a menacing weapon. Detla wiped her face with a cloth and said, "Wait a sec." Then she gently embraced Anastasia. "My dear child, you have grown so much." Anastasia felt the warmth of her mother's arms. She thought, no matter how Mom looks, she is still the mother I know. Nestling into her mother's chest, Anastasia said, "Yes, madam." Then she remembered Rogato and asked, "Where is he?" "Don't worry about Dad crying over you being lost like this." Detla comforted her. "My little one, there is no need to fret." Her voice was soft but carried undeniable authority. "I have already made all the men cry." Detla and Anastasia, accompanied by the knights, headed back toward the castle. Laxius tried to act friendly, flattering her. "My niece, my sister," Hen, who had lost all royal dignity, nervously said, "I am so glad everyone is safe." Anastasia noticed a priest nearby, looking uneasy and shielding himself. She wondered, why is the priest like that? His clothes are torn. Did the magic backlash hit him too? Laxius approached that law, trying to curry favor. "That law? Sister, please listen. I swear, I was just following the Lord's orders." Flustered, Laxius defended himself. "You know me, I am too trusting." The royal consort even mentioned this before. Detla only had to lightly drop her divine scythe, and hand nearly soiled himself. Seeing the deadly blade dripping with blood, Laxius quickly stepped back, and, sensing that last deadly aura, said, "Let us just talk. No need to get physical." She was second only to the king in power. Detla narrowed her eyes. "Fine, let us hear what you have to say." Then she glanced at the priest and asked, "Do you have anything to say?" "Father." The priest looked more terrifying now than Rogato earlier. He shouted defensively, "Are you accusing me?" Detla gave him a sharp look, as if daring him to deny it. "You are lying so blatantly. Are you sure you are not a demon? Don't lie in front of the kids, it is not cool." Insulted, the priest screamed back, "I am the trusted priest of this kingdom. How dare you doubt me?" He successfully enraged Detla, who grabbed his collar and said, "Oh please, I am not accusing without cause." Refusing to let her go, the priest's face turned purple as he stammered, "Woo, wait, please." She casually inspected him like a guard assessing a prisoner. A nobleman gasped, "Look, everyone." Other nobles began whispering, "That priest's back, did I see that right?" On his back was a strange mark, the cursed seal of the dark sorcery mage. Everyone could clearly see he was a fraud. They whispered, "That is the dark magic demons have used for ages. How could a holy priest possibly meddle with forbidden dark magic?" The priest tried to explain, "It is not what you think," but the crowd was already convinced. Gossiping. So the youngest princess was cursed by dark magic, that is why she is marked. Luxius also turned Ingin and asked him, Lin, is the priest real? Someone actually dared to use the dark black magic. Then he started to make excuses. He shouted, I had no idea about this. Please do not misunderstand me. Just as expected. He said, yes, I truly did not know. She became serious and firmly declared, from now on, I will handle this matter under my authority and responsibility as Anastasia's mother and the sole legitimate daughter of the former emperor, princess that looked on with icy eyes, filled with disdain. Confidently, she said, there are plenty of witnesses here, so you are not responsible at all. The nobles behind whispered among themselves, while the princess walked away gracefully. Luxius was so stunned he felt like his soul was about to leave his body. He nervously raised his hands and stammered, all right, we will do as you say. I want to interfere in this matter. She then glared at the fake priest trembling on the ground and said, I do not know how scared my daughter is, but how can you just lie there so calm? Only then did he realize just how terrified that was and kept pleading, Madam, please, have mercy, I beg you. She decisively gave her orders. Captain of the Knights. The captain quickly assumed a ready stance and responded, yes, Madam, that showed no mercy for touching Anastasia. She ordered to throw him to the forest beasts. Terrified, he could only let out a single cry. Dragged away, he shouted out his desperate pleas. I will confess to the Lord and ask to be forgiven. At this moment, Rogeto stepped forward and called out that the priest's desperate words still echoed. Please, have mercy. But no one cared. Rogeto smiled warmly, arms wide open, and told her, you have been through enough. That ran over and hugged him tightly. Mikai and Anastasia held hands and smiled, once again enjoying a meal with the couple. She sighed in relief and thought to herself, thank God it is all over without anyone getting hurt. She silently prayed that tonight she could finally rest peacefully. Inside the princess's castle, a hidden figure appeared in Anastasia's dream. He said, hey, you are way too used to this scene by now. So she raised her hand to cover her little yawning mouth, tired from sleep, and replied, all right, I knew you would come. Surprised by her reaction, he asked, I thought you would be a bit more shocked. Anastasia explained, you came so obviously. Isn't it true that when you are sick or tired, you are more vulnerable? Trying to act confident, he said, don't be so annoyed. Today I will prove you need me. She looked at him and asked, I need you. With a flick of his hand, Anastasia transformed back into her original form. He looked at her and said, you have been so lonely. You have realized you need someone by your side. She looked puzzled and asked, you mean that someone is you? Anastasia frowned and said irritably, if that is the case, at least show me your face. He happily stepped closer and asked, do you miss me? Anastasia did not disagree. This guy never seemed to get her. She turned her back on him, annoyed. My head's a mess with everyone else. He smiled innocently and teased, come on. It is because of you that I even warned you about the danger. He kept going on, with me helping you, everything will be easier. His words made Anastasia roll her eyes in frustration. Not wanting to waste energy talking to him, she summoned her magic to find a way out of here. He interrupted. Wait a sec. He sparked Anastasia's curiosity. Aren't you curious? Over 100 lifetimes have passed differently, right? His question struck deep into her psyche. Anastasia just replied, that is just a coincidence. He laughed at her simple thinking and said, no way it is coincidence. You were meant to be born somewhere else. Surprised, she asked back, what do you mean? He smiled and explained, you were born here because someone here has been waiting for you. He explained, the first life here is a world created by the gathering of people who have missed you across lifetimes. Anastasia immediately denied it. Lies, how can I trust you? What does my life have to do with you? He just smiled softly. He said, I can tell you who those people are and why they remember you. He looked at Anastasia and asked, aren't you curious too? Her gaze dropped, hands clenched tightly as she thought, is it true? In countless past lives trapped in hell, did anyone really remember me? He cut off her thoughts and said, I will give you a hint about the first person who saw you change into that guise. Her eyes widened in surprise as she wondered silently, if it is someone who could remember me in my first life. Anastasia guessed, could it be my friends? The image of two close friends from her first life laughing and waving at her appeared vividly. He was smug, convinced this would spark Anastasia's curiosity. Well, looks like I am kinda useful now. Huh, she said nothing, just silently thinking about her closest friends in her first life, wondering how they would been living since she died. He covered Anastasia's eyes with his hand and said, all right, close your eyes. Slowly, just as he said, the space around them began to shift. Anastasia opened her eyes cautiously, taking in the scene. She gasped, This is my home from my first life. Anastasia was deep in thought, wondering, why am I here? After I died, did my friends come back here? Suddenly, a man's voice cut through her thoughts. This soup tastes way too bland. She glanced toward the kitchen and saw a man. Anastasia recognized him immediately as her brother. He appeared, pointed at the man, and said, "That is the one who remembers you." She crossed her arms, annoyed. Really, he grumbled inside, thinking, I would sooner believe you can survive past 20 in this world than all that nonsense. Then he muttered mysteriously, I hope you do not get hurt. Anastasia frowned, confused. Why would I get hurt? He replied, because in this world, you actually hate him. Suddenly enlightened, she asked, wait, you mean my brother is also here in this first life? He chuckled, yeah, someone you know very well. Anastasia stared at the photo in his hand, disbelief written all over her face. She compared the picture to her brother's features, thinking, no way, her brother from her first life is actually King Laxius. He mistook Anastasia's silence for sadness over seeing a loved one again. He said soft, hey, do not be too heartbroken. Just focus on doing better now. Anastasia smirked, you are joking, right? Then she grabbed his collar fiercely, still clueless. He asked, what is your problem? You love your family, and that is your brother right there. Anastasia thought to herself, brother? Don't mess with me like that. While he babbled to himself, only she can make noodles taste good. When's this mess gonna end? Extra cash is nice though. She scolded silently, wondering if family was always this annoying. Anastasia shoved him down hard, anger bubbling up. She flashed a wicked grin and said, you do not know how I have actually lived. Do you? He was speechless, and she thought bitterly, and he calls himself the only one who understands me. Just a lying jerk. Anastasia quietly compared him to Laxius, thinking, I never imagined a combo of him and Laxius, but honestly, it is terrifying how similar they are in some ways. After a pause, he finally spoke, I never expected him to get involved with that character. Anastasia cursed him silently. If it were you, I would be mortified. She released him with a sigh. Hey, do not ever show up again. He looked confused. What? Anastasia fired back. Do I even need to explain that? She watched him slurp noodles and said, I gave you proof, and you bring me that. Why should I waste more time on you? He ate the noodles, feeling strangely unsettled. Without another word, Anastasia gathered her magic to leave. Well then, stay safe here, or better yet, do not. Suddenly, he grabbed her. Wait, there is a reason you need to stay here. Holding her back, he smiled. Isn't he freedom what you wanted? Anastasia looked at him, startled. Freedom? He tempted her. Yeah, you do not want to keep getting resurrected, right? Anastasia raised an eyebrow. What does that have to do with my brother? He launched into an explanation. It is like coming to this world. You can only be reborn if someone remembers you. If you can break the hold their memories have on you, then you are free. She glared. So my freedom depends on him and you. He looked at her intently and said, there are more people who remember you than you think. You have to break free from all of them. He showed her the cycle of reincarnation. If you can break it, you will keep living the same life over and over. She did not buy it, arguing, if the first person to remember me is that guy, then I do not care about anyone else. Besides, why should I trust you? My family hates me sometimes. This time he looked genuinely serious. That is all because of you. For real, the reason I picked your brother as my first target, because he is the easiest to handle. Anastasia replied, letting me hear what that method was. He quickly hatched a plan. Super simple, actually. You just have to cook for him yourself. She frowned deeply and asked, cook? He was even quicker to insist. He misses you because of your cooking. Little did he know a fist was about to fly. Anastasia was fuming inside, screaming silently, so you want me to serve him noodles for 100 lifetimes? Huh. She dreamed the story ended there, but sitting quietly, she realized she would slipped up. Anastasia twisted her arm, thinking it was so absurd she did not even realize when she let him go. Suddenly remembering something, she paused. But why is everything so quiet around here? Anastasia looked around the empty room, still feeling weak as hell. Thinking back to how her family always stayed by her side. When she was sick, she assumed someone would be watching over her now. Then a familiar sound broke the silence. Here it comes. My little one. Rogato stepped in quietly and asked, you got up just after I left. He scooped her up gently. Waking up and not seeing anyone must have been scary. Huh? Anastasia answered, not all. Rogato pulled her close and said, it is okay to be scared sometimes. Just tell me. He seemed to understand her heart, adding, my girl just does not want anyone to worry about her. Rogato whispered with a hint of guilt. You are so little, how could you be alone in a place this scary? Anastasia silently called out, Dad, she recalled a promise she made to protect this family, but never dared to stay by their side for long. Anastasia feared she could not be with them forever, thinking about the moment her soul leaves this family, knowing her fate would not allow it. Yet, if she was meant to be born in another world, maybe the day this world ends one come after all. She prayed silently, imagining herself growing up happy and beautiful. Could she even dream of living past 20 in this life? Wrapped in Rogatos' arms, Anastasia recalled his words in a dream. Anything edible will do. Her small hand gripped his shirt firmly, determination shining through time to give it a shot, even if it is just a slim hope. That was her thought. But with the king ill, she could not meet him. Laxius was resting upstairs. Anastasia guessed that after she fainted, her mother must be giving him a piece of her mind. He looked like he was having a nightmare, covered in sweat and frustration, muttering nonstop, "I am so... my bad," she thought. No wonder it is so hard to get anything done. Anastasia confided quietly, "Not long before the year ends." She smiled lovingly. "If something fun happens, I will know when it comes. Nothing special from the capital." Though, outside, the townsfolk were gossiping about her power. Everyone seemed convinced the youngest princess had some crazy strength. Anastasia became the talk of every afternoon tea. Surely she is destined for greatness. Why? Because her name is Anastasia. Just like the hero, maybe we are about to witness the rise of a new hero. The servant said, "Just my name alone gets everyone hyped." She sighed deeply, leaning back in her chair, wishing the rumors about Mikai would change. She would have been judged harshly all this time. The grand estates were quiet. Anastasia guessed it would be after New Year before any news from the Holy Kingdom. Even the king, the biggest threat in the north, remained silent. She rubbed her head, thinking, maybe I can finally relax a little. A sudden loud noise outside caught Anastasia's attention. She wondered, why so noisy all of a sudden? Outside, the maids were whispering, "No letters at all. How's that possible? How should I know? Hurry up. Get ready. Come on. Move it." The noise snapped her awake, and she whispered with suspicion, "Who is causing all this chaos?" A bad feeling crept over her, a sudden sense of unease. A maid entered to announce, "Excuse me, miss, there is a visitor here to see you. May I come down?" Anastasia's face showed no hint of emotion. Just before the year ended, an unexpected storm hit the palace. Dolores and sackcloth paid a visit to Anastasia's family estate. Dolores smiled broadly, looked around, and said, "Not quite royal palace level, but this place is pretty impressive." She handed a cup to Dolores, inviting her to have some tea. She sat opposite Anastasia, shouting out to break the ice, "What brings you here today?" "Your Majesty." Dolores forced a smile, thinking that even though she dreaded facing the queen directly, screwing up this meeting could seriously damage their alliance. Even if it meant using sackcloth to secure the estate, maintaining this relationship was crucial. Dolores spoke up, "Since the kids are close in age, I figured it would be better for them to bond." With centuries of wisdom behind her, Anastasia instantly caught on to the queen's true intentions. She thought to herself, no wonder they suddenly brought sackcloth here. It seemed, after seeing her mother scold the emperor and the ministers, the queen sensed a looming threat. The noise made sackcloth stir slightly. Dolores noticed the little girl was waking up and, hoping to lighten the mood, cheerfully said, "Sackcloth's awake already. Say hi, sweetheart." But before anyone could respond, Sackcloth let out a loud, wailing cry as her greeting. Seeing the crying little flower, the queen was thrown completely off guard. "Mom's right here," Anastasia said, sensing Sackcloth expected her nanny, not Dolores. When waking up, she realized that since the queen rarely met Sackcloth, the child found her unfamiliar. Seeing the queen awkwardly trying to calm Sackcloth, Anastasia thought, well, even more clueless with kids than Michael. Anastasia did not really want to get involved, but she knew Sackcloth was innocent in this mess. She gently took the queen's hand and said, "Mom, I think the baby's hungry. Let us feed her, okay?" The queen quickly glanced at Dolores, silently asking for her okay. "Your Majesty, if you agree, I will have someone prepare baby food." Dolores stammered, but Sackcloth just cried louder. Dolores reluctantly agreed, feeling a flush of embarrassment, her cheeks burning red. Negotiation successful. She turned to Anastasia and said softly, "Let us feed the baby together." Anastasia fed Sackcloth while wondering if the queen truly approved of her mother's approach, but since then, the queen often brought Sackcloth to visit the estate. Thanks to that, the little girl, utterly adorable, now happily opened her mouth for Anastasia. Anastasia cheerfully fed Sackcloth, even admitting to herself she was finally discovering the charm of this little cutie. After seeing the tiny mouth chew the food, Anastasia thought, She looks like a baby bird, too cute. No wonder Michael's always trying to feed me stuff. Dolores and the queen quietly watched the two kids happily playing. The queen looked at the heartwarming scene and told Anastasia, "It would be such a shame if we never got to see these little ones playing and bonding." Dolores just scowled, saying nothing. During that time, Anastasia and Sackcloth read books and played, soaking up pure happiness. But when the emperor woke up, a letter from the royal family arrived saying the queen caught a cold and likely would not attend the viewing. The queen declined all requests to meet Sackcloth, citing various reasons, maybe embarrassed seeing the baby so close to her mother after waking. The queen gently told Anastasia that Lot was sick and would be hard to see in the future. She sounded a bit sad but added that Lot really liked everyone. Anastasia felt a pang of sadness, thinking it would be hard to see the very first baby she ever had. Then she thought of Lucius, but he could not save the king from lying sick in bed forever, leaving behind that regret. February quietly slipped by at the Enderbank estate. Life went on unchanged. She still happily played with Lorentia and Damian, but now Mikai tagged along, teasing Anastasia. "Come on, baby. You know I love everything you do," he said, tilting his head. She stared at the pile of clay on the floor and thought, now he just wants me to make a mess for Saka to play with. Anastasia did not overthink it and said to Mikai, "This is way too messy." He laughed and denied it. "Hey, do not say that now." She saw Mikai laughing so hard she did not get it, thinking, what is so funny, and if not now? Then when, in another scene, Lorentia showed Anastasia a painting she would just finished, smiling sweetly. "Look, Sasa, is not it adorable?" Anastasia happily replied, "Totally adorable." And Lorentia revealed, "This is a very special gift. She does not know who she is planning to gift it to, so ask her again." Lorentia explains it is almost Mikai's birthday, and Anastasia feels like she just got slapped across the face. Lorentia suddenly remembers it is time for sword training and waves goodbye. "Catch you later, Sasa." While Anastasia is still lost in thought, Anastasia thinks about how Mikai has been acting all secretive and goofy lately, grumbling silently. If it is a birthday, just say it straight up. Then she sighs, realizing she has probably never even been invited to one of his birthday parties before. Since his birthday only comes every 4 years, there is not much to do, especially since it always falls on February 29th. Mikai stands below, calling up to her, "Hey, sweetheart," holding a bright red berry, smiling. "Doesn't tea this color remind you of your eyes?" Anastasia's busy picking berries for Mikai, wondering what to give him. If she told her parents, they would get him anything he wanted. She looks at Mikai, who always treats her with gentle warmth, but she has never been into extravagant gifts. She has already received so much. Whatever she gives, he will probably be happy, so she wants to give something meaningful and sincere. Anastasia recalls the scene of Mikai laughing with his siblings, deciding that since his rare birthday only comes once every 4 years, she truly wants it to be a day filled with happiness for him. Dinner at the Enderblank mansion. "Vedla nags, if you are coming, at least give us a month's notice." She sets the child down, then adds, "Only 2 weeks left. And suddenly you just dropped this on us." Rogato sighs and explains, "Anyway, I already told His Highness about this." Vettel looks clearly annoyed, and it seems like he is too scared about the divine official's matter to say a word. Outside, Anastasia eats calmly but secretly listens to her parents' conversation, wondering if there has been any news from the Blue Kingdom about the divine official. Rogato continues, "The Blue Kingdom's delegation will arrive at the end of this month," which makes Anastasia freeze. She remembers Mikai's smile and thinks, could the delegation's arrival be on Mikai's birthday? Time flies, and now it is February 29th. The birds outside the window sing, echoing throughout the room. Anastasia lies on the bed, pondering that the Blue Kingdom's delegation is visiting for Mikai's birthday, a big deal for kids. After all, earlier, she and Mikai met, and he kindly asked, "Why do you look so upset? You seem chubbier than usual." To keep Anastasia from worrying, he gently reassured her, "I have," but she can't shake the feeling having a birthday once every 4 years. There is no way he is actually okay, especially since it is his first real birthday celebration since turning a new age. Anastasia broods, agreeing she does not want the Blue Kingdom's event to be a hassle, but her mind drifts back to Lucius. This time, the responsibility falls on the lady of the house, so the divine official's visit can't just be ignored. Suddenly, a female servant knocks and interrupts Anastasia's thoughts, softly calling, "I am here to help you get ready, miss." While getting dressed, she thinks there is no other choice no matter what Mikai says. She is not okay with this. Anastasia sits in the carriage, looking up at the sky, thinking that even if Mikai says he does not want it, she is going to hold his hand. Hold it tight until he gets sick of it, no backing down now. Mikai nervously takes Anastasia's hand as they enter the palace, announced as Princess Anastasia Enderblank and Prince Mikai Leventus arriving. Lucius, perched on a golden throne, watches the two youngsters with a piercing gaze. The nobles below whisper and gossip quietly. They murmur that the rumors about the prince's wild nature are just baseless gossip. If there really was a problem, why would the youngest princess be so calm and composed? Those whispers make her glance back. People, as impressions of Mikai are shifting, they realize none of the Lord's children have been negatively affected. Seeing the change in people's attitudes, Anastasia can help but smile, thinking Mikai's reputation is finally improving. Her family has been waiting already. Lorentia waves. Sasa, Mikai. Over here. Over here. Damian smiles politely and tells Mikai, your gift has already been sent to the Grand Duke's mansion. Lorentia beamed with joy, saying, that is right, because you all put your heart into this. You better treasure it, okay? Anastasia gently tugged Mikai's sleeve, asking, hey, what is up? Little princess, she sweetly said. Happy birthday, Mikai. Caught off guard by this surprise, Mikai froze completely. This might just be the best gift he has ever received. Mikai smiled, thanked her, and squeezed Anastasia's hand tightly. Outside the palace, the sound of a carriage's hooves echoed as it approached. A knight announced, honored to welcome the holy delegation. Before he could finish, a soldier abruptly interrupted. Suddenly, she felt an overwhelming power flowing through the air. Anastasia scanned the palace grounds, sensing that power everywhere, and could not help but wonder, what is this incredible energy coursing through here? The force was so intense and concentrated it could fill the entire hall. Mikai felt it too. Quietly thinking, it is like a warm, comforting presence beneath my feet. She thought, if even Mikai can feel it, this noble's rank must be extraordinary. Watching the figure about to enter, she guessed, could it be the man who stepped in was none other than the Pope himself, Simon? Everyone in the hall hushed in shock. No way, the Pope is coming here in person. Anastasia thought, stunned and deeply impressed. Anastasia sized up Simon. He was robust, like some powerful bear, but why would the Pope come here himself? If this drags on too long, it could spell trouble. Then she noticed Simon heading straight toward her. Anastasia wondered, what is going on? Is he coming this way? He stopped before her and asked, are you Princess Anastasia? She bowed respectfully, silently thinking, keep it brief, I still have Mikai's birthday to handle. But he leaned in, asking, why are you bowing to me? A noble like you should not lower your head. This situation is painfully awkward. Anastasia stared, confused. I do not get what you mean. She worried, feeling uneasy about this noble status. She caught the cold glint in Simeon's eyes and wondered silently, why is he staring like that, like an overly concerned envoy? Seeing her confusion, he stepped forward and said, Your Holiness, may we ask for a moment to discuss this? Someone reminded Simeon, the Emperor is waiting for you, and his face showed sudden reluctance. Simeon stood, politely apologizing. I got carried away with excitement. Sorry for the rudeness. Anastasia thought, did he just forget about the Emperor? That is silent disrespect. He quickly approached, greeted warmly, and said, thank you for your welcome. Your Majesty. Having finished the formalities, he swiftly turned and left. Simon returned to Mikai and Anastasia. She thought bitterly, back again. Please, just go already. What is he babbling about now? Suddenly he fired off a barrage that pierced Anastasia's heart. How could such a noble go unnoticed? Even the previous envoy had received a noble's power, but he was kept in the dark until the end. Right? No need to worry now. I am here to fill your cup. Anastasia watched Simeon's sparkling eyes as he talked nonstop, thinking, I do not even know what to say, but he just keeps going. It felt like having an extra soul beside her. Simeon spoke rapidly. A noble and sacred soul like yours. Do you know how long I have waited for this day? Mikai instinctively stepped forward. Shielding her, Simon knelt down respectfully, saying, I humbly ask to offer my greetings once more. Simon bowed deeply, saying, My lady? Those three words left Laxias and Dolores speechless. Even her parents were equally stunned. Her face darkened with quiet frustration. All I wanted was to live as the youngest princess of this noble family, just a normal life. Everyone around was buzzing nonstop, gossiping about the hot news he actually called the youngest princess a maiden in front of the Endemblang clan. We have finally seen the rise of the maiden. Anastasia felt powerless, thinking, they have already nailed it down that I am the maiden in front of everyone. Denying it now? No chance. She spoke up, asking Simeon, who is this daughter of ours who has been living a normal life until now? He chuckled and explained, do you really think that is the case? How could any ordinary kid survive alone for 12 hours in a den full of deadly monsters, and not just survive, but also hold her own against that exiled, deep-rooted god's power. You know better than anyone that it is not just about divine protection, she said. Just as she was about to mount her horse, Anastasia suddenly clenched her fists. Mikai noticed her grim expression and asked, "What is wrong?" Youngest princess, Anastasia recalled thinking her life would quietly drift by this time around, like countless lifetimes before, but every time people found out she had special powers, their attitudes shifted fast. They grew distant. If even her own parents changed toward her, she doubted she could handle the heartbreak. That lay gently called out, "Hey, baby girl, what is wrong?" Startled, she turned. Her mother still wore that warm smile, saying softly, I am here with you." Touched, tears welled up in Anastasia's eyes. She thought, nothing's changed, then rushed into Thetla's arms. Simeon said, "It is truly an honor to meet the maiden." He lifted Anastasia up and added, "Sir, that was indeed a great honor." He responded politely with a nod. Thetla smiled gracefully but declined. "My daughter does not see strangers, so I will have to ask you to meet her some other time," she said. Surprising Simeon? Why's that? He stammered as he called after her. "Wait, hold on." Simeon threw a little tantrum like a child, whining, "Just a moment more. Will you show me the rare beauty of the maiden in her mother's arms?" Anastasia whispered, "Mom, I have a little favor to ask about that bear over there. Can I talk to him?" Her mother nodded without hesitation. She called out, "Hey, bear." Simeon lit up with joy at the new nickname. "It is..." The maiden got something to ask. Anastasia analyzed quietly, thinking she had to make Mika aware there might be trouble ahead for him. The Wind Lord had arrived too. With that in mind, she turned to him and said, "Sir, everyone says Mikai is wicked." Anastasia stared directly at Mika, who was looking back at her. She asked Simeon, "But Mika is not actually a bad guy, right?" He regained his serious expression and said sincerely, "It seems the maiden already knows the truth." Simeon stepped toward Mika. "My visit is not just to see the maiden, but also to offer a heartfelt apology to young Duke Leventus." He bowed deeply, leaving Mika stunned. Without hesitation, Simeon said, "I apologize to young Duke Leventus on behalf of the Holy Kingdom and the Divine Palace." He earnestly accepted responsibility, admitting the kingdom's clerics realized too late the harm they caused the young Duke. The Holy Kingdom will severely punish those responsible and officially declare the rumors about the young Duke are false. Simeon sent a gift of apology and said, "While it can heal the young Duke's heart entirely, I hope you accept this gesture from the Holy Kingdom." Mika hesitated, looking at the gift. Simeon added, "You do not have to forgive the Divine Palace or the Kingdom. The choice is yours, because even the gods do not want forced forgiveness. But I promise, nothing like this will ever happen again." Mika accepted the gift, replying, "Yes, my lord." After Mika and the Wind Lord exchanged promises, Anastasia wanted to head home. Simeon was about to speak but paused. "The maiden looks very tired." With just her word, the welcome feast ended early, and they all left together, ignoring Lucius calling after them. Despite all that, Anastasia was going to throw a birthday party for Mika. Standing before the Duke's mansion, she thought, "Mika always comes to me, but this is my first time visiting the main house of the Grand Duke." Anastasia glanced at the servants chatting on either side. Grand Duke Levenus said, "Don't be too abrupt, but it is good. The formula that could help me get ready." Rogato immediately replied, "Of course. This is Mika's very first birthday party." Mika walked over to Anastasia and asked, "Hey cutie, is this your birthday party?" A single word from Ms. And Anastasia secretly misunderstood him, thinking, even if it's a birthday party, do not tell me he thinks I did not prepare anything. I actually went all out. A bit of prep was already done. And finally, Mika's very first birthday party had officially begun. Though there was not a full orchestra ready, that law performed a heartfelt happy birthday song on the piano himself. Rogato gushed with love. The kid's mom can play anything like a pro. Lorentia next to him cheered excitedly. "Mom's definitely number one." When Duke Levenus gave his speech, he spoke slowly. "Happy birthday. This is the authority to manage the Enderblank noble house." Mika accepted it respectfully and said, "Thank you, sir. I will carry out my duties responsibly." At the gift-giving moment, he received many presents one by one, starting with a gift from the Duke, then from the Enderblank parents a sword. Mika's face lit up joyfully as he received a gift from his siblings, a finely tailored jacket, and the gift from Anastasia herself. He held the shimmering bracelet in his hands. Mika bowed and asked, "Sweetheart, did you make this?" Anastasia thought, though clumsy, he seems to prefer gifts made by hand. He put the bracelet on and said, "Today, I have received so many gifts from you." Mika treasured the bracelet like a precious heirloom, promising, I will take good care of it. Thank you so much, she smiled contentedly, thinking, lucky that Mika's first birthday party turned out so joyful. Happy birthday, babe. The next day, Anastasia returned to the royal palace, standing before the massive doors. She thought, though I have seen these doors many times and gotten used to them, but if there is something unusual right beside me, something that is not family or Mika, could it be a giant bear? She stood frozen beside the imposing figure. He looked like he would just met his idol, mouth turning into a loudspeaker. Please listen, my lady. Everyone's been asking why I'm hogging you all to myself, so I told them, if you are not happy, go be the King Swine Spirit instead. Usually, this spot is the first attendant of the Divine Spirit, but it just annoys me. But it seems everything was arranged by the Divine Spirit. For today I am over the moon. Anastasia silently judged him. Here we go again. Even worse than my uncle. Please allow me more time, he pleaded. Anastasia could not help but wonder, what is going on here? Flashback to a few days ago. In the Grand Hall, please. Like a fellow fan of Anastasia, how could such a sacred and precious moment happen to me? Even if I do not know your status, I would still rush to your side. His eyes sparkled brightly when he saw her. Rogato, seeing him so lovey-dovey, spoke up. Your Excellency, my daughter is shy around strangers. Finally, the man toned it down and said, I apologize. Please, sir, may I ask why you came looking for me today? Anastasia spoke. I have got something I want to ask you. Bear, of course I will help, she smiled warmly. Silently deciding, I have to slowly feed my brother some info. Hearing that the emperor once had close ties with a distant noble minister, the Pope was ready to personally bless the king. So on Candlelight Day, at the royal hall, it was announced that Lady Anastasia Enderblank and the Pope would dine together. The noble ladies whispered gossip. Really? Even though this is a meeting with the lady, from the emperor's perspective, it is kind of strange. Exactly. They say because of the king's missteps, he is finally getting blessed today. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Anastasia chuckled to herself, thinking, even the nobles know this, yet he is the only one clueless. That is just peak cluelessness. Laxios rushed over, excitedly saying, he is here. I am so happy this body is getting blessed for the first time. The Pope coolly responded as he held the food. Because the lady's power is so great, she intends to bless through the meal itself. This is a precious event, so you should thank the Lady S family as well. He looked at the sparkling food with rosy cheeks. Family really is everything. No wonder I have loved my niece so much all along, he said. All right, let us open it. As the Pope carefully lifted the lid, Laxios gaped in anticipation, eyes sparkling wide. One of the messiest dishes has got to be cookie dough with chocolate chips, he asked in disappointment. Is this really food? This is what she made for me, Syme firmly replied. Yep, and since you know that, you better finish it all. With his sharp little eyes fixed on him, he stared intently. Are you seriously going to reject a meal made with such genuine care from a young lady? Laxios forced himself. I will eat it. I never said I would not. He scooped a bite with his spoon. It was sticky and gooey. Laxios shut his eyes and nose, then tossed it away. Anastasia stood nearby, stuffing her cheek and grinning to herself, thinking, yeah, eat it. She went through all that trouble. You gotta finish it. Just as he threw a bite, he dropped his spoon and spilled the liquid. Laxios started to cry, repeatedly apologizing. I am so. While Anastasia was shocked hearing her first life's name slip out, the Emperor suddenly said he had a stomachache and rushed off somewhere. A brand new topic was born. His Highness just apologized, and Anastasia sighed, thinking, great, now I am the snack maker again, and now this late apology. Well, no matter what, the ties from past lives really do exist in this one. 2 weeks have passed since resolving that first pang of nostalgia at the Enderblank mansion. She sat lost in thought, hearing that these soul ties can only be broken by easing the longing from past relationships. I do not want to keep pestering him. No choice but to track him down myself. Anastasia summoned a suitable tracking charm, thinking this will definitely be more effective. The first device I used in my past life was a phone. Holding the phone, Anastasia smiled proudly. Good call upgrading to something pricey after the entrance exam. Didn't expect I would use it this long. If I add this world map to a normal tracking charm and convert the released emotional waves into magical energy, the image materializes. Info is updating. The phone buzzed with a mechanical chime as the memory tracking activated. She was thrilled. Anastasia happily swiped through the phone. Signal already. Where is this? The phone just pinged again. She checked the map, reading the info with growing unease. The address read, Monster Kingdom Outpost 25. Active status. She thought maybe it is not even a person. Anastasia hesitated, thinking, if I say I am going there, it will cause a commotion. Care about it. But can tea make the family worry? Just a bit more. Then I will go. But before the day was out, dusk had already blanketed the Enderblank mansion. Anastasia confided in Sime, who said, "Holy lady, you really want to go to the monster outpost. That place is dangerous." She hesitated, muttering to herself, "Am I talking to myself? Is my hearing that sharp?" Anastasia eyed Sime sitting there, sensing he might have another scheme. If I leave it to him, maybe he can find a way. Let us see. Anastasia resolved. I know it is dangerous, but I have to go. Deep inside, she felt guilty and wanted to apologize to her parents. Sime said, "If that is your wish, I will gladly accompany you. You will need permission from the Duke and Duchess, right?" She reluctantly admitted it. Then Sime spent day and night persuading Anastasia's mother. And finally, she was granted 3 days on the condition she put her safety first, using the excuse of visiting the nearby shrine. Though only 2 went together, he carried a mountain of gear, almost like he brought the whole house. Cheerfully saying, "My misdirection skills are top-notch. No one can catch me once I take off." Anastasia watched Sime next to her, silently judging. How the heck did he become Sime anyway? Near the monster outpost, the 2 stopped to rest, campfires crackling in the night. She looked at Sime. "Bear buddy, I am He stood up. "All right, just lie down and sleep." Sime covered Anastasia with a blanket. As she closed her eyes, he silently sent a signal. "Let me know when Sime sleeps." The message was received. Understood. Demon King. Later, in the quiet midnight, she softly called him. "Hey, that bear guy is asleep." Anastasia half opened an eye. Still half asleep? She pulled out her phone and whispered, "Let us take it slow." She glanced at the info on her phone and froze. No danger detected. Anastasia jumped up and spoke to her uncle. "I will teleport us instantly." "Stay close," she declared cheerfully, proud as ever. She thought, "No way I am dying before even meeting him." Anastasia swiftly teleported, only to find a giant snake silently appearing right in front of her. A chill ran down her spine as she sensed something behind her. She realized with a jolt the giant snake lunging at her was a monster, clutching her staff. Anastasia ready to fight, and with one powerful strike, the giant snake was instantly taken down. She rested her hand on her hip, eyeing the fallen beast, and teasingly said, "Uncle, you are seriously overpowered." Another creature seemed to be approaching from behind, and Anastasia spun around to check it out. A pair of glowing eyes pierced the darkness, staring straight at her. Those golden, slitted eyes belonged to the cat family. Anastasia frowned, wondering, could it really be someone who has been longing for me? The creature extended sharp claws defensively. It hugged her tightly, and Anastasia, recognizing it, happily wrapped her arms around it. Calling, "Tiger, is that you?" Her phone buzzed again. "Sunset in the Basin Kingdom, Monster Zone 75. Tiger's thrilled to see you. Dunny, forget to hug me." Anastasia eagerly scooted closer to Tiger, soaking in every moment. Unlike reuniting with her brother, her heart was racing with excitement. Suddenly, something unsettled her, leaving her a bit confused. She scanned the people around her, starting to piece it together. This was her 20th reincarnation. Seeing her hand flicker between real and ghostly, she realized she would enter Tiger's memories, her body translucent as ever. Just then, a sound grabbed Anastasia's attention. She stepped closer and spotted an orange cat curled up in a corner. Anastasia immediately recognized it. It was the cat she would fed a few times. She blinked, then instinctively reached out to pet it. This little guy looked exactly like he did after she died. Right? Anastasia absent-mindedly stroked its sleek fur, thinking, I clearly said I can come here now. Overcome with emotion, tears welled in her eyes. You have been waiting here all this time. Back in the present, Anastasia gently touched him. Silently apologizing, they embraced tightly, both she and Tiger. I should have found you sooner, she whispered. Suddenly, her phone buzzed again. More monsters were swarming in, and Anastasia's mood darkened. These guys meant business. A few seconds later, she slowly stood, already plotting. Perfect timing. My Tiger's been waiting long enough, surrounded by monsters. Anastasia declared, let us clear this place out, raising her healing staff high. She grinned. Might as well make my debut as a lady boss. A radiant light spread from the staff. In a blink, raw power exploded, shooting upward in a fiery blast that took down 2 monsters in one shot. Anastasia blinked, surprised by the sudden change. Am I overdoing it? She wondered aloud. Whatever. She shrugged. If I want my Tiger safe, this is how it has got to be. She patted Tiger's head and said, hold tight. We got this. And a bright smile lit her face. Nothing is gonna hurt you now. You have got to live your best life. Got it. Tiger let out a soft Mournful meow. As if he could not bear to be apart, Anastasia spoke gently. I told you, I will come back. Tiger's eyes glistened with tears, shimmering with raw emotion. Watching this, Anastasia's heart broke. Of course, this little one had missed her for over 1,000 years. Parting like this was unbearable. Slowly, she stretched out her hand, bending her knees slightly, signaling, "Come on, Tiger, let us go." Tiger quickly placed his massive paw in hers, a rare smile spreading across his face. Suddenly, her uncle appeared, questioning how she planned to get Tiger moving, and Anastasia reassured him right away. Don't worry, I have got it all figured out. Elsewhere, Simeon lounged on his throne, chuckling nonstop. As head of the Holy Kingdom, the usually stern Simeon had not been this happy in ages. Memories of saving the world flooded back while the Holy Maiden prepared powder for the king. In Anastasia, everything was precise, happening in a blink. Yet Simeon clearly witnessed the sanctification scene, though the divine power had not even fully blossomed yet. The more he thought about it, the more determined he became. He had to nurture it well. Really well. Simeon burst out laughing. In terms of cunning moves, having multiple saintesses handle your work, that is the way to go. All of them. But before his wish could come true, everything shattered the moment he saw her return with Hongxi. Simeon's face drained of color. Despite his fear, he begged, "The Holy Maiden is dangerous. Can she stay over here instead?" "I am about to drop everything," Anastasia hurriedly explained. "But do not worry. The tiger's harmless." Helpless and frustrated, he held back his despair, thoughts stuck in silence. Yet deep down, he desperately wanted to believe this was all just a bad dream. Did she really venture into that zone alone? Simeon's tone was grave, but she nodded innocently without a second thought. Hearing that, he shivered from head to toe, wanting to scream in terror. The Holy Maiden. Simeon surveyed the surroundings and changed the subject. "Can you tell me why this zone ended up like this? It has become a sacred zone, no longer just a monster lair." Anastasia pondered briefly, then played innocent. "While you were asleep, I told them to stop bothering me." Every word she spoke felt light as a feather, yet she sounded so cheerful. "I cleaned everything up. Mom said keeping things tidy is a good thing." He could only pale and fall silent, muttering under his breath, calling that cleaning up. This is the Holy Maiden blessed by the divine. Turns out, that is her idea of tidying up. This was going to be one hell of a headache for the ladies in waiting and the cardinals. Then Simeon pointed to Hongxia's side, trying to get to the bottom of it. "Holy Maiden, are you seriously planning to bring this tiger along?" Anastasia smiled honestly. "He is my friend. Since I invited him, we will go together." Simeon was forced to go along with it, laughing through tears. He thought the Holy Maiden would handle the tricky stuff for him, but instead, she just brought him a whole new problem. Naturally, Simeon shifted focus. The monster zone had long been a nightmare for the kingdom of Pazin. Not only was it impossible to cleanse, but even approaching it was a huge challenge. After a long pause, his pupils dilated. Though he cleaned the place alone, he remained alert. Now was definitely not the time to get excited. Reflecting on weightier matters, Simeon grew even more thoughtful. This was bound to bring massive changes to the world. "Holy Maiden, just keep being the amazing and adorable person you are. But that is just between us." Meanwhile, outside the serene and pristine Enderblank family mansion, he pulled her close and gently kissed her. "Anastasia, my precious daughter." She eagerly responded in kind. She was bombarded with questions. "Is our youngest hurting anywhere?" She looked up politely. "I am really happy." Suddenly, Anastasia hesitated. She seemed uncertain, and the puzzled Rogato couple asked, "What is wrong, dear?" Slowly and sincerely, she confessed, "I want to raise a tiger." For a moment, no one understood. They blinked, then repeated, "A tiger?" Anastasia nodded once, then turned to Hongxi and called him over. "Come here, buddy." Hongxi's arrival left Arthur and Lenslodge wide-eyed and speechless. She introduced him warmly. "This little guy here is my tiger, Rogato." Lenslodge and everyone else were utterly stunned. Then they panicked, shouting Anastasia's name. "There is a tiger, miss. That is dangerous." At that moment, she could only helplessly apologize to her mother in her heart. Arthur and Lenslodge pointed their spears forward. Alarmed, "Miss, that is dangerous. Step back." Seeing this, Anastasia instinctively protected Honks, pulling him into her arms. "Honxi is not dangerous. He is gentle." Then she shifted the focus, grabbing Simeng as a shield. "The bear says it is fine too, right?" Upon hearing his name, he scowled fiercely. Simeng was helpless and despairing, silently crying inside. "Oh no! Holy Maiden, when did I ever say that? I just can't resist because you said you would take me with you. This is the challenge you set, so I am ready to accept it." Lenslodge, unable to hold back, came over to question him. What is going on here? Simon remained silent for a moment, then finally spoke calmly. A prophecy, long ago, was passed down to the prince of the city-state. He patiently explained the origins to everyone. The prophecy book is said to contain words from the divine, delivered just like this. Prison means prison, but Simon is all about dreaming up wild strategies. Before this world goes down in flames, a legendary maiden will rise. It just follow through. That person will tame the wild beast into a cool, calm cat and pull off miracles that leave everyone speechless. Then he dropped the final line to build trust. So no worries at all, but Theatla still was not buying it completely. Simon pressed on, revealing what really happened. This is not a lie because the miracle he spoke of has already happened. That statement froze everyone in their tracks. This maiden had purged all the monster-infested zones. Suddenly, he got fired up and fired off a dozen questions about places where even dozens of spirits had tried and failed to cleanse. Is this for real? Simon answered quickly, leaving both stunned. Yeah, this really is a grand miracle. Anastasia was clueless from the start, silently thinking could there really be a prophecy like this? She had no idea. Simon's eyes darted around nervously. Then he cracked a sly smile, jokingly thinking, how's that? Sounds legit, right? Anastasia got all serious, with 3 dots over her head and a fear creeping in. Is he just pulling my leg? Is this really how the royal family operates? This is getting real. Suddenly, she recalled the chaos at the big banquet, the mess she caused in the capital and the Duke's mansion. The entire passion was in uproar, and just now, at the monster-infested zone, and the tiger incident both happened, not just one. Then a long letter arrived. Unlike the usual worries, everyone was strangely calm about the maiden and the prophecy. Even the emperor acknowledged it and sent an invitation. But of course, Mother just brushed it off. She did not overthink it, just smiled and lightly reminded, but this chance in the Holy Kingdom is about appointing a maiden. My youngest is only 5 years old. She needs more time to live a normal life. Everyone could obviously understand that, right? Simon instantly got flustered. Of course, I can live peacefully with your parents' firm opposition. At parting, he looked a bit teary-eyed and whispered, after the Pope returns to the Holy Kingdom, maiden, next time I will come as the Duke. Anastasia felt a wave of dread. Secretly praying, please, no more visits. My family is finally ready to head back to the Duke's mansion. Meanwhile, in another room, everyone was enjoying tea and chatting. Rogato and his son were deep in conversation when he suddenly proposed, if we return to the Duke's mansion, I will build a huge house for Honxi. Anastasia did not object, politely replying with a simple yes. Rogato's mention of Honxi made Lorentia super excited. Honxi really was a cool cat. Lara had petted him, and he let her do it. Everyone was thrilled. Once we are back, let us give Honxi some treats. Suddenly, a soft, gentle voice cut in. When Anastasia grows up, I hope we never have to go back to the capital. She has been through enough horrors. Once she want to go back. Rogato nodded in agreement. Yeah, I do not want my kid to have a childhood like mine. Anastasia sat quietly, taking it all in, lost deep in thought. It had been tough growing up as the Enderblank Dukes here, so that is why her father cared so much about a child's upbringing. She pondered for a long while, also reflecting on past lives. Could she grow up like a normal 5-year-old instead of a noble maiden? Anastasia's clear eyes dimmed slightly. She was always grateful for her parents' love. That night, while resting, strange sounds outside stirred her awake. Is that true? Yes, just got a message. Though the connection was patchy, Anastasia caught enough to recognize her mother's voice. What else could it be? Outside, a voice echoed Asen Empire. In the next room, Theatla was glowing with excitement at the news just received. He said they are sending the 17th Prince of the Empire to serve as Anastasia's attendant. She was stunned, her pupils dilating to the max. What the heck? Rogato calmly sat across and continued. The Empire also demands a chance to serve the princess. Theatla froze on the spot and immediately denied it, saying no way if his brother knows nothing. Well, someone else does. She pondered deeply, insisting these people would never stoop to losing their pride. There is definitely a hidden agenda. He is on the same page, and I think so too. But still, that last face remained stoic as she mentally prepared for what Rogato was about to say. The Empire of Asen has humbled itself first, and we simply can't refuse their request. He glanced down at the floor, warning that if rejected, the Empire would likely prepare for war again. Hearing all this, Anastasia felt overwhelmed, unable to bear it, blaming herself for causing such a huge mess. She lay still, her expression cold as ever, but knowing that thanks to her strength, the Empire changed its war plans. Better to take in a child than fight a war. The next morning, Mikai showed up and clung to Anastasia nonstop, babbling on, wishing the closest person to the kid would still be him. She felt helpless inside but wondered, what is up with this kid anyway? Day after day, he followed her around with that stubborn scowl. Heard the 17th prince is coming here soon. But hey, Mikai's gonna have plenty of friends now. Then Anastasia recalled the party and the small incidents there after the Pope's apology. Noble families shifted their attitudes and started cozying up to Mikai. Still, it stirred up quite a fuss for Leventus, especially with so many applications for pages, leaving the Duke in a real bind. Two of the noble boys brushed off their friends and bolted early. They would refuse to hang with Mikai before because they felt awkward, then suddenly claimed they wanted to be close. She just could not wrap her head around it. Minute by minute, whenever she met Mikai, he would chatter nonstop. I am the closest to you. Are not I? Anastasia's eyes hardened on her book. Her voice clipped. Fine? He eagerly asked again. Finally hearing the answer he wanted, Mikai did not believe it, impressed. Dunny, forget that promise. All right. She glanced coolly. I won tea. He cheerfully spilled everything without a hint of shame. Promise. I will do better. So you can ditch me for new friends. Okay? She paused for a long moment, deep in thought. Sure, people say what they want, but there was something off about this kid, always silent, even when his expression changed. So why did he suddenly cling to her like that? She finally figured out the reason behind his behavior, and the fate of that fateful afternoon. One day, Vetla snapped, storming into the family command to order her subordinates. Bring me the 2 knights immediately, my queen awaits. At the same time, Rogato gripped her shoulder firmly, trying to calm her down. Vetla, please try to stay calm. She snapped back fiercely. How can I stay calm? We have to end Luxious uselessness. He lowered his voice, reminding her, the kids are here. Sure enough, Anastasia, Damian, and Lorentia watched them intently for a long while. Vetla bowed her head sadly, unable to meet their gaze. Then she let down her guard, collapsing into Rogato's arms and crying helplessly. But he was unreasonable. Rogato gently stroked her back, soothing her. I know. That last pupils flickered cold and dark. How dare he say our daughter must be engaged to that 17th prince? Those words hit Anastasia's ears like a blow. Her face went stone cold, mouth agape engaged. I thought he would just be my friend. She quietly pieced together Mikai's strange recent behavior. No wonder he has been acting so weird lately. The more she thought about it, the worse Anastasia felt. That man was truly the disaster of her life. Who said I would agree to an engagement? Even a 5-year-old should have a say in their own marriage. Cut to the royal palace conference room. Laxi anxiously asked. No way. Is not marriage alliance the best option here? Rogato slammed the table hard, shouting back. Even a marriage alliance has its limits. Hen-chan, thinking about the arranged marriage, stood firm with his plan. So what if it is? Honestly, comparing the Empire's Prince Aizen to the youngest princess is kinda a stretch. So is not this a good thing? Duke Leventus, sitting nearby, bluntly sided with Rogato. What are you talking about? I truly feel sorry for Princess Anastasia. He could not hold back and spat out cold words. I really pity my daughter. Everyone split into 2 opposing camps, heated debates erupting just from the Empire mentioning the page boy. You can tell the Duchess holds serious clout. Doesn't anyone remember the Pope once said this Duchess destined to be greater than the legendary Lady Sacloso? So she is betrothed to the Empire's 17th prince. Huh. But even so, why drag out the deal when Phazon clearly has the upper hand? Before Luxios could keep rambling, the Empire's Rogato cut abruptly. His face darkened. Your Highness, yesterday, my wife asked me to bring an axe. Suddenly, he remembered the screams of the page boys demanding their lives. Luxios waved it off. Guess I was wrong. By noon, military intelligence brought shocking news. After secret talks, it was finally decided to officially welcome the Empire's 17th prince. Anastasia, having just put Laurentian to sleep, was lost in thought. Because of that, I could not return to the Duchess' mansion as planned. I really should have stayed longer in the capital. She recalled the Duchess Leventus dragging Michael away. Against his will, he had to leave early. And then, one day in August, the page boy moved into the Duchess' mansion. Alongside him came a group of sharp, dashing young men. Exuding heroic grace, they were knights of the Empire. The maids behind were puzzled. One turned to whisper, It is the first time I have seen a helmet and armor look so impressive. The girl next to her nodded quietly in agreement. Same here. Anastasia's face stayed icy, but inside she was quietly anxious, evaluating everything. After all, a prince of the Empire is still a prince, better safe than sorry. Suddenly, she sensed something off. Her pupils dilated as she took a closer look. Anastasia scrutinized the shabby carriage before her, silently wondering, what is this old wagon? Could this be the prince's ride? Now, the knight Texan stood at the window, pounding on the glass with his gauntlet, shouting, Get out of the carriage, which startled the boy inside. The Enderblend couple jolted, their eyes wide as they took in the chaotic scene. Even Anastasia was equally confused and sympathetic. It was clear the boy was about her age. Lamisa, standing opposite, was too nervous to meet anyone's gaze and stammered, Nice to meet you, Milady, fearful but trying to sound composed. He added, I am Lamisa Azan, betrothed to the Milady. This only made Anastasia more suspicious. How could the prince be younger than her by so much? The two knights did not care about any of this. They just wanted to get out of there fast. King Pashan was also waiting, so they excused themselves quickly. The Milady is compassionate, so please understand. Rogato did not argue. Got it. I will leave first. But the girl showed no respect. Her irritation plain as day. Who would have thought the Empire's knights could be so disrespectful to their own parents? Before leaving, the knight Taxan deliberately shoved Lamisa, whispering venomous words. How ridiculous to marry someone of such low birth. Isn't this Milady way too generous? That confirmed Anastasia's suspicions. This 17th prince was clearly abandoned by the Empire, but to treat him like this right in front of her, that was just cruel to a child. Shaking off the gloom, she smiled and stepped forward, extending her hand. I am Anastasia. The boy bowed deeply, calling her Milady twice. Anastasia did not care about formalities and grabbed Lamisa's hand. I am Anastasia. The prince hesitated, pulling back, mumbling, my hands are dirty, but she brushed it off. It is not dirty, thinking to herself, though this was not something she usually did, but she could not just stand there. Anastasia moved closer and offered, since we know each other's names, introduced ourselves, and shook hands. How about we call each other friends now? Day by, she observed every expression and action of Lamisa, but of course, he was not easy to open up. Anastasia understood completely, especially recalling past lives. No matter the goodwill and help, living surrounded by hostility makes it tough to trust. She would been there herself. She also gathered more info about Lamisa's past, and what she found was truly heartbreaking. Finally, about his background, Anastasia learned that Lamisa's mother was a dancer who spent one night with the emperor, and as soon as the child was born, she vanished from this world. Although Lamisa is a prince, he has nothing, no family backing, no influence at all. For some reason, he inherited the royal traits, silver hair and golden eyes, which made his own brothers threaten his life. In the end, he was isolated, emotionally broken to the point he shut himself off. Surviving this long is already a miracle, and he has never felt genuine love. This Anastasia girl is beautiful and kind-hearted, so I want to give him a chance to just be a kid just like my parents did for me. Back in the present, she shares a cake with Lamisa. He carefully takes it with both hands. Miss Anastasia. She gently corrects him. Not Miss, it is Anastasia. Lamisa stares at the cake for a moment, then stammers. So I am supposed to eat this throughout the day, right? She is surprised. They do not even prepare proper meals for you back at the Empire, but then quickly adds, this is just a snack. Let us eat it together. Hearing that, he grips the cake tightly, his face tense. How dare I eat this? It is just a snack. Anastasia smiles warmly, but sharing it together makes it taste better. Come on, let us eat. That answer seems to put Lamisa at ease. He hesitantly replies, all right, I will take a bite. Thank you. Then, he bravely takes a big bite, and the flavor of the cake leaves him stunned. Overwhelmed, he exclaims, this is amazing. Can I really eat this? She nods, handing him another piece. Of course. Eat up. Lamisa looks confused. More? But go ahead. Eat more. Anastasia insists. He hesitates. Miss, but time passes, and she and Lamisa grow closer. After returning together, I taught him little by little. Plus, little Lorentia came over to hang out. I tried to give him the care and love I once received from my own family. 2 weeks flew by, and sometimes, Lamisa really felt like a kid. At that moment, he and the maid were bringing some light snacks. Anastasia, here's the food and some Madeline cookies. Anastasia smiled softly, watching Lamisa's shy expression as he ate. Thinking, taking care of a kid like this is actually kind of fun. She broke the silence. It would be great if you came to the princess mansion more often. He hesitated. Is this Anastasia's cat? Anastasia slowly added more, hoping Lamisa would like it too. Lamisa shyly promised, if you want, I will try to get used to it. No need to try if you like it. You like it, she said, but if I do, one tea that make you unhappy. Anastasia calmly reassured him, blending patience with understanding as she spoke. Lamisa, your heart belongs to you, whether you like it or not. Just be honest. Hearing that, he seemed to finally understand, his heart fluttering with emotion. Lamisa slowly blushed. I will do that. Meanwhile, as they busily prepare to return to the princess's mansion, memories of 2 sly imperial nights popped into my head, making me nervous. Before heading back, I wanted to meet the prince. The king said there'd be a farewell party to show gratitude. Lamisa read each line of the letter, unable to hide his growing anxiety. Of course, I will have to go back, right? He looked like he would just been sentenced to death, face pale, desperately searching for a way out. What do I do? Anastasia saw this and thought to herself, he has been on edge ever since he got that invitation. Then she gently tapped Lamiza's shoulder. Startling him, she softly asked, what is wrong? Lamiza? Anastasia continued, if you do not want to go, you do not have to. Lamiza shouted, I have to go. Then, trembling, he looked at his shaking hands and called out, Lamiza. He clenched his shirt tightly, his whole body trembling. Please, let me go. I have to go or else everything will be lost. Even as the composed Anastasia, she looked at him thoughtfully, thinking, he is terrified but can't say no. How badly have those damn imperial bastards messed with him? Then, with a stern voice beside him, they would not dare lay a finger on Lamiza. He is like my own daughter. Anastasia's anger flared. This was her chance to teach them a lesson. She stepped up to Lamiza and suggested, come on, let us go together. I will hold your hand tight. Lamiza hesitated at first, then finally looked down, clutching the faded shirt that quickly got soaked. She thought, if I go with Lady Anastasia, I will just seem too plain and ordinary. Then she looked down again, hesitated, and said, it is nothing to worry about. Lamiza looked up, puzzled. Anastasia continued, this place is Enderblank. After all, after some time picking out the right outfit, Lamiza now had her hand on her chest, her voice trembling with nervousness. I honestly do not know how to wear this. Is okay. Anastasia smiled warmly. It is perfect. You look amazing. Lamiza blushed, shyly denying, that is not what I meant. She appeared in an unusually elegant outfit. It seemed the outfit was tailor-made just for her. Anastasia thought to herself, I need to get her used to hearing compliments like this. She held out her hand to Lamiza. Shall we go in together? Lamiza nodded softly and gently placed her hand in Anastasia's. Voices floated from behind the door, talking about strengthening ties with the Empire. His Majesty also mentioned that if it were Pazon, where His Majesty currently resides, trust could be placed there. Suddenly, the chatter was cut off by the door opening. Everyone turned to look. A knight announced, the great Saintess and our prince have arrived, and stepped forward to greet Anastasia and Lamiza, who seemed small in front of his imposing frame. The knight respectfully placed his hand over his chest. I am sure you two will come through, and said cheerfully, seeing you two get this close just now, it is clear His Majesty has an eye for trust. Anastasia scowled, annoyed. Why mention Luxius here? Please do not tell me Han is babbling again. Luxius agreed with the knight. Looks like I really do have a good eye. The knight immediately replied, exactly as your highness said. Best to push their marriage forward. His words shocked everyone. What? From the corner of the room, a voice snapped. Marriage. A hand gripped a glass so tightly the water inside started to spill. It was Anastasia's parents, who could not stay calm after that statement. They tried to soothe the angry woman glaring behind them. Rogato suppressed his anger and threatened, Your Highness, I believe we have already discussed this matter. Luxius turned pale and looked away, and tried to defend. Well, this is for the peace of the continent. The knight thought to himself, is the king really this incompetent? Lamiza, now flustered, stammered, that can be. Hearing this, and challenged her, can't be what? Are you saying you do not like the Saintess? Lamiza trembled all over, unable to meet his gaze. Stuttering nervously, the knight pressed on, saying something so rude like that. Imagine how much it would hurt the Saintess. Anastasia defended Lamiza, gripping her hand tightly. Lamiza never said she hated me. And if marriage really were so great, then why would it be so hard to arrange? The knight scoffed, while Han shook his head. The Saintess is still a child. Neither the king nor I can just arrange a marriage for her. Anastasia now sounded genuinely curious. Why not? She asked, making Han itch to respond. First of all, the king is already married. She pressed. So what? Why? That is obvious. Then why is it obvious? Faced with so many questions, Han could not even laugh anymore. I said obvious means it is just how it is. And you call yourself the Saintess? Sounds like someone living in a backward country. Finally, Anastasia caught the word that slipped from the knight's lips. Her eyes lighting up, she turned and asked innocently, Mom, Dad, what does backward mean? The knight realized he would messed up and stammered. What did you say? Saintess? You said it wrong? Sheila asked sternly. Hen, do you have anything else to say? Anastasia replied sadly. You are saying I am not Saintess material anymore? Then Sheila pressed. Anything else? Anastasia lowered her head, her expression softening, and quietly said yes. You also said unkind things to Lamiza. She must be really hurt. She made Lamisa's eyes go wide in surprise. The knight hurried to explain. You misunderstood. We all deeply respect the prince, right? Your Highness, and urged Lamisa. Prince, say something to the saintess. Anastasia looked at Lamisa, her small hand gripping his. She sincerely encouraged him. It is, Lamisa, just do what you want. I already told you. Your heart belongs to you. Hearing this, Lamisa bowed his head, quietly lost in thought. Then Lamisa stepped forward, firmly saying, I want to do it. Miss Anastasia was not bluffing. So it is time to own up to your words. The knight scowled at Prince Ko, but it was too late. Rogato cut Han off, saying there was no need to hear any more excuses. He accused Han, and yet the royal golden knight of the empire joked so casually. So I take it what I just heard is the empire's stance, right? After that, the knights who returned to the empire were slapped with reprimands and forced labor, consider themselves lucky just to still be alive. Plus, since they did not keep their mouths shut while in the kingdom, the empire had to cut its border forces in half. Choco heard every bit of it too. Meanwhile, Anastasia's parents drained the empire's resources, and time kept slipping away. It was not until winter that Anastasia's parents returned to their dukedom. Amidst the quiet scene, Lorentia called out, Snow's falling, first snow of the season. From afar, Damian warned, Anastasia, Lamiter, be careful not to slip. Anastasia turned, nodded, promising to watch her step, while Lamiter quietly stood behind her, lost in thought. He stammered, Anastasia, I need to tell you something. She grasped his hand tightly, turning back with a soft he continued, honestly, meeting the saintess was the first time I stubbornly insisted on doing things my way. Anastasia was confused. She thought Lamiter was forced into it. He confessed, actually, it was not me, it was one of my siblings. Back then, I was stubborn because I was worried about my sibling. But now, I want to apologize to you. This left Anastasia curious. Why? Lamiter replied, because I really like it here. Everyone's been so kind to me. No matter what, I am genuinely happy because he got to meet Anastasia. His small face flushed, his eyes sparkling like stars in the night sky. Those heartfelt words touched Anastasia deeply. She stared at him wide-eyed. Lamiter shyly turned away, his voice shaky. It is cold, let us head inside. Then hurried off. Anastasia's cheeks were also flushed now. She smiled softly, watching his retreating figure. Then she followed him. At that moment, she realized that at just 12 years old, she would found a true friend in Lamiter. Time at the Duke's mansion passed like a still lake. Anastasia knew Lorentia was quick to rise. He had become the young Duke Enderblank by his 52nd birthday, and she herself, before the curtains were drawn, a maid softly announced, Miss, you are awake. Sunlight poured through the window, bathing the entire room in a warm glow. Everything shimmered in the golden light. Anastasia, now 8, turned around with her delicate face like a blooming flower greeting the new day. Good morning, she sighed, remembering that at 8, she could no longer just eat and play like before, but it was just basic education. After all, Anastasia leaned back, eyes on the book on the table. Honestly, there was not much to learn. She sneaked a glance at Lamis, who on the other hand was soaking up knowledge like a sponge. Lamis said in the Empire, he would never been properly educated about his status, so he was genuinely happy now. Because of that, after morning lessons, the rest of the day was all mine. Anastasia checked her phone but felt disappointed. No new messages today. The search for past connections was still ongoing, but nothing fresh yet, even in her dreams. Silence reigned. Her phone slowly faded from her hand. Anastasia walked to the window, smiled softly. Peace was good, and the weather was beautiful. Maybe a stroll in the garden would be nice. With that thought, she stepped into the warm morning sunshine. Anastasia stretched to her fullest, exhaling to shake off her fatigue. She relaxed, sighing, this is the life. Suddenly, Mikai's teasing voice rang in her ear. Who has got you smitten? Huh, it had been a while since she would heard that nickname. Anastasia snapped her head up, thinking, is that Mikai? Since when did he start calling me that? She was not trying to hide it. Rolling her eyes, I am not a kid anymore. He put his hands on his hips, laughing. Compared to me, you are still just a little squirt. Anastasia snapped back. I already told you, no more calling me little kid or baby. Mikai just kept joking. Little or big, it is all the same. Do not listen to my tall tales. She crosses her arms, pouting. Wasn't it you who said you would come the day after tomorrow? Are you done with your work already to be here now? You just postponed your meeting with him to come here, right? He sighs defensively. Do you really think I would do that? Baby, I did my best. Anyway, do you have time today? Anastasia curiously glanced back and let out a breathy Mikai smiled softly and said, There is a place I want you to come with me, under the lush green canopy. She blinked in surprise at where he would brought her. So this is where you wanted to come. Mikai smiled and nodded slightly. Anastasia stood there, overwhelmed with emotion. This was the place she once visited with the big boss. As if reading her mind, he walked over and said, he keeps bragging about climbing the mountain with baby. Anastasia thought the boss would be upset about losing those special memories just between them two, but in Mikai, it was no big deal, just a little scolding and then helping the boss with his work. I will even lift you up high. I think I can do it. She flat out refused. No thanks. I do not need that. Anastasia sighed internally. Utterly helpless, grandpa and grandson are just two peas in a pod. Even after all these years, after a while, Mikai spread out a blanket and took out some sweet treats. After sitting for a bit, Anastasia stifled a yawn. Her eyes drooping with sleepiness, he picked up on her tiredness and suggested, why do not you take a quick nap? She stubbornly refused, but Mikai kept coaxing. I told you, if you do not sleep well, you won't grow. He patted his thigh and called again. Come on. Anastasia. She silently judged his lame tactic. Why drag my name into this? You are getting sneakier by the day. Finally, she gave in and lay her head on Mikai's thigh, still scolding him. You are such a bad guy. He could not hold back a chuckle. Clearly loving the moment. I am trying my best to earn your love, but you do not even notice. Anastasia's eyes fluttered shut, sleep pulling her under like a gentle tide. Her thoughts drifted. Being alone is not so natural after all. Sure enough, it is better to be with someone else. But suddenly, Anastasia jolted awake, spotting a shadow lying on the nearby blanket. What is that over there? She panicked and sat upright. Mikai noticed her sudden move and asked, what is wrong? Anastasia pointed. There is someone passed out over there. Let us go check it out. Mikai said with concern, hurrying after her. Wait for me. They both sprinted, and by the time they reached the spot, Anastasia was panting heavily. She stared in surprise as Mikai calmly sat beside the unconscious man. He would started out slower than her. How did you get here so fast? She anxiously asked. Is he ill? Mikai shook his head. He is alive. No injuries, but Anastasia pressed. But what? He looked at the man's drooling, deep sleep face and said, he is just sleeping. Still. Anastasia worried, sleeping out here with no blanket or cover. She did not know what to do but felt they had to wake him up first. Suddenly, the man reached out and grabbed Anastasia's arm. Mikai quickly pulled her back. Alarmed. Hey, baby? Anastasia. Startled. Gasp. He is awake. Then the man groaned in a dark tone. Kids, living long. Huh. Bione said with a warm smile. Eyes softening after those words. Anastasia's eyes went wide. Thoughts racing. Is he really saying I am long-lived? For someone who can even make it past 20. She stammered. What? Then the man sank back into a deep, snoring sleep, drooling even more under the bewildered gaze of the two fluffballs. Mikai muttered helplessly, let us get moving with the carriage first. I will go call the village. Anastasia hesitated with a scared look but nodded slightly, thoughts swirling with caution, wondering what this guy was really up to. Cut to Bione sitting in the carriage, yawning and stretching to her limit. The man rubbed his sleepy eyes. Kids, hello. Neither she nor Mikai said a word until they echoed back the greeting in terrified voices. Anastasia thought quietly, since there is only one carriage, they would have to ride together. Bione still was not fully awake, her eyes fixed firmly on the two of them. That guy dropped a question that instantly killed the vibe. Are you a couple? Anastasia shot Bione a sideways glare and thought, what a total lunatic. He went on babbling. Have I been intruding on your private moments, or what? Anastasia sighed deeply, silently confirming definitely crazy. Not wanting Bione to wander off again, she decided to explain. Mikai and I are just kids. But this guy insisted that kids could get married, that people should not hold prejudices. Anastasia judged him silently, show some shame. Will ya? Bione leaned in close and asked. Do you even know where you are? Anastasia made her disgust crystal clear. My mom told me never to talk to suspicious people. The guy rummaged inside his sleeve for something while explaining. I am not suspicious. Hang on a sec. Where is it? Here it is. Bione held up a piece of paper in front of both of them. Grinning. Found it. Both she and Mikai froze, staring at the paper in his hand. Anastasia was stunned, utterly disbelief. The weirdo with zero common sense, the one who stands at the pinnacle of the wizard tower. Bione scratched her head, chuckling and patting her chest. I do not know where this place is, so I can go home. A sharp thought sliced through her mind. Is this the master of the magic tower? Anastasia eyed Bione's rough demeanor and could not help but judge. Someone this clueless is the tower's master. Is the tower even safe? Anyway, her parents must have been informed by now. Let us just get this over with, she thought, then spoke up before Anastasia could finish asking where they were. Mikai leaned in to whisper, hey, this is not a safe spot. This guy just passed out again. She thought, can't even stay awake. What kind of weakling is this? After a while, As they got off the carriage, Thetla kindly spoke up. Anastasia, Mikai, did you two have fun out there? I heard everything. Where's the tower master? She asked. The reply was short and sleepy. He is asleep. She understood then. That is how it is. Then Thetla walked alone to the carriage, politely knocking on the door, and called out, Master of the Magic Tower. Bioni jolted awake. Startled by that voice, he probably lost his cool and banged his head inside the carriage. Bioni opened the door, scratching her head awkwardly. Long time no see. Commander, she said sternly, call me whatever you want, but I heard you can fall asleep anywhere. The guy stammered, unable to finish his sentence. Thetla scolded seriously. I clearly heard you are not supposed to do that in the Magic Tower. Bioni quickly denied. You have got it wrong. Commander, she replied with a tone both teasing and threatening. Good. Dunny bother my family. Tower Master, he straightened up awkwardly but said firmly. Got it. I will remember that. Anastasia did not expect this side of Bioni. She really can say that. He set down his teacup and proudly introduced himself. Let me introduce myself again. I am the Master of the Magic Tower. Bioni Centrolia? Just call me Pion. Anastasia politely responded. I am Anastasia Enderblank. Hearing this, he got excited and babbled nonstop. So you are the youngest princess of the Enderblank Dukedom. I am a friend of the Lady's father. Gatos a really good guy, but the commander's a bit scary. From what Anastasia heard from Piony, the three met on the battlefield over a decade ago. Her mom was the commander, and Piony was a mage under her command. The man's whole body trembled as he recalled Thetla. The commander once told me, with my stamina, I would never outrun anyone, so on days without battles, she made me run 20 laps around the training ground. I wish Rogato had arrived sooner to rescue me from that nightmare. Mika finally spoke up. Now that I know where we are, why did not we just use teleportation magic? Piony's eyes lit up. Right? Why did not I think of that? Hey, smart kid. Wanna be my apprentice? That'd be awesome. You have got amazing magical talent. This did not surprise Anastasia, typical of a magic master. Spotting talent instantly, he frowned firmly and refused. Magical talent. Nah, I'm good. The guy patiently tried to persuade him. What? Really? Someday you could even take my place. Mika stood his ground. No thanks, I do not need that dirty kind of power. Then he stormed out of the room, slamming the door to show his stance. Piony forced a smile as he looked out the door, rejected again. Guess I am just not the favorite. Huh. Meanwhile, little Anastasia wondered what he was thinking. Honestly, what a hopelessly clueless kid. Suddenly, Mika swung the door open wide. Hope flared in the guy's eyes. Did the kid change his mind about working with me? He ignored Piony and headed straight for that guy. Sorry. Sweetheart, I forgot about you. Anastasia said, looking up at Mika and silently refusing. Sitting here is fine too. Mika glanced over, repeating firmly, let us go now, then shot him a sharp glare before walking off decisively. Piony shuffled a few cards inside, muttering, keeping a kid like that is fine too. Or maybe I will just play cards alone until Regato shows up. Down the hallway, she followed Mika, curiosity bubbling up. Mika, you hate him, but why the obsession? She blinked, asking straight up. Why? Mika glanced sideways and explained, I am afraid people will call me a cursed kid. That is why I hate it, and I hate even more being tied to that strange guy. Her eyes flickered with sorrow and thoughtfulness as she listened. He never showed discomfort all these years, so she thought he was okay. Well, no wonder. How could it be otherwise? Childhood wounds do not heal easily. Suddenly, Anastasia grabbed Mika's hand, pulling him down gently. Hey, Mika. She stretched out and softly patted his head. Mika looked surprised, but Anastasia just gently smoothed his hair, offering comfort. After a moment, she spoke. I checked. Mika blinked, confused. Checked what? I am a saint, she stated confidently. I just proved it. You are just an ordinary kid. Mika muttered, her teasing words softened his mood, making his cheeks flush. Embarrassed, Mika replied shyly. I am just messing with you. Anastasia laughed mischievously. I will tease you now and then, later. At dinner, the table was piled high with food. Mika held a fork in one hand and a napkin in the other, offering, let me wipe your mouth. Anastasia shook her head, declining. No need. Damian watched them helplessly, sighing. Every time it is Mika hogging Anastasia for himself. Lorentia puckered her lips in agreement. Truth. Mika's so possessive. Mika smiled politely and asked, so next time, may I have permission? Damian shrugged off the conversation. All right. Anastasia already said yes. I am just a little jealous. Night fell, and darkness quietly cloaked the old castle. Mika wandered alone through the garden, his eyes deep in thought. If I am just a brother, There is no way I can beat Damian. Not sure if I will even get to be with the little one before he arrives. That'd be great. Peony suddenly appeared, stepping confidently before Mika, but Mika showed no flicker of emotion, coldly brushing him off. Move aside, undeterred. The guy aimed straight for Mika's weak spot. Dunny, do this, kid. I have got something important to tell you. It is about the youngest princess, the one you care about. You gotta hear this. I will keep it brief. I have the gift of foresight. The princess's fate is sealed. But if anyone can change it, it is you. Mika flat out refused. What nonsense is this? Peony laughed confidently. Fate is absolute. So think twice. Kid, I have seen it soon enough. You will come to me and ask to be my disciple. Until then, see you around, kid, he said, waving off and walking away. Mika muttered after him. What a blabbermouth. I clearly said the kid's gonna live a long life. Still, his heart raced with worry. Even though he knew it was nonsense, why did he feel so uneasy? A new day dawned. The next morning, the sweet voice of that rang out. Little one, can Mom ask you for a favor? Anastasia picked up the item and asked, what is this? She bent down, handing it over. Mika went out without eating breakfast. His face looks pale. Our little one needs to help him. Something's bugging her mind. What happened last night? Why did she skip a meal? Looking at Anastasia's stubborn face, that spills the tea. Mika probably got played by the Tower Master again. Anastasia blinks. Played. She breaks it down. Peony's got this so-called precognition ability, but sometimes he just blurts out random predictions about people's futures. Problem is, less than half his predictions ever pan out. Anastasia's disgust for Peony is clear. That is not precognition. That is just guessing. That less eyes, sometimes he is actually helpful, so you can totally write him off. The big issue is, when push comes to shove, he won't admit he is wrong. That is just how it goes. Can you help out? Anastasia? Mom asked. In the end, she is convinced, clutching the food basket as she heads off to Mika. Lamisa, trailing behind Anastasia, grumbles. Does the little prince always bother the lady like this? Anastasia smiles sincerely. It is. We are friends. Lamisa still worries, but Anastasia pauses and turns back. If this happened to you, would not you be sad if I did not show up? Lamisa stammers. I would not dare. Anastasia cuts in seriously. Dare? Of course. We are good friends. That is just how it is. Lamisa nods quiet. Understanding, she softly agrees with a got it. Anastasia wraps up the chat. All right. Lamisa does not try to stop her. From the balcony up high, Lorentia gazes down sharply. She pipes up. Isn't he Mika causing too much trouble for our little prince? That is just outrageous. After a while, Anastasia weaves through the trees and finally spots Mika sitting alone in the woods, watching his back. She pauses, worried. Found him? But why is he sitting all alone like that? It is unsettling. Startled, Mika whirls around when he hears Anastasia call his name. He chuckles teasingly. Little princess always finds me so easily. Huh. Anastasia straightens up. Thanks for coming. Though, Mika's tone turns sincere. Thank you. Sensing his unease, she softens. Mom said this story is pretty entertaining. What the Tower Master said. Less than half of it is even true. Mika looks up. Surprised. Is that for real? He never really bought Peony's predictions anyway. Guess the Tower Master's prophecy cracked too. Anastasia beams warmly. So no matter what the Tower Master says, do not sweat it too much. His mood lifts, face flushed with a smile. Thanks. Suddenly hungry, she hands Mika the basket as his stomach growls, adding, Mom knew you would be hungry, so she asked me to bring this. He opens the basket and grins. Gotta thank both the princess and the little darling who brought this over. Anastasia snaps back instant. Voice icy. Then do not call me little darling anymore. I am seriously embarrassed. Mika grins. But you asterisk or asterisk the little darling. If not that, then what am I supposed to call you? Anastasia rolls her eyes, thinking to herself, he is totally doing this on purpose. Is not he? Why do I have this sinking feeling I will still be called little darling 15 years from now? Cut to the arena. Lorentia greets Anastasia with a radiant smile and flashy outfit. Sasa, you are back. Mika bothering you again? Sasa? Anastasia beams, hugging her tightly. Sasa nods in reply. Mika stands behind Anastasia, looking slightly annoyed. Just got home and went straight to see Lorentia. Anastasia shrugs without looking back, thinking, of course big sister's gotta outshine the bras. Lorentia glares at him. Then why are you bothering my Sasa? Mika fires back. I was not bothering her. She snaps. You definitely made Sasa worried. Lorentia casually pulls off one glove. She hurls it at his chest with force, tension crackling in the air. Do you even realize what you did wrong? She demands. I challenge you. Mika Leventus. She strides straight to the arena, fierce as a warrior. Mika accepts the challenge, stepping up to face Lorentia. Neither backs down, while Anastasia stands between them, ready to referee. She barked out the order since Michael messed up today. He is only allowed to use his left hand. Of course, he was not about to just roll over and accept that. Seriously, I am right-handed. Man, Lorentia was not one to make a fuss. So that was that, but ironically, it is actually Michael who has been the right-handed champ all along. Right, Sasa? She nodded, secretly cheering for Lorentia with all her heart. If you say left-handed, then left-handed it is. No big deal. Michael raised his sword to argue. What? Come on, Lorentia and I are only a year apart. She fired back with a teasing grin. Sure, but we have trained for very different lengths of time. Using both hands, that is just low. Plus, Lara asterisk has asterisk to win today, so she can be Sasa's dance partner on her birthday. Michael pointed his sword at Lorentia and shot back. Dance partner? Huh, that is going to be tough. The moment their wooden weapons clashed, and Lara's voice rang with fierce determination. If Michael did not back down, Lara was set to win. Anastasia watched from the sidelines. Silently impressed, Michael's one-handed stance still gave him the upper hand. Different training times made all the difference. Guess that is just how the season's playing out. Everyone saw on edge. Suddenly, a song floated through the air, and Michael immediately dropped his sword. Worried, he rushed over to Anastasia, asking, "Sweetheart, are you okay?" She blinked, confused. Silently relieved, Anastasia reminded him. Dad said no looking away during matches. Michael shrugged off her scolding and asked again, "You do not hurt anywhere, right? You have been out since morning." She shook her head. "Nope. Inside." She thought, asterisk, could the prophetic magic master really be that cautious about catching a cold? Asterisk, Michael breathed a sigh of relief, blushing and a little embarrassed. She mused, he has been watching out for me even during the match. It was just a little cough. Then Anastasia said something that shocked Michael into silence, like a rock dropped on his head. "Anyway, you won?" Lorentia's eyes sparkled with delight. Thrilled by the win, she ran up, grabbing Anastasia's hand tightly. "Sasa, on your birthday, you asterisk have asterisk to be right by my side." "Got it." Anastasia smiled brightly. Of course, time flew by. And finally, May 5th, Anastasia's 11th birthday arrived. Early that morning, Lorentia burst through the door, calling out, "Sasa, you are up. My Sasa, you are the best little sister ever." Anastasia squeezed her close, saying, "I like you too." Lorentia rubbed her cheek against hers, grinning nonstop. "I know, baby, you are my favorite." That is when Anastasia noticed she was still in pajamas. Leaning in, she worried aloud, "Hey, is it okay you are still in your PJs? Birthday and all, are not you going to change?" Lorentia gripped her hand firmly. "It is. You are picking me up?" Anastasia asked sweetly. Lorentia laughed brightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Picking you up? Yeah. Today, you are Lara's dance partner." In the dressing room, Lorentia propped her hand on her hip confidently. "Of course that outfit suits our Sasa, but today I think red will look better." The servant nodded in agreement. "That is Miss Lara for you, always knows best." Lorentia spun around Anastasia excitedly. "I am the winner. Obviously, I am Sasa's sister, so I am styling her up like this. See," Anastasia thought to herself, "it has been ages since I dressed up like this. There was a time I had to fuss over my look every single day." Suddenly, her expression darkened. When was that again? She hesitated for a moment. Anastasia recalled her 45th life. Born into a notorious villainous family, she had a twin brother born minutes before her. But because she was frail, she became a doll exploded to the max. Beautiful and stunning, a force so powerful no one dared challenge the family. Her twin brother was always overshadowed by her. From his sickbed, he would say, "Do you really think you can have it all? Just get better first." Anastasia replied weakly, "I know, so please get well soon." "Big brother," then she wondered quietly, "was that my final goodbye before dying?" At the time, she said, "If you were not sick, I would not even have a chance to shine." Those words stabbed at her heart like a sharp blade. She asked herself, why did I say something so painful? It just made me feel awful. Lost in a dream of memories, Tim gently shook her awake. Startled, she jolted as if waking from a deep sleep. Tim's words made Anastasia reflect on herself. Soon, she dressed in a stunning gown, ready for the moment, looking her best ever. She wondered, it is her birthday today, do I look dazzling enough? Lorentia caught sight of her and gasped with admiration. Our girl looks absolutely adorable. She spun around and called out, "Wait for me a sec. I will change and be right there." Anastasia thought to herself, she will never realize that her smile when she looks at me is the most precious thing in the world. At the lavish dinner, everyone laughed and shared joy together. Betla glanced over, marveling at her two daughters. "Oh my girls are dressed to kill for their birthday." Anastasia and Lorentia stepped out, both looking absolutely charming. Lorentia said, "It is Malarathic blue. Just like Grandma and Mom's." The birthday dinner unfolded in a warm, joyful atmosphere. Lorentia blew out the candles amid cheers from everyone. Just like promised, Lorentia stayed by Anastasia's side all day, making Mikai especially jealous of the scene. The birthday cake, crafted by the chef, was huge. Alongside were congratulatory letters from all the servants and gifts from the family. Lorentia's eyes sparkled as she looked at the pile of presents. It was pure happiness she could not hide. Opening her gifts, Lorentia happily exclaimed she was off the charts in dancing. "Knowing I love Grandma's color, so she got this for me. Thanks, Mikai." She beamed, thrilled even by the quirky gifts from the Leventis men. Next, Mikai introduced another gift. This one is from Grandpa. I heard it is a grand idio red. In Lorentia's hand was a necklace with a shimmering blue gemstone. She admired it. The color matches Lara's eyes perfectly. Anastasia watched quietly, realizing that gemstone was worth an entire estate in the capital. No wonder Grandpa's generosity is on a whole different level. After a long silence, their father finally spoke, catching Lorentia's attention. "Our Lorentia." Rogetto pulled out a long gift wrapped in birthday paper and said, "This one is from Dad to you." The girl gasped at the size. "It is? Thank you, Dad." Lorentia eagerly unwrapped the special present. She exclaimed, "A real sword. So Lara can be a knight now." Anastasia stared at the sword, deep in thought. "But this thing, isn't it a little too big?" Lorentia struggled, unable to lift it. Rogetto looked awkward, calling out, "Lorentia." The girl's eyes welled up, staring at her tiny hands. "Dad gave this to Lara, but maybe she is too weak to hold it." Seeing this, he grew anxious and quickly offered, "How about I hold it for you?" "Sweetheart," Vetla interrupted. "No way, Honey." She gently comforted her daughter. "Come here, sweetie." Vetla knelt down, placing her hands on Lorentia's shoulders. "When I was your age, I could not even hold a sword that big." The girl was moved. Lorentia hesitated. "Really?" Vetla smiled warmly. "Of course. I grew up slowly. You are still growing. That is why." Lorentia looked at her, eyes filled with relief. "It is not because Lara is weak," Vetla reassured her. "Lorentia, strength is not everything, but Mom's not as strong as Dad. Right?" The girl nodded, then firmly declared, "No way. Mom is the strongest person in the world." Vetla laughed joyfully, glad to see her daughter's spirit restored. "Mom grew fast, so she gave you a big sword first?" Lorentia asked. "Really? Then I'm okay. Thanks, Dad, for the gift. Sorry I got emotional." Anastasia looked at the girl, filled with admiration. Truly, she was the one who loved the most in the world. The father handed his daughter the sword. She accepted it with a smile, and Lorentia's birthday party came to a close. Time flew by, and before long, it was the start of summer. The Leventis estate remained peaceful, just a bit busier with the upcoming summer festival. Anastasia strolled down the hallway, lost in thought. She would heard that this year her brother was taking on the duties. He was already super busy, and ever since becoming the young master, they would hardly seen each other. Maybe I should check out that book he recommended before, she thought, gently pushing open the library door. Inside, shelves upon shelves of neatly organized books greeted her. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before her eyes. It was Damian. Anastasia wondered quietly, what could he be doing at the library at this hour? Gathering her courage, she called out, "Aren't you busy today?" Damian turned, smiled, and replied, "I am taking a break. Lorentia said you usually hang out here in the afternoons." Turns out, she was right. His eyes sparkled softly. "From here, you can watch the training grounds clearly." Damian grinned. Impressed, "Our little sis really loves Lorentia." Huh. Anastasia laughed and added, "I like him too. If there is a spot where I can watch him study, I am all for it. I have already run back and forth between there and here," she admitted. Damian chuckled warmly. "Surely that is way less boring than just sitting and reading here." Suddenly, the sound of playful laughter echoed from below, grabbing their attention. Downstairs, Lorentia and the maids were chasing each other around, calling out as they ran, "Hurry up!" Anastasia guessed to herself. They finished training and now they're just having fun, always so close-knit. But then she noticed something. Damian. She saw a lonely look on his face. Damian stared down with a melancholy expression. Anastasia's mind raced. Is he jealous? Sometimes even family forgets he is still just a kid. Deciding to act, Anastasia grabbed Damian's hand to get his attention. At times like this, being the little sister means you have got to be a little clingy, right? With a playful pout, she teased her brother. "Today, I want to stay by your side all day. Will you play with me? Her innocent, heartfelt face was impossible to resist. Anastasia gripped Damian's hand tightly, pleading, "Come on, do not study today. Just play with me." He looked hesitant, "But I will take the blame if the teacher or parents say anything." "I promise," she offered soothingly. Damian laughed. "Our little sis really is ready to go to bat for me?" Huh. She grinned confidently. "You bet." Finally, he relented. "Well, since you are that serious, I guess I have to play today." But just then, a voice called out, cutting through the moment. Anastasia immediately recognized it. Outside the hallway, two voices took turns calling out, "Damian, where are you? You need to check those files you were assigned." Anastasia guessed they were probably his bodyguards. Since most bodyguards eventually become personal assistants, fierce competition always brewed between them. Even who got called by Damian first stirred jealousy. His face tightened. Anastasia realized these guys were actually his biggest headache. With that thought, she dashed off, leaving Damian calling after her. Opening the door, she shouted, "Hey guys." Mom said no loud noise in the hallway. "Got it." One bodyguard grumbled back. Yeah, we know." But since Damian was not around, they had no choice. The bespectacled one nodded in agreement. "The young master might not know, but this stuff is seriously important." Anastasia challenged them. "I have seen Dad's assistants looking for him plenty of times. They are not nearly this loud. Is my brother's work more important than Dad's or what?" They stumbled, caught off guard. "That is not how it is," not letting them get a word in. She added, "Besides, this is right outside the library. You are so loud I can't even read." The two guards immediately raised their voices. "We will fix it right away." "Young mistress." They looked startled and scared. A third guard stepped in. "Young mistress has never been here before." "You two? Back off now." They were flustered. "But he is serious. Do not doubt us." One stammered, "It is not like that. We are leaving now. Goodbye." "Young mistress." The two hurried off. Only then did Anastasia relax. So they swapped out all the troublemakers. Huh. She turned to the two guards standing watch. "I need to ask a favor." They smiled brightly, eager to help. "Anything you need, just say the word." "Young mistress." After a quick pep talk, they were all set. "Trust me. We have got everything prepped down to the last detail." Anastasia breathed a silent sigh of relief, finally ready. She opened the library door and spoke up. "Hey, listen, Damian," she said, nervously scratching her cheek. "Well, you know." Suddenly, the girl grabbed his hand tightly and said, "I want to play hide and seek with you." Anastasia decided to keep Damian away from those guys. Their little gang had all been lured off to the training grounds anyway. The snacks she had asked Sloth to prepare were already packed. So now it was time to reveal Anastasia's secret hideout. Damian held the rice roll tightly as he followed her slowly. She led him to a back alley, deeper than he expected. After a few more steps, he saw something that left him stunned. Above the alley was a clear blue sky, calming Damian's nerves. "Anastasia, how did you find this place?" he asked. She smiled. "Honxie brought me here last time." "Do you like it?" Damian asked eagerly. "I love it," she replied happily. It seemed like Damian had been invited into Anastasia's personal living room. She quietly thanked the knights for providing what was needed to decorate the secret spot like a cozy room. Damian looked around, then asked, "But can I tell anyone about this place?" Anastasia said, "Who else could I tell but you? Coming alone would not be nearly as fun." He asked, "What about Lorentia?" She pressed her index finger to her lips, signaling silence. "I have not told her yet," she whispered, "but maybe someday I will, though I want to spill it to Mikai." Damian nodded in agreement. "So this stays our little secret." Anastasia stepped forward and hugged him tightly. Softly agreeing, Damian looked down at her peaceful face. Anastasia's eyes were closed, full of calm. He stared at her, lost in thought, then said, "Anastasia, let me tell you a story." They sat down at the table, easing into conversation. Damian bowed his head shyly. "I guess I am not great at making friends." Anastasia immediately protested. "Why would you say that?" She was quietly amazed inside. How could he say such a thing? He was friends with Michael Leventis. After all, calmly, she said, "Lorentia and I get along with everyone, but you seem like you think you are doing something wrong." Anastasia suddenly stood up. "No way. You are honestly a good person." Damian gently apologized. "Did I make you feel bad?" She thought to herself, if he still cares about my feelings now, then who is looking out for his? Then Anastasia squeezed the hand he had resting on the table. She poured out what she had been thinking. "In everyone's eyes, you are a good person. Usually, it is the bad guys who look down on that kind of stuff. So what if sometimes we act a little more boldly?" She answered herself, That is when the good people accept that side of us and stick around. Hearing this, Damian gently called her name. You do not sound like a kid at all when you say stuff like that. Knowing this well, Anastasia grinned. Mom told me that sometimes I catch myself sounding way too grown up. Damian said nothing, just leaned back, deep in thought. Then he decided, thanks, I will try to do that. Cut to Damian's room the next day. He immediately put Anastasia's advice into action. Sitting in his chair, he told the two bodyguards, I am giving you homework. I will review your results and decide who handles what and who stays by my side. In the hallway, the two bodyguards whispered, aren't bodyguards supposed to be best buddies? Yeah, that is what the little boss said. The other added, so what is the deal now? Suddenly treating us like subordinates. Anastasia overheard this from her hiding spot and knew something was up. They were complaining that Damian had suddenly changed and were visibly annoyed, but when they got their assignments, Damian said seriously, just fix the parts I pointed out. That is all. The redhead could not take it anymore and blurted out, you are harsh. I am still learning here. No need to be so tough. The bespectacled one agreed, but Damian calmly replied, you guys always seem upset because I do not acknowledge your skills. That leaves you speechless. He continued, no matter what I say, you are never satisfied. Fine. Go home. Now, there is nothing to worry about because Damian has realized he is truly the son of his parents. The two guards listened intently to his serious words, tying his shoes nonstop. The young lord said, it is our fault for thinking so shallowly. You have treated us well all this time, so please forgive us this once. Scene shifts to Anastasia's bedroom, where she lies on the bed, clutching the blanket with one hand. Anastasia smiles warmly, thinking, this feels so good. He must be feeling pretty relaxed too. Just then, as she is lost in thought, a new system notification suddenly pops up right before her eyes, making her gasp in surprise. Quietly thrilled, after 3 silent years, she has finally found the long-awaited target. On her phone screen, a message appears. Do you want to check the new notification? Anastasia taps to view it. As the notification loads, she involuntarily wonders, what is the address? Anastasia freezes, her eyes wide open, pupils contracting with shock. The phone reads, 2nd Duke's Manor, West Forest Road 1. Duke Enderbranch, Kingdom of BGN. Currently resting, wishes to become a true colleague. She is stunned. The Enderbranch Duke is family. Anastasia's heart races. No news for 3 years. And suddenly someone in the Duke's Manor is missing her. Has anyone new entered the Duke's Manor recently? Thankfully, she had updated the app beforehand. Time to see if there's any info. A flood of thoughts floods her mind. She reads the lines on the screen. World information. World 13. World of Warriors. Info from the king himself. Anastasia analyzes quietly. World 13. This world sure has a crazy number of strong fighters. She recalls it as the world where she first met her beloved. Back when she was still the Demon King, Anastasia was born a dream demon in the Demon Clan, a parasite race that feeds on others' dream energy to grow stronger. But that was too complicated, so she chose an easier path. That path, 5 punches, just punch your target straight in the face. One bout. She beat down every nuisance until by age 14, she would become the Demon King, but there was one catch. That world was like a fairy tale. Her sister loved a world of warriors who defeat the Demon King and save the princess. She wondered if that was why, even though she never interfered with the human kingdom, the Demon King's daughter, the princess who holds the key to the fairy tale, had run away from home all the way to the Demon King's city. Anastasia snaps back to reality, reminding herself, better not call her. She hates everyone who made her die. Then she scrolls to the next info. Location. Knight's dormitory. 2 people harbor feelings of longing. She can only laugh dryly, thinking, big trouble. Too many suspicious characters. Is it the 4 heavenly kings or the 10 great elders? The Demon King's companions are not just a couple of kids, but in the end, she shrugs it off. Whatever, let it be, and slips her phone away. Anastasia flops back on the bed, thinking, I will deal with it tomorrow. 3 peaceful years have already passed. Taking it slow for one more day, one hurt. After who knows how long, a loud noise jolts Anastasia awake, eyes snapping open. She wonders, what was that sound? She sits up cautiously. Alert! Is an enemy attacking? Her maid speaks nearby. Miss, you are awake. You must have been startled. Right? Today the night's training was a bit intense. That is why there was such a loud noise. She explains. Anastasia blinks. Training? What kind of training sounds this crazy? I have to see it for myself. She quickly changes and dashes outside. Before her stand Lorentia and Ken. Lorentia turns to her. Look who is here. I was about to call you up. The girl grins. Hey, the Demon King just learned how to use martial aura. Anastasia recalls. Isn't he the Demon King, the knight who once kidnapped me? She asked doubtfully. Really? Mastering martial aura means you have reached the peak of power? That is why most people only unleash it on the battlefield. Lorentia explains, like my parents and the Grand Duke, veterans who fought on the front lines during the war. She pictures her parents like her parents and the Great Duke, those who fought on the front lines during the war. The image of her parents flashed before her eyes. She recalled the Demon King's silhouette, but he was not the type to falter. He was barely in his early 20s, yet already radiating battle aura like a prodigy. Suddenly, a loud voice startled Anastasia. Genevieve, today I am taking you down and forcing you to admit you were wrong. Just watch. Standing before her was Genevieve, and Anastasia wondered why her knight was dueling with Genevieve's knight, and the opponent was wielding battle aura too. Should not they have stopped that already? Anastasia panicked watching the scene unfold as Arthur unleashed a ferocious beast formed from his martial energy. Her mind screamed, why are these skills showing up here of all places? Dust swirled thick in the air, and through it, a voice said, hey, no crying now. Genevieve reminded her she still had not forgiven him for stealing her master 5 years ago, but now Genevieve was utterly powerless. Anastasia was unconvinced, thinking, did not she get hit by that? Let us just move on. Then Genevieve smirked. You do not really think you are the only one who can tap into martial energy today, do you? As she spoke, a blazing fireball sparked to life in her hand. She quickly launched it like a missile piercing through space, sending Anastasia into a frenzy. Wait, no way, that is a skill I used back when I was the Demon King. Thinking back, Anastasia felt a wave of embarrassment. Why on earth did I give that skill such a weird name? She covered her flushed face with her hands. Just recalling the name made her cringe. The guy standing beside her chimed in. Those two train together every day, true prodigies. Len slot at it. Yeah, this is the first time I have seen someone harness martial energy like that. Suddenly, Anastasia connected the dots. If they can use those skills, they have to be the very two she has been thinking about. She looked at Genevieve, radiating fierce determination, facing Arthur, who was equally fired up. These two were none other than the princess and hero of the 13th world. Anastasia thought, if they knew I was here, we would be in deep trouble, even though they once cared for me. But they are also the ones who killed me. Memories flooded back. A clumsy hero who always lost his sword, panicking every time. Where's my sword? And a brave princess who was not afraid to leave home to find the Demon King himself. She once pleaded, Demon King, can you make me your wife? I truly like you. Anastasia beside her rolled her eyes. I am not looking to get married, so kick this kid out of my sight. She had to soothe Arthur. Stop crying. Tell me what happened. Did you lose to the top 10 bosses or what? He bawled like a baby. Any scene and not. We should be one to get a shot at the Demon King, but ended up losing to them. They were strange souls who always stirred up the Demon King's castle, turning peace into chaos. Yet somehow, I grew fond of them, teaching them swordplay and even magic. But that calm did not last long, probably because this was the 13th world, a number dripping with bad omens. Here, Anastasia was doomed to die at the hands of the hero, because this world's story always put the hero front and center. She recalled that moment, those two she cherished most. They were the ones who struck her down. That day, Arthur raised his sword high, pointed it at her like she did not even exist. Even though Anastasia had foreseen this fate, her heart still ached deeply. Like every classic tale, the hero defeated the Demon King, and everyone lived happily ever after. The ending the 13th world demanded. She snapped back to reality, watching the two clash fiercely. Yet now they say they miss me. Why? Didn't they kill me because they had to? She lowered her gaze, wondering how she could ever truly become their ally again. From behind, that lay gently patted her shoulder. My little one, why do you look so down? She smiled softly at her, a fierce smile full of love. Anastasia turned to that lad and whispered, Mom. Then she paused and added, Nothing. I am just debating what to eat this morning. Of course, that was not the truth. That law caught the hesitation immediately. Then let us go eat right now. Okay? Even wrapped in her mother's warm embrace, Anastasia was still deep in thought. If she really became their teammate again, could she ever understand? She did not know if she could grasp why. At the moment they killed her, they wore those expressions. Those two faces flashed vividly in her mind. She asked herself, why do they still long for me even after killing me? Cut to the garden by the porch. Arthur's face was full of frustration as he held a potted plant. Want to test your strength now? Opposite him, Genevieve rolled her eyes. Fine. Let us see who is stronger. Under the eaves, Anastasia sat reading, Anxi by her side. She commanded, Bite it. Without hesitation, Anxi sprang up, ready to attack. No more play acting. Anxi bared sharp teeth, snarling fiercely, saliva dripping as tension exploded instantly. We are sorry. Young lady, we will fix this, came the apology. Anastasia was not buying it. I have heard that excuse 3 times already. She glanced up at the sky. If you asked where this was, it was a rest stop about a day's carriage ride from the Enderblank estate. Here, I supervise to make sure those two get their punishment right. Ongxia's step forward made them visibly flinch. Just days ago, those two wrecked the training grounds and got slapped with this chore cleaning up the rest stop ravaged by monsters. Anastasia's father had pointed sternly, ordering, both of you, calm down and get to work. I volunteered to supervise to ease my own worries. Though my parents fretted, my brother's calm words soothed them as he checked in. This is not a picnic. You know, it is going to be tough. You good with that? Anastasia's face hardened with resolve. Yes, I want to help, just like you and Mom. She looked back on the 8 years at the Enderblank estate, fully aware of her parents' strength. Hearing their daughter's words, her parents were touched, covering their mouths. Inside, Anastasia wondered both of them wield a Rama, so surely it would not be a problem. Back to reality, this was her 5th day here. She lowered her head, exhausted and confused. If she really joined the team, how was she supposed to help? They said they were on her side, called her master, yet in the end, they resented and betrayed her. Her mind flashed to Arthur and Genevieve standing solemnly. Now they wanted to truly become teammates. Sitting sadly, Anastasia summoned some energy, and her phone screen lit up before her. She grabbed the phone, checking the map. Of course they are at it again. 5 years have flown by, and nothing has changed. Anastasia propped her hand on her chin, eyes locked on the screen. Her fingers traced locations as a raindrop slid down the screen. Outside, a sudden downpour began. Anastasia stared out. Feeling lost, she did not know what to do anymore. Elsewhere, a hand slammed a rock down hard on the ground. Arthur stood under the rain, hands on hips, exhausted. Let it rain, it was done. Genevieve hugged a bundle of firewood, glancing back anxiously. Let us head back quickly. The commander's worried. Hearing that, he replied, let me finish with these stones, just a bit longer. She wiped rain from her face and softly said, all right. Genevieve looked up. The rain was getting heavier, and it felt downright menacing. Inside the house, Anastasia stood quietly on the balcony, her hand gripping the railing, anxiety written all over her. A servant approached from behind, carrying a glass of milk. Pushing the door open, she gently called, Miss, come inside. You will catch a cold out here. Anastasia turned, worried. They still have not come back. The servant smiled warmly. The milk's warmed up. Please, come in. Hearing this, Anastasia reluctantly stepped inside, no other choice. Behind her, thunder crashed violently over the rest stop. She flinched, pupils dilating in surprise. At the rest stop, Genevieve clutched the firewood. Looking up, she heard cracking sounds above her head. Fear flickered in her eyes. Her face drained pale. Suddenly, Arthur rushed from behind, shoving Genevieve aside before she could react. Genevieve tumbled to the ground, clutching her head in pain. What the hell was that? As the rain intensified, she opened her eyes wide and realized something chilling. A bloody hand lay still on the ground, freezing Genevieve stiff with horror. Her eyes filled with terror as cold sweat mixed with the rainwater. Genevieve screamed in pure fear then. Back at Anastasia's estate, bloodstains stretched from the front door all the way to the bedroom. Behind the locked door, agonized screams pierced the silence. Open your eyes. Wake up. Dunny, fall asleep. Anastasia slowly descended the stairs, her gaze heavy with worry. At that moment, a servant carrying a bowl of water rushed out in panic. Miss, what is wrong? Are you all right? The Demon King's badly hurt. She smiled softly. It is. The divine official will arrive any minute now. Anastasia saw right through it. That is a lie. How's the divine official supposed to get here in this storm? Maybe there are many saints, but I am just a kid. They worry about me. She clenched her fists. The Demon Lord looked serious, but I thought since they use aura, everything would be fine. No regrets, Anastasia said as she dashed back up the stairs, shouting loud and clear, Sweet dreams. Miss Tyatt. She steadied herself. She was doing everything she could. In the dark room, the servant sat slumped, fast asleep. Anastasia jolted upright from the bed and looked up at her. She fixed her gaze on the servant, casting a spell in her hand. The maid was out cold. Time to go. Of course. Anastasia slipped out of the room, stepping softly on the wooden floor. Seeing her standing there, the guard snapped awake in a panic. Anastasia put a finger to her lips, signaling silence. It is. The Demon Lord is sick, so I am here to soothe him. She approached Arthur gently and laid her hand on him. Anastasia's hand glowed brightly. My touch is the cure. Then she turned to comfort the guard. This is just a rough patch. Don't blame yourself too much, okay? Suddenly, Anastasia's eyes hardened, fixed intently in one direction. Across the room, the guard's eyes were red from crying. She gripped her hands tightly, calling out, My lord, flashback to life 13. A hand tore through a fragile piece of tape. So that is it. You never regretted me. Arthur's tears fell. And behind him, the guard was just as moved. Back to reality, Anastasia felt the weight of sorrow. They fought back the sadness, biting their lips to hold back tears. How did I miss this? Then she softly requested, tomorrow, show me your smiling face with Arthur. The guard stood quietly, listening to Anastasia's words. After hearing that, her eyes flickered with uncertainty. Then the guard broke down, overwhelmed with emotion, tears pouring down. A voice rang out, full of self-blame. It seemed the guard from Life 13 was back, so heartbroken she covered her face and wept. I am so. Anastasia recalled a joyful moment and thought, I never once called her by name. Before her stood the guard, face glowing with happiness, waving goodbye to Arthur. Anastasia wondered, is this all it takes? Princess? Brave one. They played freely in the wildflower fields without a care, but one day, everything shattered. Joy turned to pain. A hesitant hand grasped the broken pieces of a beautiful memory and smiled softly, letting the fragments slip away into nothingness. No need to dwell on memories that hurt, right? Anastasia sighed, clearly annoyed. You know, I hate being interrupted when I am watching something, whether it is a happy ending or a tragedy. I need to see it through myself. In a flustered voice. Seriously, it has been so long since we last met and you did not even prepare anything. Anastasia grumbled. I am not happy. And asked her, are you really not going to regret this? Anastasia fired back. Why would I regret it? Actually, there is something I have been meaning to ask, a question she would long wanted answered. Are you the Divine Lord? The shirtless guy raised his hand in protest. Hold on. I do not even know which Divine Lord you are talking about. You and I are pretty much the same kind of being. Anastasia pressed. Aren't you going to be straight with me? Well, I am here. One more thing, soon I will have to ease the longing for even more people, and pouted like he was the only one talking. So I am not saying a word, he said, then vanished, leaving Anastasia baffled. She scowled. That guy, maybe he does not know either, so he just ran off. Fine, I will find out myself. Anastasia decided, just gotta keep updating the app, right? In Life 13, unlike the peaceful demon realm, the human world was edging closer to its doom. A great divine official, whose arrival was unknown, knights and princesses, were they going to let everyone die, just to protect the demon lord? The divine officials had already sealed Arthur and Genevieve. Even so, the two refused to kill the demon king. Sitting on a bench by the road, Arthur sank into the seat, folding his arms tightly across his chest. But the cause of the plague is not the demon king. Genevieve agreed. That is right. The demon king we met never harmed the human world, at least not until that ominous prophecy sounded. A booming voice echoed. My children, those you cherish carry the plague's curse within. If left unchecked, that one will bring ruin upon this world. Genevieve panicked. Could the demon king really be lost? No way. Arthur added, he is too powerful. There has to be a way for us to survive together. The voice continued. Even if you save them, salvation won't come. Even if you keep them, happiness will be out of reach. If they are important to you, make them hate you more than anyone else. Then go. Only then will they be reborn in a pure body, free from the curse, and able to find true happiness. Arthur's face paled. So in the end, does this mean we have to kill the demon king? Genevieve clenched her fists. You know what has been eating me up the most? That stupid knight. We do not have the strength to kill the demon king, yet he is willing to sacrifice himself. Arthur nodded. Yeah, it would almost be less painful if he really was a villain. Then, a sharp whistle cut through the air. Anastasia, her body stained with blood, silently left the scene forever. Arthur gripped his bloodied sword, breathing heavily. Then he dropped the blade with a clatter that seemed to shatter the soul. Genevieve spoke bitterly. They have to hate us with everything they have got, and never forgive. More than anyone, they are the ones who hurt the most making this choice. Arthur trembled, hands pressed hard to his face, fighting back tears that threatened to spill. We want to say we did it for the demon king because we failed to protect him to the very end. So the next time, in that moment, the entire demon room crumbled. Watching it all unfold, Anastasia clenched her hands, realizing the truth. They did not do this joyfully. Even as the plague loomed, they still looked ahead, hoping to truly become comrades. Anastasia's cheeks flushed, her eyes glistening with tears. Why did they hide all this from us? Idiots! Back in the present, tears streamed down Arthur's face. Duong said, yeah, I am stupid for I got hurt like a fool. Genevieve was crying too. My lord, I failed to protect this foolish one. Anastasia realized she would probably fainted from the weight of the past memories flooding her mind. She turned to them and softly said, thank you. Seeing her like that, their tears slowed, confused but united. They answered, yes. Anastasia suddenly asked, making them jump. Are you two arguing again? Want me to tattletale one more time? Genevieve immediately denied. We are not fighting. Arthur agreed. She explained. That is right. We are just relieved the young lady is safe. Really? Anastasia had never lived a life unloved. She recalled Arthur and Genevieve of the 13th life. Then she looked at the two before her, crying and begging for life. Silently pleading, "Don't tell madam." Princess and Knight Genevieve and Arthur showed their feelings like that. How could it not be love? Luckily, before June ended, Anastasia could finally return to the Duke's mansion. Though the officials came to bother her, Arthur and Genevieve helped her fend them off. They grinned. The young lady still is not fully recovered. Please, just go through this. Anastasia got a clue. Genevieve is 22, Arthur 21. From the 13th world, they killed her at that exact age, on a day in June. In other words, the pain will surface when Anastasia parts from them. She smiled faintly. Anastasia did not know what this clue meant yet, but she had the information. The maid sitting across asked, "Now that you are thinking about returning to the Duke's mansion, are you feeling happy?" The girl happily replied, "Yes, I miss my family and the maids in my room too." The maid was visibly touched. Our young lady is saying such happy things again. Anastasia answered. Honestly, she pondered, so whether it is the Lord or some jerk trying to get rid of me, I could not care less, because I am only going to get stronger and come out on top. Everything seemed to wrap up nicely, life flowing happily one after another. But it looks like Anastasia let her guard down around that annoying guy called the Pontiff. Simon, seeing her, immediately lit up and said, "Holy Maiden, God's first servant, the greatest ally, Simeon's here to pay his respects. Long time no see, yet you still look as radiant as ever. Simeon here, my eyes might just pop out. I could walk around admiring the Holy Maiden's beauty all day. Please, grant me permission." Anastasia sighed silently, thinking, he must be really busy, so why come all the way to my place? Whatever. Anyway, she snapped, pointing sharply at the tiger. Ong see? Bite him. The tiger let out a roar, baring its terrifying teeth. Simeon screamed in fright. Save me. Holy Maiden, help. A moment later, wiping the blood dripping from his head, he marveled. The Holy Maiden's wrath is seriously fierce. This is proof of your remarkable growth. Anastasia shot him a glare and said, cut to the chase. Finally, Simeon got serious. Holy Maiden, how's the 17th prince doing? Anastasia replied, so you came because of Lamisa. Simeon nodded approvingly. I see the Holy Maiden has noticed. The 17th prince Sara. His presence all came alive through Simeon's words. Early July, Anastasia enjoyed days of pure peace. She received countless birthday wishes for her 8th birthday. Duke Levenus and Mikai finally gave her a gift that was not jewelry. Her eyes sparkled as she pointed ahead. She would also grown closer to the other knights in the Duke's mansion. She called out each of their names, and everyone lit up. First Ken, then Lensloth and Hannah. Lensloth was deeply moved, eyes brimming with tears. The master called my name. Seeing their reactions, she thought, if I would known they would be this happy, I would have called them sooner. Suddenly, they all dropped to their knees and in unison declared, we swear lifelong loyalty to you. But it seemed Anastasia had accidentally triggered some strange kind of loyalty. She explained everything to Choco. In the bedroom, it was just Anastasia and Choco talking. After finishing, she asked, do you get it? So do not hate those two too much. Finally, Choco understood. So that is what happened. But Choco still resisted. I do not like it. After all, what they did to the Demon King is real. I just can't accept it. Choco did not like it. Anastasia nudged him. Calm down, Choco. Choco looked at her sadly as she gently pulled him close. Choco softly said, if the Demon King said so, then maybe I can try to forgive. Anastasia quietly rejoiced. My dear is so good, thank you. Choco, he curled up and cooed. All I need is the Demon King. You know it, just as long as the Demon King's happy. When she thought everything had happily ended, in the tea room, Simon threw his arms dramatically into the air. Holy Maiden, first, please hear me out. Anastasia sipped her tea and told him, put your hands down. Simon, he was supposed to be punished, kneeling on the floor, but Simon rebelled. Holy Maiden, do not you know, even like this, I am still the pontiff, leader of the city-state. Huh, you do not care. Well, I am the Holy Maiden. After a silence, they finally got serious. Simeon remarked, mastering holy power is a great honor. Anastasia thought deeply. Lamis is a prince of the empire. Now he is a page, but someday he might have to return. Not everyone with holy power wants to become a divine official. Simon defended himself. You have got it wrong. No matter how simple-minded I am, It is not like that. I am just trying to be a teacher. Anastasia stayed cool. Thinking, teacher, he is dodging work every day. How's he going to teach anyone? It is just that he has been deeply affected. Simon was bawling his eyes out, saying the saintess was way too much. You know, even though I am stuck like this, back in the Holy Kingdom, I had quite a few folks who actually listened to me. Anastasia could not have cared less about him. She just said Lamais was a good kid. While Simon kept flapping his gums nonstop, Simeon pleaded desperately to Anastasia. Saintess, please give me a chance. 1 TU? She did not hesitate, she flat out refused. Anastasia calmly explained. Lamisa still needs time to grow into a man. She recalled. It has been 3 years, and he is not babbling anymore. He even has favorite snacks now. But still, that is just a blink of an eye. To heal all the wounds little Lamisa has suffered, he is desperately running down the dark hallway. After a while, Anastasia stepped out. Gonna look for Lamisa. Finding him, Anastasia spoke. Weren't you gonna get the cake from me? Lamisa jumped nervously in the corner. I was scared and all alone. Saintess, sorry. I was not eavesdropping. Anastasia said, comforting him before quickly switching topics. I do not think so. The chef said today, as special, is a sugar-glazed cake. You wanted to bring it from me, right? Lamisa replied softly. Yes. Saintess, because you like sugar-glazed cake. She smiled gently at him. That is right. I love it. That calmed Lamisa down a bit. Saintess, you do not hate me, do you? Anastasia asked softly. Why would I? Lamisa hesitated. Because of my face. I have been through a lot in the Empire. She looked surprised and asked. Then why? Lamisa was confused for a moment. She continued. Your silver hair shines like a calm lake under moonlight. Your golden eyes are like the warm midday sun. That is why I like you so much. Around Anastasia, a faint glow seemed to light up the quiet night. Lamisa blushed deeply, shyly asking, really? I might be pretty dangerous. You know, she just tilted her head and told him, right now, you are not dangerous at all. Lamisa brightened up. Saintess, you are always so kind to me. It is nothing. My sister and brother say the same stuff, he said awkwardly. That is because they are just as kind. The next day, the whole castle seemed to come alive under the sunlight. Anastasia, dressed in her teaching robes, called out to Simeon. He sat across from her with a smirk. Yes. Saintess, have you finally made your decision? The girl crushed Simeon's hopes in an instant. Flatly refusing, I am planning to go to the third option. Because of your conspiracy, Anastasia said with unprecedented seriousness. The mood suddenly heavy, Simeon kept his composure, eyes gleaming. What conspiracy? You are misunderstanding. Saintess, I absolutely have no dark intentions like that. After all, I am the Pope. She cut him off. Lamisa blushed deeply, hesitating as she asked, really? I can be pretty dangerous. You know, the girl tilted her head and told him. Right now, Lamisa's not dangerous at all. Lamisa brightened up again, joking, that old book's always way too soft on me. It is normal. The boy said, my sister and brother would say the same exact thing. He hesitated. That is because they are soft-hearted too. The next day dawned, and the whole castle seemed to come alive under the sunlight. Anastasia, dressed in her lecture outfit, called out for Simeon. He sat across from her, amused, asking expectantly, Saintess, have you finally made your decision? She crushed Simeon's hope with a blunt refusal. I plan to go to the third, blame it on his plot. Anastasia said, her face more serious than ever, and the atmosphere turned heavy. Simeon kept his expression, eyes shining. What plot? You have got it all wrong. Saintess, I absolutely have no dark intentions. After all, I am the Pope. You are coming to the first, he rambled on. Really? Even I, the Lord's first servant you do not trust. I am more than willing to serve you. Anastasia said, you are coming to the second? He kept trying to persuade her, eyes gleaming. Saintess, come on. Who else are you doing this for? Then Anastasia said, you are coming to the third. Finally, Simeon had to admit defeat. Fine, I will spill everything. Saintess, so please do not make me raise my hand to confess again. She looked at him and asked, you are really not lying, right? Simeon's face lit up, giving a thumbs up. Of course not. I can testify before the Lord anytime. But inside, Anastasia knew he was definitely planning to lie. She reached behind her, rummaging for something. Well then, I guess I have no choice. Anastasia held up a strange device. This is the sacred artifact the Lord gave me. Simeon blurted out, a sacred artifact? That must be seriously holy. But you need to stop thinking that way. Why does it look like some kind of brutal torture device? He asked cautiously. What exactly is that? Anastasia raised her hand, pressing it against the device. Then explained, this sacred artifact is called a lie detector. Simeon was so shocked he could not believe it. Could you say that again? Please. The girl kept her playful smile, carefully repeating each word. Lie detector. Inside, she was thrilled. Simply put, today your fingers are in for a world of hurt. In all my 99 lifetimes, I have endured many things, but this lie detector, from the very beginning, was meant as a tool for punishment. Simon eyed his hand nervously, swallowing hard. But this is a real lie detector, charged with holy power to distinguish 100% truth from lies. He tried a test phrase. Lie detector. I swear to God I will only tell the truth. Yet the device suddenly buzzed, shouting, liar. The sudden pain made Simeon jump. Nope, you do not actually distrust me this much. Do you? Simeon looked genuinely hurt. Anastasia thought to herself, he lied right from the start, not a bit sorry about it. Tilting her head, she asked with mock innocence, it is simple, just do not lie. Why is that so hard? You promised to be honest, so I am using this sacred artifact. Done like it. He confidently patted his chest, grinning with squinted eyes. It is not like that. Just telling the truth is fine by me. The lady already warned me. Anastasia pressed the main issue. So do you truly care about Lammis and want to take him under your wing? Simon answered softly, with a sincere expression. Yes, I genuinely worry about Prince Lammis' well-being, but he kept lying shamelessly, the lie detector sparking again, making Simon flinch. Anastasia knew right away this was not pure concern at all. Sternly, she said, Simon, I am disappointed. You said you would be honest with me, but you keep lying. Simeon stammered, Lady, it is not like that. Anastasia leaned in, narrowing her eyes. Then just be honest, why do you want to take Lammis as your heir? Cold sweat dripped down Simeon's face. Well. She pressed. Why? Finally, he sighed deeply and said, I received a prophecy from the Lord. Anastasia furrowed her brow, repeating his words. A prophecy? He hesitated but admitted, yes, though I do not understand why he did not explain clearly. He just told me to awaken Prince Lammis' power for the future, but it is true many ladies genuinely chose the prince. Even though the temple's influence is weak in the empire, the Pope himself supports this. That is a whole different story. Anastasia's face turned cold. Suspicious? Simeon suddenly jolted. Why are you looking at me like that? Simeon started rambling again. Of course, I want to build some influence, but I have no plans to control or manipulate the prince. No wars would be better for everyone. Me. Ender blank. Peace above all. I follow that as I follow the Lord. Seeing the lie detector confirm the truth with a beep, Anastasia thought to herself, he just wants to keep things comfortable for himself. Huh, she pondered deeply. Sure, if the Pope's backing is real, it could help Lammis' safety. Simon whispered desperately. So please, take this thing off me. Anastasia went quiet, still mulling over the Lord's prophecy about Lammis. Maybe because she would seen Genevieve and Arthur's memories, it was hard to fully trust Simon. If it were true, the Lord would not need to keep it so vague. In the end, Anastasia sighed. Her doubts were just suspicions. Either way, this was an opportunity for Lammis. She looked up and removed the device from Simeon. I will take it off for you. He cried, tears of relief, staring at his etching hand. Finally, thank you. Anastasia stood up and stepped away from the chair. I will ask Lammis myself, so you will have to wait until then. Otherwise, I might just have the cardinals haul you off. Simon's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. I got it. Simeon's gonna wait obediently like Cardinal Sia. But what if the one in love calls me uncle? Before I could finish, Anastasia spun around and walked off. Simon cried out, stopping her. Where are you going? You have to hear my whole story before you leave. She thought to herself. Nope, no playing around with someone who talks nonsense. As she walked down the hallway, Simeon sighed. Dealing with him always drains my brain power. The deputy captain of the mercenaries I met last time was just like him. He once said, if there is nothing to satisfy your life, what is the point of living? Anastasia even wondered if Simeon might be the mercenary reincarnation of a fairy. As she got closer, Anastasia's thoughts came full circle. If there really are reincarnated mercenaries, then everyone must be one of them. Forget it. Right now, Lammis is the top fairy. Raising her hand, she knocked loudly and called out, Lammis, are you in there? The sound of quick footsteps echoed, and Lammis opened the door with hopeful eyes. Miss Sassa. Anastasia stepped inside and looked at the study table. Studying? Huh, am I bothering you? Lammis quickly denied it. No way. Miss Sassa, You could never bother me. Whatever you do, I am all for it. Anastasia smiled then said, but this time, it is not all smooth sailing. Lamis frowned, confused. Why's that? Anastasia explained, because this is something really important to you. Lamis, hey, Lamis, do you have any connection to the Pope? Lamis blinked in surprise at the question, but then Lamis straightened up, trying to sound confident. It is, if Miss Sassa wants, I can go to the capital, if it helps you. Miss Sassa. Anastasia glanced at Lamis' trembling arms, thinking, yeah, fine, your arms are already shaking. She reassured her again, you do not have to think about me. I just want to know what you want to do. Lamis hesitated, then replied in disbelief, okay? Anastasia went on ranting about the Pope. He is such a bizarre old man, even though he is weird. He is the Pope after all. If he heard what I am saying, he would probably burst into tears. You can avoid the scary ones. Lamis listened silently, a little envious. She lowered her head, thinking deeply for a moment. Then she straightened up and asked, can I stay by Miss Sassa's side longer? I do not have to follow the Crown Prince's orders, right? Anastasia looked her in the eye honestly. I do not know about that, but with your strength, you can definitely protect yourself. She added silently, not just Pope, but I think that is a pretty powerful ability. Still, Anastasia gave Lamis an out. If you do not want to, you can stay at the Duke's mansion as long as you like. I would love to have a little buddy around. Lamis' cheeks flushed pink as she breathed a sigh of relief. So that is it. I really like Miss Sassa. Anastasia smiled warmly, surprised by the sudden confession. Lamis no longer looked worried and met her gaze. I thought maybe Miss Sassa wanted to take me away, but I guess not. Anastasia nodded. Of course not. Lamis, you are my friend. Hearing that, Lamis grabbed Anastasia's hand. Then I will go. If I try my best to protect myself, I can protect Miss Sassa too. Anastasia smiled with eyes crinkled. I do not need you to protect me. But Lamis stubbornly insisted, I want the strength to protect Miss Sassa. Only then can I be friends with Miss Sassa longer. Lamis suddenly stammered shyly. So if I go to the capital, can Miss Sassa write me letters? Anastasia raised her eyebrows and leaned closer, smiling kindly. Of course. I will write tons and tons. Lamis' face flushed even deeper. Not knowing what else to say, she could only lift Anastasia's small hand up, then gently pressed it to her lips in a heartfelt kiss. Smiling warmly, thank you, Miss Sassa. This sudden burst of affection caught Anastasia off guard, making her blush softly. Anastasia's eyes flickered with a hint of sadness. Lam is going to be so lonely, yet, here she is, smiling like this. Thought I was the grown-up here. Turns out I am the biggest kid of all. The day Lamisa left for the Holy Kingdom came sooner than expected. As soon as Lamisa climbed into the carriage, she turned back. Miss Sassa, I will try sending you a letter through the magical portal. Anastasia stepped closer, promising, I will definitely reply. If things get tough, you can come back anytime. Remember that. Lamisa smiled brightly and nodded obediently. Anastasia lingered, watching her go, realizing she would develop feeling sadder than she thought she would. The guy sitting beside her on the carriage gently nudged Lamisa. All right, let us go now. Your Highness. Damian and Lorentia came to see Lamisa off. Travel safely. Lamisa. Mid-August. When the scorching heat finally eased, the young man arrived at the Empire's border, different from the first time they met. Carrying a smile, Lamisa turned away toward the Holy Kingdom. I am now Miss Sassa, she whispered as she faded into the distance.